You are the one wasting time.
Yeah,
Not really.
for,
It's called
but Hamas,
enjoying your hobbies on
can
when
you
you have
agree
free
with me with
time.
this? Can you, for example,
How's it
you're
free
in
time
this
if you're
room and
enjoying or and getting some entertainment from it? I don't.
yes,
That's not a
know,
definition of
I know.
wasting
For
time.
example, I want to give you example. This is full of flat earthers, man. It's very
Yeah,
retarded.
it's sad. It's sad to see
Yeah,
people that
very
exist.
sad. It's stupid. But you're playing the games. It's better that you're playing games and to have. I don't know. Can you imagine the woman group? And you speak with four women, and they are saying, "Oh man, are you
But you
handsome?"
understand, right? You're gonna
He's scared
die.
of
You're gonna
women. That's
listen,
why he's
listen,
playing
listen.
video
You're
games. He's
gonna
scared of
die.
women.
You're gonna die with this belief in your head, and no one's
Or
gonna.
or
You're not
or
gonna
you think this is the best
change
place for
this
bullying
world.
people?
There
I,
won't
I,
be
I, are you missing bullying? Do you want bully people?
bullying. This is not
Because maybe this
bullying,
is
man.
the
I'm
best
just
place.
look in the long run of things. You're gonna be talking in this Discord about how the
Man,
Earth is flat,
you
trying to
you
convince
know that
people.
you
You're
know
trying
what
to
is
convince people,
you,
but no
you know
one's
what
gonna
you
hear.
know what is
You're gonna eventually die, right, of old
yeah,
age
yeah,
or whatever.
I know, but you know what is
And you're gonna
psychiatric?
die with these
You
ideas
know
in
what
your
is
head.
comfortable?
This is
Can
just
I can
straight
I can I
noise. Everybody stop.
You're
Go
gonna
one at a
die with
time,
these
please.
ideas, man. You're not gonna make any contribution. You're not gonna change anyone.
Okay,
yeah,
who cares
come
about
on,
that?
that's all
You don't
right.
have to sit here and psychoanalyze us. That doesn't matter.
Everything will be okay.
Welcome
Did-
back to me.
Shut up, Vector. Did you bring any proof of your worldview, Hamas?
No, there's no proof needed.
Pertaining to the
The
geometry of
globe
the
doesn't need no defending.
Vector, I didn't cut these guys off so you could start talking over top of everything.
Okay.
All right. We just need your globe proof, Hamas. That's all we need.
Sure, I got some. Now
Are
prove
you
to me
Hamas?
that you're an important person I need to show to.
Okay, we'll get right
That's
back
a
to it.
difficult one.
No, he's not your boyfriend, Vector. He's not your boyfriend.
Vector is Hamas.
It's 2023, man. What's wrong with homosexuals? I'm not a homosexual, but Hamas supports homosexuality.
That's not the topic. Do you have any globe proof?
Yeah, it's not the topic.
Yeah, any globe proof at all? Anything?
Any what?
Globe proof.
Yeah, I'm just here to listen, man.
Okay, well, stop talking then. Next. You can listen to Vector now. He's keen to provide some globe proof. Go ahead.
I doubt.
Vector, what is the vector of gravity?
What? Come on, get to it.
Boring as
Hurry
fuck.
up, old man.
Don't attack
What
me,
is the
please, man.
vector of
I will do
gravity?
it.
Your mom.
That is a woman. I didn't ask you what a woman was. People just remember that Vector and Hamas. Hamas, do you have a driver's license?
Why?
I hope you don't have a driver's license, Vector.
He doesn't
What's
want to
your
talk
point?
to you anymore.
Yes.
Please.
I don't have driver's license.
Thank goodness.
Why?
Good.
Better
We're
driver
keeping our
than
roads
you.
safe.
What do you
Yeah,
mean? I got
we
world
gotta keep the road
records in
safe,
Bear
bro.
Valley.
Do you vote, Vector? Do you vote? Are you
No, hell
permitted to vote?
no. I'm not old
Oh,
yet.
thanks God.
I know, that's your job.
Whew,
He would vote for Justin Trudeau, man. He admitted it. He loves Justin Trudeau, that
You
asshole.
struggled trying to insult me. Like,
Yeah,
it's
Justin
so
Trudeau supporter,
cringe.
this guy.
Well, remember when I asked you about the vector of gravity
One
and you
at a
said your
time.
mom? So
I'm really
take
curious.
it seriously?
I'm really curious about something. As a recent convert from globeheadism to
Yikes,
flat
sorry to hear
truthism.
that.
I'm really curious how do airplanes work?
Flying.
Do you know
over
the people that build the airplane
Yeah.
designed the airplane not for a globe?
Oh, this
They
ham
just
guy
gotta
keeps
shrug.
the same question, comes in here always with the same stupid question. What a fucking moron, this guy. Irrelevant question to the topic at hand, asshole. You like that answer?
Yeah.
You like that answer?
I have a question for English speakers. English is my third language. Why you call airplane?
They're air. They go in the air,
And
they're
it's on. You're
plane.
gonna say it's on the air. It's on a plane, and planes are flat.
Why is it made from one word or two words?
Not 0 birds.
No, words. Is it that word airplane made by one word?
It is one word.
That's one word or two words?
It's one word.
One.
Airplane is one word.
Oh, okay. It's not made by air and plane. It's not
Yeah,
made by that.
it's one word.
Oh, okay.
It's a compound word.
That means that air and plane doesn't mean anything. Air and plane does not mean anything.
To answer your question, Deck and Frost.
I mean, planes work without just FYI, planes work without being on a globe Earth. Like, it doesn't really matter if it's on a flat Earth, globe
I
Earth.
think they use lift.
Does
It says
gravity?
here on Google they use lift. That must be how they work.
Yeah, if you have, for example, air tunnels, if you like just put it through an air tunnel, it'll work as well.
Does gravity exist?
No, I'm
What's
asking only
gravity?
for the word. I know the answer how airplanes flying. Airplanes they taking from the ground. They go to a very fast speed and they go up and flying over the surface of the earth.
They
That's
generate
how
lift using like air and aerodynamics to push it itself up.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
How
But
does
they are flying through the air over the surface. We agree.
how does that generation occur without gravity? I'm just curious.
Ha 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 ha! This idiot.
Gravity.
I was just stringing two things that have nothing to do with each other. He's trying to string them together and ask a fucking stupid question. Ham, you're fucking retarded. You know that, right?
Gravity? What's that?
You're fucking beyond retarded,
there's a
bro.
good argument to be made here, but
Things go down. Sorry, Deacon Frost. I didn't hear you. You cut out. What did you say?
Oh, I said you're retarded.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
Why
Ham, when you say gravity, do you mean like a word on a piece of paper? What does that mean?
Ham, can I ask you a question, Ham?
I just asked him a question, bro. I just asked him a question.
Heaven Earth. When I say gravity, do you think I mean a word on a piece of paper? For example,
Yeah, you wrote. When you say gravity, do you mean the way? Do you mean the way a parrot says it? You know, when the parrot repeats a word and it says gravity. Is that what you're saying?
So, for example, if I asked you, do you think purple
But
invisible
what does
elephant?
gravity means? Come on, can you tell
I'm
me what
answering your
gravity means?
question. Yeah, I'm answering your
Oh,
question.
you're not.
No
You're
worries.
asking me a question.
No, I'm not. I'm not asking a question. Actually, I'm answering it. Do you want to continue preaching though? I can mute myself if you want to continue preaching. Do you want to continue?
What is the gravity that you're talking about?
Oh, no
I just
worries.
want to know.
I'll be right back. I'll be right back after you're done preaching. All right. Tell me when you're done.
Oh, go ahead.
Not preaching. He asked you a question, for crying out loud.
He's running away.
He's gone.
He does this all the time. That's what I'm
All
telling
right.
you.
I'm
This
back. It
guy's
sounds
fucking
like Heaven
retarded.
Earth is done, so I'm gonna answer his question. So for example, if I said, "Hey, do you think a purple elephant who's invisible?"
What happened?
Oh, no worries. Some people's hands slip, so they must have accidentally muted me. But to continue.
Nobody's muting you. You're not muted. You're just not talking.
Yeah, no, I've gotten muted twice now, but yeah, to answer your question, if I said there was a purple invisible elephant, right, and I've asked you if that existed, you obviously wouldn't ask me, do you mean the words purple invisible elephant? No, obviously I'm referring to, either the object or the concept. So I think like it's a pretty
Okay, this
bad
is
faith
stupidity. Do you
question.
have any
I'm
proof
just
of the good?
curious. I'm just curious,
Hey,
why are
this
you
is
asking
not
bad faith
important.
questions?
It's
Are you a
not
bad faith
important to the
interlocutor, Heaven Earther?
conversation. It's not
Is that
important for the
the definition of
conversation.
gravity? Is that what gravity means? What you just said? Is that what gravity means?
Oh,
When
sorry,
you talk about
my mic has been
gravity,
cutting out.
is that
Oh,
what it is?
my mic has been cutting out all day, so you must have missed the question, considering you dodged it. Are you a bad faith interlocutor, Heaven Earther?
So you just replied to my question, and you're saying purple elephants. Is that what gravity is? Purple elephants.
Okay, considering you missed the entire point, I'll just repeat myself.
Yeah,
So
but I don't want
earlier,
your
oh, go
point.
ahead.
I want when you say gravity, what is that?
Yeah, I'm responding. So if you want an answer, I think a really good way to get an
No
answer
purple
is to not cut me
elephants.
off.
No purple elephants.
Yeah, no worries, no purple elephants. If I asked you, hey, do you think yellow dragons exist? And the answer, and the question you asked me was, do you mean the words yellow dragon? It seems like that's a pretty bad faith question, right? Because that's clearly not what I'm referring to, and that's
Yeah,
what you asked
you're
earlier,
adding
right? Is what
you're
you said?
adding.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So your imagination is whatever you have in your imagination, and bad faith and yellow dragons. That what gravity is?
Could you do me a favor, Heaven Earth? What is the point I'm bringing to your attention? Could you
Your
answer that?
point is no point. That's your point.
Hmm.
Making no point.
Do you think it might be a failure on your part to have basic comprehension skills, or do you think I'm
Hey,
making no point at all?
Hey, whatever reply you want to put together about my question of what
Hmm.
do you mean by gravity? Whatever you want to
Oh, that wasn't
say,
the question.
that's your answer, because you want to grab that answer and drive it to wherever you want to drive it, because your
Mhm.
point is making no point.
So earlier
Right,
you asked. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. No worries.
Your point is making no point. Is that correct?
That is an incorrect assessment.
Okay, so what is gravity when you say that? What is it?
Oh, no worries. We can address that point after we address the first point and you concede, right? So the initial question you asked was
You
whether or
address
not I'm.
that
Oh, go
first
ahead.
question,
Go ahead.
that
No worries.
original
Go ahead.
question.
You can go ahead. No worries. Go ahead. No worries. Go ahead.
Yeah. So
No,
address
it's fine. Go
when,
ahead.
because you were talking about gravity. What is it?
Yeah. So my mic has been cutting out all day, so you might have missed what I said earlier.
Your
So
LARP
I'll
is
just
like
repeat
kind
it.
of like a
Um.
1 out of 10
No
LARP.
worries. Oh, sorry, my mic keeps on cutting out. Hold on, I'll leave because there should be no reason why you're cutting me off.
Yeah.
But my mic's
Leave.
so
Please
I'll
do.
leave and come back. 1 second.
Do it
Be right
now.
back.
Do it now.
My
He's
God.
LARPing.
All right, testing.
No, it
Okay.
doesn't work. Your mic doesn't work, Ham. Try it again.
You might want to buy one and come back tomorrow. Okay, buy a new mic.
Ham. I think you need a new mic. You need a new mic, Ham.
Yeah.
Just make sure you buy a good one, not a cheap one, Mike. Because
Oh,
you
testing one,
just
two,
want to
three.
make
Can you
sure.
hear me, Heaven Earther? Testing 1, 2,
No, we
3.
can't hear
No.
you. I cannot hear you, Ham. No, I
Oh
can't.
no worries. I'll.
No, I
Might need
can't
to
hear
buy a
you,
new
man.
microphone.
Yeah, he needs a new mic. I think he needs a new mic. Once he buys a new mic, he can come back and tell us what he meant before. Besides making no point at all.
Maybe because you asked what is gravity.
And he started talking about purple
Elephant.
invisible elephants
Yeah. Or dragons.
or yellow dragons.
Well, maybe you're rude because you're asking what is gravity.
I think I got his point. He's talking about fantasy, like movies in the TV. That's where he got the gravity idea from. And since he
Oh,
got it from imaginary land, he's talking about imaginary land,
no,
purple
I think that
dragons or
he
whatever.
has some fact in the head, and he thinks if he cannot have that basic understanding of science, of course that we cannot speak.
I think Ham will do really good on a like four
Oh,
wall
testing.
padded room.
All right, I got a new mic from my brother. I asked because he plays video games.
Tell your brother that he scammed you. He said it was a
Yeah.
scam.
It's a shit mic. You need another one.
It's a
Go
shit
buy it.
mic. You need a new one, Ham. You need a new mic.
Buy me all these stuff.
You gotta go buy like a $300 studio microphone.
Tell your brother to stop being cheap with you. You are his brother, bro.
Yeah.
Tell him to buy you a good mic.
If you start with
Trolling.
gravity ease, you will see that mic is better.
I joined on my phone. So testing one.
It might be your satellite connection, Ham. I think it might be your satellite connection. So try going outside of the whatever building, brick building you're in. Get closer to the window, and your satellite connection might get better, and we might be
Oh
able to
no,
hear you.
I don't think it is. I have a.
It's probably his satellite connection. Maybe the Earth is spinning, and the satellites are at the other side of the Earth, and that's why he's having issues.
If he is in northern hemisphere, for sure it's problems.
Maybe he's in Antarctica, and we don't have enough satellites pointing towards Antarctica.
Hey, how
Are
do
you in
planes
Antarctica,
work on
Ham?
a triangle, man? How do planes work on a triangle?
I just posted my internet.
He just posted his internet connection. No way. Let's check it out. Let's see how it is. Let's see it. Let's fucking analyze this shit.
Mike's still not working, man.
Oh, he's running a 2 gig down and up. Oh, look at this. Oh my god. It's sure as
Yeah,
hell
I think
not.
you're.
It's sure
I
as hell.
think your
That's definitely not satellite. That's not satellite. There at that point, it's fiber, my friend. Just like how every other fucking connection is pretty much in the world. Like
he's getting
95% of the world's
scammed.
connection is through fiber, right? So he just proved it. Hey, welcome to flat Earth, my guy.
You get a
There's
bad
no. There's
connection, Ham.
no. No, it's his Wi-Fi at this point because he's on his cell phone, right? It's his Wi-Fi.
Yeah, his Wi-Fi is shit.
Shit.
I mean, pig shit, because he's Ham, and pig shit.
It was big balls with that 2 gigabit connection. Ooh, big balls.
Look, Cole, you
The fuck
unmute
does he
me.
use it for?
Listen, I asked for my brother to give me her mic. So his brother is her. What? I don't fucking. I
Is
asked for
Brenda
my
your brother?
brother. Give me her mic.
It's one of those alphabet people.
Maybe Brenda is his brother.
Hey, don't speak that name, bro. That shit'll pop up out of nowhere.
Alright, sorry.
You speak of the devil and he appears. Shit. Don't ever mention that shit around. It's fucked up. That thing will just come in here so quick. Like saying Candyman 3 times, just fucking right behind you. Oh shit. Yeah, but how do airplanes work on a triangle? Ham. Like when they fly over the Bermuda Triangle, what's happening there? Oh, he's muted. Good for him. Keep him muted.
So promise you're gonna stop lying and larping and trolling, and you might be able to speak to people in the VC. Just promise you're gonna stop the larp.
What LARP?
You remember when you joined and you said, "I used to be a globetrotter, but now I converted to the flat Earth." Remember that larp? Are you gonna promise you're gonna stop larping?
Oh, I didn't say that. I said globetard and flat truther. You must have misheard. Again, my mic has been cutting out, so it's okay that you misheard.
So are you gonna promise you're gonna stop larping or not?
Oh, of course. I stopped being a globetard a while ago.
Okay. Why? Explain your position now. Why is it flat?
I'll explain after I'm done getting muted.
Nope.
In the middle of my sentences.
Nope. Why is it flat?
Yeah, I'll explain after.
No. You're gonna explain now. Why is it flat?
Testing 1, 2, 3. Test. Oh, my mic has been cutting out, so you might not be able. You might not be able to hear my entire explanation.
Not if you don't fucking give it straight away, no.
Oh, it's still cutting out, huh? Oh, dang. Sorry, guys. I'll
Yeah.
give the
How did you?
explanation
How
after
did,
I'm done cutting out. Sorry, my
okay, so
internet's been bad for a while. You know.
that's me muting you. Fucking idiot.
Oh,
So just answer the
oh.
question. Just
It's
answer the
you.
question. Just
Oh,
answer the
sorry,
question.
Jedi.
How did you become a flat earther? How did you do that?
Would you say Jedi? You cut out.
How did you become a flat earther? How did you become that?
Oh, are you ready to hear the explanation, or do you want to
I
cut
was ready
me
straight
again?
away. You said you weren't going to give it. You either give it or fuck off.
Oh, sorry, you must have misheard. Because you didn't answer the question. So I know you're a good faith interlocutor who doesn't dodge questions.
It's probably best you just
What a
fuck off.
twat. You guy's a twat. Crazy
This is
twat.
what the globe does to people? Turn them into like bots or something? Oh, what it is.
The
Good
raving
faith
lunatic bots?
interlocutor.
A
I know
good
you're a
faith
good faith
interlocutor.
interlocutor.
What
Yeah.
the
That's
hell
the
is
dumbest shit.
that,
Like,
bro?
these people learn some fucking shit in philosophy and then come try and fucking flex their philosophy courses in here. It's crazy. Yet they don't know fucking 2 plus 2, you know? Idiots.
Mark, when you say they are mental, are you projecting? Mark G?
The Mark G that keeps coming in here all the time, arguing the same
He's
points for fucking 5 years.
he's saying they are fucking with you, like he was talking to him, saying they are fucking with you if you are aware, being absolute despicable humans. Like Ham was being like such a great guy
Yeah, he was a
talking
good
to
faith
us like
interlocutor.
honestly.
Yeah. Ham is a good
Yeah.
faith interlocutor. You know how he's projecting? That's the type of projection, you know? We should call him a good faith interlocutor. I know you're going to be a good faith interlocutor, right, Ham?
What is mental? What does that mean, Mark? Mental? What does that mean?
Does that mean wussified?
Mental
Or
means
that's
that you
just
still
another
believe in a
level?
globe. Listen, mental means you still believe in a globe after 5 years of fucking talking in flat earth channels. That's mental, right? At least
Oh,
6
so
years.
Mark is projecting. He is mental then.
100%.
Mark, you are mental because you live in a cartoon, bro. You are mental.
It's like that. What's that? Who shot? What's her? Roger Rabbit. You guys seen that movie?
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
all these globers live with cartoons, man. That's their whole world, man. It's the Roger Rabbit world. I like that movie. That was a good movie, man. With the cartoons and shit. That was a classic movie, man. I saw that shit when I was young. I was like, no way, cartoons in real life? That was awesome. I guess these people didn't grow up. They still love their cartoons.
A cartoon author that likes hanging out with mental people. What does that make him? Mark believes he lives in a cartoon, and he's calling people that don't believe they live in a cartoon mental. What type
Why
of
so,
mental
what,
sickness is that?
why so big need for protect that cartoons? Because if cartoons are so obvious to be real, why so so much effort to protect that what is obvious.
Agent Smiths, man, remember the Matrix? These guys, they wanted to keep Neo in the Matrix, right? So they don't want more Neos coming out. So these are Agent Smiths doing overtime. They're clocking in like 80 hours a week for this shit.
Do you think that they have that flashlight? You know when you flashlight and then you forget everything.
Well, no, not Men in Black, man.
Okay.
I'm talking the Matrix, man. When
I
they
know.
fucking yeah. A good faith interlocutor.
To put battery back.
Yes.
Yeah.
To make sure that their society doesn't collapse, you know, that whole fiat shit that they have going. Right? So
Battery,
they need the dead souls just sitting there and doing dumb shit, eating McDonald's, watching TV, going to work for 9 to 5. Not thinking for themselves. That's the big one, right? They cannot have people thinking for themselves, so these fucking Agent Smiths. Overtime. They're putting in 80 hours of overtime every week, my guy. Crazy.
People cannot be smart, but they know who is stupid. They are not smart. They cannot be like, I'm not smart, but they know who is stupid.
Yeah.
Must be genius, man, because they are genius outside. Then they know better, and you don't know. But you know who are the stupid ones.
You know how they know they're geniuses? Because when the teacher told him something and he repeats it back to the teacher and the teacher pats him on the head saying, yes, you're a genius. Now, ever since then, they have this kind of pride thing going for them and they're all geniuses inside, you know? Because the teacher patted them on the head and said, yes, you repeated the same thing I did. You're a genius.
And who is making educational program? Teachers or government?
But we know the answer to that. I don't think they know it. Yes, you did a good job. Pat on the head. Keep repeating everything you told. Yes. You're a good faith interlocutor. What a fucking dumb thing. There's a lot of people in here. Everybody's so god awfully quiet.
Maybe they're watching their wallets.
Oh, I should be watching my wallet too. Holy fuck. You reminded me.
You don't have to.
I have to. Hold on. Bro, with the way it's skyrocketing, bro, look, if you press over the year, 716% gains on Solana, my guy. Jesus Christ. Thank God I bought actually. Like, see, I was thinking, man, because I lost a little bit on it the first time I started buying this shit. And then when everything tanked, I'm like, fuck it, you know? I'll take the risk and I'll just buy more at the lowest bottom price. And I bought a lot more than I had, right? Because it was bottom price. But now I'm like so happy that I did because it just fucking shot everything up. I'm like, oh, oh, fuck. Silverado 2500 HD. Or should I get a turbo diesel? Which one should I get? I think I should get a diesel because you can run diesels for like weeks and they're good, you know?
Diesels are pretty good.
Diesel engines, yeah? That's what I'm thinking. A diesel, Chevy diesel, fucking... Oh yeah, because I know like old cars, 30-year-old cars. If you take care of them and they're diesel, fuck, you can take them anywhere, man, all over the world, pretty much. Diesel engines are badass. I'll figure something out. Or an LS3 motor. I've heard good things about the LS3.
Just make sure you get the Duramax, dude.
Well, see, that's what I'm hearing. Duramax, man.
Fuck yeah.
Worst comes to worst, right? You can live in this fucking car, you know? Like, just drive up north while everybody's fucking killing each other in the big cities, you know? All these protests. You know, every major city, there's protests, right? Even in Toronto, they're all about the protests. Free Palestine, you know? And then fucking, they're going in front of Starbucks is, you fucking support genocide. Anybody in Starbucks drinking a coffee, these people run up to them, pointing to their face and screaming, they're supporting genocide. Holy fuck. Like, why don't you guys run up to the banks and say that shit? You know, why are you taking it out on the actual, like, people? They don't know. Most people are zombie sheep. They don't know what's going on, right? Fuck me, man. These fucking are like, what do you call it? They're paid actors, I swear to God. Most of these fucking people are Antifa paid actors just dressed up in another color.
Well, some of them are possessed by demons, so yeah, and parasites. So yeah, there's not much you can do.
Just don't go to a Starbucks or a Zara, because they'll run up to you and start screaming in your face you're a genocide supporter. Why like 8 years from fucking ago, fucking they were just blasting fucking Ukrainians and Russians for fucking 8 straight years and nobody said a goddamn word. That was real
But
genocide too. Like fucking millions of them are dead.
didn't they run from the Nazis because the Nazis wanted to kill some of or did, and they were I mean, like they're doing some of these people want to do the same thing that the Nazis were doing. Like, what does that make them?
Oh, it's a good question. Ask them. They should know.
And when you think about it, well, the history that I was told is that they were being bombed and killed and whatever, or
You know what is the problem?
and
Nobody's
now they
speaking about.
want to do that to other people. Like, I don't get it.
Nobody's speaking about peace. Anybody? Nobody's speaking like, okay, let's try. Oh, nobody. Like nobody.
What do
I
you mean?
mean, no,
Donald
nobody.
Trump is talking about peace. Donald Trump is.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah, they're gonna kill him though. That guy's gonna be one of those sacrificial lambs, and it's gonna start some crazy shit. He's not gonna die though, for real. He's just gonna be on an island somewhere chilling, you know.
He's
He's just
gonna
gonna
go
be
to
the
Antarctica to the
trigger.
VIP section that you cannot go to. You're not allowed to go there. So the VIPs go there, and you will never see them.
I don't know about
You
that,
can't go there.
but I don't know if these people like Jeffrey Epstein, you know, he's not dead, right? Like his corpse wasn't the same corpse, right? So he's living on an island somewhere.
Bro,
They
have you
just
ever heard of plastic surgery? And he had like, didn't he have like 5 different passports? So just get a different identity, get some
well,
surgery, and you can
buddy,
go anywhere.
that's how they always do it, man. You think these people like these are you could say shit like that about Kennedy, right? His family's still around, right? I mean, they're still in the politics, right? If they were that bad, they would all
Yeah.
be wiped. They're just sacrifices, man. They're like, what do you call it? But they're not really gonna die. They're just for the public to rile up the other side, you know? They killed
Yeah,
our
but
leader.
Kennedy was good because he said, we're going to the moon not because it's easy, but because it is hard.
Yeah, well, Trump's also doing the same space shit, you know what I mean? You should see how some of his speeches, and he still promotes space in the speeches. Space Force. See, I listen. I know if he gets in, economy's going to be great. That's the only reason that I would want him in, right? Because then more money for me, right? I don't want this communist bullshit. I'd rather have the fucking evil. What do you call them? evil capitalist and fucking evil communist, right?
Do you know that movie Wall, when they are fighting and then just that creatures attacking the wall? That does anybody watch that movie? Oh, about it's like a Chinese wall. That new movie, like 4 or 5 years, maybe more.
Attack on Titan? Are you talking about the big Titan? These big, large giants coming through the wall?
Yeah, and there is some like Japanese, Chinese, Asians fighting, and there is a guy from Europe there for the blah blah blah.
I don't know. I
But
don't watch shit like that.
yeah, some kind of monsters attacking that wall. That's the same scenario here. They are protecting us. That there are some shits behind Antarctica and that bullshit, and that they want to protect us with all this story, and that because of that we need to believe in space, and because if we find out the real truth, we will all be scared even more.
I know what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. It is very plausible what you're saying.
I think it's very awful to think like that. That
No, but I
somebody's
mean,
protecting me
they have.
without saying.
No, I'm not saying that they're protecting us from some. I'm just saying they're keeping information,
Of
right?
course.
And they're using the protection as like their reason to lie. Oh, we're just protecting you. That's why we're gonna lie to you about it. It's all for your own good. It's for the greater good that you don't know anything.
Yep.
Didn't they draw like sea monsters in the old maps? Like, oh, there's monsters on the sea, in the sea, so be careful. You don't want to go out there.
Yeah. That was the old stories. Yeah. I remember that. Big octopus. Big that octopus. How you call it? Yeah. Okay.
The Kraken.
Kraken,
We're
man.
protecting. We're
Release the
protecting you
Kraken.
from the thing.
Yeah.
We're
Fuck.
protecting you from those things
Not,
out there.
not,
So just work, pay your taxes, give me the gold, and I'm gonna build the ship and go out there and check it for you.
Yeah, and then come back with a story to tell you. Same thing with NASA. They're gonna go out there and tell us a fucking story. Yeah. Just give me
Make
your
sure
fucking money.
just make sure when you build in my house, make sure it's level and horizontal. Just make sure I'll be back in a few months.
And they're gonna take your house from you after though. It's a temporary house.
what do you mean level? What that mean even? I don't understand your accent.
Oh, it's perpendicular to the curve.
What the fuck that mean?
I know. You
It's a
ask them. I don't know.
it's a horizontal line that has a slope of non-zero.
How is that possible? You mean that horizontal is horizontal, flat?
All I'm saying is next year, like I said, is the year of the dragon. The numerology on it is number 8, and there's going to be big money involved in this. Just get ready for it, boys. Big ka-ching
But when you say
coming.
big money, you mean like big money out of going out of your pocket or in your pocket or in your wallet?
If you're smart, it's going in your wallet. If you're dumb, it's going out of your wallet. There's going to be there's always a transfer of wealth. That's what you got to understand, right? It's going from one pocket to another pocket.
Vlad, I
right?
can believe it because today my wife told me that she will be promoted.
No way. Nice. Good job.
It will be
More money
better.
for you. Ha.
I mean,
you let your wife work. You let your wife work, bring you the money.
I'm retired. I'm retired.
Yeah. I get you. I too want to retire at 40. That's the goal.
But I'm not retired from country. My wife sent me in retirement.
Your wife told you to not work?
Yep.
What, are you taking care of the kids at home or what?
Yeah, I have one kid, yeah.
Okay, good. That's good. As long as you're a stay-at-home dad, man, that's good.
Yeah.
Those happen. Those are good. Da-da-da, da-da-da.
You know how many dads travel for work and spend months at a year in a different country and don't see their children?
Yeah, fuck.
A
It's
Yeah.
the
lot.
it's
All,
the case
all
for soldiers as well. They go a long
truckers,
time
man.
without seeing their children.
The people who are working on the ships, you have so many other, yeah.
The guys that go get those king crabs that you eat at the supermarket, they gotta go fishing for a long time.
Yep.
Imagine your baby being born and you can't see him. That's yeah. Yeah. That is the state of the world. Some for some people.
I mean, if you have money, buy the time and don't look for more money. Buy more time.
Trade the money for time. So use your time to get the money and use the money to get the time.
Yeah. Don't, don't, you know, time. You will do something. Don't spend money on materialism. Go to find out what you will do with that time and use that money for the time. Also to use also some things, of course, you cannot be, but yeah. And then for me, you will be rich. Fuck, you're using your money and enjoying your life however you want. You're not taking care anymore. You're not thinking anymore. I want to have more and more and more. I have this big. I want bigger. This. I want this. No,
I have a big house, but I want a bigger house.
no, yeah,
I got a car, but I want a bigger car.
no. You have a house. They said this is my paradise. Fuck it, it's finished. And then you go. Then you take that time and do whatever you fucking want.
I have one house, but I want three houses.
Eh? And then you get power because people will say, look, he has a tree house. He is the guy.
But if you have 10 houses, which one is your home?
All of them.
Oh shit. Christmas time is coming. It's gonna be on a full moon. Usually it
Hey,
drops on the full moon, eh?
you got my address, so you know what I want for Christmas, Vlad.
I don't have your address.
What you mean, bro?
I don't have your address. What address?
The wallet address?
No, I don't have your wallet address.
I'll send it to you so you can send me my Christmas gift.
What about you send me a Christmas gift in my wallet? How about I send you my wallet
I
address?
already did that like 3 years ago.
That's 3 years ago. And what did you send me? Like fucking 2 Ripple?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we won a game of Warzone, right? I remember that.
I'll send you the receipt. I got it right
You know what? How about you send me more Ripple, man? That'd be sick.
here. Where is it? Somewhere here. It's in, bro. You still have the same account because a lot of people have changed accounts.
I don't like to change accounts. I like to stay on. I have an email from fucking when I was 16 years old. I still use it. It ends with msn.com. Hell yeah.
There you go, bro.
What did you send me? Oh, you sent me a receipt. Oh, thank you, thank you.
I think that's not a good address anymore, so I'll send you the new one.
What, you want me to send you, Ripple?
I'll send you my Solana address.
Yeah, cool. Tomorrow I'm gonna send you a whole bunch of money tomorrow. Just keep waiting. Keep waiting.
Just messing with you, bro.
I know. If anything, you should be sending me money for putting you on, man.
Bro, come on, bro. Don't stop playing games. You reminded me. You didn't
That
put me
is
on.
such
You
a
spoke about
reminding is almost the same thing, man. Reminding is almost the same thing because it's all about timing, right?
it. It is about timing, yes.
Right. So when I reminded you, it was the time to do it. So I put you on, yes.
My brother did, but you did. I got lazy about it, and I was like in a good time to be reminded. So you reminded me. It
Right? And I
was a
kept
good time to
talking
be
about it. I
reminded.
kept talking about it. Nobody listens to me, right? Except maybe you. And now since you listen to me, now you made a lot of money on it. So it's time to pay back the there's supposed to be a little bit of reciprocity here, you know what I mean? 2 Ripple's all right, 2 XRP's all right, but that's because we won a game of Warzone, you know. Don't worry, hey,
I
listen.
remember
When
that.
you become filthy rich, that's when you should be like, what, Vlad, here's a couple bucks. I'll be like, yeah, hey, Jamsy, thank you.
It's like a Patreon, you know. It's entertainment.
Well, yeah, I know. Okay, I think I'm gonna gamble this one. Fucking A, man. I'm so. Do I use six? Six gem cutters. Yeah, I'll use 6 gem cutters. And then orbit. And then I got. Oh, man. I got bricked again. Fuck. Oh, so bad. Man. This sucks, bro.
Wow.
Sucks.
The Globies are gone. They don't want to talk to Vlad anymore.
I scared him off. Hey, Globers. When I start saying, hey, Globers, they start appearing out of nowhere. Hey, Globers.
Watch the Globers.
Or there's tech skanking. Is there tech skanks in there? No tech skanks.
I've been listening to some people saying that they're how do you say, saying that the inflation for the dollar might get worse when a lot of these dollars flow back into the U.S. or something, and they're
Well,
saying
fuck
trade
yeah.
trade your dollars for, like gold, silver, and other assets.
Exactly what you're doing. You're hedging against the inflation that's coming. It's going to be huge. We're talking. There's a collapse of the dollar that's going to be so. It's never been like this before. It's so shit right now for the U.S. dollar. It's crazy.
But some people argue that if the dollar collapse, that's a collapse for almost all economies, because a lot, the economies kind of like use the dollar to trade internationally. So can it be done without, can the disease be dealt with without killing the patient? I think it can, right? Like with technology, I think blockchain will be, or not blockchain, like distributed ledger technology and other kind of like, blockchain
Okay, so
included.
this is what happened recently. Listen, this is what
It will
happened
be like the
recently.
fix of the problem.
Hold on. This is what happened recently. Saudi Arabia stopped using the petrodollar, right? So when you're saying there's petrodollar trading, yeah, there's half the world, the western side of the world is using the petrodollar as trade, but now the BRICS system is becoming much stronger, and they're using the Chinese yuan and the Russian ruble to trade, right? They're using gold to trade, and they're using crypto to trade. Bitcoin's a big thing on that side, right? So when the US dollar collapses, the other side of the world doesn't even give a fuck because they're trying to collapse it themselves. It's going to be shit in America. It's going to be shit in Canada. It's going to be shit in any fucking Western country that had the petrodollar as a backing. But if you're hedging against that backing, you're fine. Example, you're buying gold, you're buying tangible assets, you're buying physical goods, right, that you can resell, or you're investing into crypto. There's multiple ways out of the situation if you're smart, right? You don't want to get stuck with like a lot of people, like people that are on welfare and shit. They're fucked because what that welfare paycheck's gonna be worth nothing anymore. It's gonna be worse than the greatest depression in the world. It's gonna be worse than that. Straight up.
But it's not like, it's not like the grocery store is not gonna have food, right? Like you're talking like Venezuela or Cuba. That's gonna happen to the U.S. I don't know. I don't know if I can see that.
Oh, it's gonna be. I see like Venezuela, yes, but that's what I'm saying. The grocery prices already in Canada doubled, tripled almost. Do you understand what I'm saying? The last year, eggs fucking doubled, milk doubled, meat tripled pretty much. It's fucking insane right now. People's
But
grocery bills are up to $600 a week.
people still go to the store and buy this stuff, bro, because they got more
Well,
dollars, right?
yeah, food's gonna be there, right? It's just the prices of it's all gonna be the shit to the point where, okay, at one point, it's gonna be $100 per a carton of eggs. You know what I mean? You know how Venezuela, well, that's what happened in Venezuela, right? They're burning the fucking money because it's worth more to heat up the fucking thing with fire than the actual paper itself. It's fiat. It's fiat. Fiat means fake, right? It's all credit fucking fiat system. It's bullshit. No bueno, no bueno, my friend. I know you live in America. I know. I live in Canada too, so we're all gonna feel it. Well, in Canada, we're feeling it really badly. Bro, my groceries are out of. Thank God I work in a restaurant, right? Because my food is pretty much free. When I'm working, I eat like the whole day for free, right? But when I go grocery shopping, I'm like, holy fuck! What I used to buy for $100 last year, it's not the same as this year. And it took only 1 year for this shit to happen. I pay attention to the prices, man. Fucking crazy expensive.
What do you feed your dog?
Oh, right now she's eating I bought her chicken hearts, chicken gizzards, and right now with a beef bone. She's like gnawing on this beef bone.
That's so cute.
Yeah, I feed her better than I feed myself, so well, almost the same. Because I eat the beef. I don't eat the chicken. I leave the chicken for the dog. Not really a chicken eater.
You feed her like raw stuff?
Yeah, raw chicken, raw
Raw
fucking beef.
chicken, bro? That's not good, man. Raw beef, sure, but raw chicken?
Yeah. How do you know that? It's a dog, bro. They eat raw chicken all day. My dog is Bella, iди сюда. Bella, иди ко мне. I'll show you guys. You're gonna tell me it's fucking unhealthy? Let me show you my dog right now. She's 6 years old. Белакин, Смелакин, иди сюда. Иди ко мне. Иди сюда, иди сюда. Иди сюда, моя. Ой, какой собакин. Какой собакин,
She
собакин.
speaks Russian? Or is
Yeah,
the
man.
chicken?
I give her she speaks the Russian here. Predominantly it's a raw chicken diet. Here's my camera.
What about liver? You give her liver and stuff? Like raw liver?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good, that's good.
Wait, is my camera not working? Hold on, I have to turn off the I have to turn off my OBS for a second.
Not liking
Right there.
raw
Right
chicken
there.
is
You guys
one
see my
thing, but
dog? Hey, who's my dog? You guys see my dog?
someone's really scared
You
of
guys,
raw chicken.
you guys see my doggy? You guys see this baby? Who's this dog? Who's this dog? Whoa, 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 whoa. She is
Oh,
about to be 6
there's
years
no
old.
video, but
You don't see the video? Oh, the fuck on. I'll be right back.
now I see you, but not the
Oh,
dog.
okay. Well, fuck.
Yeah,
Here
it's
she is.
on.
Again, nom, 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 nom. Who's this dog? Hey, give him the microwave. Here's the microwave. Give him the
Wait,
microwave.
if you feed her chicken, why does she look like a hot dog?
Well, because she's a hot dog. She's such a hot dog. You see that? She's a fucking the best looking hot dog in the world. Who's this dog? Who's this dog? She doesn't know what I'm fucking doing. She's like, what's this guy doing? Nom, 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 nom. See? And that's what raw chicken does to a dog.
She's happy and healthy. That's good.
Exactly, man. You guys understand that whatever they teach you on fucking TV is a lie.
If that'll do that to a dog, imagine what it could do to a person.
Well, you gotta eat the raw beef, man. You know, raw beef is all right as long as there's no worms in it. You gotta get rid of the worms before you eat the fucking meats. You know, and all has parasites and shit. How do you do it? Well, you cure the meat, you salt the meat, you fucking you put vinegar on the meat. You know, vinegar kills bacteria and shit. Or you go really you cut off the exposed parts to the oxygen and you just eat the inside of the meat. You know, there's different ways, but you got to understand how that the meat gets bad. You know, for human
But
consumption.
remember, there is like the people that they deal with meat, the ones that raise the cows and the bison. Um, that those animals, if they're sick with parasites, they'll know they're sick with parasites, and they give them antiparasitics. At the moment that they kill them, like to think that there is parasites in the pieces of meat that they're cutting, I mean, that's gotta be some bad processing, and like I don't know, like that meat should be free of these parasitic organisms. I mean, the bad ones, because you're gonna get bacteria almost anywhere, anywhere you put
Well,
anything.
yeah. Well, I mean, people were eating raw meat for the longest time. They cure their meats, right? And they just let it air dry. Especially in like the northern countries, you need to fucking have that meat for winter, right? So how do you store it? They didn't have fridges back then or freezers. So they used to salt it and cure it, and it's still raw.
Yeah, unless you're eating bear meat.
Bear meat's very bad for you. Don't ever eat bear meat. That has parasites in it for sure. No, bears have wacky parasites that kill you. Like even if you
People have
touch the fur.
people. Most people have parasites that are killing a lot of people.
Oh yeah, I guess unless you take a little bit of ivermectin.
Nah, I don't know about that, but anyways, let's not recommend any of them.
Well, yeah, let's not talk about medicines, right? That nobody knows about.
I mean, there's parasites in reality, everybody knows, but what to do about them is the tricky part.
Well, I mean, when you're putting a certain medication in your body, right? It's chemically changing what's in your body to eliminate those things. So it gives like your body becomes a hostile environment, right? So is it good for your body or your liver? Probably not for the moment, especially, but your body can recover. You know, as long as the parasites are dead, that's the whole point.
Yeah.
Is it against TOS to say you shouldn't be scared of undercooked chicken?
I'm not talking about anything. I didn't say anything. What are you talking about? I'm not giving out medical advice.
No,
No,
he's
I
asking.
asked the
No, he's
question: is
asking.
it
He's saying
again
that.
if I say, hey, don't be scared of undercooked chicken, like drink a raw egg, like is that against TOS?
I
That's not
wouldn't
health advice.
I
recommend
It's
was.
you
just
I
tell
saying
think.
like
anybody
I don't
anything.
think you should be scared of it.
No, I'm saying like I think it's the way it's worded, right? If I tell someone in here, hey, you should be eating raw meat and raw chicken and raw eggs. You should be doing that, right? I'm not telling
I would
anybody to do it,
never tell
but
anybody to eat raw chicken.
exactly. But if I say, hey, I eat raw eggs every day, that there shouldn't be anything wrong with that. I'm saying I eat raw eggs every day, or I eat raw meat every other day. There shouldn't be any TOS with
I
that.
feed my dog raw meat every day. I feed my dog raw chicken every day, but I would never eat the raw chicken myself. I would eat a raw egg because raw eggs are not bad for you. Raw eggs are fine.
Yeah, I do eat raw eggs often.
They're not bad. They're good.
Not every day, but I do it often.
It's good for you, like eggs every day, but make sure you gotta eat the egg yolk and the white because if you only eat the egg white, it's no bueno. A
Oh
lot of
yeah,
people
the
say,
whole thing. Yeah,
yeah, you gotta do the
you
whole
can you
fucking
can
thing.
actually eat you can even actually eat the shell as
The
well.
shell, yeah, the shell's all right too.
But I barely ever eat the shell. I ate some of it, but not. I never swallow a whole egg like that.
It's not pleasant to eat raw eggshells. Eggshells,
No,
period, are not that great. Especially when you peel an egg and you have some of those little eggshells in the egg and you just miss them and you eat them and then you're biting and it's all crunchy in your teeth. It's just I hate that feeling. Yeah.
raw eggs are pretty good actually. I mean, if you grab like 6 dog eggs, like they're huge, or maybe 12 chicken eggs, and you eat that like after a fast, like let's say after 8 hours or 12 hours of not eating, you'll be satiated, and you'll feel like you had a whole meal.
Oh, I know. Eggs fill you up fast. I know. I've done the egg thing. I try to eat eggs every day, like at least 9 of them a day. It's just so hard to eat 9 eggs a day. Yeah.
I've done like 6 to 8, and it's like I had a whole meal, and I could do that like let's say 8 a.m. or 9 a.m., and I could be like till the dawn without eating anything else. I mean till the evening. It's all right. It's not the best meal, obviously, but it's all right. The
What I should be
pumping
doing? I
so
should be
hard.
doing molten shell. Fuck. Yeah, I should
What
be
are you
more
playing?
recall molten shell. Path of Exile,
Mm.
like always. Well, I mean, like always. I need molten shell on. I don't need cast when damage taken anymore. I put on the dread banner here.
Any Glovers got any questions for Vlad? Juice World. Juice World. Can you tell Vlad why he's wrong by not believing in the globe? Can you tell him? Come on, Juice World. Oh, he's playing Destiny 2.
That's a garbage game.
Oh, come on.
No, I
You
have
gonna
it.
let him play?
They give that shit out for free now. It's like, no, thank you. I don't even want to play it. Thank you very much. I don't want Destiny 2.
But you play Warzone and that's free.
Yeah, Warzone's a wicked game compared to Destiny. Destiny's a shit shooter compared to Warzone. Warzone's amazing. Oh, busy playing Path of Exile right now, though. So
Bro, I want to say shout out to Globus. He's our friend from Australia. He's saying, I eat raw chicken several times, don't buy into the fear. He's a cool guy. And then the
I
politics
know.
bot posted, look, the politics bot posted, the capital had more sex scandals drugged up. I mean, that has to be like an admin posting that
No,
in the
drudged
whole
up.
sub.
Yeah. This is the politics, people, man. It's a politics server. You're gonna have all the sex scandals from the, the Biden administration had more fucking bullshit. The cocaine in the White House, fucking Hunter Biden's fucking pedophilia, Joe Biden's pedophilia, fucking the most recent one is the sodomy in the Senate, in the congressional whatever, the one of the congressional staffers. It was just fucking nuts. That's God bless
Insurrection.
America. God bless America. They're literally fucking up the country, bro.
A second gay congressional staffer was filmed having sex in a Capitol. I mean, I'll click on it. Okay. So, a second
It's just
congressional
another
staffer was
sex tape
filmed
that
having
they had
sex
already had.
in a Capitol
Ridiculous.
building. I mean, everybody knows these people are corrupted as fuck, but now, oh my goodness. They're talking about these sexual scandals in the Capitol. Like, it's like they're playing, look at this hand, while the other hand is stealing
Yeah.
everything.
In a fucking passive building. Copy.
Wow. And it was, oh man, that one they're saying that one was doing his thing alone, and then the other video was two men doing their thing. Okay. Then in the news, so important. Globies, Vlad is here. He'll talk to you about the globe. Where are you at?
Yeah, they're afraid of me, man.
You're scaring the globers away, bro.
Good. Grace. Life tap supports any non-blessings coming. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. And what else in this dash? Move and show bombs. Nothing. Don't want to talk to Vlad. He's gonna crush your globe. Crush it so bad. They call me the Globe Crusher from Russia.
What
Hell
is
yeah.
the equivalent to Walmart or Target in Canada?
Walmart and a Target.
So when you go to Walmart and Target, you crush the globes over there?
I don't go to Walmart's. I go to either go to a butcher for my meat, or I go to Costco when I need to buy a lot of shit. Well, I don't go to Costco. I get it delivered from Costco. And or I just go to the grocery store next to my house.
Okay.
That's like one of the cheaper grocery stores. Yeah. Still expensive as fuck, bro. Oh my god, the prices. I'm walking around. I'm like, holy fuck, the prices just for a bag of apples, $5. What the fuck? That shit used to be like $2, man. You know, everything doubled in price. Everything, literally everything.
No, I don't think so, because the government said inflation is like 6% only or 5%. So,
The government also told us the Earth was a ball, right?
huh? Good
And
point.
here we are. And here we are. They said there's nothing to worry about. Your money is safe. Just keep investing into us. Give us all your dollars.
Yeah, give us your
Right?
money. We're gonna give you your money in 66 years. Just give it to me.
Yeah.
66 years, you'll get it.
Keep fucking the retirement pension plan. Yeah, the government's gonna take care of your retirement. Just give us the money. Yeah. And then we're not gonna give you your money back unless you go get injected. Yeah, you know.
Bro, the only
Fucking
people that I hear saying
cocksuckers.
that, like if that is not the government, is the scammers. They say, "Hey, just give us $10,000 and we're gonna invest it in real estate or whatever for you, and you're gonna get like a check every month." And it's just
Yeah.
scammers doing that.
Well, yeah, man.
And the government is doing the same thing, and they're legit because it's the government.
Yeah, but they're allowed to sodomize each other in the Senate, right?
The flat earthers are socialists, so that's why we should be against.
What was that?
Flat
I
Earth
think
is
your satellite connection is cutting. Are you
flat Earth
connected to
is
the
a
satellite?
socialist concept. Flat Earth is a socialist concept. Only socialists
What is
believe
that?
it.
What is a socialist concept? What is that?
He thinks we're
It's
communists, this guy. Buddy,
yeah,
globe
you're a
birth is a
commie.
communist concept.
It's
Globe
not a
birth is
communist concept.
communism's.
Hey,
Yes, it is.
no, conspiracy
Yes, it
territory is
is.
not right wing. You fucking
See,
idiot.
there you go. See, there
Oh
you
my.
go. There you go. You're gonna start labeling things because you think labels are labels.
He dropped out. I wanted
Good.
for him to explain a socialist concept.
Well,
He was kind of
communists,
like,
man.
uh,
Well,
but
I
you said
fucking
that, and
I laid it on him, right? What the reality was, he couldn't handle it. He tripped out right away. You see that? Fucking communists. Call them out for what they are, and they run away.
Yeah, that was
Can't
some
handle the
pathetic
truth.
commie behavior.
Fucking communists, bro. Hey, James, I hope you're not a communist, are you?
communist, communist. What's that?
Good. Keep it that way. Communists take your money from all the work you do, and then they lie to you about what they're going to do with it. For example, NASA. They promise to do something, right, with your money, and then give you some next shit and excuses. Oh, we couldn't do it because. Oh, where'd the money go? Oh, we don't know. We don't know. So,
Inflation.
inflation, exactly. Meanwhile, they have like fucking multi-million-dollar mansions on the beachfront, right? Due to climate change, you know. Al Gore fucking running around preaching, oh, the water levels are gonna rise. The water levels are gonna rise, right? And then
The,
what happens? What happens? He goes and buys beachfront property. You know what
what
I mean?
happens?
Beachfront property he buys, bro. Where's the fucking climate change? Where's the water rising?
Well, we all
No,
know that politicians know what to do with your money better than yourself. We know that.
yeah, for sure. We all know that.
So give them your money.
Fucking right
That's the
away.
only way.
I'll give him my money right away. They deserve my money. Fucking assholes, bro.
You said inflation like a
Oh.
hidden tax because they say, oh, the taxes are this percentage, whatever, and like taxes are pretty high in the U.S. I will say, but
Not as high as in Canada. Bro,
yeah,
get
but there's
15%,
taxes like
listen,
everywhere, bro.
15% minimum off your paycheck, right? Depending, and I'm talking minimum wage, right? So 15% off the paycheck right away. And then every time you go into a grocery store, there's a price, right? But when you try and check it out, there's another tax on it. Another 15% tax, right? So you're literally paying like 30% every time you do anything. It's just crazy. Shit's crazy.
And some people are tax exempt. They go to the stores and they just say or something. They get like a card and a number, and they are tax exempt.
Yeah, the natives. What the fuck?
I'll be back later, Vlad. Good talking to
Yeah.
you, man.
All right. What the fuck? Oh shit. Anyway. Yeah. Do I have to get this shit going or what? Globers! Where you at? globers are gone. Hey, Carpy Cat, you're a glober. Are you here to listen again, or you want to join the conversation? Oh, there you go. He's gone. Globers, come out to play. Fun, that's beautiful. It actually activates life tap. No way. Who wants to tell me a story if there's no globers in here? Anybody got some good news, bad news, okay news? Lay it on me. Feels like everybody's asleep. All right, okay, cool, no problem. What the fuck? You gonna open this or what? Somebody talking? A very, very long moment of silence for the globe. Very, very, very long moment. Dearly beloved, we are here gathered to, I don't even know what to say the next, but dearly beloved, we're here gathered to celebrate the passing of the globe. Yeah. Now let's have a moment of a long, very long moment of silence for the globe, everybody.
I still find it amazing you guys convince yourselves that you make a difference.
Make a difference for what?
I don't know, anything.
Difference? I'm not here to make no goddamn difference, bruh. What's wrong with you? I'm here to fucking destroy you, Scott Mackey. I'm here to
Have a
enjoy
good long
myself,
silence.
Well,
have
when does
some
that
fun.
start?
I've destroyed you a million times, Mackie. To the point where you left the channel multiple times, Mackie. So don't start with me, Mackie.
It's because you're boring.
Drugs are bad, okay, Mackie? Drugs are bad.
It's because you're boring and you drone on endlessly and you say
Okay,
nothing.
I'm boring. That's why you keep coming back to this channel, Mackie. If we were so fucking boring, Mackie, okay, you should fucking leave
Mackie,
now.
what kind of difference do you
Just
think you're
you.
making?
Just you. Not everybody else is. Just you.
Okay, they're Mackie, okay. No, you gotta feel your butt hurt feelings, man. That's all it is, man. Okay, Mackie, okay. Drugs are bad,
That's what
okay.
I'm talking about. This is the boring shit.
Okay, Mackie, okay. You haven't proven shit. You've been doing this for such a long time. That's why you keep coming back, okay. Mackie, okay.
Oh my god.
Okay, I'm good, okay. This is what Globers do. They come in here and try to fucking instigate some shit, say some stupid shit, and then get fucking destroyed. Destroyed. Okay, Mac, okay. And then you say, no, I didn't get destroyed. Yeah, okay, buddy. Everybody else sees you're destroyed, you know? You can think whatever you want, but everybody knows.
You mean the rest of flat earthers?
The rest of flat. No, the Globers.
Yeah, I
the
can live
Globers
with
don't
that.
even like
Mackie,
Globers. The fuck are you
how
talking
many
about?
I
times
can live
can
with
you
that
say
for
gravity?
sure.
Globers don't
Every
even like
time it's
Globers.
saying it.
To write me the scripts and then consultants to look at the scripts and look at the finished animations and make sure it's all good, right? I'm not professing to be an expert, honestly, in any academic field, not even chemistry, but I understand it very well. And then the stuff that I don't understand, I have people who do understand it explaining it to me.
Drugs are bad, okay?
Say it again.
Oh my god, you're tired.
Drugs are bad, okay, Mackie, okay.
I just offered that for you because I know it makes you feel better.
Mr. Mackey, you know, drugs are bad, okay? Did you see the one where Mackey smoked a marijuana joint, Mackey?
He must have been out of his mind.
Or you didn't see the one where Mackey smoked a marijuana joint? Mackey? Hey, Mackey, I'm talking to you, okay? You say you played 3 hours of basketball every day to the point where you fucked up your legs, eh? Did you smoke marijuana throughout the time you were playing ball, Mackey? No, real ballers smoke weed, you know that, eh? Okay.
Well, I know that's rough. So sorry about your failed career in b-ball, Mackay. Hopefully this makes a difference. You're trying to make all the difference, right, Scott McKay? Mr. Mackey?
Yeah, Scott thinks we're trying to make a difference here. That's crazy.
Scott, you're making such a difference. Good for you, buddy. Too bad about your leg. Sorry. But hey, you're making a difference here. Thank you.
You know, when they say, when they arrest you, the cops, you know, they tell you you have the right to remain silent, or whatever you say can and will be held against you in a court of law, Mackie. So this is what Globers do. They just can't seem to shut the fuck up, right? And people like me, we remember what you say, right? And then we use it against you. Just so you know. Because you guys are goldfish. You guys don't remember shit. I've said so much shit about me, you guys still don't remember anything. It's fucking nuts. Goldfish memory. Unfucking believable. Okay.
Yes.
And that's why they come back in this channel and start fucking talking about the same goddamn thing. Okay, Mac and K.
Did he talk about the curve hump drop yet? That's
Well,
always fun when they
they
talk
talk
about
about it
that.
having a curve, but they've never actually shown it, you know. It's weird. They keep talking about something that doesn't exist.
It's his hopes
And then
and
they try to
dreams.
convince us, oh, it's
See,
there, it's there.
Didn't you see
Right,
Joe
Mac, it's
Rogan?
there.
Joe Rogan reposted it saying that they're talking to whales, so that it looks as a good outlook for our ability to talk to aliens in the future one day.
Yeah, Joe Rogan's a show. Fuck Joe Rogan.
I'm pretty sure there was flat earthers that
Yeah, but
proved
what
that
about the people
the
talking
Earth
to
was round
the whale?
accidentally.
Flat earthers. Pretty sure you what, flat earthers? Say that again. You're pretty sure what, flat earthers?
Flat earthers. There were some flat earthers that did an experiment, and then they proved that the Earth was round from their experiment. Accidentally.
Fucking another one of these. Okay there, bud. I'm pretty sure flat earthers proved it was round. Okay, show me
That's
what they
wild.
did.
Tell me
Show me what they
about
did.
that. That
Are you
sounds
talking about the
wild.
flashlight? Yeah,
You
okay
telling
there, bud.
flat earthers are proving the globe Earth?
Yeah, I
That's
think
a
it was
wild claim.
It was a
Yeah,
flashlight.
flashlight. Cool
Oh wow,
story. That's a
flashlight.
fucking
Tell me
hit piece
more.
on National Geographic that it was edited to shit. One. Number two, you like always, you're gonna believe CGI
Hey,
fake
no,
shit,
don't
right?
give it to him.
Which
Don't
is
give it to him.
crazy.
No,
Number three,
make him
shut
tell
up,
you. Make
fucking
him tell
wave
you.
guy.
Don't
Hey,
give it
shut
to him.
up into the break. I'm not talking to you. Listen. Number three, how about you go look at the real fucking laser test that was done by real fucking engineers that proved it was flat? It's called the FE Core Experiment. You want me to give you the real fucking video?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, okay. It's gonna be linked in a fucking second. God damn it. These people always bring up some fucking dumb shit from God knows when. That fucking is a hit
Wait,
piece.
so
Clearly, it's a fucking hit piece. Hold on, I'm giving you the laser test right now. You better fucking watch it. It's an hour long and how they did everything. It's called the FE Core. These guys, engineers, they bought a $30,000 laser. They brought it on a lake and they fucking proved it was flat. Here you go. No fucking
what
dumb
happened?
90 fucking like $9 flashlight. Here's a $30,000 laser. Here, go watch that shit. Come back when you finish watching it. Don't start talking until you're done.
So what happened to that flashlight experiment?
Doesn't matter what happened to that flashlight. It's fucking idiots doing the wrong fucking thing, not knowing what they're doing. Amateurs, they're fucking amateurs, pure fucking amateurs. Here, I gave you a post of fucking pure engineers. And okay, fuck you then. Here's another one. Here's another one for you.
You're saying there was
Here's another here was another one for you. Here's another one. This is what I did, right? So I live on the Great Lakes, right? The Great Lakes. No, that's the video you can watch right now. But here, another one for you. More proof for you here. Stupid motherfuckers. So I live on the Great Lakes, right? I love when they come in here with this fucking.
What happened?
Nothing fucking happened. Nothing fucking happened. It's called perspective. They fucking don't understand what that is. Now here's fucking what optics do.
I don't understand.
Yeah, exactly. You don't understand. Cool story. So I live on the Great Lakes. Listen to me carefully. Yeah, I don't care what they did. I was not there. I'm not going to explain to you when I wasn't there. But here's what I did. And I have a longer distance observation, better than their fucking shit. So I live on the Great Lakes. Do you know what the Great Lakes are?
I mean, I thought you had an explanation for that. But
I give you an explanation right now. You see my photo that I just posted? Asshole.
Going to be argumentative.
Asshole, I gave you, listen, asshole, I gave you fucking two things now. One, I gave you a real fucking laser test, right? Number two, what I did. The second photo, I live on the Great Lakes, and listen to me very fucking carefully. I'm not going to be talking about some shit that I don't know nothing about, some cocksuckers that don't know what the fuck they're doing, okay? I'm going to tell you what I did, right? So I live on the Great Lakes. Do you know how big these Great Lakes are? Do you know the distance of these? Do you know how long these Great Lakes are?
I don't know.
30 miles across. See this Great Lake? Whether it's this photo, I'm taking this photo, right, of the Great Lakes. That's 30 miles across. If the radius of the ball was 4,000 miles, right, the curvature rate would be about 8 inches per mile squared, right? So that's 30 miles. So punch it into the formula. There should be 600 feet of drop. That city across from that lake, that's 30 miles across. That city is St. Catharines. St. Catharines does not have any fucking tall buildings. All they have is like that most like 3-story houses, right? They're not fucking 600 feet high. But guess what I see across this fucking lake? All their fucking lights. Welcome to flat Earth. It's all flat. And not only that, it's horizontal. You see that line across? It's a horizontal fucking line. Your whole horizon is flat. Thank you very much. If you think there was a curve within that shot that they did with that fucking light that was 10 kilometers or whatever, that fucking short distance, if you think there was a curve over that, you're fucking stupid because your peripherals would be bending at the same rate because you're living on a fucking ball, not a cylinder. You dumb motherfucker. Now, I gave you the video, and I gave you another fucking explanation. Now, you can go fucking listen to your CGI, NASA CGI fucking, or fucking National Geographic CGI, and go fuck yourself. I gave you the real shit, though. Don't tell me I didn't. I don't need to explain nothing about some other motherfucker that don't know what the fuck they're doing. So what did they ain't do? Fucking idiot. Jesus fucking Christ. Welcome to Flat Earth, buddy.
Why are you so angry?
Because you guys are fucking stupid.
So? How's it hurt you?
So, buddy, you coming in here lying, right? You coming in here trying to fucking spew venom into this bitch, right? So I don't like liars. When a man lies to my face, it's anger that comes out. So don't be a bitch. McKay, stop fucking lying. You lying sack of shit.
I see.
So you're deceptive. You're using deception, right? McKay, you're using rhetoric. You're using rhetoric and deception. And you're trying to fucking, you're trying to put fucking, what do you call it? When I'm riding my bicycle, you're trying to put a stick in the spokes, trying to fucking trip me up, and that's not. I don't like that shit.
Wow.
See,
Yeah,
that's what you fuckers. This is what you fuckers do. But this is what you fuckers do. All you globers are like that, the same way. You guys know it's flat. You're just trying to come in here and fucking spew some venom. So I have to fucking shut it down. That's how I do it.
And what would happen to you if we tripped you up?
know about the experiment.
You never will. Welcome
Yeah,
to
but
Flat
what
Earth,
would
buddy.
happen if you did?
Never will.
You think your life would be better or worse?
Oh, good luck. You're never gonna nothing you will say to me,
He
Mackie,
was
that
already
will ever
tripped up,
convince me
buddy.
of anything, Mackie. You're
I know
retarded.
that.
Well,
I
there
just
you go.
wondering if you
So
think
why are
your
you
life would be
talking?
better or worse.
So why are you talking?
Try and
He
talk. I don't
says it
know.
is
Well,
better now.
listen.
He
Do you
was
think your
tripped up.
life is
Now
better
he is
living
not
on a
tripped
ball,
up.
Mackie? Do you think your life is better on a ball?
Yes, of course.
Okay, good. Now go fuck off and live on your ball. Why are you in here?
I already told you guys why I come here.
No, yeah, because to be a fucking, what do you call it, snake. I know.
A
You told
snake.
us multiple times. A fucking snake. That's what serpents do. They lie to people. A
Let us
fucking
tell us the
snake.
snake lies right now. Why are you here, Mackie? Are you trying to make a difference?
I'm trying to
Yeah,
understand
Mackie.
you.
There's no need to understand us, buddy. There's
Yeah.
multiple reasons we fucking told you what it is. There's
I'm
no
very
need
curious.
to understand. You're
Mackie, I
fucking
can read
stupid.
you like a book.
I'm sure you
Yeah.
think you can.
Oh, I can.
Okay, so
Everybody
what am
can.
I? What am
You're
I
fucking
then?
twat. I told
You
you
read
this
me
a
like a
million
book.
times. You're a
How
twat.
Are you
does my
making
book
a
read?
difference, buddy? Are you making
You're
all
an
the difference?
unhappy twat. You're a very unhappy twat. You're trying to find the answer or trying to
I'm not
get
the one
fucking.
yelling at
Like, yeah,
everybody,
you're
man.
fucking stupid. Unhappy twat.
Says the guy screaming at the world.
Mackie. I'm not screaming at the world. I'm screaming at you, Mackie.
Came into
I love yelling. It's fun.
I
It's
know.
something you should try it.
Well,
You should try it. Actually, it's actually
Yeah,
good for
Mackie,
your
get
soul
some
I
conviction,
don't
to get
buddy.
like all that
understand.
energy out. You
I
know,
mean,
instead
children
of
also
building it
like
up.
it.
It's not building up. It's just not there.
Yeah, get some conviction,
Children
man.
also
Aren't
like
you
it.
here to
Yeah,
do
I'm a
something?
child. Fuck you. I'm a big man baby. I love it.
All
Fuck
right.
you.
Okay.
Mackie, make a
Hope it works out
difference.
for you, man.
Prove him wrong. Make a difference. Prove
Oh,
him
I
wrong.
Yeah, prove
I
me
can't
wrong,
do it. I
Mackie.
can't do that. It's not
Okay.
possible.
Can you prove me wrong? Okay.
No, I cannot.
No, exactly. Thank you. At least you admit that, bro. At least you admit that.
It would require you listening, and you're not going to do it.
You know how, Mackie, I was in this conversation probably longer than most people. Mackie.
I know that.
I've heard it all, Mackie.
I know you have. I know you have.
I've heard it all, Mackie.
I know.
Yep.
And I don't need your fucking
But Mackie's gonna
second
make
3
a difference.
million times explaining the same goddamn bullshit I've heard since I was a fucking kid. Thank you, Mackie, though.
You've heard it all. Listen to none of it. Yeah, I got you.
Oh, buddy, when I was a kid, you don't think I believed in all that space junk shit? You think none of us fucking knew what the fuck they were saying at schools? Now you're gonna try and regurgitate that shit to me again? The fuck
Grow
out of
up,
here,
Mackie.
Mackie. That's the fucking definition of insanity.
You and I
You're
both
fucking
know you didn't pay
stupid.
attention at school. Come on.
Oh yeah,
man.
cool. That's why I have an engineering diploma, right, Mackie?
No,
That's
you
why I can build
don't.
fucking
No,
robots.
you
Yes, Mackie.
don't.
Yes, I do.
No, you
Yes, I
don't.
do. Electrical engineering. I graduated that shit with 5 people in my class. Yes, that's why I know how fucking microprocessor works, right? From inside and out. That's why I coded in assembly, you stupid motherfucker. Do you know what assembly language is?
Yes, I do.
Well, yeah, I coded in that shit.
Yeah.
My whole robot was fucking coded in that shit. Nobody fucking helped me. I wire up the whole fucking board together. From the decoder chip, from the ROM to the RAM. You fucking moron. All the bus lines, all fucking wire up by me. The fuck out of here. Yeah.
Mackie wants to make a difference.
I don't know my shit. Mackie, I know my shit more than you. Because you still believe you're on a fucking ball. Dumb motherfucker. Clearly it's not a ball. The math doesn't add up. You probably didn't pay attention to math fucking classes, right? Because you still don't understand how to derive a fucking curvature rate. How much curvature rate would there be on a 4,000 mile ball? Mackie, please tell me. Mackie, answer the fucking question.
Why?
Why? Because you want to test my acumen. I'm testing yours now.
See a little bag with the gold.
Yeah, now you're gonna be quiet like a little bitch, right? Because you can't. When it comes down to when it comes down to the fucking numbers, you don't know, right? You don't know, or you're not gonna fucking say because it's gonna crush what you're gonna say.
What is the rate?
Either that or my mother-in-law's in here asking me a question about something, and I gotta
Oh
talk
yeah,
to
your
her.
mother-in-law. Excuses, excuses, excuses.
Okay,
Uh-huh.
we'll respect your
Fucking always a
mother-in-law.
global excuse. What's the curvature rate if your ball is a 4,000 mile radius, Mackie?
I have no idea.
Oh, you have no idea, right? So
I can
why the
figure it
fuck are you
out.
arguing then? Why the fuck are you arguing if you have no idea? This is the
I
whole fucking point of this matter here. This is the whole fucking point of the subject here is curvature rate, and we don't have it. Right? We're supposed to measure it. We don't measure
Is
it.
that the radius of Earth? 4,000
4,000 miles is it's actually a give. I'm giving you more because the more the radius, the more the fucking curvature.
Okay,
I mean,
then
no,
it's
the less the curvature.
okay.
Less curvature would be.
Then it's 1 degree every 60 nautical miles. If that's what you're asking.
I'm asking you for the actual how much drop rate over distance there
That's
would
not what
be
you asked. You asked for the
if
curvature.
that's the same thing. Curvature,
Curvature is 1
drop
degree.
rate, same shit.
No, it's not.
See, people that don't know what
A
fucking
degree
math
isn't a
is.
curvature, buddy.
Clearly, people don't know what fucking math is here. All these fucking globers, all these fucking globers still don't know what fucking math is. Yeah, drop
He
over
said
distance.
degree is a
How much
curvature.
drop would there be over 30 miles if your radius was 4,000 miles?
Drop from what?
Answer the question, Mackie.
I don't know. What's 30 squared
How much
times 8? Something like that,
curvature
right?
is there in 180?
Okay, so no, exactly 30 squared times 8. So you understand, but do you understand how that formula was derived?
Yes.
How was it derived?
I assume they used some variation of Pythagorean theorem.
Yes, they used the right angle triangle, yes. And it was the one. They had to move 1 mile to the side. It didn't matter which way. They moved 1 mile to the side, and then they figured out the H. And that's the H we're looking for.
Yep.
Mackie, how much curvature is in 180 degrees?
You're so aggressive.
180 degrees?
Fucking weird question. I'd say 180 degrees.
Yeah.
So how come,
That's a lot
Mackie,
of curvature.
now that you know that it's going to be a 600-foot drop over a 30-mile distance, right? How come I don't fucking see that 600-foot drop? I showed you the photo. I showed you the Great Lakes photo. That's 40. That's a 30 mile. Not only that, it's 30 miles across. But your fucking peripherals, you're looking even longer than that. But it's flat horizon. Why?
We expect a flat horizon.
Why?
Duh.
Why is it flat?
Because that's what you would expect on a globe.
Duh, 180
You
degrees.
expect on a globe a flat horizon. We got this recorded, by the way. That's fucking. You're dumb. You're fucking stupid. You're beyond fucking stupid. You're so fucking stupid. That is on a curved globe. You expect on a curved globe with a certain radius, which we should see that 600-foot drop. We still see a flat horizon. Mackie, this is what you just fucking said. It's crazy.
I know, and I will say it again.
And you're gonna stand and die on that hill. Okay, good for you.
And I'll say it.
Jesus fucking Christ, you're beyond retarded. It's not true. That's a lie. It's not. It's true in your head because you're delusional. All globe heads are delusional.
Why would we expect
delusions, man? Crazy delusional motherfucker. It's insane.
Why would we expect to see a left to right curve?
Because if you have a 600-foot drop going straight down, right away from you, it should be going all around you.
What?
You're living on a fucking ball, not a cylinder, dumb fuck.
Lateral refraction is what you
lateral refraction.
Yo, gravity.
Into the break. Shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ, break. You're high as fuck all the goddamn time, and you're saying the worst fucking things at the worst fucking time.
I don't do drugs. I'm helping.
Well then, buddy, then what the fuck is wrong with you? If you should be doing some drugs, then.
I think the horizon on the globe would be at equal elevation, so it would form a circle.
Yeah, Mole Man, you're stupid. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
No, he's exactly right.
No, he's not exactly right.
Hold on.
He's exactly right.
How was I wrong?
What's the curve? Okay, on your ball, Mole Man. Okay, now, Mackie, you mute up. Now, Mole Man's going to explain to me on his curvature ball. What's the radius of your ball? Mole Man, your ball Earth has a radius. What is it?
I think we should ask Jim Barber's
about
wife.
the horizon. Why are you deflecting from the horizon?
This is the point of the fucking topic. This not deflecting. We're bringing it back to the horizon and why it's not curving or curving. What's the radius of the ball?
Cheated on his wife.
Yo, shut the fuck up. Why are these new motherfucking trolls in here?
Said the horizon would be a circle
How do you
of
know?
equal elevation around you.
No, it's not going to be a circle. Yeah, over how much distance? Over how much distance? Over 30 fucking kilometers or 30 miles. How much drop is there?
The horizon is not a circle.
Shut up into the break.
Point that the horizon is a circle around you. It's an
A
equal
circle
elevation,
around
so
you,
why
but
would
there's supposed to be drop. When you're on a ball, right? Is there drop rate or not?
a drop from what? From horizontal?
From the point that you're standing. No, you're standing on point A, and if you move a mile to point B, how much did you drop?
From a horizontal? Or what?
I don't. What fucking from point A? Your point of reference, man.
Yeah, sure. If it's an equal elevation, then there's no drop from in elevation.
There's no equal, buddy. That's a flat plane. Thank you very much. Welcome to flat Earth. Are you fucking retarded? On your fucking ball, right? What's the radius? What's the radius?
The radius
of your ball
radius is 3959.
Okay, so what is the curvature rate at that point?
1 degree per 69 miles or 100.
No, that's not what it is. The drop rate. There's a formula for that. How do you figure out drop? Macchio actually fucking answered the question, and you didn't listen to it.
Sure.
What's the curvature rate?
Drop.
Over distance.
Curvature.
Drop over distance.
I'm trying to answer. Come on.
Say the orb
Let
is
your dick
Jim
go
Barber's
and
bald
let
head.
me answer.
How would you calculate that?
Answer the question.
If you for the first few hundred kilometers, it would be 8 inches per mile squared. But that's not a
close
drop
to
in
2,000.
elevation.
No, listen, your elevation is not what flat Earth elevation is. Your globe fucking head elevation stupid. You think that you're on a globe and you're fucking always equal to the fucking center of it because you're moving. That's not fucking how it works, you dumb fuck.
I love the ego massage, but like, what's the
ego
elevation?
massage?
What's an elevation? You wanking there. So what's the elevation? Where do you measure elevation?
That's irrelevant. It's irrelevant what we're talking about. We're talking about drop over distance. Irrelevant what we're talking about. Irrelevant what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I'm talking about drop over distance. We were talking about drop over distance, right? So look into the fucking side chat. Look into the side chat, right? There's 3 photos right here. 3 examples. One, Chicago skyline. One fucking from my side that I live in Toronto and I see St. Catharines, and one is from the other side, Rayleigh Criterion fucking put fucking you can see Toronto from the other shore, right? Do you know how the distances between all these are?
No idea. No, I've never been there.
30 fucking miles on the Toronto side, which is me taking the photos. If there was a 600-foot drop, right, based on the curvature rate, the drop rate, they're supposed to be, from my point, that city should be fucking 600 feet below me.
Stop swearing.
Guess what? I see it.
Dumbass.
There's no 600-foot drop at that point, my guy. Based on your fucking curvature rate. Based on your radius of the ball. I don't need a fucking video. What
where
elevation?
Do you measure elevation from?
You see my
elevation.
shadow? You see my shadow? You see my shadow in the picture? I'm standing right at the fucking shoreline. You see where the shore is? That's why I have the whole fucking beach in the photo. It's completely fucking relevant. Are you fucking retarded?
No, you might be. Where do you measure elevation?
You are fucking retarded. You are fucking retarded. You are fucking retarded, bro. If you don't understand the most simplest fucking thing, this is.
You don't understand.
Do I have to draw this out? Hold on. Now we're gonna talk. Your elevation is fucking retarded. That's what I'm saying. You think globe elevation. Because you think that you think you're
elevation.
What do you mean from the radius? You think that your radius, right? And you're moving around the ball. You're in the same fucking level. When you're moving left or right, you're in the same level. That's the fucking dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard.
That's elevation from the surface.
No,
yeah, sure.
No, that's dumb. That's fucking stupid. That's global fucking retardedness.
Stupid.
Yeah, exactly. Here, I'll show you. Stupid motherfucker.
Yeah, you
Watch
can
paint. I'm gonna put fucking paint up right here. Put fucking paint up right here. Now, see, I'm gonna put paint up, and then you gotta watch the paint right here. Let me share my screen on paint because I have to draw this. I have to draw this to fucking dumb fucks like you. Hold on.
Funny.
You see my paint? Do you see it? Do you see my drawing? Here, there's a circle right here. You see this big fucking circle? Your ball right here, right? I'm standing at point fucking A right here.
It looks like Jim Barber's bald head.
You see this point A? Oh, fucking different color right now.
Not watching it. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, now I see it.
Point A right here. Point fucking A. Boom.
Sure.
Right? And then if I move to the right side, right? When I move this way, no, fucking wrong control Z, fucking wrong. Let's go this way. When I move this way, right, to point fucking B.
Why are you on Windows?
Point fucking B. How much did I drop relative to A? How much did I drop? See, how much did I go down this way?
You're still equal elevation above the surface.
No, I'm not, you stupid. I'm referencing point fucking A, you stupid motherfucker.
Elevation above the
Because
surface.
I'm standing at point A. I'm standing at point A looking at point fucking B, motherfucker.
Okay, well then you're not moving to the point B. Right?
My light source is when I'm fucking using my eyes or I'm shooting a laser outward straight this fucking way, right? How much did point B
And now
drop?
he's a retarded version of Superman.
From the
apparently.
horizontal. Yeah, from the horizontal.
Motherfucker, how much did point B drop?
From the horizontal established.
If it was if we're standing on a fucking Earth, right, and it's 4,000 miles, if this radius is 4,000 miles or close to 4,000 miles, how much drop rate? See this thing? How much drop rate is there from point A to point B? And the distance is 30 miles. No, buddy, you're fucking retarded. The radius,
not the same radius.
The radius. What you're saying is fucking stupid. I'm not even talking about the radius.
How?
The radius. We use the radius to derive the curvature rate.
The radius there.
The curvature rate. But I'm still standing at point A. Point B is dropped. How much did it drop from point A to point B?
You stupid nigger.
How much did I drop? 30 miles.
30 miles. So less than half a degree. A bit over half a degree.
Less than half. I need this shit in miles. If I'm giving you the fucking answer in miles, I need the fucking thing in the same metric. I don't need fucking degrees.
Oh fuck, this is funny.
How much drop rate? See, okay, so Into the Break gave you a fucking cheat sheet. Look at the cheat sheet. Shut the fuck up. Look at the cheat sheet that Into the Break just gave you in chat. Look, are you guys all watching the cheat sheet that Into the Break just gave you in chat? There's a thing. There's a formula, right? The curvature rate, and it gives you how much drop in feet there is, right?
Oh, yeah.
So how much drop in feet will be there after 30 miles?
90
After
degrees.
30 miles.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's 7,200 inches, so 600 feet.
600 feet. Yes, that's exactly what I was fucking saying. Now, look at my picture. Now, scroll up a little bit. The picture, or do you want me to post it again? It's
you don't. It's okay. I mean, yeah.
1107. So that's Toronto. I'm standing in Toronto. You see my shadow, right? That lake, you can Google it. It's Ontario, Lake Ontario. It's huge. It's 30 miles across.
Yes.
So there should be a 600 feet. That city should be 600 feet under the water.
Sure. Yep. Assuming no refraction and anything. So yes.
Assuming no. You don't know what refraction is if it hit you in the fucking head, my friend.
All right, but you still assume that there is no, right?
I never said there's no refraction. I never said
you
don't understand. You don't understand what refraction. Like I said, you don't know what refraction is if it hits you in the fucking head. Refraction does not enhance your vision. Refraction obscures your vision. Shut the fuck up Into the Break. Again, please stop fucking talking.
Tell them to point
Shut
out.
the fuck up Into the Break.
Where's the refraction?
Refraction, again, I will repeat myself. Refraction obscures your vision. It fucks up your vision. It doesn't enhance your vision. It doesn't let you see further.
Do you have a citation for that?
Yes.
Please post it.
Me, because I fucking work. Okay. Yeah, do you know why? Because I used to work for Bell fucking Canada installing fiber optic fucking systems, you stupid motherfucker, dealing with light. Refract. Do you know what light does? There's the thing called light. Do you know what light attenuation is?
Come here just to massage his ego.
Do you know what light attenuation is, stupid motherfucker? Stop fucking deviating now.
I'm asking you how did you
this all you don't know what refraction. I'm telling you you don't know what refraction is if it hits you in the fucking head, asshole. This is direct line of sight. There is no refraction.
It's direct line of sight, and there's no refraction.
Because it's a flat fucking lake. You're seeing the lights right across it. The only time that you don't see the lights is when their fucking actual refraction happens when the sun is heating up the fucking lake.
So you're saying
And
that
that's
there's no refraction
and then
in
it's
the region?
obstruction because it's very cold outside. Yes, this is during the fucking winter.
No refraction.
Very little to none. Do you know what the refractive
you know?
index over sea level is? Do you know what the refractive index over sea level is right now?
Well, which model? You're talking about 7/6R, or what are you talking about?
It's about tree fitting.
7/6R. Show me the fucking R before you even say that shit.
No,
First of all, there is no R. No,
Okay, what's
the refractive
what's the
index.
Yeah, what is it?
0.0003. That's a fucking
0.003.
multiplier. Go look it up.
Okay.
Go look Google. What's the refractive index over large bodies of water? Google it.
Sure. Does that assume that the Earth is a sphere, or that it's a
No,
flat
that's
plane?
not assume that the Earth is a sphere. It had nothing to do with assumption of sphere. It's reality here. It's how light travels through a fucking. It's how light travels through a single medium, not fucking two mediums. It's one fucking medium, one homogeneous medium of the same, one homogeneous medium of the same fucking temperature. Yes.
One fucking homo.
There's no temperature gradient.
Okay, so you measured the temperature along the observation there.
Buddy, the temperature is the same over the same water. It's the same fucking water. What, you tell me there's going to be hot spots in the water in winter? This is nighttime. This is nighttime. No, not fucking, buddy, not fucking like 5 degree differences. Are you out of your fucking mind?
Yeah, that's dumb. That's dumb.
1 degree won't do anything.
No, barely fucking nothing.
Okay, so could it bend the
First of
light
all, here's the
less than
crazy
half a degree
part. Here's
over
the crazy
30 miles?
part. So you agree that there's supposed to be a 600-foot drop there, right? It's 30 miles. 30 miles across.
If you bury your eyes on the water, then sure, yeah.
Right. How come my peripherals, my left and right is not bending at that same rate? How come that if I pan the fucking camera left and right, that fucking horizon stays level and flat to my eye level?
That's fisheye lens, exactly.
It's because you see equidistant to all directions.
Oh, I see equal distance, but is there that city supposed to be fucking buried underneath the hump of water, asshole?
What?
Fisheye lens theory, asshole.
What are you saying?
That St. Catherine's supposed to be underneath 600. Do you know how much 600 feet is, bro?
Sure.
Light does not bend that much.
It would have to bend less than half a degree per. Well, 1
Buddy,
degree.
it does not bend that much. First of all, it's one homogeneous fucking atmosphere. First of all, it's wintertime. It's very fucking cold. The refractive index is 0.0003 fucking average, and there is no bending of light. Period. Because if there was bending of light, your peripherals would be different.
Get him.
Yeah, now you can tell us how much would the light bend in 30 miles with that refraction?
It wouldn't bend. It's not bending. You can see the fucking city across. It's not bending. It's straight.
It's not bending
line of sight. Yeah, welcome to flat Earth, asshole. That's what I've been saying the whole fucking time.
Go off, King.
Oh, good. Good. So then when I see
crystal ball.
When I see something like that is hidden by the horizon, then I know it's curved. Okay. Fair enough.
No, that's when you understand that refraction's taking effect, and like I said originally, refraction does not help you see farther. Shut the fuck up. Refraction does not. The refraction does not let you see further. Refraction worsens your vision. It lets you see less. It makes your vision worse.
Right?
Fucking go look it up, motherfucker. That's how it works.
Yeah. I can go. Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Who should I go and study this from?
Go to any telecommunication company that installs fiber optic systems, and you fucking talk to them about light.
Maybe someone who understands about optics.
Like I said, buddy, you're fucking stupid.
Andrew Thomas Young. Can I go to the Andrew Thomas Young? Does he know something?
I don't know who that is. I don't give a fuck about anybody.
You say that
I said I'm the citation. Remember that. I said I'm the fucking citation. I'm citing this from myself because I've experienced this.
The Earth is a cube.
Well, who the fuck is Andrew Thomas Young to me? Who the fuck is he?
He's a person who actually knows something about refraction.
How do you know? How the fuck do you know that?
Because he studied it.
Yeah, and you don't think I studied any of this shit, right?
Not enough.
Did you study?
Not enough. I'm clearly, I told you I worked for Bell Canada, right? Installing fiber optic systems. The travel of light, I know how much it fucking works, right? The attenuation of light, the dispersion, the fucking diffraction, the refraction of it. There's so many different things that come into a factor here that what you're fucking saying is completely fucking irrelevant. When you fucking take anything into any of this.
And you think you know about light.
Not just installing cable. Yeah, but do you know how the light travels? You're supposed to understand how the light is fucking traveling or propagating through this fucking cable, don't you?
Not when you just install the cable.
Okay, so no. What's the distance? At what distance does the light attenuate in a fucking cable of a fiber optic cable? Before you need another repeater. Do you know that? It does because buddy, you're just talking about fucking refraction. I'm telling you, there's other factors that make you not see these lights, right?
Sure.
There's other factors. Do you know what light attenuation? Listen, do you know what light attenuation is?
Totally irrelevant.
It's completely fucking relevant. I can see the fucking lights over 30 miles.
Sure.
Right.
So, what does that have to do with light attenuation?
There's no refraction. There's no light attenuation. I can see your claim.
And you know nothing about.
I gave you the fucking bill. I gave you the fucking photo. It's not a claim. It's right there in front of my fucking eyes. Everybody can see it. It's not a fucking claim at that point.
Bro, relax.
Yeah,
fucking
when
retard.
You assume that the Earth is flat, then obviously, you can see the buildings that it's
We can see it's flat. We don't assume it's flat. We know it's flat. Jesus fucking Christ.
How do you know that it's flat?
Because it's measured flat. Because it's measured flat. With lasers.
Do you have the measurement?
There's no. I gave you. Okay, see, under the fucking. See, before I posted my picture, there's a video I posted. It's called FE Core Inc. Go back, right? Okay. There's an hour-long video of them shooting the deviation from the laser in the body of water.
How did they measure that?
Simple. Okay, let's go back to paint again. Since I need to draw this for you, right? Because you're fucking stupid. Here, we'll go back to paint. Let me share my fucking screen. Jesus fucking Christ. How did they measure it? How did they measure it? How did they measure it? Yeah, my ego. Yeah, because I'm destroying you. My ego. Yeah, I keep saying my ego. Here, look. Look again.
Because you're just making empty claims.
Listen, everybody. Hold on. Let me finish with this cocksucker before you start saying anything. Here's my circle.
Oh, God.
Here's my circle. Right? Let's color it blue. Here's my circle. Right now, we shoot a laser from point A, right? Remember point A? And we shoot a laser this way. There should be a fucking deviation, right? It should be separating away from the Earth if it's horizontally placed, right? Now go watch the fucking video.
I've seen the video.
Oh, and then what happened? There's no fucking curvature. It's flat. That's what they measured.
You said
they
that it's a
measured the flatness. Well, yeah, it's easy.
So
it's
they
flat.
measured the surface. How? What did they measure? Give me some numbers.
Is the laser straight or not?
Straight? If there's no refraction, then sure it is.
Oh, yeah, because you don't know what refraction is. You're fucking retarded, bro.
No, I'm saying that you haven't accounted for your variables, and also
you don't know these variables. You're too slow to understand these variables.
Hold on, mailman. How much refraction is in the first photo that he posted? You claim reflection. I want you to tell me how much there is, and don't post hoc. Throw it in there. Okay. Tell me how much refraction is in the photo that he took.
I don't know.
You're just going to say that there's refraction, so you're going to make a claim that there's refraction, and then you're going to say I don't know.
And there's always refraction.
Okay, how much?
Cool story.
I don't know.
You don't know? No, so why would you just go and hand wave his actual observation and say there's refraction, and then say you don't know? That sounds pretty cowardly and stupid.
Well, there's always refraction on every
And how much refraction is there no matter what? How much is there?
Depends on variables.
Depends on what? How much?
On the temperature gradient, density of the air.
What's the variables in the picture that he took, since he cannot see? I mean, he can see something that's supposed to be occulted by 700 feet of curvature.
Yeah, he hasn't posted any numbers, so I don't know.
I gave you the fucking drop.
So you're just going to go ahead and hand wave dismiss it because you're going to say there's always refraction, and I don't care. Even though he should not be able to see it at all, that's why he can see it. It doesn't have anything to do with whether or not maybe there's no curvature. Maybe the Earth actually is flat. Nope. I'm just going to close my eyes and scream and put my fingers in my ears and say refraction, 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 and then tell everybody else I have no idea how much refraction or the conditions.
I think the problem is that there's times when you take the photo and you see obstruction. Would you then say that no, there's no refraction there, so it's curved?
Is it obstruction? Is it Earth curve? And is Earth curve moving around now?
If the Earth is a globe, then sure, there is obstruction, yeah.
So we live on a giant yoga ball, and the Earth curve's just moving around and shit.
No, light refracts,
No?
so we see different things different days.
So then maybe the Earth curve that you're claiming isn't actually Earth curve.
Yeah, if the dimensions weren't what they are, then sure, it could be flat. I think the problem is the dimension.
Well, welcome to Flat Earth then, because we've debunked your geometric horizon.
Oh, so you're saying that the horizon isn't geometric?
Are you saying that the horizon is geometric?
No, I'm asking you. Are you saying that it isn't?
No, it's not. It's not geometric. If it moves around, how could it be geometric? Are we on a yoga ball?
Sure. How do you know that the Earth is flat?
Mogul,
You
you're
look at
not
the
really
horizon.
good at defending the globe. What you're supposed to say is we do have a geometric horizon, but the observed horizon with our eyes is the light reflected off of the real horizon, and that light from the point of reflection to reaching our eyes does bend.
We're concave, Glories. Just stop. I'm just
You're
wondering,
not
like,
very
if
good
you
at
look at the
defending the
horizon.
globe and saying it how it is.
I'm just trying to ask if the horizon isn't geometric. How do you know that the Earth is geometrically a plane? Because you can't look at the horizon, right?
What would be required for the Earth to be a plane?
Engines.
The Earth, yeah, engines.
Not an aeroplane, you stupid fucks. A plane.
I mean, you can take a dick, so you can take a joke. But are you looking at the horizon to figure out if the Earth is flat?
Of course not. Why would I do such a stupid thing like the globe does?
Oh, how do you know that the Earth is flat?
Oh, well, what am I looking for? Since a plane is zero deviation, what would I be looking for? Zero?
No, so you're looking at a number zero. Like, what's your evidence?
Oh, okay. So I don't see any actual Earth curve anywhere. So I guess, hey, Bob's your uncle. The Earth is flat.
See?
Thanks for playing.
What do you see?
Well, if I don't see any curvature, what does that actually have to be then?
Oh, what are you looking at?
They can't answer a simple question.
What are you talking? I know, dude. Like, bro, what are you looking at? You and I are looking at the same thing. We go to the ocean, mailman. You don't have to laugh. Come on, let's talk about this. You and I both go to the ocean. We look over the ocean. We see no deviation anywhere. So, what are we looking for with the curved Earth? What are we looking for? Oh, where do we see it?
Going over the horizon.
Well, so the horizon is geometric. Oh, that's a bad day for you, son.
Oh, did I say that?
Double speaking, asshole. Yeah, you just said it. With what you just said, yes, you
So
did.
if the boat goes over the horizon, is the horizon Earth curve?
Can you go back? Is this
Mailman, relax. Mailman, you just did because you said the boats go behind. Do the boats go over the geometric horizon, or is that an apparent effect?
We see the apparent horizon, and you can't have an apparent horizon without the geometric one. But yeah, they go over the apparent horizon.
That's okay. I want you to give me the information as to. You can't just say because and then you can't, right? Like that's stupid. So you're saying we only see an apparent horizon, and the only way there would be a horizon is if the Earth was curved.
Yeah, the horizon is the cause for the
horizon is the cause. Okay. So then you're just saying because a horizon exists, you're just saying because a horizon exists, there's a ball?
No, I said that the curvature causes the horizon, and we see the apparent.
Where's the curvature at? Where's the curvature at?
What do you mean? It's at the surface.
But you're not telling me where it is. Where is it?
What do you mean where it is? It's everywhere.
It's everywhere? Okay, so should it be at a place we can go put a flag in it from where we're standing?
Let's put flag where you are. The Earth is curved. I mean,
so you're just going to make the assertion, just a baseless assertion. This is a baseless assertion fallacy.
How?
Because you're just saying because there's a horizon, the Earth is curved. No,
that's not what I said. I said because the Earth is curved, therefore there's a horizon. Got it backwards.
Yeah, I know. That's what you just said. Okay, is this horizon, is this geometric or is it apparent?
There's the geometric horizon and we see the apparent one.
Where's the geometric horizon? Where's that at?
You gave the dimensions assuming a perfect sphere, which we don't live on, but yeah, it's roughly those.
Where is the geometric horizon, since you just said we cannot see it?
Well, what you gave the numbers yourself.
You just make up the number and that's where it is, even though you don't see it there?
Oh, no, that's based on the dimensions.
Based on the dimensions that were measured when, where, how, by who, so I can go check empirically.
You can get the dimensions. You can use Google Earth. That's one way to get the dimensions.
Google Earth. So Google Earth measured the Earth. Yep, they did.
Oh, it doesn't measure.
How
You can get
long ago
the
did they do
dimensions
that?
from there.
So when did we get the dimensions
I don't know
originally?
why you have
This is
to
an
put
old
words into my
story.
mouth.
This is an old story, bro. When did it happen the first time? So we can go check.
Why is
It should
that
be
even?
easy,
Why
right?
is that even relevant?
Because this is a number that was supposed to be figured out a long time ago. So we should be able to go out and empirically measure this, right?
Sure, you can do that. You can take an airplane.
And how do we do that? An airplane around the Earth is gonna that's gonna give you a ball. Just go. So you're saying that because we're flying in a direction, it makes the Earth a ball. How would it give you the dimensions?
It give you the dimensions because you can measure your travel distance.
Okay, so when you're flying in the plane, you'd have yeah. So distance makes curvature. That's what you're telling me.
No, distance give you the dimensions.
No. How would distance give you a dimension?
Are you like completely retarded? Like you get dimensions, you can measure the circumference by traveling on the surface.
That's only if you assume it to be a ball in the first place, correct?
No, you can measure the distance while you travel.
Okay, so I'm going to throw a rock on a football field, right, from the goal line all the way to the 50-yard line. That's 50 yards distance. Turns out that is just flat. Yep.
Okay.
So distance has nothing to do with curvature, correct?
No, you can measure the dimensions of the Earth and then deduce the curvature from that.
I just gave you an example. I can throw a rock from one place to another on a flat surface. It has nothing to do with curvature. Distance has nothing to do with curvature.
That's not what I said, though.
Oh, so you're going to assume a ball, and then you're going to assume the ball of a certain size, and then you're just going to say, because I can go from here to there, it has to be curved, right? It's a ball of a certain dimension. I'm not going to beg the question or affirm the consequent. I'm just going to, that's not what you're doing, right?
Yeah, no, you can take the flights that travel in the southern hemisphere.
What does that have to do with anything? What does the southern hemisphere have to do with anything?
Well, it gives
Are you trying to create a straw man where you have a false dichotomy where you're going to say, oh, on your map, the AE map, these flight routes don't work, but on our globe they do, right? Is that what you're doing? So what does the southern hemisphere have to do with anything?
That you can travel those distances and compare those to the globe first.
You've done this. So you've done this. You've done this. You've done this. And by the way, it doesn't matter. Distances don't tell you anything about a ball. Right. And distance doesn't have anything to do with whether or not the Earth's a ball. That's pathetic and stupid. Why'd you bring that up? We're still talking about this, dude? You think distance has something to do with curvature?
The dimensions, yeah.
Dimensions of what?
Of the Earth.
Of the Earth, and the Earth is a sphere. And how do we measure that curvature? We're going to go back to this every time. You show me where the curvature's at instead of just assuming it.
No, one way is to measure the reciprocal zenith angles, and that's good. Or do
reciprocal zenith angles, triangulations. So these are all straight lines on a plane, triangles.
No, reciprocal zenith angles aren't triangles.
Okay, so you've got zenith angles. You've got plumb bobs.
Sure. Or
okay, and these are straight up and down, correct?
Yeah, vertical. Yeah.
Perpendicular to a plane. Yeah. Okay. So how's that curved? Unless you assume a ball first.
But no, they're vertical, but they're not parallel.
Okay. When are they not parallel?
When you measure them.
You did this.
No, surveyors did this. I didn't.
When did they do that? So they have plumb bobs that are measuring. They're going straight down to the ground.
Yep.
Right? Perpendicular to horizontal. Okay.
Sure.
And why are
That's
they
my definition.
why are they diverging? So how are they diverging if they're both going straight down perpendicular to horizontal?
Because verticals aren't parallel.
Verticals aren't parallel. So you are assuming that they're on a ball.
No, they are measured to not be parallel.
So how do they measure these two actual plumb bobs against each other and show that there's deviation? When do they do that?
It's two theodolites.
Two theodolites. Yeah. Okay, and
they measure the angles between the verticals.
What?
Yeah, they measure.
You for real, bro?
The zenith angles. Yeah.
So these two theodolites are very far apart. Very far apart. How far apart are they?
I could get you one measurement if you need.
No, I just need to know, are both of these theodolites measuring 90 degrees to horizontal with a plumb bob?
Yeah, they're vertical, yeah.
Okay, they're vertical.
Yeah.
So they're parallel.
No, they're not parallel because the Earth isn't flat.
Oh, so you are pre-assuming a ball?
No, that's the measurement. The measurement shows that.
How do they measure it?
With pointing the theodolites at each other and seeing that they're not on same horizontal because the verticals aren't parallel.
That's what it is. Okay, and of course they're going to factor in the fact that these two theodolites do reduce in angular size over distance, correct?
What? Yeah, the center point will stay the center point. That's
no. Angular size, my friend.
Yeah, but the center is
as soon as anything moves away from you, anytime anything moves away from you, it reduces in angular size. You know that, right?
Yeah, but objects at your eye level won't leave your eye level.
No, that's not true at all. That's an absolute lie. Why are you lying?
Huh? Hold on.
Yeah, you're lying.
Are you saying that something that is 5 feet high, let's say I'm 6 feet, and there's something 100 meters or 100 yards away that is at the same height as I am, are you saying that it will drop from my eye level?
Yes, it will.
Okay, so then everything would appear curved, right? Like your Toronto skyline.
That's my point.
Right?
Of course.
Okay, so your Toronto skyline, what happens there?
Yeah, it reduced in angular size. That's why those lights are small. That's why it's pinched down into the horizon. That's why he's not looking up at those 30-foot tall buildings. He's looking straight across, probably a little bit down. Not everything goes to your eye level. Are you insane?
So everything should drop with distance from your eye level?
Of course it should.
Okay,
what the heck is wrong with you? Even things that are above you. Everything, bro. If you were to look up at above, if you were to look at a building that was above you and looked at the ceiling or up at like the rooftop, and then walked a mile away from it, it would lower in actual angular size. In fact, you would be looking straight at that building.
Okay, so
everything drops with distance. What's wrong with you?
I think there's a problem.
Everybody knows this.
There's a problem because I've built elevators and I've looked down an elevator shaft and it didn't leave that the center was exactly at my eye level. It never left it. Never left the eye level.
Elevator shaft. What are we talking about?
Yeah.
You're looking down, you're looking up?
I'm looking down.
So you're looking up? You're looking down.
No, I'm looking down. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did everything reduce in angular size down that? Yeah, it's like looking down a hallway, right? And everything lowered in angular size. Yes, correct.
And
thank you for affirming what I just said.
Eye level, right? And it went into my eye level, right?
Were you in the center of the shaft?
Yes.
Okay, so your eye went to the center of the shaft where everything converged, correct?
Yeah, to my eye level, right?
Correct. So when you're standing on a horizontal plane, where should everything converge to? Excuse me. Excuse me.
But you
Please do not create false equivalences. No, you lied. That was a false equivalence. That was a fallacy.
Oh.
So we're going to talk about, because an elevator shaft, when you're in the center of it, or like in a hallway, is a different story than when you're standing on a plane looking across, right? Because everything is going to converge to where? Because it's a horizon and everything has to converge to horizon.
What?
Bro, if I have to explain this to you, like, this is amateur hour. What's wrong with you, bro?
Now you're saying that things converge to the horizon. Is the horizon
Where
at eye
is the
level?
point of convergence?
Is the horizon at eye level?
Okay. Oh, so the horizon is at eye level? Welcome to Flat Earth? Is that what you're telling me?
I asked a question, Mongoloid. Is the horizon at eye level?
Mongoloid. Oh, you're getting upset. Don't get upset, mailman.
No, I mean, you've been throwing insults. I was just starting.
Don't worry about
I'm
it,
just
bro.
warming up.
It's cool.
No, it's
Don't be upset. Yeah, it's fine. That's all. It's good.
No, it's okay.
So,
yeah. Okay.
so the horizon is
the
always at eye
horizon,
level.
Is it?
No, of course not. That's ridiculous.
Okay, where is the horizon?
Horizon is. I thought you said it was Earth curve, right?
No, I'm asking you. Where is the horizon? Is it below, above?
The horizon is an apparent location, but it's the deck, right? It's the deck that you're standing on, correct?
Right. Is it below my eye level, or is it at my eye level?
Of course, it's below your eye level. You're standing on it.
Standing on the horizon.
Can you look down at the ground? Look down at the ground. Are you above the ground?
The horizon isn't at my feet, right? You know that.
Well, you said the horizon. Oh, it's not at your feet. So the horizon raises. Is that what you're saying? It converges to your eye level. It goes up. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm asking you because you said that an object that is at my eye level will drop from my eye level with distance, which is totally against what perspective says, because that's obviously not the case. I'm just wondering.
Are you standing on the ground? Are you standing on the ground? Okay, so you're above it. Okay.
Yes.
So the ground is out in front of you in the distance, right? So you're always going to be above the ground, no matter what your eye level will be, right? Do things shrink in angular size with distance?
Yes, obviously, yes. That's what.
Are they on the ground too?
Some things are at the ground, some things aren't.
Okay. So everything's on the ground. Some things aren't, but most things are on the ground, on the water, the boat, everything like that. Even if they're taller than you, they shrink in angular size into the distance where eventually they get small enough, right, where they shrink in angular size and they're below your eye line.
I know things that are above your eye level would never cross below it.
So even things that are taller than you, you're always going to look up. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, if the Earth is flat, then yes, always yes.
Oh, see, don't affirm that. That's silly. Now you're lying again. So you're saying that if you look at them, like if there's a boat next to you right at the shore, right, they're casting off, but it's got a really big, tall mast on it, right, 50 feet.
Sure.
You look up at it on the ground. You're telling me that as it goes off into the distance, let's say 2 miles, your angular view of it is not going to go down.
It's gonna go towards the eye level, but it will never cross below.
Oh, be quiet, please. I'm so sorry. Please, I'm sorry, I'm way too quiet. I'm sorry, slavery.
Yeah, somebody mute this hassle. Yeah, thank you, please.
Sounds like a flat earther. But yeah, I mean,
no matter what, your eye line's going to drop, right? But you're always going to look up at it. You're saying no matter what, you're looking up at the same angle?
No, not the same angle, but it will never go.
So in angular size, it reduces, but will never go below your eye level. Never.
Yeah,
never.
just like train tracks will never cross. They will converge to a point. They will never cross each other.
Yeah, right. That's a false equivalence. That's a different angle.
Why? How?
But anyway.
How is it different? You can turn your fucking head sideways and look at them. It's the same thing.
Yeah. Are they on the ground? And are to the side of you? Okay. We're talking about angular size, bro. Height, angular size. Please play along. Okay. All right.
No, we're not talking about that.
Are we going to compare apples to apples, or are we not going to compare apples to apples? I'm just wondering. Even the tracks reduce in angular size, do they not?
Yes, and never.
So you could stay on the train tracks and hold your hands out like this, real wide, and then off in the distance, you squeeze them, don't you? Like you could pinch them between your fingers.
Yes, and your arms will never cross. Yes, because things above your eye level will never cross below your eye level on a flat surface.
Who said cross? I didn't say cross, right? I didn't say that.
You said.
I said they
Hold on, you
reduce
said
in
that-
angular size.
No. You said that an object at my eye level will, with distance, leave my eye level. That's what you said.
Yeah, it'll leave horizontal. Yeah, level, flat, horizontal. Yes. Yep.
Okay. Let's say that there's a 2 meter long board in the distance, and I'm walking
Is it
away
standing
from
straight
it.
up?
Yeah, it's vertical, yes, and the Earth
Yeah.
is flat, and I'm walking away from it, and the center of the board is at my eye level. Right?
Why would the center be? I thought you were about 6 feet tall. So the top.
No, it's just suspended in the air so that the middle is at my eye level.
So it's not on the deck.
No.
Okay.
So it's at my eye level.
So it's not on the ground. So it's centered at your eye level. It's not on the ground. Or do they have these theodolites hovering in the air?
What? Sure.
Are the theodolites hovering in the air?
Yeah,
they're not on the ground. They don't put. They're hanging them from what?
No, they're not. They're elevated from the ground. They're not like at the
Suspended
ground
with
level.
jetpacks or what? Suspended with jetpacks?
No, they have sort of like legs that they're standing.
Okay, so they are on the deck.
Sure. Do you think that the board is hovering? I said that the board is there. It's a board with fucking legs.
But you said it was hovering. It's suspended in the air.
No, I said that it's not. Jesus Christ. This is painful. So
it sounds
you're
like
still
what you're
saying
saying,
that there's an object that
is that we perceive the world in ideal geometry, yeah?
Ideal geometry? No, I'm talking about
Oh,
perspective.
no, we don't. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, so perspective, so just ideal geometry.
Yeah.
Okay, so no refraction. Okay, so no black swan geometric horizon then. All right.
No, I'm just talking about if you're looking at an
perceive
object.
an ideal geometry. Yeah, I know. I know. And for some reason, yeah, you're making an argument based on ideal geometry as if we perceive the world like that. So if that's the case, no geometric horizon.
Oh, okay, and physical obstruction. Yeah. But if you're looking at an object in a distance, if it's at your eye level, it will never leave your eye level. Like,
ideal geometry again? So ideal geometry again.
Yeah, is eye level straight line?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so no geometric horizon.
Okay, it's Strawman. But still, if you're looking...
Yeah, that's the way we see
you're looking... So are you saying, Heretic, that if you're looking at an object directly, it's not at your eye level? Not on your line of sight?
No.
Ah, okay. Well, do you have an issue then with the other one? Because he said...
Well, if I'm looking at an object directly, it's not at my eye level? No, not necessarily. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you're saying that we see the world in ideal geometry, so no refraction, so no geometric horizon.
No, I'm asking questions.
Yeah, but I can see where you're coming from.
Okay, fair enough. But yeah, if I'm looking at an object that is at equal elevation to me, it will never leave. If the Earth is flat, it will still be at my eye level.
So it's a straight line.
Because you say that we perceive the world in ideal geometry.
No.
So no refraction.
I'm saying that due to perspective, things
that's
won't leave your eye level.
Yeah, just perspective. That's the only thing we're dealing with. So no refraction. Okay.
Yeah. If we're dealing with perspective, then things at your eye level won't leave your eye level.
I guess that's what you think happens, but if that's not what actually happens, then I guess your understanding of perspective is wrong. Either way, I don't see a geometric horizon.
So you can't talk about the perspective? You have to talk to something else?
Well, you seem to want to throw out all the stuff you were invoking earlier to deny what we look at.
No, I'm talking just about perspective. Because he said that things at your eye level will leave your eye level because of perspective.
I know, that's the only thing you want to talk about now. You just want to boil it down.
That's the only thing he wanted to talk about.
And none of the other optical factors that you were using earlier to explain away stuff that he was showing you.
No, he wanted to talk about perspective.
I have no problem talking about perspective.
Yeah. Said that due to perspective, things at your eye level will leave your eye level, and I'm not the case.
That's the relevance of this.
Evidence for.
Well, he was talking about diverging
Not
zeniths.
evidence. I said relevance. Relevance, not evidence.
Ah, okay.
Talking about diverging zeniths.
Yeah, that's one evidence for the verticals not being parallel. The measurement.
How do you measure that?
How do I measure that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't made the measurements.
Oh, that's too bad.
Vertical
The
is
people who has anyone who's done this, do they exist? Are they available for questioning, or are they just gone?
I don't know. I mean, it's same with the laser tests. There's no one here who's done it.
Too bad.
Too bad, yeah.
Vertical, that's perpendicular to horizontal, right?
Well, only in reality.
So every
in
single
Euclidean
time
geometry,
vertical.
yes.
Okay, so vertical is always going to be parallel.
If you assume that the Earth is flat, then sure.
No, if it's perpendicular to horizontal, they all have to be parallel.
So,
Yeah,
the people who wrote the dictionary, are they flat earthers then?
Which dictionary?
Let's
You
not
know, the
follow that red
dictionaries that
herring.
say that vertical is perpendicular to horizontal.
Are they talking about maths or plumb bobs?
Well, that's what a plumb bob is. It's vertical, right?
Sure, but I mean, is the dictionary talking about the actual vertical, the vector for gravity? What are they talking about?
It's the vector is vertical, correct? Up and down.
Yeah, for gravity, yeah, it's up and down, vertical. Yes.
There you go.
There you go. Yeah, and we measured those not to be parallel.
It's not vertical. You're talking about something else if that's the case.
Sorry, up and down.
No.
What?
Vertical's up and down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how
always perpendicular to horizontal.
Yeah, you can establish a horizontal from a vertical. Yes.
How far do you think you can extend the horizontal?
That depends on who you ask. If you ask like Bev, he would say only like maybe 50 meters, and then it'll stop being horizontal.
Well, I'm asking you.
I would say yeah, very long. If you take like what Bev showed in the when he used the theodolite, he was pointing it like I think it was maybe 5 something or less than 6 feet, and in the distance it was pointing almost to the top of a building, and it was still I would say horizontal. Yeah.
So how long is it?
No problem.
So how long is that?
Could be. I'm not sure about the distance. Yeah, it was in Blackpool, but I don't remember the distance now.
Have you ever established a horizontal? You.
Only with like a spirit level.
Right. So when you have horizontal, all the perpendiculars to that will be vertical, right?
Nah, not if the Earth isn't flat. Then no.
So again, you're saying just
you
vertical
hold a
and
square on a horizontal surface.
Yeah, verticals
At any
can only
point?
be perpendicular to horizontal on a flat Earth. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, if vertical is plumb bob, and then you assume Euclidean geometry, then yeah, then verticals would have to be parallel, but they aren't in reality.
But a horizontal is a straight line, correct?
Sure. Or a plane.
At any point, at any point along that line, right, you hold a square against it, right? Tool called the square, and to establish perpendicular to that line, which is going to be vertical.
Not if the Earth isn't flat. Oh, because verticals aren't parallel.
In reality, are they?
No, in reality, we measure them to not be parallel.
So you can't have a horizontal, right?
Yeah, you can just establish vertical and then it's 90 degrees to that.
Okay, so how long can you have horizontal? We go right back around. Molaman.
Yeah, you can extend it to however far you want.
Oh, okay,
Into
6
space
feet.
if you want.
A 6 feet
Sure.
horizontal. Right, so all perpendiculars all along that will be vertical, correct?
No. Because verticals aren't parallel.
Wow.
Because verticals aren't parallel.
Can you define vertical again?
You can't do that.
I think it's perpendicular to something. What was it again?
Vertical is the vector for gravity.
Yeah, that's not what I was getting at. You lose, but nice try.
Oh, he's saying
Also, it's just.
vertical is
Oh,
vertical.
you want to talk about just maths? Oh, then it's perpendicular to horizontal.
He's bailing out.
Oh, bailing. I'm still here.
Yeah.
Can you show me a point, Jerry?
Show
Do
you
points
a
exist?
point.
Yeah.
They are locations. Sure.
Locations? Can you show me one point? How big is a point?
It's that of which has no parts. Yeah.
Okay, so it doesn't exist then, right?
Well, are you throwing out geometry now? Because that would be bad.
No, I'm asking you. You did it.
No,
You've
use
done it, right?
No, you use geometry as a conceptual framework, right?
Yeah. So so it's a concept, right? An abstract concept.
Yeah,
Okay.
use
So you
them
can't
in real
reify it, right?
Well,
You wouldn't reify it and say that it's reality, correct?
Well, you could connect it to reality with tools. You realize that, right?
Oh, good. How?
Well, have you ever heard of a water level?
Yeah, I have, but I hope you're not reifying mathematics now.
Well, the shortest distance between either end of that water level is a horizontal line, right?
Sure, it's an imaginary line, yes.
Okay. And all perpendiculars to that will be vertical.
Only at the center, because the Earth isn't flat.
But the whole line is horizontal.
Yeah, to the center, yeah.
Yeah. So all the perpendiculars will be vertical.
Only at the center. In reality.
Only at the center of an infinite line. Where is the center of an infinite line?
Hold on. Are you saying that there's an infinite line somewhere?
Well, the horizontal line segment that you establish lies on an infinite line.
How many infinite lines are there? I mean, this is insane. You do know that you're reifying geometry right now.
I'm just asking you, dude. That's all.
Yeah, and I've answered. The horizontal is perpendicular to vertical at the center of the horizontal, or between the ends of the water level.
Used in practicality in construction,
Yeah.
So okay,
But
so
it's still,
the verticals.
The geometry doesn't dictate reality.
So the verticals at either end of that water level, on the ends, will they be perpendicular to horizontal?
The verticals at the end? There's no verticals at the end.
If you hang a plumb line, dude, at either end, will they be perpendicular?
No.
To horizontal? Wow, okay.
Not that horizontal, no. No.
Wow, okay.
Because those verticals, you need to first establish the vertical, because that's what you do with water level.
You establish a vertical with a water level?
Yeah, how does it establish horizontal? Do you know how? Does the water have weight?
Yeah.
Okay, so you need the vertical before the horizontal.
Okay, so the tubes at either end are vertical, and the perpendicular all along is horizontal.
No.
Right? Is that what you're getting at?
No.
Okay.
What gives the water the weight?
What gives? I don't know that.
Okay, so you don't know what establishes vertical then, right? In reality.
No. Well, you hang a piece of string, put weight on it, sure.
Yeah. How do you know that that's vertical? How do you
get
that to be vertical?
That's just
it just
what it
is.
Yeah.
Just happens to be, right?
Yeah. A plumb line is vertical.
How do you know that?
It just is.
Do you have proof for that, like mathematical proof?
It just is. There's nothing I can do about it.
It just is.
Yeah,
Okay.
like a rock. A rock is a rock. Like there's nothing I could do about that.
Oh,
just
right.
a rock.
Okay.
Are you blind?
It just
How
is
do you
vertical.
know it's not vertical?
That's right.
So it just is.
How do you know it's not
Yeah.
vertical?
I'm not saying that it's not vertical.
Like,
I'm
can
asking
you
how does
not
he know
see
that
it?
it is vertical?
Well, it's perpendicular to the plane of the horizon.
The
That's
plane
right.
of the horizon.
Right.
Yep.
How do you know that the horizon is a plane?
Well, the shortest distance
Definition of
between
horizon.
either end of your field of view when you're looking at the horizon is a horizontal line, which lies on a horizontal plane.
How do you know that?
It
All
just is.
horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
That also
It's
just
literally,
is.
You know?
literally, it's the definition of horizontal.
That's
Parallel to the
just
plane of the
defining things.
horizon. No,
Just
that's
define things
literally the
into existence.
definition of horizontal. So I guess all verticals must be perpendicular to that. If that's how it
I
works.
mean, I guess if you just say that just is the case, then sure. I mean, it's
I'm not.
quite
It's
easy.
literally what the definition of horizontal is.
Yeah,
Parallel to the
someone
plane of
says
the
it.
horizon.
Yeah, and
Is that
Euclid
wrong?
also said that if you cut a sphere with a plane, it'll be a circle of equal elevation. Yeah.
No, spheres don't have equal elevation.
And you ask him what is the slope of
course
a
they do.
horizontal line. So, Mailman, what is the slope of a horizontal line?
A slope?
Yeah, what is the slope of a horizontal line?
0.
I don't know. I
Rate of
think I
slope.
have heard this question, but I'm not sure.
It's 0. 0 slope.
In reference to what?
Thank you, Cypher.
Slope in reference to what?
What it is?
Slope, deviation from horizontal.
So the surface deviation from the horizontal.
Well, you asked what slope is.
Yeah, you know that slope has like a reference, something else. Can't reference
Slope is
itself.
rise over run. Rise being vertical,
Changing up.
run being horizontal. Sorry, Timbo.
Change. Sorry, no, it's teed up. I was just saying it's a change in elevation. Yeah, which is basically what you were
Change
saying.
in elevation.
What are you guys trying to prove by?
Well, he's confused
Nothing.
about what
I'm not
vertical
trying to
means.
prove anything.
Basically, he's describing radial, inward and outward, and he's calling it vertical, so we're just trying to help him out.
How
Yeah,
are you
that's
confused
what
what
verticals
vertical
would
is?
be on a sphere with gravity. Yes.
Well, that would make horizontal a big circle.
No.
That's
No.
But remember,
Horizontal.
he said he's talking about the sphere, right? So the sphere that is nowhere to be found in reality. So he's talking about a fantasy place where the horizontal has a slope of non-zero. So in he's talking about fantasy. So remember, he just said sphere, right? This is happening on a sphere. What he's talking about, that the horizontal has a slope. So he's talking about fantasy land.
What are you
Yeah,
talking
if the Earth curves, then
You see,
horizontal.
if
The
the Earth
distance between the
curve, which it
horizontal
doesn't in reality, it doesn't curve in reality. So he's talking about a fantasy.
except all the measurements, but
Exactly,
yeah.
because
He's
he stated that horizontal is a slope. Yes, right. In not so many words, he claims that horizontal is a slope because at any point along that horizontal line,
Cool.
perpendicular to it, will not be vertical.
So things are actually the opposite of what they are. Cool.
Right. Even though
No,
even
because
though you can look it up right now
you
and
measure
find that
reciprocal zenith
the
angles.
slope
No
of a
verticals, no
horizontal
parallel.
line is 0. You want to claim
Reciprocal,
that
in reference to what?
reciprocal zeniths are a nonsense test for you anyway, because in your worldview, those things must curve and bend, those plumb lines that you say are not parallel to one another. So if that's the case, why would they be parallel to one another
What
anyway?
are you talking about?
Why would they bend?
Get caught up to
Jesus
your
Christ.
religion. One of these days, guys, learn your religion. So that it doesn't
Do you
sound
think,
confusing
I mean, the
when you talk about
strawmen
it.
are amazing. I think that the verticals would be curved.
No,
Why?
it's not a straw man, dude. You just don't know your religion. It's
Yeah,
the
well,
direction of
if you
gravity.
claim
Sounds like you're
exactly,
saying that
yes,
you're assuming that I
direction of
have
gravity
religion.
is a curved line. You're saying
No.
vertical is Yeah, you're saying vertical is gravity.
Shit until you don't.
Crack a geometry.
Vertical is
You
gravity,
gotta learn
right?
your religion before you come here.
So you think that if I drop something on a globe, it wouldn't fall down; it would curve down.
Yeah, that's what you
Fuck
have to
me.
believe, unfortunately.
Oh God!
I know.
Exactly,
That's
Thank
what
yeah.
you're
God I
here
don't believe
defending.
that, straw
It's
man.
that bad. Yeah, I
Fucking
know.
funny.
That's what you're here defending. It's that bad. That's how crazy.
So you think that a plumb bob would curve
No.
on a globe?
No, you have to think
You
that.
would.
That's the
You'd
religious
have to,
argument.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh God, no, I
I
don't
don't
have
think
to.
You
Thank
an
God.
Einstein denier.
No, Einstein doesn't say that a plumb bob would bend. Fuck me.
Yeah, no, that's the geodetic
This is like
surveyors say that.
kindergarten.
Yeah, for you it is. You're just like day one learning the religion you came here to argue. Yeah, the geodetic surveyors say it'll bend because there's this uneven distribution of mass, so the direction of down, it's curving and waving all over the place randomly. So those plumbs wouldn't actually be straight lines in that fantasy worldview of yours, so they never would be parallel anyway. So it's a nonsense test for you to try to use, is what I'm saying.
It would be funny to get one of those surveyors over here to
Do
say that
you
a plumb bob is a curved line.
Do you disagree with the unequal distribution of mass?
Oh, that's obviously the case, but it doesn't make verticals bend.
So obviously the case, which will mean what Heretic said, would obviously be true then. That your vertical line, no, because of the unequal distribution of mass, which would predict those vertical lines would
what?
Were you listening? What would those vertical lines do if unequal distribution of mass? Prediction of your birth. What would they do?
They would not be parallel.
No,
Curved.
okay, and they would be.
How would it curve?
Because of the unequal distribution of mass.
No,
Gravity is the
why would it curve?
Gravity is the because gravity is the curvature of space-time.
Doesn't predict that unequal distribution of mass. Doesn't predict curved vertical lines.
No, the lines would still be straight.
Okay. It's like he was jibing you. You just don't know your own religion. Fair enough.
Yeah, if you can send a citation where it said that plumb bobs bend, then sure.
Just did.
No one will.
Just there you go.
I can't even tell who's arguing for what right now.
Maybe you should pay more attention then.
I am.
There's a globe guy learning the globe from us right now at the moment.
No, you're too stoned, dude. Can't keep up.
Wait, what?
Cypher,
a globe guy learning the globe?
Wait, what?
Yeah, mailman, his name is. Yeah.
Oh, unequal distribution of mass.
How are we, guys?
Yeah, good man.
He got stumped.
Wavy lines.
Yep.
Funny, he was laughing. He was laughing at what you were saying as well, and then.
By the way, I dropped a citation there of what reciprocal zenith angles are actually used for, which is measuring horizontal distances between points.
Horizontal. Oh shit.
Uh-oh.
I was talking about GPS. Oh, good.
Doesn't sound very curved.
So have you had a look at your lines yet, dude? Or?
Calm down.
Someone is having a panic attack.
I'm at the
Are you okay, Cypher?
Cypher,
okay.
take your medications, bro. Come on.
He's eating steak in the Matrix.
I think he needs to take less medication. That's probably what's happening.
Oh, that might be the
that's
case.
the first time I've heard you crack a joke, Matthew.
Are you flat earther?
Yes. Are you?
No.
You are
Are
too.
you a surfer? Are you one of those stereotypical stoners, man?
This is hilarious.
You think NASA lies to you?
You are so
Shut up.
stereotypical in my view right now.
I know. I don't think I've ever heard a more California accent except on Cypher.
Yeah, him and Flat Earth dude should get together.
Dude.
Sound like you're
Crying or
crying.
Sounds very core curriculum.
Where's Butthead? Bring him in too.
Yeah, fire.
Nice.
Confolio.
I can't tell who's arguing for what.
Yeah, we know you. We know your loss. It's pretty apparent.
Do you want to argue for something?
Yeah,
Okay. What do you think the Earth is?
round.
Round. Awesome stuff. Gemsy?
When you say round, do you mean like a round table, like a frisbee, like a coin, like a pizza? Round like a pizza? Is that what you mean?
Globe.
Oh, globe.
like
You mean like
pizza.
the furniture that you go to Walmart and buy? You ask the lady, where are the globes at? And she points out to aisle 17, and you go there and buy the furniture, put it on your table, and that's what you're talking about, the globe.
What are you talking about? Like how the Earth is.
Bro, you know when you went to school and the teacher said, "Look at the corner, Cypher. You see that globe there? That's where you live." And you say,
Yeah.
Why do you think the Earth's a globe, dude?
What?
Why? It's like, why do you think the Earth, the thing you're standing on, is a ball? Why?
Because it's been proved like a million times.
Proved a million times. Awesome.
Yeah.
Do you reckon you will be able to give me a proof that the Earth is a ball that I can verify for myself without
No,
begging the
dude, just search it up. There's like a YouTube
Just
video.
search it up. Okay, just search it. It's on Google. When I look for the common paradigm of what the Earth is, it's going to tell me that the common paradigm is the Earth is a ball. It's going to
How do
tell
you
me
think
how
gravity works
prove
if
that
the
for
Earth's
myself.
round?
I would like to see proof the Earth is round. I would like to see it to
There's
this day.
pictures, dumbass.
Yeah, there's no fucking picture.
There's
yeah,
pictures,
a
dumbass.
picture isn't proof. A picture isn't proof. Prove to
What?
me that the Earth is round.
I feel like I'm in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventures.
It's awesome, isn't it? It's really cool.
A picture isn't proof.
Dude.
A picture is not proof.
I've
They
got a
literally
picture of
beg
King
to
Kong
differ. I
climbing the
beg to
Empire State
fucking
Building.
differ.
How do you think people go to space?
They don't. How about that?
They
I'm fucking
don't?
sick of these globers.
Yeah, you can't have a vacuum of space. That
Buddy,
defies the laws of
you
nature.
need a rocket launch.
But I'm sick of these fucking scientific fucking facts, just fucking rhetoric. Fucking rounded.
I got a feeling it's going to be way over.
Did he just say I'm sick of scientific facts?
Don't fall for the troll bait.
Hey, Cypher, real quick, I searched the proof that you were talking about. I went to Google and I searched globe to find the proof that you were talking about, and I found furniture. Is that what you're talking about?
No. What are you talking about?
Let me post it so you know what I'm talking about, because... Are you in the chat, Cypher? Let me tag you.
I don't think he knows where he is. Are you on Discord, mate?
What's up?
Are you on Discord?
Yeah.
Cool. Just checking.
So Cypher, I follow what you told to Jed. I just Googled it. You say Google globe to find the proof. I Googled it.
There's like YouTube videos that use math to prove it, but I wouldn't know the math.
And look what I found. Is this what you mean when you?
Bowl of eggs? That's not what I said.
No. Above that, Heaven Earther. I tagged you.
Yeah,
You said
that's
Google
what I meant.
Earth. Is that what you mean that the Earth is?
Yeah.
Like a cartoon or a furniture piece on a table.
What are you talking about? You can. Your whole argument is that it's a furniture piece. I could
That's
say.
your argument. You said that you are standing on one of these.
Yeah, but I could just be like, oh, you're standing on a table. That you're saying that
radical, dude.
Remember when you did believe your teacher, because I did as well, right? Like, but you still believe her when she told you that, Cypher, look at the corner, you see the globe, this is where you live, and
I
you
mean, why
still
would
believe her,
it?
right?
What do they have to gain out of lying about that?
No, your
Just
teacher
ask
wasn't lying. She was telling you what she knew, just like
no,
you.
like, but why would the government lie about that? Just like be honest with yourself. Like,
Tell me one thing that the government tells you the truth about, besides you're under arrest. Besides that one, because when the government says you're under arrest, you are under arrest, right? You better believe them.
tell me anything they'd lie about.
War, money, military operations, need to know basis. Do you want me to go on?
Like when? I mean, if they
all the
have to
time.
keep it confidential.
Sorry, all the time, dude.
What about the last few years, mate? You didn't live through that?
About what?
Oh my god, man!
Oh
No,
my god.
like
Dude can't
what
even remember
specifically in
yesterday,
the
man.
past
You're talking
few
about 3
years?
years ago.
What specifically in the past few years?
You know what I'm. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I'm not sure you should even be in this conversation.
Just tell me.
Yo, a bugger, bro. Surf's up.
Have you one of
No
Mars
more
recently?
clues.
What are you talking about?
Oh my god. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about, Cypher?
I'm asking you. You're like, the government lied to us in the past few years. Like, about what?
No. I talk about what you claim you live on the globe, right? The furniture, and your teacher told you that you
Dude,
believed
what
it. She told me the same thing. I believed her, but then I moved on when I recognized that reality is not the furniture on the table.
Yeah, you went onto Facebook. You're like, oh shit, they're right. It's fucking flat, dude.
That's
Basically,
exactly what you did. That's how you figured out what the globe is. You looked at images. You didn't actually look into any of it. You're just believing what people tell you.
Sure, yeah.
Have you ever been outside, dude?
Have you? Why are you a 30-year-old
I'm
virgin?
asking you if you've ever been outside. Do you live California?
Sure have.
You've been outside.
he got you. He got you, Jedi. He got you, bro.
You've been to the beach, motherfucker. You've been to the beach.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever looked
Yeah, of
across
course
the
he
water?
does.
Yeah, of course. Exactly.
He's got the
You-
surfer accent.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So you've looked across the water, right?
Yeah.
Does that water look like it's curving to you?
Yeah.
Where? Apart from
On
the
the
wave
horizon.
on the horizon, you think that left to right along the horizon, you see the curve of the Earth.
Well, I mean, you can't, like, it's not going to be
can't?
fucking slow because it's not.
So you can't then.
You can't.
You can't.
You can't
So you
see.
don't.
There's a certain
Can't
distance
see.
you can see, so you can't really see the curve because it's like.
So
But you
can't
said
see
you
the curve.
could.
So
You
when I
just
asked
said
you
that
where
you
you see
could.
the curvature of the Earth, you said the
Well,
horizon.
yeah, but it's not
And
going
when
to be
pressed
super
on that, it said
obvious. It's
no,
just going to
not
be
the horizon,
slight.
because you can't. You can't see the horizon curving.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, no. Yes or no? You said like, you go
Yeah.
to the beach, you see the curvature of the Earth when you look at the horizon. Yeah.
I
And
mean,
now you're going to
it's
turn
not going
around
to
to
be
me when
obvious. You just have
pressed
to
on
look a
that.
little bit closer.
Dude, when pressed on that, you say you can't see the curve of the Earth and the horizon. Which one is it?
You can. It's just not super obvious.
It's just not super. It's just not super obvious. When is it
Yeah.
obvious? Would it be obvious if a boat?
When you went, if you like if you go to space, it's pretty obvious.
I'm not going to space, mate. Space doesn't exist. We tried to talk about that a minute ago, but let's see if we can
How do you
figure out
think?
where the.
How do you think the Big Bang happened then?
Oh no! See, I don't even believe in the Big Bang because that would be the creation story for a ball. That would be one of the reasons why they lied to you, by the way, to give you a new creation story.
How
But
do you think
again,
life
that's a
was
different
formed
point.
then?
Oh, life was created. It doesn't spring up by itself for no apparent reason. We're not
Yeah,
complicated world.
How do you think it was
chaos theory
created
is
then? I
so
mean,
stupid, bro. For chaos theory, the Big Bang, right? That's what you believe. Chaos theory, right? So if I throw chalk at a board infinite times, eventually it'll turn into Hamlet, right? That's chaos theory.
what?
Somehow I
Yeah.
knew he was gonna say something like, "What? What are you
The way
talking
they argue
about?"
against the Big Bang is life only comes from life. Talk about creationism, right?
Do I know the future? Because I knew he was gonna say that.
Me too. Me too.
So chaos theory is what you have to believe with the Big Bang because you believe chaos created everything.
Just guys, try to keep this guy on the realist level. Because if you keep talking about fantasy, he's just gonna keep getting confused.
Dude,
Talk about
why do you think no one
CFCs and
sits at the
container.
lunch table with
Makes
you?
me
Probably
sniffing
because you're
them.
fucking stupid.
Wait, what? Hold on.
What?
Let's end this argument right now.
You cowabunga.
The surface of the Earth is measured to be horizontal, level, flat, not curving. So if the surface of the Earth, which is water, is measured to be horizontal, level, flat, and not curving, and the necessary consequent of the surface of a sphere is curving, then the surface of the Earth, and indeed the Earth, can't be a ball. It's measured flat. Measured flat. Not measured to curve. Dude.
What?
Yeah, using globe math. Me
He's
and
gone
a
anyways.
whole fucking
He's gone. Go ahead,
Oh my
bro.
god.
My bad.
He
That
left.
rocks, dude.
Oh, he
Mark's gonna
left?
call him.
Yeah, he fucking left.
What a pussy. Oh my god, dude.
He gets proven wrong and then he fucking
pussy-ass
leaves.
Globers.
Found his car.
Well, a lot of the terminology that was being used in before the conversation started with him, he was listening to you guys talk to the other guy about horizontal lines and vertical, and he was like, "What? Huh? Eh? What?" So he was just he doesn't know anything about the topic. I guess that's what it is.
Poopy here is a Glober. Hey, Poopy, unmute your mic, you pussy.
What's up?
Hey, so there is a globe, right?
Maybe.
You know it. You think it's a globe.
I have no idea. I don't know. I gotta find a method of believing in it's a globe if I can't see it. So I try to listen to you guys' methods to see what's makes sense.
When you
Fair
say it
enough.
makes sense, when you say the globe makes sense, are you saying that the globe makes sense? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't take a position on the globe. I said I don't know. Maybe.
Oh. So reality makes sense because you experience reality with your senses, right?
I think what's real can be beyond our senses. Because I know
Wait,
that
what?
just because I can't sense something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I'm talking about reality, right?
Does reality make sense?
Well, what I meant by making sense was what's rational. I mean, an example of this would be for something to be real, can you only rely on your senses to know it exists, or can it exist without you knowing?
When you see a straight line with your eyes and it's not curving, does that make sense that it's a straight line that is not curving?
No, you can look at the edge of a dinner plate and it looks like a straight line, even though it is curving.
So it doesn't. So it doesn't make sense that you see a straight line. You're looking at it with your eyes, Matthew. You're looking at it with your eyes, and it's a straight line, and you can check it with a ruler and place it horizontally. You can check it with a level, and when
Just a ruler?
Also with a level, right?
Yeah.
So what you saw with your eyes, one of your senses, your vision, and then you checked it with the tools, then it is a straight line. It is horizontal. Matthew, you're saying that doesn't make sense? Why?
No, that makes sense.
No, it makes sense. I'm just saying that.
So you said no, it doesn't make sense.
We're
Why
talking about the
said
shape
that?
of the whole Earth, right?
I'm saying that sometimes curved objects can appear straight as straight lines in your vision.
Okay.
So you just said no to say
make sense?
no when I said that.
Say that again.
When I said that to the other guy, and you jumped in the middle, and you said no, it doesn't make sense. But then now you're saying it does make sense.
I'm saying that sometimes if you look at curved objects in your view, in your sight,
Sometimes, not what I was talking about, something else. So, not what I was talking about. You're talking about something else. That doesn't make sense. Something else, but not what I was talking about.
I thought you were talking about the horizon appears as a straight line, and therefore it is straight.
So not what I was talking about. So you're talking about something else, not what I was talking about to that guy. Okay.
Yeah, I was talking about the
All right,
bigger picture.
Okay, all right. Not what I was talking about. All right, okay, I get it. Thank you, Matthew.
Who's the guy that called me out?
That's son of Yahweh. Go ahead, son of Yahweh.
No, it was me.
Go ahead.
It was me. It was me all along.
You hid.
Does physics make sense to you? Does physics make sense to you?
To me?
Yeah, like do you?
I don't study physics. I don't know any equations or. I mean, something like simple, like I throw something up, it comes back down. Or
do you know water? Do you know water seeks level?
It's what?
Do you know water seeks level?
Water 6 level. You're
water seeks level.
You fucking.
Yeah, oh yes, I do. Yeah.
Call him a retard.
Oh, you're talking about an experiment where they set up two planks with holes on them, and they shot a light through it, and it didn't go through both holes.
Oh, that's Jerry's favorite. Yeah,
that one makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah, yeah. I think that's a good example why the Earth could be a globe.
How about that's a red herring? I just said water seeks level, and you want to bring up the gold foil experiment. That's not even related.
Well, you're cutting out. I want to skip ahead. I just don't want to listen to you the whole time.
He's talking about the Jeranism thing.
What's your point about water seeking level? What's your point?
Do you know what level is?
Yeah, straight. Well, what appears to be straight.
Okay, well there you go.
Well, maybe it doesn't move. How about just doesn't move? Doesn't move.
That was easy as fuck. So straight is curved, right?
Depends on how far out you go.
Take the stalk out your mouth. What?
Huh?
Take the stalk out your mouth. What?
The sock?
Cock.
What about cock?
I like cock.
Take it out your mouth.
I ban him. Kick him. He likes cock.
Nobody's listening to you.
So level means straight, right? You said that.
Sure.
Well, if the Earth is 70% ocean, then those oceans are straight. What does that mean? That means they're not curved, right? Well, I mean that was actually really easy.
Wouldn't scale matter? Like size?
Well, it can't be straight and curved at the same time, can it?
No, my point is depends on perspective, which scale
No.
is important.
Are you gonna walk it back now? You're gonna say it doesn't mean straight anymore. It means curved.
Well, how long? Well, okay, our levels. How long are they? 6 inches? Is the Earth only 6 inches?
Straight is straight and curve is curved. All right, so
right,
it is not going to be ever curved. Curved is never going to be straight.
Well, even if you look under a microscope, is it really like perfectly straight? Is it rough? I mean,
talking about the fundamental principles of the behavior of liquids, right?
We were just talking about.
Well, it's curved or straight. It's what, a semantics argument?
We're just talking about.
No, it's not semantics. They're directly opposed. You can't be straight and curved at the same time.
Boom. That's crazy.
So no actual rebuttal. That's crazy.
What's the point of that?
What's the point of straight versus curved? What do you mean?
No, but what was the point of all that? You acted as if I had a position, and you just. I mean, I made a guess.
You're obviously a glober, but I think you might be a closet flat earther.
Dude, I don't even know what the Earth is. I don't know its shape. That was my.
So
position.
you're a closet flat earther.
Flat isn't a shape. Flat's not a shape.
I don't know its shape. I don't know what it looks like.
He's a brain in the vat. He's a brain in the vat.
Flat triangle.
Huh?
Flat's not a shape. Flat's not a shape.
Whatever. I don't know. I don't know its dimensions, its shape. I don't know. I don't study physics. I don't know.
That's very clear. We understand that.
Well, yeah.
Trying to figure out the shape of an object wouldn't have anything to fucking do with it. Physics
Well, why
isn't
should
the
I
tool
care?
you would use to figure out the shape of an object.
Well, I'm just because he brought up physics too.
No, I brought up physics earlier because we're talking about the nature of water.
Well, okay. Boom. I guess. Wow, that's crazy. Wait, were you the guy that was arguing earlier?
So now what you have to do is you have to go to the Flat Earth Temple and you have to pray to the Flat Earth God.
That was the funniest thing I've ever heard. Can you say it a second time?
What the heck?
That was the funniest thing I've ever heard.
Why does he got like a fucking pressure valve or something in the background?
Who, me?
Yeah, you've got like a bunch of pans clanging. You've got like fans running.
Huh. There's
you're in a
fans
factory or
running,
something.
there's water, and there's pans. Huh.
He's washing dishes.
Maybe I'm in a kitchen. You heard pans, right?
Barista?
No, I'm at home, dipshit. I'm in my kitchen.
Hey, Poopy, you need to change your name to Yahweh's bitch now because you just bro, that was actually really bad.
Boom.
That was so bad. Is that the best you
Poopy?
got?
Boom.
Is your profile picture your face?
No. My friends.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So, Poopy, you say that you don't know if the Earth's
globe
flat or
defenders are weird.
you said you don't know. You said you don't know if the Earth's flat or a globe.
I don't know. I don't know anything about Earth. I don't know.
I just gave you evidence that it's not a globe.
They don't
So
know
you're gonna
anything.
are you
They
going
don't
to
know
retract
anything
that?
at all.
Yeah, I don't know how to respond to that. I have no position.
How about you retract
What do
that
you
and
know,
say
kid?
the Earth's flat?
Retract what? About the Earth?
Yeah.
Just simply, what does he know?
What I know.
What are
I
you
know
here
that I don't know.
for?
To listen.
You know that you don't
The
know.
fucking Yahweh couldn't win an argument, so he had to
That was
call the guy that's
profound.
muted. I'm just listening. I'm just listening to
I destroyed you within a minute. What do you mean? It was so easy. You just conceded.
Destroyed what?
You literally just conceded.
Well, it's not like I had a position anyways.
Okay, so now you do have a position. The Earth's flat.
Yeah, I just said I don't know. I'm making.
Well, why are you arguing?
Now,
I'm not trying to.
Now, if you want to be honest, your position is it's flat because water, which is 70% of Earth, is flat. So what does that make the Earth? A sphere or a, wait, hang on. Wait, Poopy. Hey, Poopy, I have a question. Is the Earth a sphere or is it a fucking pear?
I don't know. No idea.
God damn, you're just the most ignorant person in this whole fucking voice chat.
What about that experiment I said?
He's afraid. He's afraid to take a position. He's just a coward, and he's got to work through that, But he knows here, he's got no story time. And
I don't know a common response for you.
And so all he has to do is say, you don't get it. and take no position.
No, I get what he's
when
saying.
he is a Gloober, he is a complete Gloober clown, and he did concede and he lost abysmally. But no, always move the goalpost.
Is I don't know a common response for you?
No.
You're obviously a glober, bro. Don't try to lie
What does
to
that
us.
mean? I don't know. A glober?
You believe in
See,
the
you
globe.
don't know anything.
The Earth is everything?
He's a mind in a vat. He's a complete sophist. He's a sophist. He's a mind
He's
in
a
a vat.
sophist.
He
He's a
can't
glober.
know anything, does know nothing,
He's a
and does
freaking
nothing
glober.
in his life. It's pathetic. It's
All you can
pathetic
do is
position.
talk over people.
I'm making
All you
food.
do. You lost, so you're talking over people. That's how it works.
Who's talking over?
You're making food. Good for you. You are sustaining unsustainable life. Carry on.
You see, you keep talking over
Well,
people.
yeah, I'm gonna die. I can't sustain myself forever.
As a glober, you can't.
He's admitted
Is it
he has
even
a
worth
belief,
it if you're a
and
brain in the vat?
he doesn't understand. He doesn't think he understands physics and things like that, which he thinks is related to determining shapes. He's been somewhat intellectually honest.
Well,
Sophism
the point is that Yahweh said,
intellectual honesty.
"Do you know?" He said, "First, do I understand physics?" And then he asked, "Do you realize that water? What was it that it straightens out? No, it seeks
Hey,
level."
no one cares. No one cares. We were just sitting here. You're pathetic. You can't even take a position. You're a brain in the vat. Sit down, sophist.
Well, he already conceded that level means straight, and if it can't be straight
looks
and
straight.
curved.
It looks straight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you proved the Earth is flat, guy. It's a guy in the vat. Even a guy in the vat could, or a brain in the vat could prove that the Earth is flat. So there's hope out there for you, Scott.
Boom. Boom.
So water seeking level doesn't mean appears to be straight. It means that it's level, horizontal. It exists on a plane. I mean, water can't be curving.
So it doesn't appear to be straight.
Well, he said that water
Does it
appears to be straight,
doesn't it
but
appear?
Well, my point was that if you were to level something out, the leveler is only 6 inches. The idea of the globe, Earth, is that it's massive, right? I mean, if you were to look at a sphere under a microscope, you couldn't tell it's curved. You would have to look at it farther away.
You're just
It's scale. Scale matters, right?
Very big.
So I don't know. I mean,
bigger than very small.
so I would.
So do you
My
even know
point
the
of
scale?
saying that
What scale
I
are we
don't.
talking?
Oh my god.
Maybe a radius 3959.
The scale of the Earth.
Let's talk about a
how
sphere with
massive it is.
3959 radius.
What's
Let's do that.
What is that?
Let's talk about a shape.
No, I don't
know what a shape is?
God, yeah.
Okay. Geometric figure. It's a geometric figure. You know what a geometric figure is? It's a shape.
Not really.
Get it?
Okay, yeah, sure.
Okay. I guess you don't. Even a brain. Come on.
Yeah, you can use
got one in
geometry to
there,
figure out
right?
shapes. Yeah, use volume.
You have a brain. You can conceptualize geometry, can't you? So on what scale? So on what scale are you talking when you say real Earth, real big?
I don't know the size of the Earth. Massive. How many miles?
So it's not a geometric. So it's not a geometric figure.
No, I don't know.
I agree. It's not. Good.
Okay.
And also not only that, the Earth, the Globers claim that the Earth is curving at 8 inches per mile squared, which is actually you can actually
give me more claims he didn't make.
Wait, hold on a second. You know what just happened here is that I didn't take a position, and you tried to force one on me. Why not just convince me of your position?
Exactly.
Like, I didn't take a position,
No, I
and
asked if you accepted that geometry exists in your mind, and you accepted that geometry existed. That's what happened. You, even a brain in the vat, conceptualized geometry.
Yeah, you can use math to understand the world and objects and shapes and yeah.
You're clearly a glober, bro. Don't even try to lie.
I don't know. I mean, I'm just trying to work off your argument. I mean, scale matters. Like I said, if you were to look at a sphere like cue ball under a microscope,
it doesn't.
Hold on a second.
See,
Yeah,
a brain in the vat has
you
a scale
cannot.
geometry. I asked him if he can know it. He's a brain in the vat.
If you're not a glober, if you're not a glober, how come you just try to defend straight means curve eventually? Please explain that.
I said it could. Like, because, I can't. Well, yeah, I can explain it. Again, scale matters. So if you look at a cue ball under a microscope, you cannot tell the curvature. Therefore, size matters. And you didn't dispute that. You just said, "Oh, well, what's the size? What's the size?" Like, you didn't dispute it. You just simply said, "Well, give me the exact adjust glasses. Give me the exact estimate. Give me the
all of you. Shut up for a minute.
We already established that that water seeks level, which is straight. So that already disputes your whole idea of the Earth.
Of scale? You don't think scale matters? You don't think so?
Oh, mic test.
Go for it.
Hello? Mic test. Mic check.
Go for it.
Coming through. Thank you. So scale is not it's not relevant when we're talking about a fundamental principle of the behavior of liquid at rest, right? So at any point along a horizontal line within a body of liquid at rest, it will be of equal pressure in all directions, a horizontal line. It's often used as the definition of a level surface, right?
Right.
Horizontal, right? That's a fundamental principle of the property of liquid at rest. It's hydrostatics, right? Study this within physics, right? Within, you could take a course in this and you could learn that fundamental principle. Right? That's not going to change. They don't teach you, but that changes over distance. No, that is a fundamental principle, and they use it, right? They use that principle for practical purposes in construction, probably other fields. Right? Otherwise, they wouldn't be bothering to teach anybody that fundamental principle. Understand.
I had to reword my argument about scale.
To use it.
But what I wonder is, two things. When we observe the planets, they are a sphere, right? Like they're spheres.
No,
they're not. What do you think they are?
I don't know what they are. I'll admit through a monocular device.
Okay, so we're going to figure it out. We got to put water on Mars. We got to put water on Mars to figure that out, or
no, I don't know what Mars is.
Well, another thing is,
I used to think it was a like land in the sky. Terra firma.
Well, is gravity a force?
Oh, not according to theoretical physicists. It's not. No.
So the more mass an object has, it doesn't have more gravity, more attraction.
No, that's not.
You don't think that's true?
That's not what.
Well,
not. I don't. I'm not claiming gravity, right? But I understand the current theoretical physics rhetoric is that no, it's not a force. It's not considered to be a force.
Well, whatever it's considered, there's some reason why when you throw something up, it comes back down.
Is it?
From what we can tell, yeah. Well, okay, it may be going up, whatever you think about direction, but it comes back to a center point.
A center point?
It comes back to the ground. I'll say that. That's the right terminology. It comes back to the ground. When you throw something up, it comes down. Is that a law of nature?
Not always. It's medium.
It's repeatable.
Dependent.
Well, it's repeatable, isn't it?
No, it's not because
repeatability is a. I mean, what would be different? What example?
It doesn't occur. It doesn't occur in all instances, does it?
Like what?
Like if a pumice stone, right? And you take it down underwater, let it go, it'll float back up to the surface. It's going up, so it's medium specific and dependent.
What about oil and water? Is it that
happening in all instances?
Sorry.
Talking about
okay, if it's floating on the water, where's the water? Is the water up or down? Is the water not affected by gravity?
The water is within a contained area.
The fact that, and if gravity was so strong that if it were real, it would put the pebble all the way through the bottom of the lake. We're going to assume a lake. Then how can a pebble even be thrown up if gravity's so strong? Right, because water has density. There's oil and density. Or there's density in oil, sorry. You put oil and water together, separates because of density. But it still goes down. So there is laws of nature.
The oil sitting on top of the surface of
the water, whatever. But the point is that just because the pebble floats doesn't mean the water's floating in the air. It's down too. It's just that there's forces that can resist gravity for so long.
What's gravity?
The way I see it is that there's an invisible plane that we can only move across. And gravity, if it is determined by mass, it will be like a blanket, right? You lay a blanket out, hold it by 4 points of the corner, and you put, let's say, a cue ball on it. It curves that blanket so much. If you put like a bowling ball on it, it curves it a lot. And if you were to have, let's say like a cue ball at the end of the blanket, but a bowling ball at the center, well, both objects are manipulated by that sheet, that space. That's what we call space. Therefore, the cue ball, when the bowling ball is in the middle of the sheet, would roll to it. That's how I understand it, is that we all walk upon space, and gravity, which is determined by mass, will affect that sheet, that space. I don't know if that's the best way of explaining it, but...
So a warping of space.
Of space.
Time,
it is warping
right?
of space, yeah.
It's not space, it's space-time.
Well, it's space-time. I didn't know about time part. The way I understood it is, I did it myself. You just simply put a heavy object on a sheet, and then a lighter object next to it, where the lighter object is going to go towards the heavier because of how the sheet is manipulated. I think that mass manipulates space.
Oh, so space is a sheet. So space is a sheet.
Well, that's just how it's an easier way of understanding it. But my point is that
a syllogism. A representation of something that isn't actually
simple. It's simplifying it. Like it's an example. It's not exactly a sheet, but the point is an object is manipulating.
It's not exactly a sheet. So what is it then? It's not the sheet.
You're talking about the bending and warping
it
of
could
a
be
conceptual
5-dimensional.
fabric.
It could be beyond 3-dimensional, but the point is that
what's the other dimension? Time.
Is there really anything? Is there any two items that aren't
not just
affected
space,
by each other? Is there one thing that cannot be affected by another? Like one object can never be affected by another object.
Physically?
In any way. I mean, in any way. Is there anything that is beyond space, or the theory of space, beyond time?
I got some magnets, and their reverse polarity they're not going to ever touch.
But magnetism is a force, right?
Yes, it is.
Well, I mean, the point of what I'm trying to establish is that there's laws in nature that are repeatable.
Yes.
And so,
Who's repeating
the best
them?
way to understand, I think my point is that
who's repeating them? Nature or you?
I'm repeating a test of nature.
Oh, what test?
Throwing something up and down.
Okay, well, the cause was you throwing it up and down. Easy, done.
No, my cause was it going up. I didn't cause it to go down. I didn't smack it to the ground.
Oh, so it just came from like spontaneously up in the air and then was attracted.
Right.
Well,
If
that's
you
a
hadn't
theory.
have,
I mean, that's the
if you
theory of
hadn't have
gravity.
picked the object up, if you hadn't have picked the object up and threw it, would it have been falling down?
Just forget all the force
No, because the ground is keeping it from going further. Just like water is keeping the pebble from going to the bottom of the lake. However, the lake is still attracted to the earth.
Now?
No, you brought up an example of a floating pebble.
Did the pebble go to the bottom of the lake? Yes or no?
No, it's floating.
Did the pumice pebble go to the bottom of the lake? Yes or no?
No, you said it did not. You said it floated.
What if it wasn't pumice?
Depends on what it is. Because there's other forces than gravity. There's density and there's weight.
So where's the attraction?
Attraction's towards the earth by gravity.
Yeah. Exactly.
Not what you described before.
Where's the attraction?
Huh?
What you described before.
What?
Your blanket test with the bowling ball, or the ball blanket. That's how you described it. Attraction.
Yeah, it's a very simple way. The point is that the point in that example is to show that weight theoretically affects space-time, or mass does, which affects.
Yeah.
weight.
What is? And then you said that was like a bed sheet, a black bed sheet, and with a marble in the middle of it.
So and then you said
you're trying to describe it. So what are you trying to describe?
Like I said, that mass manipulates space-time. We can only walk across space.
Mass.
So weight on a bed sheet, on a
That's
thin
a way
fabric.
of describing it.
Weight
That's a way to do
on a thin fabric.
Mass. Well, the point of the bowling ball, it has more mass and weight than the cue ball. However, the cue ball is going towards the bowling ball.
Are you making this up as you go along?
No, I'm not. I've done it before, and I think it's a really interesting way of explaining space.
Are you proficient at doing this?
Well, I don't do it all the time. I had a quick thought, and I'm like, well, that would be an easy way of explaining it.
So
space-time an actual fabric? Is space-time a fabric? Something?
No, I used a fabric to show that mass manipulates space.
Right. So space-time.
Imagine
is that something that can be. Is space-time something that can be manipulated
by mass? Yeah.
What is space and what is time?
Space is that's something I've thought about. The best way to describe it, space is something you can put something in. It is just simply space. You can put something in it. You can take something out. It is. It's hard to.
Okay, so in space,
space is just space.
In space, what's the shortest distance between 2 points?
The what?
The shortest distance between 2 points.
Space.
Shortest distance between 2 points in space. Well, I don't know.
What would that be called?
Can we truly find that? Is it always going to be maybe there's an infinite way of minimizing something? Like if we have the infinity microscope, would it ever stop?
No. Do you know what it's called?
No. Oh, 1 second.
It's called a straight line. It's called a straight line, isn't it?
Hold
up. Wow. Well, my point is, if the shortest distance between 2 points is always...
Like you said, what is the distance between 2 points?
The shortest distance.
The shortest.
Shortest, so it's measurement. Hold up.
Wow.
You asked me what is the shortest distance between 2 points. Distance implies a measurement.
Yeah, what would that be called?
What, the distance? Between 2 points.
Yeah, the shortest one.
That's a lie.
What is the shortest distance between 2 points? How are we measuring it? By inches? By it could be infinite. You're talking about distance. It's
Any metric you
right?
want. Pick 2 points. What's the shortest distance between them? What is that called?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, it is a straight line.
Right.
Quickest way.
It is
right. So, if that's true, how can space ever warp?
Guys, how do you think the Earth is flat when you can literally get to the USA from 2 directions, from China or Japan? How can you get to the US faster going west from, east from Japan instead of west? It makes no sense. Yeah, but you can fly in 2 directions and still end up to the US. So, I don't know what you guys are even saying.
I'm just playing it through. I've never really had a position. I've tried to apply laws of nature to see if it would prove a globe shape. I mean, if there's equations behind the laws of nature, then the equations should be testable on Earth.
Yeah, I don't really talk about the sky and all that.
Well, I don't talk about this at all. I talk about politics.
Well, I'm talking about the sky, space and all that.
What are you talking about?
Because you can't
You
really
think that's
test
faked by the
anything.
government.
Wait, is this all you guys talk about? Is the Earth?
Well, people
Is the
come in here
shape of
telling us. People come in here telling us that the ground is a ball all the time, and the reasons they give are interesting. Should be
The
kind
title
about
of the politics server is Earth.
I never really want to give a
24/7.
position because I feel like it could change. I don't know
Yeah,
enough.
But that's what we talk
No,
about here.
I mean that's just. I've been trying to be honest about that the whole time. Is I don't know.
How do you, if someone makes us a flat Earth, how do you get from the U.S. to Japan in 2 directions?
You fly direct.
Why don't you ask that question to someone who knows?
Fly direct.
Yeah,
just ask
if you
someone
fly,
else. I
if
mean,
you
want to fly direct.
The debate doesn't stop
Okay,
and start
you
here.
get there from 2 directions. You see
Are
what
you
I'm saying?
asking
So
like
how's that
are you
possible?
wanting me to be your travel agent and book you the flight?
No,
It's
I'm
a
wanting
direct
you to
flight.
explain
How
something
much
that
money do you
literally
have? Because
disproves
I'm
your
gonna have to
dumbass
take
theory.
a fee to do
I'm
this for you.
explaining something that
A flight
disproves your
where?
dumbass theory.
It's very simple. Transfer the funds into my account.
No, how do you get there from? Okay, so you fly. You can get to
You fly
the US
direct.
from Japan, east and west. How is that possible? With the flat Earth?
Are you looking for a map or something? You lost?
You're literally ignoring the question because you know that I'm
Are you
right.
lost?
Okay,
You
if I
lost.
have a plate and I put a red dot across from a blue dot.
Hey, hold on a second. I think you got an answer.
All right, so imagine. All right, so the blue dot is the United States. Shut up, bitch. The blue dot is the United States.
The blue
You're
dot.
asking how do I wait? Shut up! Shut the fuck up! You asked for an answer. I'm giving you an answer, so shut the fuck up.
I stopped listening. I was making food.
So if you want to know how to get to the red dot from the blue dot with 2 different directions, do you not understand that on that plate you can go 2 different directions and still get to the red dot?
How? You could go. Are you
I
saying
literally just made an illustration for you. What do you mean how?
Yeah, you didn't prove anything. You said there's a blue and red dot on the plate, and you could go
You
2
didn't prove
directions to
anything.
get
You
to
asked
it.
us
That
the
doesn't make
fastest
any
way to get to
sense.
Japan. I told you to fly direct. It's over.
Yeah, but like, there's
He was
more
asking
Yeah,
two
but
different
like
directions.
it's over for you, buddy. Keep looking at the cartoons I'm posting for you in chat, Cypher.
You're not even answering the question.
So on the plate, getting to
I'm
the
not
blue
asking
dot
about
from
a
the red.
plate.
No,
What are
shut up,
you
shut up.
on about?
Getting to the blue dot from the red dot. Do you not understand that those are 2 different directions that you can take to get to the
What
red
about the purple dot? Where's that?
What are you on about?
You got me, bro. The Earth's a globe. Wow,
the fucking green dot.
That was so good.
Yo,
Hey, there's a red dot on my map.
This giggling bitch
got a
is getting
mini-map?
fucking annoying. Can you guys mute Cypher? This guy's a fucking moron.
He's so stoned, dude.
It's not even the stone. I smoke more fucking weed than this cocksucker. He sounds like a fucking moron. It's not the weed that's doing this to him. He's a fucking natural fucking idiot. Buddy, shut the fuck up. No, somebody mute this fucking idiot. I don't want to listen to this fucking giggling garbage, bro.
Yeah,
trash.
Okay, how can you get to the U.S.?
How can you get to the U.S.? How can you get to the U.S.? I smoke so much weed. How can I get to the fucking U.S.? How can I get to the U.S.?
See, I can't fucking. Can somebody, one of the mods, where you guys at? Mute this motherfucker, please.
Dude, you just.
This guy's fucking retarded. Buddy, they explained to you. It's not a. Buddy. They explained to you already. You're too fucking stupid. You're too fucking stupid to understand anything. There's no reason to explain anything to you. You're beyond fucking retarded. The government lies to you every fucking day. If you want to believe, listen, from the amount of fucking weed you smoke, it's unbelievable that you trust the fucking government. You're that fucking dense. You're that fucking dense. Right? Stupid shit stain. The fuck out of here.
I can't believe the government lied to me.
Fucking trash, bro. Shut the fuck up. If you want to learn, fucking sit here and shut the fuck up. Mute yourself.
And Poopy, you're attacking the illustration versus the point, bro. It's very simple. I literally laid it out very simply.
You going back to the first point, man?
What first point? Oh, you mean
what point are you going back to?
Wait. The first point. You mean wait, Poopy.
This is a dialect. I'm going to disrupt you.
You mean
this
whenever
is a
you
dialect.
conceded?
This is a dialect. I'm going to interrupt you.
Okay, whenever you conceded the Earth was flat within a minute, is that the point you want to go back to?
Wait,
you said that water. You said that water was flat.
I did.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, it was actually really bad. It was like really.
Wait,
really
what was
bad.
my position on Earth again?
Well, you conceded that water seeks level, which is straight. So straight doesn't mean curved. So
you can't curve a straight line.
You can. Well, it's not straight if it's curved.
Well, I mean, you can curve it.
That's the point. That's the point.
Yeah,
that's the point. It's not straight if it's
well,
curved.
we're talking about the Earth, and I mean, you know that it's straight because you looked at it, right?
I've actually no. Hey, Poopy, you know what's funny about that? I've actually
answer the question. You looked at it, right?
No. I actually answered the question. So I didn't just look at it. I've actually tested it. 1 foot observer height, 6.44 miles. There should have been 13 foot of drop, but there wasn't any. Hey, Poopy, what measurements have you ever made to show the Earth is curving? Go.
I never said it was curved. I never said it was curved.
Okay. So I have measurements. You don't. You're fucking retarded.
I didn't really have a position in the first place, but all right.
You're obviously You're trying not to take a position because you know you get destroyed.
Like I said, I know what I know, and I know what I don't know, or I don't know what I don't know.
You don't want to make a position because you know you'll get destroyed. That's the thing.
Right.
It's pathetic. Make a position, you fucking pussy.
Dude, you got to have a position on the Earth. You have to. Utmost importance. It's utmost importance. The Earth. The shape. What is it?
You're obviously not open-minded enough to actually hear a flat Earth position, so you're gonna just
I just did.
I see in the middle.
I did listen. I just think. I just wonder if someone else could counter you. I don't know if they're in the room right now. I wonder.
Okay.
I'm open-minded.
Okay,
That's truly open-minded. Are you?
Okay, so if the I used to be a glober. I used to be a glober, so I'm more than willing to change my mind on a thing. But anyway, if the Earth is 70% water and you conceded that it's straight, how is the Earth even possibly a globe? How is that even a possibility for you?
Dude, I have no idea. Wow, that's just crazy, dude.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Is there any other topics you know?
I just
well, hold on. Is there any other topics you talk about?
I just gave you
any other topics?
I just gave you a direct counter argument towards a globe, and you're still saying, I don't know, but I'm neutral at the same time.
Yeah, maybe. Hey, that's a good point. That's a good experiment you did. I'm sure it adds up because I looked at it. I saw you do that, and I'm going to bother to do the math.
For one, it's not an experiment; it's an observation.
Through an experiment, right?
No, it's not. It's not an experiment.
What did you do exactly?
It's a long distance observation. That's not an experiment.
Oh. From 6 miles, right?
It's almost 6.5. Yeah.
And Globers say that after 6 miles you can see curvature. What's their position?
You don't even know the globe's claim. So they claim it's 8 inches per mile squared. So if you actually do the math, which is very simple, you do the math, you calculate.
So that's what you disproved. Was that my position?
That's the globe's position.
Who are you arguing with? Yeah, okay, who the fuck are you arguing with? You called me out. I said, I don't know, sure. You're like, oh, I win. Like drilling out the mouth. Oh, I win. Like that's you. That's
so
you.
If the Earth's not a globe, then what is it? Please enlighten me.
I'm not
don't know.
I don't know.
Oh wow! If it's not curving, then it's flat. You fucking moron.
Okay.
It's super simple, bro. It's super simple.
You're not upset, are you? Well, you're not upset that I'm not taking a position on the Earth?
No, it's actually pretty funny that you're not, because you're clearly a glober.
Listen, fence sitters are worse. Fence sitters are worse than globers, my guy.
Dude, I'm terrible because I don't have a position on the Earth.
No, you're just a fence sitter. You're just worse. You're like a bi. You're a bi or something.
Yeah, it's a pretty high fence. I'm laughing.
Well, yeah, whatever. You can sit on your fence. Your ass is rubbing against the fence too much, bro.
I came down a little bit. I entertained it, but what's the point of this?
Taught the same thing.
Well, hold on. So what the fuck's the point of this?
Anybody that went through the education system was taught the same thing. We all grew up watching cartoons and TV and seeing imagery of a spinning globe.
Right.
And all
the
nonsense, astronauts and NASA and, all that stuff. So, like, we were all conned, right, into thinking that we're on a spinning ball, right?
I never really pay attention to school, but
what spinning ball?
It's your natural. It's going to be your position, right? That you've just accepted it, like everybody else just takes it for granted, right?
That's an assumption. You can't prove that.
Wait, so do you think aliens are real?
I don't know. They could be.
Do you say that a lot? Is that a good answer for you?
What? No, I wouldn't know how to prove it. I think God is real.
Wait, so you still don't know?
I think God is real. I mean, that's kind of retarded. Why not ask me if I think demons are real or if I think that God is real? As opposed to aliens.
We already established that the ocean waters.
You just think he's real? You don't know? You just think
what, God?
Isn't that what you said?
I believe God is real. I do.
So when was the first time you the idea that Earth is a spinning ball, it was presented to you? When was the first time, that you went, well, maybe it's not? Like, I don't know. Like, was it the first time it was presented to you and you doubted it, or?
It was actually after I questioned rationality, and I realized that just because school system shows you something doesn't mean it's true. So I just kind of expanded. I'm like, well, I don't really know. I mean, I don't know enough about NASA or the moon landing. There's a lot of different avenues that people try to prove that the Earth is either flat or round, and I haven't really explored them all. However, I've explored religion a lot and God.
What so I think I can have. Is that what?
Well, they obviously said it was a globe.
What religion? What religion?
Yeah, which one?
I'm gonna say Christianity. I think Christianity.
So in Christianity, do you remember the story of Joshua whenever he was fighting war, and he had God stop the sun for him to increase daylight. So in a globe, you need to
he stopped. Oh, yeah, I did hear about that.
Yeah.
Whoa!
So
Boom.
I mean, if you want to spout Christianity,
I don't give a fuck.
Well, the first thing
about...
that should trigger you is, why does it say in the Bible in Genesis that God created days and nights before He created the sun? That should be the first question you.
Yeah, true. But that's not how I started. I didn't start with the Bible. I started with morality. I realized that, to truly be moral, you have to have an objective standard. And when it comes to Christianity, I mean, you don't have to be a Christian to believe in the Bible. That's actually the first fallacy. I mean, certain parts of it, like...
What the fuck? You don't have to be
the belief in Christ...
the Bible. What does that even mean?
Well, hold on a second. I'll tell you why.
What the fuck did he just say?
Hold on. I'll tell you why. Is that in the Bible, or when Christ was on the cross, and this is my own thinking, is that when Christ was on the cross and he had that thief next to him, it says that the thief was accepted into heaven, and the only way you can be accepted into heaven is belief in Christ. He didn't have the Bible at the time. So does it really require the Bible? I mean, to be a Christian, how much does it require the Bible?
You're not a Christian. You're not a Christian.
Talking about?
You said you don't know theology. This isn't a theology board. There is a theology board if you want to go talk there. That's not what we're doing here. Okay.
Well, I'm just offended.
Jesus Christ. I love him. I love him too. But you know what? I don't appreciate you bringing in a bunch of inaccuracies, and even straw man that you were building. It's just atrocious. And it was actually, you were saying it was coming from you, and just, we don't need it. I don't need your interpretation of what Jesus Christ did. Okay. Because you already admitted you don't submit to an authority to even make the claim. So why would you sit there and try to make a claim like that? You should be ashamed of yourself, especially if you say
I didn't make a position. I simply said, my position is that there should be, for true morality, there has to be an authority.
It makes no sense.
There has to be a God. It has to be a God authority. I'm arguing the concept of God for morality.
To the horizon. Simple thing. No, let's just
I would say Christianity.
You think that there's a curve?
I would say Christianity.
That Jesus would care that you're lying to people, that there's a curved line of sight to the horizon? How about that?
I said that?
Maybe that'll affect you a little bit more.
I said
you say that because you tell people that you live on a globe on the side on the.
Who did I tell? Who did I say that to? Hey, that's a straw man. Whoa, that's a lie.
Oh, okay. So you don't.
Yeah, you've been doing that the whole time. Wait, no, you've been doing that the whole time.
They taught that to you.
Secularism. As long as you don't teach.
Well, that's what they tried to teach me. I questioned it.
As long as you don't. As long as you don't teach it, good for you. So I'm glad you're here.
Well, there you go.
You already conceded
hold on a second.
Water is
straight. So we already know the Earth is flat.
Yeah, you're going backwards.
The globe is a graven image of the secularist God gravity. That's
Let
all
me
you
ask
have
you
to
something.
know.
Do you think listening to debates is a good way to pick a position?
Why does
if I don't know anything,
what? Yes.
If I don't know anything about the Earth, should I just listen to debates, or should I jump in and make a position?
No, don't listen to debates.
You should go test it yourself. You should go test it yourself. That's a surefire way to prove that the Earth is flat.
Internal critique.
And research, yeah.
Yeah, like for example, like another thing you could do is you can go look at Venus at midnight. They say that Venus revolves around the sun, right? But you could see Venus at midnight, so that's not even true.
Where can you see Venus at midnight?
In Houston.
That's so
cool.
Cool. We can use that
when it comes to religion, and here's my main point, is that I said I would say Christianity, and I have my own reason. I have my own reasons for it, but I've never read the Bible. and I've only heard certain parts. So my only main argument is that there should be an authority. It should be God.
Why are we talking about religion again?
We're not talking about the Bible.
Yeah, that's wild that you believe in something you haven't even read the tenets.
I believe in
of
God.
its.
No, I said I believe in God.
Well, I get that because all secularists. No, this is what it comes from. Because all morality of the Western society comes from the Protestant Reformation. Comes from the Ten Commandments. So everybody appeals to a Christian ethics, morality.
Yeah, even if they believe in secular, of course.
Yeah,
that is the biggest
so that's
problem
why
with
I
these
guess that's where he's coming from.
atheists.
That's my lifeline to you.
No, I understand that. I think when it comes to religion, I simply argue there has to be a God authority, and I'm inclined to follow Christianity because of the sacrifice. The reason I say this with Christianity is as opposed to...
Well, nobody's here using scripture to prove that the reality is reality. We all accept reality. Maybe some of us find more intrigue in theology after sort of accepting reality. Or, maybe like you seem more interested in theology than you are with some geometric principle of the earth, right?
You just now realize that?
And so I'm telling you, no, I've already told you there's the theology board right below this one, actually. And they taught, it's the theist experience.
I've
You'll
been
have
there.
fun in there.
Well, no, I've been in there.
Well, there you go.
I just been in here
what
and
are you
listening.
asking for? Yeah, we're not providing scripture to prove reality here.
Well,
you can come
I'm not
to that
trying
on
to...
your own if you want. You don't have to do
I
anything.
forgot how the conversation even
You have to be
started
here.
when it came to religion. How did I switch the conversation?
in this
I don't know
server.
how I switched it, but I think my point was that
we were just talking about how level is a
questioning what's
horizontal
real.
condition, and we were just talking about level is a horizontal condition. Horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Okay.
And then we're talking about looking out at the horizon. All these things apply in the context of the discussion of the nature of what you observe. If you're so privileged to stand at the beach and look to the horizon, right? Nothing. Maybe that is so profound. That's why you started talking about God and stuff.
No, the reason I talked about God is because what was brought up was my beliefs, and what someone was trying to prod at was, do I believe things because I'm told, or did I ever question them? And the reason I brought up religion was because that was my first idea, is that you can believe in something without seeing it. Is the idea of what is reality, how do we determine that? And then the conversation just went into religion, but that was my point.
Yeah, you can prove things logically. So, like, I have a T-bone steak. It came from a cow, right?
Yeah.
It's a antecedent logical relationship. A creator requires a creation, or a creation requires a creator, right? Simple. You can discern things with logic, right? So, but we're just talking about how does your discernment of reality prove that reality isn't that?
Well, hey, maybe I should fence it
So it
when I
really
listen to
isn't.
conversation, so I know how to add in. Because I do come from a politics and theist side, so I'm just sitting here trying to listen. There's some good arguments about a straight line. Like, that was really thought provoking.
What stories do you have? You look up at the sky and people going to tell you theological stories. You look at the sky, that's all you get from NASA, these agencies, is astronomy, right? They would hate that I call their astrology their sacred religious scientismo, astrology. They hate it. But that's what it is, because here I'm going to look up and I'm going to tell you a story. And then, so we're more foundationed here. That's why we're talking about the earth. We're not talking about looking up. It's like maybe accept the reality that you're presented with, And the Earth that it is. There's the Earth rises and lowers. There's water flowing in the low parts. Snow falling on the tops of the high parts of Earth, right?
Right.
There's a lot of cycles going on. There's a vast numerous things going on, and none of them have anything to do with a ball or a globe or oblate spheroid or pear shape, whatever sort of imaginary shape that you want to conceptualize in your mind. That's not real. That's just something, or just some
This
a proof in your
rationality
mind.
can be applied to any other subject that's useful.
Okay, you want to apply it to anything. You might,
You
especially
want to throw
politics.
down?
You discussed this topic before with anybody else, or
Especially
is this
when
the first
somebody
time?
says that they haven't tried real socialism yet, then I'm like, well, we haven't tried real capitalism yet. Very simple responses. There's juvenile thought coming from this one side of core curriculum, basically. And, there's another side that has respect. And basically, so flat Earth, we respect. I denounce some loser's authority to tell me that reality isn't real. Hello?
I understand that.
I have eyes. I have senses. You're telling me that it's relative and I don't know my senses? You can't detect that I'm on some tiny ball spinning at 1,000 miles an hour? And then you want to look up and tell yourself a story to make yourself, sleep better at night? Good for you. Tell yourself and believe whatever sort of, it will be Thetan, operating Thetan level 007. You want to be that. But at some point, you're going to have to experience people. You're going to have to experience life. You're going to jump up and Earth's not going to move underneath you. You're going to go on an airplane. You're going to fly directly there to your destination.
Is the argument
No
really about flat
Coriolis
Earth?
effect. It's solely about reality, objective reality.
What's the argument?
Wait, objective what?
Reality, objective reality.
Well, I think
Okay,
the
what's that
problem
mean?
is that whole point about the jumping up and the Earth not moving underneath you is that was brought up earlier. I think the problem there is that like they already presuppose that like the momentum from the world spinning is carrying you, like, so it's like the problem is on the
like Velcro. Yeah.
Well, the problem is on the presuppositional level, so we've got to find a way to
Does that make
communicate
any
with
sense
people.
to you?
It makes,
when you think about it.
Again, it only makes sense when you presuppose the entire model.
I'll let them concede stationary all day. If they want to concede stationary, I will let them concede stationary.
Wait, are you arguing that when you jump, the Earth is supposed to move if the Earth was flat? Is that what, if the
Since
world
when
was
do you
round?
let anybody do anything?
Sorry?
We do what we want. I said, since when do you let anybody do anything?
Record?
We just do what we want.
No.
You're on a record player, you think?
I don't understand. So wait, is that what you're saying? Are you saying that the Earth is supposed to move when you jump?
Do you experience any of that? Did I say any of what you're
No, I'm
talking
just
about?
asking. Is that what you're asking? Is that your question?
The question is, I'm not moving. I'm sitting still right now.
Right, isn't that centrifugal force?
Centrifugal force. Am I flying up out of my chair all of a sudden?
No, I'm saying the Earth is spinning. It doesn't spin at it spins at like thousands.
You're saying it's spinning. Who said it's spinning?
Well, that's the theory, right? We say that it's spinning.
Right?
That's why if you jump, you don't move.
Is it
right?
Is it stationary lockstep?
I have no idea, but I know that from what I assume, it's spinning. Right?
One reference frame or two reference frames?
I don't know. But doesn't that make sense?
Simple.
To answer your question, isn't centrifugal
Doesn't
force?
it make sense?
No.
Centrifugal force.
Yeah.
To answer my question, doesn't that make sense?
Okay.
No.
It's spinning so fast.
Yeah, it's spinning
Okay,
so
keep going,
fast.
keep going. You're on to something now.
Right, it's spinning so fast that the force of the gravity pulls you towards the center, centrifugal force, right? Like when you hold a ball on a rope and you spin. Sorry?
He's trolling, dude. Good troll. That's hilarious.
Dude, get out of here with that.
Really?
Just get out of here.
What makes sense? What makes sense is what you sense.
Is he kidding? He must be kidding, right?
I don't know if you guys are being serious or not.
What makes sense is what you sense.
Swinging a barrel of water
what are your senses telling
around
you?
in a circle and keeping the water in the bucket. And then now.
Sorry?
What are your senses telling you? What do your senses tell you?
My senses?
That makes sense. Yeah, that's what makes sense.
I don't understand.
Well, the bucket analogy is also fallacious too, because the bucket is a container, whereas a ball is a ball.
Right, but if you take, let's say, a bicycle wheel, right? Like a bicycle, you're biking or a motorcycle.
So you live inside of a tire then?
Sorry?
You must live inside of a tire then.
Why a tire?
Well, because you'd have to live on the inside of it if it was spinning. Then how would you keep the water from flying off?
You don't have to live in. You could live on the surface of it, right?
The other way around, man. Yeah.
But you can pick up a handful of water and throw it in the air, right? So gravity's not really holding it down, right?
Well, when it returns to the ground, that is gravity, right?
Well, because it's more dense than the air is. But that's the only reason.
The water only goes up insofar as the force of the water. Like when you throw water up, it goes up because it's greater than the force of gravity. But then that expires and it comes back down. That's how that works.
So then how? So no, that doesn't make sense, because if that was the case, then when the Earth spun around, the water would still sling off. So it's one or the other, bro, and it can't be both.
Well, the velocity decreases, right? As it
just
raises,
admit it doesn't fit together.
A resistance, right?
Just admit it. It's easier that way.
Sorry?
It doesn't fit with what they tell you.
I can't tell who's arguing what point.
Then you're probably not trying to find the answer.
No, honestly, I'm playing catch.
That might be.
I don't understand. You're saying that when you throw air, it should go into space. When you throw water, it should go into space.
What?
That's what the guy said before. He said when you throw water, shouldn't it just keep going up?
No, I didn't say that. I said if you throw water up, you throw water up in the air, it still comes back down, right?
Right.
So the gravity's not holding it to the ground, because if it was, you wouldn't be able to pick it up. Think about that. If gravity was really holding it in place and keeping all that inertial energy from slinging it outwards, then that means it would have to be some magical force that would keep you from lifting it off the ground. Think about it.
That's the thing. The inertia doesn't stay; it decreases as it hits more resistance.
But see, but it's on an axis of a sphere, so it should be shaped like a donut. It shouldn't be shaped like a ball at all.
What is on the axis?
Even if there was some magical force, then all that stuff would build up around the outside of where it was spinning. It wouldn't matter. That because gravity would only be strong in certain places. What, you think gravity is just magically understands how strong to pull on every little part of the Earth? Come on, that doesn't make sense either. And next to that, you have no evidence that there's any kind of an element that could be at the center of the Earth that would be pulling on every type of matter. You can't prove any of that.
But
it's just a theory.
Why would it be? Wait.
So
why is it an element?
that's another reason.
Why
And
is it
because
force?
Because the core couldn't have been molten, because a molten core wouldn't be magnetic at all, so it wouldn't have any power. So all this stuff doesn't make any sense. What you're saying.
But why would it be? I never said any of that. But why would it be? Why is there something?
No, you don't have to. But you would have to assume that if you're following that. If you're following that model.
No, my argument was centrifugal force. Does that not answer that question of there's something pulling something down?
So if I put you on something that's spinning,
yes,
gravity's still affecting you because you're standing on the Earth, right? So if I spin it, then why is it that centrifugal force affects you, but it doesn't affect the whole world in that big, huge picture? That doesn't make any sense. That's not logical at all.
How doesn't it affect the whole world?
Not at all, bro. There's no logic thought in that.
Wait, how doesn't centrifugal force affect the whole world?
Okay, if you're standing on the Earth, right? Gravity's affecting you right now, right?
Yes.
Now, if I put you on a merry-go-round and spin it, you're going to go flying if you don't hold on, right? So why does that happen? If gravity's holding the water down from spinning off the Earth, then why wouldn't it hold you onto the damn merry-go-round? See what I'm saying? It would, right? It should.
Well, doesn't it?
But it doesn't do that.
Doesn't it?
No, it doesn't.
Explain.
You go flying off. So why? And you're made of mostly water. So explain to me why you go flying off a jungle gym when the Earth can't seem to throw the water off of it, even though it's spinning 1,000 miles per hour at the center of it. Like, come on, it doesn't make any sense at all, bro. None at all.
Wait, say that again about the merry-go-round again. Say it again.
Okay, so you're telling me that the Earth's gravity is what keeps the water from being slung off because it's spinning on its axis, right? That's what you're saying. Is that not what you're saying?
Yes, centrifugal force.
Yes.
Of the
Okay,
Earth's
so you're saying that gravity is what's keeping it from flying off, and that's why we don't notice any of it, right? So if that were true, then what I just said would have to be true too.
So on a merry-go-round, you would fly.
Wait,
no, in other words, a merry-go-round wouldn't throw you off because you're made of mostly water. So why would it be able to throw you off? The Earth keeps the water from flying off.
Well, you gain the velocity that whatever object you're on gains, so you move with it.
Yeah, it's the object's velocity and the Earth's velocity together.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's why water doesn't fly off when the Earth spins at 200,000 miles or whatever, however fast it spins, because you gain the velocity too. You move in the same. You normalize.
Is there any proof of Earth motion?
There's no.
Is there any proof of Earth motion?
There's no evidence of it. There's none of that. It's all theory. You know it.
Wait, what?
Okay, do you want evidence that happens? Go on a merry-go-round.
No, I want proof of the claim that Earth is in motion.
Okay, how can you prove that it's not?
Well, you would have to use what's relative to it. Which
we don't need
just
to.
say
We start
that
with what we see. We don't feel it spinning, so now prove it to me that it is. If I don't feel it, then why would I assume that? Right?
You made a claim. So you made a claim that it's in motion.
That's not
right?
a claim. I just
that is
see it
hard
that
to
way.
prove.
How is that hard
These
to
other
prove?
guys.
So what you
No,
think?
that the Earth's moving.
These other guys have made a claim.
So
these other guys have made a claim that the Earth is in motion, right? Let's just get to the fucking crux of it. Is the Earth in motion or isn't it?
I think it's spinning, yeah.
Right. Nope. So you've made a claim that the Earth is in motion.
Right.
What's the proof of that?
I would cite all kinds of space studies, anything to do with I don't know, galaxies and things turning, or the fact that, let's say, how do you think the sun turns around the Earth? Like, how does the sun work? According to your
these studies.
I haven't made a claim about it. I just observed the sun moving across the sky.
This is a question and answer thing. You're supposed to explain to us and show us the evidence that you know it's spinning. That's what we asked for.
Look, it's one of two things: either the Earth is moving or the sun is moving. So let's explore both options.
Wait, but I would say, let's say the gravitational pull of the Earth that keeps the satellites in motion. They stay where they are, right? I would say something like that. Is that not a good enough comeback?
Yeah, that's great.
What does that have to do with what you're standing on, dude?
You're saying the Earth is spinning, right? You say the Earth doesn't spin, right?
Yeah,
I'm not saying it doesn't spin. You're saying it spins.
Oh,
I don't know.
So,
I don't feel it spinning, so I'm assuming that it doesn't.
Okay, so how can I argue against you? I don't know you're. So if anything I could tell you is
no. This isn't. No. This is not a. This is not a comparison between two people's opinions. This is you trying to support your claim that Earth is in motion.
Okay, so that was my
stands out alone on its own merit. So what merit does that claim have? How do we substantiate that claim?
Okay, well, I guess you could go against what I just said, right? The satellites in space staying in Earth's orbit. Can you go against that?
No, not satellite.
That's not a good point.
What are you talking about, man?
How
you don't know. You don't know.
That's other stuff moving, man.
Sorry?
How does something in the air, how does something flying in the sky have anything to do with what you're doing in the ground? That's all.
Because it's using the Earth's gravity because it's spinning, right?
Okay, they're moving.
The Earth is, according to me, the Earth spins. That's what keeps the satellite.
Every day I watch airplanes fly over me every day, but that doesn't mean they're orbiting, does it?
No, according to
the question.
According to the model, it's not the centripetal force that generates gravity. Gravity is generated by mass in that model, bro. So it's
in my model.
Yes.
No, I'm not talking about centrifugal force.
Who's bringing it up? The guy that keeps saying centrifugal force. The guy that keeps bringing it up.
I talked about the satellites. You're talking about me?
Yeah, you're saying the centrifugal force from the Earth spinning is holding them in, but that the Earth spinning is not what generates gravity. It's the Earth's mass, according to that model.
I don't follow.
The mass is what generates the gravity, bro. The fact that the Earth is supposedly so large that it generates its own gravitational pull, that's it. It's got enough mass to do so. That it's not because of how fast it's spinning. That's not what your model states.
I don't think that's correct.
The globe Earth model does not generate gravity by spinning faster. It generates gravity by being large.
Yeah.
Did I say it generates gravity? I said the centrifugal force is what pulls us down. I guess that's what you call gravity.
The centripetal force is an outward force. It throws things off. It is.
Opposite. No.
You can test it with a pinwheel.
If you have a ball on a string and you spin very fast, where's your body going to go? You're spinning the string with the ball on the string. Where's your body? It stays in the same position, right?
No, this analogy is flawed.
How?
The centripetal force is what's throwing the ball out. The gravity is represented supposedly by your string, which is the force that holds it down.
Right, but how does your body react?
But there's two. Those are two opposite. Right? Those are opposite forces.
No. You're not. So when let's say you're standing in the center, you have a ball on a rope, and you spin very fast, right? The ball is flying outwards, but the centrifugal force is what's keeping your body. Like, why don't you fly with the ball?
No,
in whatever direction it's going.
In that, because
what's supposed to be the ball?
You're the ball. Right? What you are.
I'm the guy holding the ball.
That means you're the center of gravity.
Exactly.
In the analogy, you're the center of gravity. Not you are taking the ball is taking the place of you on the surface of the Earth, and you are taking the place of the center of the Earth, the magnetic or the gravitational center of the Earth. So again, your model.
So the ball would fly off if you didn't have the string, right?
It's two different forces, bro. It's an outward force and an inward force.
Right. The inward
going
force.
Into
that's
the
what I call
weeds because
force.
we still haven't established Earth motion.
That's the problem.
How do we verify the Earth is in motion?
Well, why is it even
not
moving?
Stories about tin cans floating in the sky that you can't verify the existence
Can't verify that satellites are in space?
No, you can't. You can't. You told a story. Seeing something in the sky through a telescope is not verification. They have,
Wait,
they
what?
put something
Tell me you can't
up there that's magically orbiting around a sphere. No.
Go ahead, produce
the
image. Go ahead and produce the image from your telescope.
Care about images,
not hard
right?
at all.
An image of something in the sky is not verification.
That just
so wait, what is verification?
It is, and it's doing what they say it's doing. It's just seeing something in the sky moving. It's not substantiation of Earth's motion.
Wait, but that's not at all the point you just made. You said,
what is something we can do? What is something we can do?
I could buy a telescope and go look into space and see this satellite.
No.
You tell me I can't do that?
It would just be a light. You'd have to
No, why a light? You have telescopes that are strong enough that you could see the actual telescope.
Well, at any rate, it has to be a man-engineered light, right? Because what natural phenomena do we know about other than meteors move
fuck's sake, I
like
don't
that?
Care. There's something in the sky. That's brilliant. Oh, amazing. I see stuff in the sky too. How does it fucking tell us Earth is moving?
That's not the point you made. The point you made is how can you prove it?
I'm asking for substantiation of the claim that the Earth is in motion. And you said, point a telescope and see something in the sky.
No, that's not at all what I said.
What does that fucking tell me?
That's not at all what I said.
What does it tell me? What does looking at something in the sky tell me?
That's a logical fallacy. You asked me to prove. How can you prove that there are satellites? I said with a telescope. Now you're using that argument, saying that I said with a telescope I see the Earth is spinning. No, that's not at all what I said. I said the satellites being held by Earth's the fact that Earth is spinning is one thing, and then you said, oh, but how using telescopes is what makes how proves my point that you're mixing it's logical fallacy what you're doing.
I asked, how do we substantiate Earth motion? And you literally said, get a telescope.
No, that's not at all what I said. I said satellites, and then you said, how can you prove satellites? And then I said telescope.
So how does seeing something in the sky, because you said just look through a telescope and you can see a satellite. Okay, I see something in the sky. How does that tell me that the Earth is in motion?
So, if you believe the Earth is spinning, the satellite being where it is...
So you have to believe, right? Right.
Well, no,
so you have to believe the story.
No, not story.
So you have to...
the Earth is spinning, right? And that is what keeps the satellite there. So when I look through my telescope, I see the satellite.
No, that's the story. That's the story behind it.
Why do you believe the satellite?
That's not substantiation of the claim that Earth is in motion. What can you give a method that you can give us, everybody, anyone that's that's mobile? not handicapped in a fucking wheelchair, or fucking autistic or whatever, right? They have the mental capacity to perform whatever method you're going to give us to substantiate and verify that Earth is in motion. Can you give us that, please?
Why am I getting muted? I would say build a little rocket, fly it up, and get it into the stratosphere. And then when it lands, see where it lands. If it lands straight down, it would land further in one direction than where it flew up from.
Can you just do that with like a cannon or like a ball, throw it up and see if it, or like a fucking helicopter? Like,
not a helicopter, it has to go into the stratosphere, right? It has to go out of Earth's orbit.
Yeah, so it's got to be something that you can't do.
Well, there was men that did that, right? There was the guy that built his own rocket. You guys,
but you didn't do it.
I didn't do it. No.
What was that?
Didn't that guy go in the opposite way? Like, wasn't he supposed to land like east or something, and he landed west? Like, isn't that what happened? You're talking about Felix Baumgartner?
I don't think so.
Like he landed.
I don't know who it was, but I'm saying that's
miles and miles in the opposite way.
Well, doesn't that prove the point? If he landed miles the other direction.
No, he went the opposite way.
The opposite way?
Yeah, the wrong way. He landed in the wrong direction.
So does that prove that the Earth is not spinning, or is it spinning in the wrong direction? What does that prove?
It goes against your hypothesis.
My hypothesis: the Earth is spinning, right?
Yeah.
How do you prove your idea?
But wait, if he flew
sending
up,
something up,
yeah,
right? Yeah, it was pretty much done. What you're saying, and they didn't land in the direction that you would expect based on your idea.
Well, I never said they're spinning in a certain direction. The Earth is spinning. That's my main point, right? So if he landed somewhere else by coming straight down, doesn't that prove
has to be? Sorry, it has to be spinning in a certain direction because
right. But that's
you
not the
guys say. Yeah, but it doesn't matter if you made that claim or not. It has to be. Otherwise,
well, yeah, we agree at a direction, but we didn't specify which direction.
Otherwise, you've got your own cosmology.
Sure. That's not what I'm arguing, though. I'm arguing the Earth is spinning, let's say, because you guys keep changing the point.
T-Dub was asking you, how do you prove that?
Well, I just gave the point, and you guys are kind of proving my point, right? If the guy flew up and then landed,
he flew up, and then the so-called Earth spins what, west to east?
I don't know, but let's say he landed somewhere else, right?
Yeah, but he landed west, the wrong direction.
Okay, that's not the claim I'm making.
What claim are you making?
The exact point
that
you're
the
making.
Earth is spinning.
Spinning which way?
Ocean Man.
I don't know. I'm just saying.
Ocean Man. What is the story?
Which way does it spin?
That's not the claim I'm making. I don't know. We're going to play like a
You
straw
have
man.
to. It goes with the claim. If you're using it as proof, then your claim has to suit.
I didn't use anything as proof. I said that this is what you could do in order to test it out. This guy brought up a story of a guy that flew up.
It's been done and it doesn't work. So, what's the next proof that the Earth is spinning?
Wait. Answer this. I don't think I'm following. This guy that flew the rocket up and landed somewhere far different, whatever else.
So you don't even know if this has been done.
Wait, can you answer? Yeah, I know that it's been done. I don't know exactly what happened.
Okay, who did it? And when did they do it? And what
I don't
did
know.
they do?
I said that you could. The
So
point
you
I made.
don't know it's been done.
Bro, listen. I know it's been done.
You
What
just
I said.
said,
Listen.
I know it's been done.
Do you know the name of the doctor who birthed you? No, then you weren't born.
Listen, that's not.
It was Dr. Henry.
The argument that I said it's been done is building a rocket and flying it up into out of Earth's orbit. That's what I said has been done. I don't know about this whole thing.
So has it been done? And did they prove that Earth rotates underneath this rocket? Because if they did prove that Earth rotates underneath this rocket, then anything that's not attached to the Earth would have a deflection off still stationary.
Hey, one question about satellites. Do they...
Hang on.
Does the Earth rotate...
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Good point,
I just wait. I have a question.
Sorry,
so
No, you've got to answer the question. Answer the question I just asked you.
Yes.
Yeah. So if a guy went up in a rocket,
yeah,
and the Earth spins underneath him, then everything that is not attached to the Earth would present in this way at all times. Correct or not correct?
Can you explain that? What do you mean present in this way?
Oh my God! Are you being like this on purpose, or?
I don't know what you mean. What do you mean spin? Explain. Explain.
Okay, so your claim is the Earth spins, rotates. Yep.
Yes.
But you're saying if you send a rocket up, then the Earth will rotate underneath the rocket, correct?
Yes.
So in that case, if that was the case, anything that is not connected to the Earth would exhibit the same thing.
Meaning it would fly into space?
Is this guy retarded or is it just me?
I don't understand. No, why? If you fly up past Earth's orbit, right? You're not in the centrifugal force of the Earth.
Can you answer my question?
I'm trying to. Explain your question in simple terms.
Just listen. Is that not simple?
No, I don't know. You said doesn't everything on the Earth shouldn't exhibit the same motion? I don't know what you're talking about. Should it fly into space?
If it's not connected to the Earth,
okay.
Yeah, then everything that's not attached to the Earth should exhibit the same behavior. Correct?
Explain that. What do you mean exhibit the same behavior? How can I argue something that I have?
The rocket goes up in the air.
Yes.
The Earth spins underneath it.
Yes.
Would that be correct?
Yes.
So if anything goes up in the air, the Earth would spin underneath it. Correct?
No, not any. Not. It has to be a certain pass. It has to get past the stratosphere, right? It has to get out of Earth's orbit. It has to fly out of Earth's orbit. That's the whole point.
Okay, so who's done that? Who's gone out of Earth's orbit?
The satellites, the NASA space station.
And not a guy in a rocket. You just claimed a guy in a rocket's gone up.
No, I did not. I claimed that a guy built a rocket and he flew up. That's what I did. That's what I said. He said, "Can you do it?" I said, "It's been done." Now
he built. So you just said it's been done. Yeah.
If he built a rocket and flew up, yes, I say that's probably been done. Yeah, I'm saying that's what I'm saying is done. I don't know exactly what the guy did.
Hasn't been done, and nothing exhibits this behavior.
The original question was, what could we do to verify your results? And then you gave us like a hypothetical. You said if you build a rocket, then you will be able to tell that the Earth is spinning.
Isn't that exactly what you're asking? You're asking me for a hypothetical. What
the dude thinks
do?
that?
No, we're asking you for like
satellites.
We're asking you for the method to reproduce the results of your experiment. It's that if it's a scientific process, then that should be built into it. We should be able to reproduce the results of the experiment.
Right, and I said build a rocket, fly it past.
You said someone's done it.
Who did that?
I don't know. Somebody else mentioned it, so I said okay. But you're asking me for the method, right? Now you're asking me the method's not good enough. Like I don't understand your argument. Like you're asking
the claim isn't that.
Yeah.
Claim isn't that satellites and things aren't in orbit. They claim to be in orbit. You're talking about flying something past Earth's orbit, which makes no sense.
So
that makes no sense.
Telescope, it's not. You think it's in Earth's orbit?
That's the claim. They claim to be in orbit.
Yes.
The claim. Yeah, I don't think you understand what you're saying.
You're doing this stupid thing as well, where you keep on repeating what someone's told you to give you time to think about what you're going to say, and then you never say anything. You haven't actually said anything the whole time you've been on here. You've said nothing.
I think you're just too hard-headed. You guys are not paying attention to what I'm saying.
You asked me
what can you do to reproduce a way to claim or a way to prove that the Earth is spinning. So I told you what. Yes. You guys are telling me that it's not. You guys are not happy with that answer. I don't understand.
So no one's done it.
Okay, but did you ask me if somebody's done it, or you asked me how to redo it?
If no one's done it, then you can move on to your next proof.
Well, if I tell you NASA's done it, you're not going to believe me, right?
Because you're going to say where do you get that information from, and where can you verify that?
I would say anything like space launch they've done. The Elon Musk, he sent up his car into space.
Did he?
Yeah.
How do you know that?
Okay, how can you prove that he didn't? I have at least a video. Give me evidence that he didn't.
I don't have to prove a negative.
But if that's the way you're arguing, then you can never have an argument with you, right?
Elon said it looked fake.
Okay.
He said that's how you know it's real, because it looks so fake.
The way you guys are arguing, it's very stubborn. Like I could give you, I at least have a point.
Well, it's not stubborn. The problem is that T-Dub asked you how you're going to prove that the Earth's rotating, and you've given us a hypothetical, and nothing else. And then you keep on talking around. It's taken you 20 minutes to give a hypothetical.
Do you understand what you're saying? Do you understand what you're saying?
Don't interrupt me. All right. So can you give us something that's realistic that can prove that the Earth spins?
Do you understand what you're asking? Like you're asking me, how can you prove
understand
it? You're asking me how can I prove it? So I said this is how you prove it. You're saying it's not practical enough. Do you want a practical?
Do you know how I understand what I'm asking you? Because I'm asking you.
Right. That doesn't.
If I didn't understand how I was, if I didn't understand it, I wouldn't be asking you. So I'm asking you the question because I understand what I'm asking you.
Yeah,
now, can you give us a realistic?
Okay, so now you're changing it to realistic. Do you want realistic? Like I don't.
Oh
like,
no,
what?
I want. You know what I want? I want unrealistic.
Okay, well, are you a rocket scientist? Like, can you build a rocket? I don't know. Like, you understand the way you guys are arguing. You're changing your question every single time you ask it. So I give you, listen. I give you a way to do it. I give you a way to prove it, and then you are like, oh, you're not satisfied with that. You want even more.
Realistic? Can you give us a realistic observation or experiment, as you want to call it, of the Earth's rotation?
Okay. Elon Musk sent his car into space, right? Out
so
of Earth's
did you
orbit.
see? Have you?
I saw the video.
Rotation from the
That's
car.
a great example. That's a great example. Elon Musk has also put out videos of bipedal robots using Tommy guns and giving each other high fives, but it's all green screen and mocap suits. It's not real. So again, you have to substantiate. Like,
do you understand
this is
the
what
straw
we're
man,
talking.
you guys understand that you're arguing it's all fallacies? Everything you guys are saying is fallacies?
Okay,
what was fallacious about what I just said? Did he not put out green screen videos of the robots? Is that fallacious?
The fallacy is they're saying because he did, let's say, I don't know about this robot thing, but let's say that's fake. Let's say it is fake and whatever. You're saying that everything he's ever pulled it down is fake because of that video is fake.
No, so, I'm just saying that he has the capacity to. He has the capacity to fake.
Right, that's a fallacy.
No, you're trying to say he has malintentions. He's gonna lie.
Do an appeal to authority.
I think that his motivation is to make profit, and that if his business model is to sell robots, then he stands to gain from putting out videos showing robots, whether they're real or not.
That's not the argument you made.
Yeah. Okay. So
what the fallacy is, that's what I'm saying about the space thing. He's got a space operated company, and he's got
motivation. Ukraine is wasting a lot of money to get satellites.
You guys hear me or not?
Support. Ukraine is wasting money towards Elon Musk, or is wasting time asking Elon Musk for satellite.
Yeah, who gives a shit, man? Hey, back to you, dude. So the only fallacy that's been going on here is an appeal to authority. Now, what T-Dub was originally asking, are you going to interrupt me as well, are you? So, what T-Dub was originally asking was, what can we do to prove that the Earth is in rotation without appealing to someone that we can't confirm, something that we can't confirm? What can we do? It's a simple question. Mm-hmm. And we're not going to go past this until you answer it. Everyone's starting to go off.
I'll be honest, with the way you guys are answering your
stupid topics. Just answer it, man.
Yes, I'll answer it. I think the way you guys are answering the things I'm saying, I don't think there's any chance that even if I give you...
There you go. You had your chance, mate. I'll unmute you. You're going to have to answer the question. Please.
The answer is you're cringe, bro.
I'm cringe. You can't even answer a simple question.
You're cringe. That's the answer.
Okay. You're like 15 or 16, are you? Using the word cringe as an adult? Or what?
How old are you in this Discord server?
How old am I in the Discord server, or how old am I?
How old are you and you're in this Discord server?
42 years old.
Yes. Cringe.
Yeah. Why?
What's
cringe about it?
Because the way you're arguing, you understand that you ask me a question, I answer it, and then you change your question. Do you understand how that's not a good way? Like, that's not fair.
A question, and then you couldn't answer the question. You couldn't answer the question, so I asked you another question, and you still haven't answered that question. So the only one being so-called cringe, if you want to use fucking teenager words, is you.
I answered your question.
Can you answer it or not?
Listen.
You can answer it or not?
I think you ask how you guys in this chat. I don't think even if I give you $1 billion,
stop talking about us.
That's what you just asked. That's what you just asked. How can we do this? How can we implement an experiment to prove that?
Yep.
And my answer is,
how can we do that?
That's my answer. Just pay attention very closely. You guys would never be able to replicate anything because I don't think even if I give you $1 billion, you'd be able to figure it out.
You hook me up with $1 billion and I'll get you whatever answer you want, buddy.
This guy can't even answer a simple question, and he's telling us that we're retarded and we couldn't even do it with $1 billion. Is that what you said?
Exactly.
You can't even answer a simple question.
I asked you a question.
And we're
You
the
changed.
dumb
I
ones,
answered your
yeah?
question, and you
We're the
literally
dumb
you
ones
changed the
because we're
question.
looking. Okay, so
Timbo,
let's go back. Let's go
I'm
back to
going to
the
say he's
original
correct.
question.
Go
I
back to
won't
the
say
original
he's
question.
correct, Timbo. I want to say he's correct. For $1 billion, the flat earthers probably couldn't work out the rotation because everyone else has
it's not
much
there.
more than a. Yeah, that's right. All these companies have got much more than $1 billion, and they still haven't fucking worked it out. So
Yeah, exactly.
it's not going to happen.
Listen, no, I'll take half up front, and I'll get you an answer by Friday. I promise.
The answer will be no.
Want my PayPal?
So, Ocean Man, see the problem here? You make a lot of claims, but you got nothing to back it up.
I made one claim, and you guys are not satisfied with my answers. Simple as that.
That's because you didn't give us any
Ask your question again, and let's go
you just
point by
started
point
claim
and see.
stacking. Do you want to go back to the original
Go back
question
to
or
the
the one
original
that I asked?
question. Go whichever question you want, and tell me if I don't answer it properly.
Wasn't the original question, how do we prove that the Earth is spinning?
Yes, so I said that if you can build a rocket and fly it up out of Earth's orbit, and it goes back down exactly the way it came up, exactly the same coordinates, meaning straight down,
So
wouldn't
no
that...
wind, nothing yet. So it's got to be
No
a
wind,
perfectly
nothing.
still
Well,
day.
you could correct for wind, right?
You can correct
What the
for
fuck
wind.
is out of Earth's orbit? What is out
That
of
doesn't-
Earth's
Earth's
orbit?
orbit is...
So Earth's orbit has a range, and it's out of that range.
Exactly.
So how does it come back down?
How does the rocket come back down?
Dude, there's a difference between orbit and gravity.
What's gravity, man?
Gravity, okay, think about it like this. We don't know the whole thing of gravity, but we can observe and measure the phenomenon. Okay. You have a clump of mass in space, big clump. Okay. That attracts smaller masses with less gravity. Right. That's gravity. It just falls.
Like, how does it do attracting mass?
Yeah, mass attracts more mass. Yeah, think of it like that.
Isn't it not? Isn't it bending and warping of space-time?
Well, yeah. I'm just giving it to you like a sort of armchair physicist sense because I'm not a physicist, but that is technically correct. I don't really know the details about it, but
so what's the cause of gravity? What's the
Wait, why are you changing the question? Did I answer your question to satisfaction, or is it not enough?
No, it's not. It's not good enough because you gave us a hypothetical. So we're going to move on to this guy.
I just told you little factoid I knew.
A fact
to help clarify.
Gravity's a fact.
No, factoid. No, okay. I'm using factoid like a sort of pop culture piece of knowledge. Maybe that's not the right definition, but
I don't think I've ever heard that word before.
It's kind of a silly word.
So gravity. So
I'm no physicist. I just told you that little bit I knew.
You're going to send up a rocket into the outside of Earth's orbit, and then gravity's going to bring it back down. Is that right?
If it's within the range of the gravity, yeah.
So then it wouldn't be outside of Earth's orbit, or is it inside? What is it?
Now, orbit is when it's going around an object, but gravity's range in this case is further.
But things orbit under the influence of gravity, so.
Well, orbit is when gravity causes an object to go around it. Okay, so let's just set up a rule for gravity here. We can think of orbit as a sustained force of gravity such that an object goes around another object at least once. Okay, that's proof of an orbit.
It was attracting it.
And this is how we can prove that Earth is moving?
I'm not exactly sure what set of questions you were proposing. I've just been sort of passively listening. But when I heard something that I had some idea on, I thought it would help.
Is this Ocean Man or is this somebody else?
Not Ocean Man.
I'm Unja.
Sorry.
But yeah, that was my little contribution.
Mon.
Yeah, the forbidden monkey god.
Amen.
It's funny how when globers debate flat earthers, and they bring literally no evidence, and they realize they've just been believing things without any kind of evidence. Their head explodes.
If I tell you the evidence that Elon Musk used with his car being in space, you'll just call it green screen. Like, you'll deconstruct every single piece of remote evidence, like the videos of people walking on the moon and cars in space. You'll say, "Oh, that's not evidence because we can't build a giant fucking elevator to bring you to space. It's just turtles all the way down."
It's just evidence for you, right?
Like, the only way that you can prove it in an abstract without having to go up into space itself is bringing a graduate level physicist to bring you every single physics formula responsible for gravity, which we know of it, and how astrophysics works and shit.
That doesn't do anything.
I think that's the
Then
main
nothing
problem.
will.
Like the main issue of debating with flat earthers is that no matter what you bring, they're just going to say, "Oh, it's fake, it's fake." Like, give me evidence to why it's fake.
Give me evidence to why it's real. You're making the claim.
No, you're asking me.
I think the best we can do in a situation like this is admit that we don't know everything and compromise on what perspective we can prove the most. Okay, because you can't get all the way. You're not omnipotent. You can't just no clip into space and watch a car fucking orbit Earth, right?
Right. Yeah. So the imagery is not supporting a claim; it is the claim. So
Like
what's
you
the
said,
evidence that supports that claim?
Like you said all again.
The imagery that they show reportedly from space, right? Like Tesla's in space and things like that, is not supporting a claim. It is the claim.
No, I don't think that's
Is
correct.
a claim. Yeah, it is.
No.
It's a claim.
When I brought it up, it was supporting a
See
claim.
this? We went up and did this thing. Here it is. That's the claim. What's the evidence of that claim?
No, that wasn't this was supporting a claim. When I brought that up, the car going into space, I was supporting the claim that
That is a claim.
No, I was supporting I was using that to support the claim that you could.
That's a claim. That's a claim. You're saying this is real. This is a photo. This is image or video footage of a car in space.
Yes.
Oh, is it? Oh, is it?
Well, how
do I know that?
You understand what you're doing? You're changing the whole. Like,
how do I know that?
Listen. 1 second. Let me.
What supports that claim?
Can you let me finish?
Supports that claim.
Can I finish, please?
Answer the question.
You're just talking about
what you're doing is you're just whatever I'm saying. You're just jumping to the next thing. If you want to go point by point, you have to argue point by point. You can't just keep jumping and then come back to me like, "Oh, you didn't answer." My claim
You're just claim stacking. Just putting more claims on top of more claims. You're not showing any proof or evidence.
How about this? I have a picture from a telescope that shows me this. You're gonna be like, "Oh, the picture's fake." How can you argue with somebody that's not willing to concede anything?
Like, you're using claims to prove claims without actually proving anything.
Well, then, if you want to prove that my no, it's not a claim. It's evidence. It's my evidence. If you don't believe my evidence, prove it that it's false.
I want any evidence that you have.
I think they're treating it as a claim because they don't believe the integrity of the evidence itself. I think that's
the main issue. Is you guys don't see it as evidence. You guys see it as a claim. But that's my evidence. If you have evidence to counter my evidence, then go for it. But you guys don't.
You bought a car and then they told you, "Sorry, there's no keys because we already delivered it to your house and you couldn't find the car." Wouldn't you be a little mad that you never got the car you paid for? Or would you just say, no, don't worry about it. It just got lost."
I don't know if that was directed towards me or.
That's something we can verify.
In other words, you can't just explain something away because in your mind it doesn't seem like it be that way. It doesn't work like that.
You're talking to me?
And you don't make other people prove that something's wrong. You have a claim, that's just how it works. You show how you came to that conclusion and convince other people. If you can't, then I guess then you can't pass the test that science does, which is, your peers look over your work and they test it to see if you're not full of it. because we can't just have people saying that they invented something that they didn't, right? So we have to have peer review. So if you looked at something like that and I'm talking to whoever is doubting it. Yeah.
Right. So that argument, your counter, sort of looking for, you are basically going against your own point, right? Because I give you call it a claim, but I call it evidence, right? This is my evidence, but you guys are saying, no, it's not real, and you guys are not proving it, you're just saying it's fake. So what you're saying is basically going against your own point.
You have to you're just saying it's real.
We're saying
you're just you're just saying
you're the positive claimant.
Oh,
dude.
it's
sorry, but
it's
that's
true.
I'm saying that
You
the
have
video.
to prove
Sorry.
Positive.
What does that mean? Prove the positive.
That means you're making a claim, so you have to prove that it's real.
I'm providing evidence.
So let me break this kid shit really quick, okay, guys? So you say there's a fucking car in space, right? Mm-hmm. This motherfucker Elon Musk, keep fucking into the break muted. Don't fucking unmute that guy. So number one, vacuum of space minus 10 to the negative 17 torr, right? Those tires are full of air. They would have expanded to God knows how fucking to the point of explosion. That's number one. Number two, where's the second fucking rocket that went up into the space to take the fucking video of the fucking car in space?
Are you saying that?
Thank you.
Wait, are you saying that space is so hot that the wheels should have expanded and exploded?
It's not so hot. It's the negative pressure is so fucking strong that they say it's their claim, buddy. Go look up what's the pressure? What's the negative pressure? Google it.
And
it's
you're assuming
10 to the negative 17 torr. Do you know how fucking strong that shit is?
So you're assuming that the tires.
I'm not assuming. That's how it's supposed to be.
Right. So the tires that he sent up are made of rubber, and they're filled with air.
He said nothing was changed on that fucking car,
including the tires.
Yeah.
Okay.
Motherfucker.
How about this? There's no vacuum of space to send a Tesla to.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
Oh, the tires on the Tesla needed, the air in the tires needed a container. Earth's air doesn't somehow. Right?
Hold stuff in.
So fuck your Tesla in space. That's just all fake CGI. And on top of that, there's a big green screen. They even showed it how they did it.
It's so fake.
Jesus fucking Christ. And then you're arguing as if it's fucking real, when we all know it's fake.
I think it's funny that it's been almost, a year since anybody's even brought it up, and all of a sudden they're bringing the same old crap back again. It's like, what's going on?
And he's using it as a fucking argument. It's my evidence. No, it's not your fucking evidence. It's fucking trash.
Imagine
story on TV.
Dumb motherfucker.
When are you kids going to realize that television and reality are two completely different things? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, bro.
Sorry?
It's a TV story, right? It's a claim, right?
How is it a claim?
We want something.
We just fucking told you like 7 different times.
Right. But give us something that doesn't require faith-based belief.
How is it faith? Okay, so prove it wrong. Like, okay, how about all the
I just did.
No, I get it.
I just fucking told you.
He's saying it's faith-based because we don't know the absolute fundamental core of how all this works, right? The theory of gravity.
I'm saying it because it's just a story on TV. It's just, hey, look at this thing on TV. You go, wow.
We're selling you stuff.
Believe that. I believe that. I have no reason to believe it. I can't substantiate it, but I'm going to just believe it.
So how about we switch the gear? How about you guys prove to me that what you're saying is not just a story on TV? What is your evidence? What is your claims? What is your anything to prove that the Earth is...
The Earth is flat because it's fucking measured to be flat. We literally fucking use lasers to measure it. Now come back with something better, asshole.
Yeah, give me any evidence of that.
I already buddy. Go into the fucking chat. There's and I'm gonna fucking here control V here. Where's the motherfucker? Give me a sec. I'll fucking show you. It's a fucking laser. They did it. They did it so many fucking times. Here you go. Here you go. Here's another one. Go watch it. It's an hour. Now go fucking watch it.
I love this guy. He gets so loud, but I love him.
Here, take it. Right in the side chat. Fucking experiment. Laser. Now go fucking watch that shit.
Let's watch it.
Go watch it.
Let's watch laugh.
All you fucking dumb fuck globers, bro.
This Linktree guy is my favorite guy on here. Like, I love listening to him.
Yeah, I will subscribe to my Rumble. That's why the Linktree thing is there.
I will.
Although the only thing I don't disagree with, some of this is that I believe you should go do this test yourself. You should go get yourself a laser and do your own test and convince yourself, because you're the only one that can convince yourself of something like this, because it really is a big lie, and it really is hard to believe that it could be tricked into, that we could be tricked into believing this just by our education system and the television. But it actually is true, believe it or not. And if you really look below the surface of all of what we're saying, you're going to start to see that there's problems with it, and it will start to occur to you that of what we're talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to look at the evidence. You have to really look at it seriously with an open mind. Like, I always knew the Earth was flat because someone told me when I was a kid, and so I battled it throughout my childhood, right? But it wasn't until late 99 or something before evidence started to come across that creation, or that somebody made us and put us here, was actually a better idea than the space, all this other crap, And so then I started, I tried to get involved then, but of course it didn't really go anywhere because people didn't go behind it, people didn't accept it. So it took longer. And then in 2000, whatever it was, when I discovered, like ODD and all these other guys that were putting out all this flat earth stuff, and they were talking about all this stuff that doesn't match up. And I was like, wait a minute, like, I didn't know that all this evidence was out there. And it really blew my mind. So, but that's a little bit different than what you're dealing with, right? I've always known that I was been lied to ever since Santa Claus got revealed to me. Like, it's been that way, and I've been frustrated by it. It just happens to be the way.
What are you talking about, man? You're contradicting yourself. You said you're not going to believe it until you test it, but then you said you believed it when you were like,
I said I had believed things. I have believed things, and then I had to test it. I was getting to there, but you weren't following. That's okay. If your head's hard,
so you didn't believe it,
stubborn, then I get it.
No, go ahead. Finish what you're saying. You said that you believed it as an adult, but without testing.
I go to the ocean. I've gone to the ocean. Okay, I've been on cruise ships for long periods of time out at sea where there's nothing but ocean. I'm telling you, it's flat everywhere. I'm telling you, dude. Like, it's obvious.
Have you been to China though?
Is. No, why would I go to China? Like, I've been to Mexico. I've been to Jamaica. I've been to a bunch of places. Well, no, I can take other people's word for it if they claim they've been there. I mean, if I know someone that's been there, or maybe people have seen videos. I mean, I can believe some of that stuff because there's evidence all over for it. There's personal home videos of it all over, right?
Rookie.
Right?
Yeah, my bro, that's what I'm saying.
Rookie, don't explain yourself to this percentage asshole. This guy's a fence-sitting asshole. This guy's a fake.
Well, you know what? Sometimes I wonder why people don't just put them in their place by saying that. Like, just answer the stupid question, because it's a stupid question. I think the people in the audience know that me answering this question doesn't make me dumber than him. It's just showing what a liar he is and how he's just denying what I'm saying.
What are you talking about? Relax, bro.
He's just fighting.
Vlad, chill out, man. Don't be like pouring gasoline on a fire that doesn't even exist, man. I'm saying if the evidence is good enough, you don't need to do it yourself. If it's verifiable, if it's valid, reliable evidence, you don't need to do it yourself. You don't need to go to China yourself to know that it exists.
Okay, right.
Listen, percentage. What the fuck are you talking about?
Something I believed in.
He's saying you have to test it yourself.
See what you got.
You have to test it yourself.
You don't have to do it yourself.
You have to.
If you called me out and said, "Hey, something that you believe in is wrong,"
multiple angles, uncut, reliable, trustable, you don't have to do it yourself.
Yeah. You have to do it yourself.
It's ideal to do it yourself.
Never trust videos. Are you crazy? Videos can be faked all kinds of ways.
You just sent me a video of an hour, 15,000 views.
Have you ever seen Barack Obama in person?
And you want me to believe this video?
He said never trust videos.
Have you ever seen Barack
You're
Obama
giving
in
us
person?
a fucking CGI thing from fucking space, some car space, and you're telling me that's fucking real.
Your YouTube video is
This is actual. This is actual.
No, you just said never trust videos because you posted a video. Come on, man.
Literally.
Rookie's talking about go test it.
Yo, Linktree.
Yeah, go test it.
It's all propaganda. It's all flat propaganda. It's all fake. It's real.
Not test it. Done them, and I'm telling you.
Yo, boys, one at a time. One at a time.
Yeah, I saw the whole video. It's all CGI.
No, yeah, you said you saw the whole 1 hour video. Yeah, you saw the 1 hour of video. You just left for 5 minutes. You just left for 5 minutes, and you watched an hour and 5 minutes, right?
Yo, Ocean Man, don't CG lie.
Yeah.
The video you sent me has 15,000 views and 3 comments. By the way.
So what?
So you're using that to prove your whole point.
Because the truth leaves people speechless.
Watch the video. It's an hour.
But it doesn't leave them blind.
Yeah.
What do you say when you realize somebody's right about something?
So
you're like,
if I find you a video that has more views, would you believe it?
That's
Bro, don't trust
That's
videos.
completely fucking
if it had 1 million
irrelevant.
views, that means every.
But you just said not to trust videos anyway, so
I
don't
never
think...
do.
Count doesn't determine how true something is.
Then you shouldn't trust the video you showed for your own evidence.
Here's what I'll show you. Again, now here's what I'll show you. Because I don't trust nobody. I do my own shit, right? I live in Toronto, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know the curvature rate of the ball? What it's supposed to be?
Nope.
No. So why the fuck are you arguing about something you don't even know about?
I didn't argue about it. You're the one that brought up the point. I never talked
No,
about
no, no. So you believe you live on a ball, but you don't know the dimensions of this fucking ball, right?
I believe
you are the one with a fucking rocket ship in your fucking thing.
Know, like what the people who you claim you believe and trust,
right?
You don't even know.
So okay, so what's the radius of the ball?
Right. That's fine.
What's the radius of the ball?
And the radius of my balls, if you want to know that.
No. What's the radius of your ball you're living on, asshole? Don't give him the answer, because this cocksucker, I'm gonna just catch him on everything right now. Hold on, let me fucking destroy this bitch. Let me destroy this bitch. Shut the fuck up. What's the radius on the ball?
218
What's the radius of the fucking ball?
It's r to negative 27.
No, what's the radius of the fucking ball?
Get on link tree.
Negative 27.
Can I give you the answer in form of
you don't. The radius
bananas,
of the
like
ball
how many
in miles.
bananas the radius is?
In miles?
Yeah.
Like changing the question. R to negative 27 in miles.
What's the radius, stupid motherfucker? You can do kilometers,
I don't know
miles.
the radius. You want me to repeat it? I don't know the radius.
You don't know the radius.
Yeah,
so why the fuck are you arguing about? Google it then. Google it because you're such a Google bitch. Google it, you Google bitch. Google it.
I didn't
because you believe all NASA. This is all NASA numbers.
What is the color of my balls?
Dick fuck.
Why are you talking about balls?
So you don't trust NASA, but you trust Google. You don't trust NASA, but you trust Google.
Since you love NASA and all that shit, right? Go Google that shit. Google that shit. What's the radius of your fucking ball?
My balls?
So you don't know the radius. Now I'm gonna tell you the radius of the fucking ball. So they say the stupid fucking ball's about 4,000 miles in radius, right? With that fucking ball, the curvature rate formula would be 8 inches per mile squared, approximately, right? So here's the problem I'm having. Hey, dick fuck. Here's the problem I'm having. There's a picture I just fucking posted in the side chat, right? There's a picture I just posted in the chat. That's me taking this fucking photo. That's the Great Lakes. I live in fucking Toronto. That's that shadow. That shadow in that fucking photo is me. You know how far I can see across that fucking lake? That's 30 fucking miles, right? With a curvature rate of 8 inches per mile squared, where I put that fucking 30 in the miles position, right? There's supposed to be 600 foot of fucking drop across that fucking water. Why is it that I see the fucking little village that's across and all the lights of the fucking houses across that fucking lake where there should be fucking obstruction of the fucking water? The water curvature should be obstructing this fucking thing, you dick fuck. Huh?
That's a good. That's actually a good point. Question: how do I know your image is in CGI?
Ooh,
because, buddy, that's me taking the photo.
Yeah, but why should I trust you? If I
you don't have to go do it yourself. That's what I said. That's what Crooked fucking said. That's what Rookie just said to you, motherfuckers. Do not believe CGI. Do not believe anybody.
I won't believe your
test
CGI
it for yourself. So there's no point of talking to you fucking irrelevant fucks right now until you go do it yourself.
There's no point in you talking if you.
There's no point of talking to you, motherfucker. Are you even fucking saying a word now? Because I gave you all the information that you fucking need to go test it yourself. Don't believe me. I'm lying to you. I'm fucking straight up lying to you. Now go test it yourself. No, you're gonna sit here on the internet like a little faggot, arguing about shit that you don't even know about. This fucker doesn't even know this motherfucker doesn't even know the radius of the ball he thinks he lives on, right? And yet he's fucking going and arguing for fucking an hour about this shit. About some shit that he has no fucking clue about. Amazing.
How do you have a Boston accent if you live in Toronto?
Buddy, Yaruski, motherfucker. First of all, I'm a Russian. You know what I mean? I get fucking accents for fucking everything.
Okay.
You like my fucking fluent shit? Yeah, I speak fluent English, and я говорю по-русски тоже. En plus, je parle français aussi. I'm a trilingual motherfucker. Go fuck yourself.
Can you give me your mom's number in Russian?
Please scream at him in Russian.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers, they're so stupid, these kids. They're fucking retards. All they do is sophistry and philosophy. It's insane.
Can you prove it in Russian? Can you give me all the evidence in Russian? Can you just yell at me in Russian?
Hey, buddy, I do that shit in the Russian Flatter server, too. No problem.
Wait.
No, there's a lot of
how many
Flatter
people
that
are in
Russian.
I want to know.
A lot. Half of Russia knows it.
Really? Well, should I go over there?
Go to Russia, please.
It's the visual shit.
My favorite thing ever is when people come into arguments with zero fucking evidence and then try to argue for an hour.
Exactly. Little philosophy, sophistry, bitch fucks. That's what they are.
How are you going to make a claim with zero evidence?
They're only drawing from what they know, and what they know is television. That's it. And I don't blame them. I mean, that's just how it is. But you got to look further if you're really going to argue about it. I mean, come on.
Their evidence.
If you're going to argue with us and give us a hard time, the least you could do is go look. I mean, for yourself, just for your own knowledge, so that way you can know that you're not like up against something that's really right. You're wrong, and do you really want to like be on that side when it's found out? Like eventually, are you going to feel real dumb? Like I don't know. That's just how I would feel about it. I'd want to know for sure. Like I'd want to know that people, whether they're crazy or not, I want to test it out. I want to know. That's what compels me, right? If it doesn't compel you to do that, then I guess you don't care enough. Then why are you even bothering to come in here and argue with us? I don't understand.
Yeah, you have to
me,
go
if
through
you're that
life.
interested, that you come in here and tell me we're wrong, but you're not willing to go and like, okay, tell you what, I'll go out and look at what you're saying. Give me an idea of what I'm supposed to be looking at, what I'm supposed to see, and then I'll come back and tell you what I think. Isn't that like an honest thing to do? Like, wouldn't that be like, I mean, if you're really serious about it, right? That's what I would say. I'd be like, all right, show me. You got some, all right, show it to me. I'll go look at it. Or you want to meet up with me or whatever. Show me what you're talking about. Take me to the ocean and show me, and let's measure it. Let's look at it. Let's do something. Let's do something besides argue about stuff that could or couldn't be true, right? It could. Okay, we all know that, right? There's things on the internet all over that we think are true, right? You know, there's people that tell us if you pour this kind of water or whatever on this certain thing and it catches on fire and it'll burn forever. And some of these things aren't true, right? I tested them out myself, right? And I felt really stupid because I tested them and I really thought they were going to work because it looked like, one of those things, that science tricks that you learn in school, but I just never seen it. And I fell for it, like it's a common thing. It's not like a big deal. I laughed about it, told all my friends, thought it was funny that I was dumb enough to fall for it. But it took me a while to kind of figure out what's real and what's not. And so, yeah, you kind of do have to test things out. So that's what you do when you hear a group of people, especially a big group of people, of 10,000 people in the same kind of server, and you come along and you think to yourself, wow, 10,000 people, that's a lot. Maybe it's not a lot like what you see normally in one of your real popular places, but it's a lot of people saying something or believing in something that, you would think that would be crazy, right? So in my mind, I would want to see what their evidence is. I really wanted them to send it to me and let me look at it. I really would look at it and take it seriously if they really showed it to me in an honest, and genuine way, right? I would. I'd take it seriously. Now, if they were just complete jerks, then yeah, I might not be so prone to. But it depends on my attitude when I come in and question them. Okay, well, where's your evidence and why do you believe this? You came in here with this kind of attitude that you were going to laugh and make fun of us, and that's all you've really done, bro. Like, how do you figure that's an argument, right?
Jerry, he's talking to these other motherfuckers.
So what test did you run?
I know, he's being told what to say.
What test did you run?
The horizon.
Hey, Mackie,
measure it.
Don't get involved, please.
Yo, Frost,
you've been doing this for too fucking long. You know you're going to get crushed.
Frost, how far is the lights at the end of your picture?
You know what, Mackie? You should be one of those guys that corrects these new idiots, right? These new staunch globers. You should be like telling them, no, don't say that. Don't say that because you know what's going to happen.
Frost, how far is...
Well, you know what? Mackie actually likes to see the destruction. I think that's what he's sitting here for. He loves to see here, fucking gets all these little dumb fuck sophist, philosopher, globers fucking coming and get destroyed.
That's why I stay here. I love seeing that shit. It's entertaining.
Yeah, little fucking rocket man, ocean man.
Why
you're
so mad,
fucking
bro?
Entertainment.
Why so mad? You're like a circus clown.
Exactly. You're not prance in front of us like old bitch.
Listen, bro, I'll just tell you guys honestly.
This fucking idiot doesn't even know the radius of the ball he's arguing for. Isn't that crazy? Jesus fucking Christ. Which is the most important fucking thing. The most important fucking thing. And he doesn't want to give me the radius. Isn't that fucked up? Stupid motherfucker.
You think I couldn't have searched it all the times you asked me?
He pretends to be smart. He's one of those stupid smart people, right? He's stupid as fuck, but he thinks he's smart.
How do you make a claim and then search for the evidence afterwards?
It's retarded.
Yeah, I don't know what you guys are talking about. I think really the problem here is like you guys are not willing to concede anything. Anytime somebody says anything, you guys are like, oh, it's fake. And then you're like, watch this video that I have.
We're not willing to have an open mind.
Any evidence that's worth conceding over, then it would have been something conceited over.
Right, but when I give you guys a video, like Elon Musk sending the car in space, it's like, oh, it's fake. But then you guys send me 10 million videos.
This guy believes in CGI. He believes Elon Musk. He believes all that shit.
I believe your picture is CGI. I think your picture is fake.
CGI. This guy has a huge green screen.
He just told you to go through it yourself.
Sorry?
He told you not to listen to his picture.
Where's it? Like, how do you tell that the image is CGI? Real quick, I just want to know.
Oh, it's very clear.
Go watch it.
Yeah, like you see his shadow in the picture. It's supposed to be a lot bigger.
First of all, it's crazy. They didn't even put the stars in the space, right? So the fucking thing was floating with no stars behind it. Isn't that crazy?
Okay. So how is...
You can see it's computer generated because it's all fake, man. He even said it. It looks so fake, it must be real. He said it. Jesus fucking Christ. How do you guys not know that Elon Musk is the biggest fucking grifter? First of all, what he did with PayPal, he grifted the fuck out of PayPal. Then he made money there, right? Now he started grifting people because of the whole space shit, right? Taking taxpayer money to fucking grift, right? Isn't that crazy?
Taxpayer.
He's doing so much for humanity. So he's launching up fucking rockets that explode. Ooh, so much for humanity he's done. All right, they haven't been launching rockets up for fucking, what is it? They say it's been doing over 70 fucking years of this shit. And then now Elon Musk is the new guy. He's the savior. He's going to fucking do it right. Yeah, okay there, buds. Guys keep wishing for another fucking 100 years. Well, you know what? They count on you fucking idiots to die off so that they can refresh the grift. And they keep redoing the grift every fucking so often. Because dumb motherfuckers like you just fall for it every time.
Wouldn't you be pro Elon Musk though because he's making rocket like cheaper?
And then you gotta come into these Discord server channels and start fucking sophistry and fucking philosophy about how it's real. In your mind, yeah, okay there, bud. You're stupid.
Yeah, definitely very stupid.
For sure.
Yeah, I agree.
Unbelievable. Unfucking believable.
I think you're the one who's not willing to concede.
Concede what?
Concede that the Earth is flat.
Obviously not until I see proof.
Yeah, because you came in here without any actual evidence. You just kept making.
I gave you guys evidence. You guys just didn't like it. And then when I asked you guys to rebut it,
evidence. You have to actually give proof.
No.
Show me curvature rate. Go out there and measure it, and then fucking show us the curvature rate, please. Then we'll think about it.
I don't know, dude. You can't argue with somebody that's not.
Not no video or whatever CGI shit.
You can't just
proof.
Go through life believing whatever you hear. You have to actually question things. That's how we evolve as a species.
I question things. I just think
obviously you don't because you just believe whatever you hear and you never give anything else a chance. No, you just believe whatever your parents tell you, whatever school tells you. You don't actually question anything.
I listened to enough people. I spoke to enough people that have you guys' opinion. I just think you guys are not just the way you guys argue.
He's a beta bitch. This one.
Okay. Look, bro.
Which you characterize flat earthers? Why?
No, I'm just saying you guys in this chat. At least you guys are not willing to even listen. It's crazy.
We have been listening.
No, not really. I give you guys my point. You guys.
I've been listening for quite some time. I got fucking annoyed listening to your bitch voice. That's why I came in and just fucking had to shut your shit down. You fucking idiot. You stupid as fuck.
I love him so
dumb much. Motherfucker.
Listen, bro.
It's true. Everything I say is true. I'm sorry to say, man. This is the kind of generation we live in. You know, these fucking beta bitch males are being fucking born into society, right? And they're ruining the fucking whole fucking country because of their fucking feelings, right? Ha! Dumb fuck.
Buddy, your picture's CGI.
Because he feels that the CGI is real, right?
Ocean man.
Mm-hmm.
Now, actually, how is it CGI? I want to know.
Sorry?
Buddy, green screen. So they took the car, right? That's what they did. They put it on a fucking mount, right? On an angle, right? And then they have a big green screen around it, right? And then they took that fucking camera and they just panned it around the fucking car. Literally. And then that green screen was slapped in with a fucking, what do you call it? Globe Earth in the back. Isn't that crazy? It's so easy to do that too because it's not fucking hard. Like you're gonna say Sandra Bullock was in space now? You know that movie Gravity? Right? So you're telling me that bitch was floating in space? Hell the fuck no.
1 second, Linktree. So, Oceanman, from what I can gather, the reason why everyone is pretty much yelling at you right now is from what you gave, there's no actual source of proof. There's just a video of a car, or at least what you were talking about is a video of a car in space. The information that was given to you, on the other hand, was actual like scientific evidence, things being accounted for. The first video that was given to you was of a laser.
Oh, but how do I know that your video is more real than mine, right?
No, that's the thing. This is what I'm talking about. So one video, you cannot, there's no method within the video to prove what's going on within the video is true or accurately being presented. On the other hand, there is a method on the other video that was given to you where everything is supposedly taken into account and they actually have a result. And so because of that, that's why everybody started yelling at you and so on and so forth.
But do you understand the argument you're making is you're saying that they provided a video with evidence and their video is more real than
get
my
yourself a name.
evidence.
You're
buddy, why
on
don't you
point right
calm
there. I
down,
like
bro?
how you're calm and shit. You're on point. This little beta bitch, good thing that you can
Listen,
say
bro, the
shit like
fact
that.
that it
This
hurts
beta
your
bitch fucking
emotions
annoys the
so
fuck out of me,
much.
man.
Yeah, I could tell, bro. You're very
Fuck, I don't
emotional
even know
about
why
it.
he's talking. He's still fucking talking, yapping his shit. Ocean Man, you should be leaving by now because you've been destroyed.
For sure, dude. I've been totally wrecked. Ben Shapiro destroyed. Listen, you're saying that the video that
You never
is
fucking
more real than
provided the
mine.
radius of your ball. You never provided the curvature rate of how
Bro,
fucking
just
at
ask
what
your
rate it
mom,
should be
bro.
curving. You never provided anything. All you did was you said, "Well, Elon Musk sent this shit to space." Right, so you gave us no fucking numbers, right? And then get yourself a name. Explain to you because he probably went and watched the fucking video that I posted for an hour. You said, "Oh, I watched it. I took 5 minutes to go watch it." Where they actually go into detail of what the fuck they're doing down to the fucking math, right? So you apparently are just fucking retarded. And then you're gonna sit here and try and justify yourself because we all see right through you, right? You're trying to justify why you're such a prick,
Bro,
and then why is everybody yelling at me? Well, because you're a fucking prick.
Nobody was yelling before you. You're just
Well,
very
I don't know.
emotional
You're
about it.
fucking
I don't know. Maybe
complaining
you got
about somebody
molested
yelling
by
at
a
you.
globe Earth when you were a
You're
kid, bro.
fucking
Calm down,
prick.
bro. Listen, calm down. Clearly,
Stupid prick.
you can't control
Buddy,
your
you don't tell
emotions.
me what to do. Go fuck
Clearly, you
yourself.
can't control your emotions,
Go
bro.
fuck yourself.
Clearly, you can't control your
You
emotions.
don't tell me what to do.
You can't control your emotions.
You're fucking. Listen, I don't take advice from retards, bro. I'm sorry to say, bro. You're fucking beyond fucking retarded. You still believe CGI?
Did I give you any advice?
You're fucking retard,
I'm telling
man.
you can't control your emotions.
You're
That's all I'm saying.
fucking retarded.
You can't control your emotions.
No, you
can't even have an argument.
Give any advice. You just made an accusation like 18 times, and I'm tired of hearing the same.
Look, if you guys don't want to argue, we don't have to argue. But
you don't argue.
I don't argue. I don't give good enough points.
No, you just
whine. He's a bitch.
Okay.
Can you just fucking leave? Nobody likes you here.
Listen,
I already have him on so low that I barely hear him, right? So I'm just answering every time he says something. I'm answering right over him. Fucking stupid, this guy.
Any lower and he'll sound like a fucking mouse.
Right?
Yeah.
Annoying, man. This guy's annoying. And it's the way he's talking, too. It's just fucking retarded, bro. Like,
he talks so fucking quiet and submissive, like he's trying to do puppy eyes in the middle of a debate.
Yeah. It's like, oh,
how
please
old? I
don't
want to
hurt
know what's
me.
like the median age of everybody here. Like, how old are you guys?
He's trying to play the victim right now. He's trying to
I'm not
play
playing
the
the victim. I just want to know how old are you guys? And you guys are like, you believe these things.
Of course you do.
What do you mean we believe these things? Why do you believe that the Earth is a globe?
I think most of the evidence points that it's a globe.
You have no evidence. You didn't even bring any
I
fucking
gave you
evidence.
guys a point. I said a video.
You
And you
gave
guys are
us
saying,
a movie.
oh, your video is
You
not
gave
right,
us a
but my
fucking
video is right.
CGI
That's how
movie.
stupid you guys are. You guys, anything
He's
that
still
you
arguing about the same points. Isn't that crazy?
You said you think. What did you think about?
Sorry?
You said you think that the evidence shows that the Earth is round, but you said you thought about something. What did you think about? Do you just believe what they showed you, or do you actually think?
I don't think I said that.
Okay.
Point
You
is,
did. I heard it.
That's exactly the words you said, but yep. I know you're not paying attention.
I'm not, honestly, but I'll be honest. You guys are just like man-child. It's like literally.
So
you can't have
lost the argument, and now you're resulting to insulting.
Ooh, am I the one that started that, or was that Linktree?
You got any more?
Listen, I'll be honest, you guys are very cringe.
Any more labels?
He's a NASA fan. You guys see the rocket ship in his thing? And
That's
his little
actually
icon there.
That's not.
He's
NASA.
gonna be one of those space. Yeah,
That's
exactly.
literally what I want to be. I want to be an astronaut.
He's a wannabe. I don't think they'll ever take him unless he blows them all. You know. I guess that's how they do it.
I hope they shoot him into the sun.
Channel?
Hey, Ocean Man. Ocean Man. Sodomy is not a healthy practice, okay, buddy? You should stop that.
I feel honestly, you guys are very cringe.
You're feeling again?
Yeah, I'm feeling. I'm very emotional, just like Linktree. Listen, you guys are very cringe. You guys can't take an argument. You guys.
Hey, were you the guy in the Senate video there? Were you that guy in that Senate video, that recent Senate video? Were you that guy? You know, bent over there in the Senate. Was that you, Ocean Man?
I don't know what you're talking about, but
that's pretty fucked up, man.
Wait, are you still talking about me?
You shouldn't be doing that shit in the Senate, bro. That's a fucking that's a government office right there, bro.
Is that supposed to be funny?
It's crazy.
Listen, I really feel bad for you guys. You guys have to be a bit more open-minded.
I feel bad that you're feeling things.
I can't imagine going through life thinking everything you fucking
about
see
me
without questioning anything.
Sorry?
I feel shit about me. But so often those talking about their feelings so much, life is too intense for them to actually go through and learn what it really is.
Now, that's what the educational system did to people nowadays, man. It's fucked up. There's a lot of these dudes that are growing up to be like that soft soy boy bitches.
It's almost like they forgot the first day of school and how alienated they made you feel, and how they put you in this room and told you had to sit still and told you had to ask permission to use the restroom when you spent your life literally doing what you wanted to. And suddenly now all of a sudden you have to conform to this shit. It's no wonder you think your parents are evil, because they send you to this place every day against your will. I mean, think about that, what that does. Do you not remember that first few days of school when you had to make that transition through like being being loved by your family and being treated like a human being to being treated like some kind of animal?
It's actually
you don't remember
funny.
that?
I low key wanted them to teach me, and every time they sent me, I just kept running out of class, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm not learning that. I'm not sitting with them."
I didn't like that school, but I tried to like make my mom angry at me so she wouldn't make me go. And the truth is, it's because I knew all along they were lying to me about it. I just knew it. I could tell. Like every year, they tell me something different. They give me a little bit more information about what they claim was the new truth now. And then every year it was something different. And like, junior high, then it changed, and then it changed again in high school. And I got sick of it, bro. I said, you know what? This is not for me, bro. And then all the politics that are involved and the teachers, like are all involved in everything. It was just got weird where I was at. Like I literally found out that my shop teacher was stealing cars from people around the town and chopping them up in his backyard and then selling them and giving them to kids in the class and working on those cars inside the school. And when I caught them, when they got found out, they got all angry at me.
So it kind of ruined it for me. But, you know, things happen, I guess. I don't know how that worked out, but my friend's car got stolen and we ended up following leads and we figured out who stole it. It was my damn teacher, bro. And I was blown away, but the cops arrested him and everything. You know, like, and then everybody was blaming me for it. Like, why'd you get the shop teacher arrested? He was giving us all these free car parts. Yeah, of course. You know, like everybody was pissed off at me, but hey, that's the way it is. You know, people steal from people that, you know, don't deserve to be stolen from. That's just, you don't do that. You know, like if you're going to do that, do it legitimately. Like get donated cars or whatever. Like there's no reason. I don't know. You know, like give me a break, bro. So.
Yeah, one of the main issues with school is that it doesn't breed innovation. You get rewarded for reciting the same things over and over that kids 50 years before you have recited.
Right, proving that I
And
can
you have
do
no real
something
evidence that any of it's true. That's the problem. Like history and all that, they force you to believe all this stuff and remember it. But then when you find out later, like, you know, they start telling you that George Washington took cherry trees down. And then when you get into college, you find out he was growing pot. And they were making everything out of hemp. It's like, wait a minute, what? You know, why didn't they just tell me that? Oh, we didn't want you to think bad of our country. Well, yeah, but why would I think bad if that's a normal thing? If that's what was legal at the time, why would that seem bad now? Oh, well, they've alienated it now. They want
biased for
what
the
I mean?
time.
It's so obvious. It's so obvious. They just don't want you to have things that you want. They want to try to take it away from you and control it somehow, or use it to make money off of you.
Think about
now, why they do that should be really making you wonder. You know, like
we should definitely
I've been wondering that my whole life. You should question everything, bro. And this is just another thing to question. I'm not asking you to go jump off the bandwagon and just start believing the earth's flat. I'm asking you to go and look at it for yourself and really think about, is this really true? And can I really prove it to myself using the evidence that's out there? And is that really evidence? And I'm telling you, when you start to really look at it and look at it really carefully, you start to think, what? Why are there all these anomalies? Like they don't do this, they don't do that. Now, why would they just, how would they just accidentally not do that on purpose? Well, no, there must be a reason for it. And when you start to add all that stuff up, logically, it makes sense. They're not telling you everything. Now, whether they're going up there somehow and getting up high and staying aloft somehow, I don't know. Maybe they're doing that somehow. Maybe they're using some different kind of machine. But I honestly believe, this is my opinion, I can't prove it, but I honestly think that rockets are just for show. They're just to sell NASA as being the top of the line aerospace, we're talking obviously
But,
under
don't they have
whatever
the
inside the
Masonic
atmosphere.
coloring and shit on rockets and stuff? Like the checker patterns?
Well, yeah, of course. But think about it. All rockets are phallic symbols. Why would they shape them like that? Why wouldn't they just fly them like airplanes and get to the higher altitude, take off from there? That would make more sense and use less energy. But no, we waste it on sending off a rocket because it's for show. That's what it's for. You know what I'm saying? That's what I look at it. I can't prove that, but when I really look at all that evidence and all those videos, there's not enough evidence to show like how it got that way. It just happens to be there, and they pull it out of this thing, like out of this bay somewhere, and it's like suddenly it's just this rocket that was already built, and you don't understand any details of how it's built or what goes into it. They never share any of that information, but yet they claim that they're finding all this scientific evidence in space and they're growing lettuce and all this crap, but they never show you any of the evidence of them ever doing it or what it ever came to. They just keep telling you they're going to do these research and they just say they're doing it. That's it.
Yeah, fake good news to replace the real.
Well, it's just whatever, right? It's just something to make the company look good so people will keep giving their money. And obviously, governments are giving NASA money, right? That's how they get paid, right? So why is that? Why would we allow that? Even if NASA was telling some of the truth, if they're not giving us all the information, why would we want to be putting our taxes into that, right? Like, isn't that not fair to you? Like, does that make logical sense? Like, you have to start thinking about some of these things that would have to be true if all this stuff was what they claim it was. And it doesn't fit together. I'm telling you, it doesn't logically. It never does. And I'm not saying that everything that I've learned actually has proven that I can know the shape of the earth. It's more like I'm learning that maybe it's just not possible to see all of it. It's just too big, but that doesn't mean that it's curving anywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get where you're coming from and I'm with you on part of it, but I'm kind of like wondering why you haven't come to that same conclusion if you really looked at the evidence. You know what I'm saying? And it's only because I've seen so many follow that same path and see that same evidence, and they're coming out the same way I did. And they're saying, wow, wait a minute. And then we start having conversation. That's how we got here, right? That's what led us here. It's because I started questioning the truth of what they were telling me on the TV. And I started wondering, well, if they've always lied to me about everything else, why would I trust them? Maybe I should start questioning. So I did. I started looking into it. And I started finding out there's all these things in the world that are not true, but they claim it is. And they just sell it like it is because it makes people buy things.
Yeah.
It's all about business. You know what I'm saying? And people don't get it. There's a difference. You have to draw the line between the two. What fairy tales and what sales pitches, like the difference.
Yeah, like I said, it's not about making a claim and then trying to prove it. It's about questioning the existing claims. It's about discovering more about our world. It's not about trying to prove one thing or trying to prove a different thing. It's about trying to look into things at all. I think that's what's more important than anything else.
Well, yeah, because only you can convince. Maybe you'll see all this evidence and it'll convince you of something else. I don't know. I can't change that, right? Because your mind is what it is. You have experiences and you have a witness of things that you've seen in your life that are real to you. And whether or not that's true or not, in my mind, it doesn't change anything because my experiences are real and mine are telling me that this is true, right? So when I hear and it makes logical sense to me, you know what I'm saying? So when I hear you hearing that same information and you say you've looked into it, whatever, but you're coming back saying no, but you don't really have any answers and you're not able to discuss the details of why you do or don't or whatever. All you just saying is, well, no, I just believe them. Well, that's just not it. I mean, come on. I get it. But if you're going to argue with me, at least have done some of the homework. I mean, I did, and that's why I'm here. Just because, I did some of that work and I realized these people aren't lying to me. And so I've kind of joined in with them. I'm trying to learn a lot about it. I'm not saying I believe everything everybody says here, but I mean, I'm involved in it because I believe that there's truth here, and I believe you can learn it if you just test out the stuff people speak about. And you'll find out some people aren't telling you the truth on both sides of the argument, and some people just make stuff up completely. So there's like all different sides to this whole movement thing, or whatever you want to call it. But the truth is that when you start to look into it, you start to realize that you should be questioning things. And it's scary, but maybe if more people realize it, they'd start to change how they make their decisions, like what you buy, what you what you invest your time into. I mean, if you knew that they're just selling you stuff and they don't care whether it's going to hurt you or whether there's something wrong with it, or maybe there's things in there that might make you sick because of other things that you eat or whatever. And they just don't care about it because it's not none of their business. Their business is to make money and convince you to buy it and eat it, right? And so they figure as long as the government or whatever isn't against that particular law, then there ain't much you can do about it, right? Well, but if you just stop buying their products, it simply fixes the problem. But if you can't share that information because it's against the rules, well, you can't do that to a business. You got to be able to prove it. Otherwise, you're defaming their character. Well, if somebody in my neighborhood's lying and telling people that he's not killing the neighbor cats, but cats keep coming up dead and he's always around, and when it happens, I'm going to start wondering and I'm going to start watching that guy. You know what I'm saying? I'm not just going to take his word for it. So I'm expecting you to do the same kind of investigation in order to, you know what I mean? I'm not saying, you have to do that, but I'm saying, if you're going to come in here and argue with me and get mad at me and get triggered and whatever, and be passionate about believing what your side is, at least do the homework that I did and tell me that you came to the same conclusion. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm kind of trying to say.
Okay, I'll ask you again. What homework did you do so I could do it too?
You want me to send you a list of things?
Yeah,
I can send you a whole file.
Yeah. Pile. Give me the whole entire pile of homework. Yeah, everything.
Mackie,
but the problem is,
you've been given everything, Mackie.
It's all in.
Listen, rookie. Don't even fucking engage Mackie when he says shit like that. He's been given this a million fucking times, Mackie. Don't instigate fucking shit you don't want to start. Okay, there, Mackie. Drugs are bad. Okay. Okay.
Well, yeah, Rookie, I agree with you. I agree with your point. We have to go through life with an open mind. We can't just go accepting everything that we hear because that's not how we evolve and change as a species. The entire point of life
I
is
want to believe in some things.
Leave the world different than how we came into it.
Yeah.
You're supposed to learn more things as we progress through life, as we gain more experience. And unfortunately, people are just content with listening to whatever they hear and believing that as the truth instead of doing things for themselves and figuring out their own reality. They're just believing other people's reality, fantasy.
And that's simply because they've just taught you to be that way. That's school. Just going to school every day was enough. Brainwashing.
Pretty much. Yeah, it's
don't realize how
us from a young age. That's why we're so dependent on living life like that.
Yeah. Get you away from
if you just look at homeschooled people, like in general, like not even if they believe in the Earth's flat or anything. I'm just saying, homeschool kids in general, when they get to college and whatever, they're smarter. They ask more questions. They want to know things. They want to be proved. They want to see the evidence of it. They don't just accept things. And I think that when you teach your kids things, you're smart enough to know that, hey, well, you can't just take everything at face value, right? Because you know that they're going to learn about Santa Claus and they're going to learn about the cherry tree thing. And as they learn these things, you have to know that they're going to still trust you and believe that you're not lying to them, because the school's going to be telling them one thing and you're going to, you know what I'm saying? And that's what and when you get the curriculum to teach your children, that's what it's going to say. So you're going to have to explain to them how and why, what your argument is. And if you don't have a good argument, what do you expect your kids to believe you too? Like, that's what I think about, is like, I hope you're not going to have kids if that's your attitude, like you're just stuck on, well, it's got to be like they say on TV, no matter what, even though you really haven't really thought about it or even like really, looked at it, like just look at it with a magnifying glass, like you would with anything. Let's say that you were going to get involved with a lawsuit to get your money back from all the money that you got put into NASA. We were going to all split it up. Let's just imagine that and let that be your energy to go do it and look at it and try to prove to yourself that NASA is really telling you the truth about it, because they're not. That's what you're going to find out. It may not convince you that they're telling, that the Earth is not a ball or whatever, but you're going to realize that they're really not telling you the truth about nothing, bro. They're not. They're telling you what they want you.
I think it was really interesting you said that, because my parents opted for the common sense is common. I don't know why you don't know this shit. This is like very confusing to us. And that it played out exactly like you're saying. So makes a lot of sense.
I mean,
yeah, you don't want to be like Mac here.
About it, like, we're not trying to say that it's bad and that you're a horrible person and that you're an idiot now because you got fooled, because we all got fooled. We're just trying to bring you up to the level where you understand that, okay, if we're all being fooled and everything is just a tale, then we got to learn, we have to teach ourselves, just, out of just the fact that we're smart enough to know and figure this out, right? Should be enough that we want to know the truth about it, so we'll understand how to avoid people taking advantage of us. Because if we could, if all you need to do is understand what the law is and know the truth about things, and that will literally protect you from being thrown in prison and all kinds of other things, simply just by using the law the way the law works, right? Just doing it like they do it. You can do all kinds of things that you wouldn't even imagine. But nobody wants to believe in it because they're all afraid that, well, there's always somebody that's going to try to stop you. Well, yeah, but if you know the law, they can't argue with you in court. And once you get a court order, they can't just come and try to do stuff to you. It will look too obvious. You know what I mean? So they can't just cover everybody and hush everybody up. We have to stand up for what we believe in, bro. You can't be afraid about backlash. That's got to be the last thing on your mind. Worrying about who cares, like who's going to disown you or not think that you're one of them because you don't believe the same thing. Hey, if somebody doesn't believe something because, especially if they're intelligent, like if the smartest person that I look up to suddenly starts telling me something that doesn't match up with reality, I'm going to question it. Okay. And then I'm going to go research it and find out what he's talking about, because I respect the guy, right? I'm not just going to believe the bullshit people say. I'm going to say, okay, well, I know this guy. I don't believe the story. I'm going to look into it and make sure that he's really wrong or whatever. Now, if I find out he's not wrong, right? See, you if you don't do the investigation, then right, who are you then? Okay, yeah.
They basically said, you're crazy for telling me these claims. And then I was like, no, it's not just claim. This is proof. And they're like, so I have to follow your rabbit hole. I don't have time for this. Crazy.
We all have our opinions. We've all come to our own conclusions because they just give us random information. It doesn't make any sense, but they tell us all this stuff in little bits in separate times. It's separate. Like, they'll tell you some, like when they teach you science, think about it. They put the globe in the classroom, okay? They first start out teaching you about biology, about how animals react with each other, and about genes, and about how people's eye colors come out differently, and how when you mix different races and, this kind of thing, gender, all this kind of things, right? They start to teach you all these things because that's what you would think. That would be the knowledge a kid would need to understand the world, right? Well, that's not really what you need to know, but I admit that will be something you could use in the future. But like some of the stuff they teach you, like history, like we all know that history is just his story, right? You understand that. Whoever wins the war makes the decision on what's going to get written about. And you have to realize that, because if you were in charge and you had all the money and you had all the control and you won the war, then you would expect it. And no, I'm going to write down what my truth is, right? And it wouldn't matter whether you were telling the truth because you're the man, right? You won the war. You see what I'm saying? So I'm going to test that. So when I went and tested, someone told me that George Washington chopped down a cherry tree. I didn't believe him. I thought this older kid was lying to me. So what did I do? I didn't just say, "Oh well, you're just lying to me." My parents, the school's telling me the truth. Why would they lie, right? I didn't ask that question. I went out and wanted to prove that kid wrong, because that's the kind of person I am. I want the truth. If somebody is lying to me, I want to know who tricked me, because that's the way I got treated my whole life. I had adults tricked me and did things to me that they weren't supposed to do. I got abused. I got treated differently, and it made me a weird person. It made me who I am, right? But I still understand everything like everybody else does, even though I have mental problems and I have hangups because of that abuse, right? But that doesn't make me like fallible. It doesn't mean that my evidence and my witness is not true. It just happens to be true that I have emotional problems because I was abused as a child. I can't change that, right? But I live with it. I'm 50 years old. I've survived this long. I figure if I can survive it this long, then why couldn't I survive longer?
Hey, Rook,
you know
man.
what I mean? Yeah. Sorry.
The first traumatized situation is they found out that your parents were lying to you about Santa Claus, bro. They lied to you.
Well, it wasn't just that. They lied to me about all these little things.
Well, I'm sure there was more, but
steal your socks, and it was joking. It was mostly joking stuff, but as a kid, you believe it.
But when you get once you get traumatized as a young lad, a young gal, you have to carry that burden, man. It's traumatizing,
Yo,
man.
Flat Earth dude, are you drinking tonight, bro?
No, I drink every night, man. Come on.
Okay, that's why you're slurring and stumbling over your words.
You guys go ahead, man.
What?
Hey, Rookie,
I don't think he's
can you tell me your
slurring.
opinion on school again? I like listening to your, I don't know what to call them, lectures or whatever they are. I like listening to those.
Who, me? You talking to me or him?
Yeah,
Rookie was good. Rookie's good. He vents very nicely. He's a good venter.
Yeah, you.
Hey, Rookie. What's your astrological sign, Rookie? Are you an Aries?
I'm a Leo. You already know that. I'm a Leo.
Do I know you're a Leo? Oh, okay. That's why you talk like crazy.
Because remember when I was picking on you about saying my guy all the time and you stopped doing it?
No.
Yeah, Rookie, give me your opinion on school again, on the school system.
I say my guy all the time, man.
I know, but you've slowed it way down. You used to say it like every other word, bro.
No.
And I just gave you a hard time because I used to say stuff like that, and people used to pick on me about it, and it drove me nuts, bro. But then when I suddenly realized, like, when I started looking from the outside, I started realizing that it kind of like in other people's minds, it kind of makes you seem simple when you keep using the same thing. So you got to.
Yo, Rookie, you're 50 years old, eh?
Yeah, I'm 50.
Damn, bro.
I'm not saying I'm wise. I'm just saying I'm
no.
old.
Listen, did you ever take some acid when you were younger, bro?
What do you mean? Yeah, a couple times when I was younger.
Okay, makes sense. Everything makes sense now.
That makes sense, huh?
Well, it makes sense, but no. Hey, listen, acid is great, especially back then.
I did
LSD's
some speed
okay.
for a little while. I tried.
Speed is bad. I wouldn't say other shit. Alcoholism is bad too. See, I went through all that stuff. Well, not all of it. Like, I went through enough shit. Like, alcoholism was one thing I went through myself, right?
Well, when you're fucked up because of abuse, like, trust me, it's like you try to fill.
Oh, bro, I got fucking destroyed by my father, man. I got beat like crazy when I was young, bro. You don't even know.
I did. I got that, and I got the other kind of abuse too. I don't remember most of it, but it still affects me. Like, I don't want to bring that out. Like, that's not what we're talking about. But when it comes to why do I believe what I believe, and where is my mind coming from? Like, I want people to understand that I'm not just saying this stuff because everybody else is saying it. I've actually looked into most of this stuff. Like 90% of all the stuff that I talk about, like, that I'll actually get on here and lecture about, because I've actually looked into it quite extensively. And I mean, I haven't gone through every detail, and I haven't memorized everything like Whitsitt or some of these other guys. But I'm telling you, like, like, if you ask me an honest question about something, or if you have, like, you're wondering, why do I question a certain thing? Like, I'll give you the info. I'll show you exactly where my mind was at that point and why I thought that way, to help you understand where but all I'm trying to do is make you understand that You need to look into this and figure it out for yourself. Because I do know a lot of people, and I'm still friends with them that don't agree with me, that still come back and say, well, I still don't think that's enough evidence to convince me that the Earth's not a ball. And I say, I respect that. But just keep in mind that there's a lot of evidence out there, and unless you investigate all of it, how do you really know until you start adding it up and start thinking about, okay, well, how many of the things that I originally thought were reasons that the Earth is a ball, like how many of them still hold up? Like put those eggs in a basket, like separate, start to brainstorm about it. And I started to realize that it really didn't, the evidence that I thought was there really wasn't there, and it frustrated me. And so it made me want to do more. And I did years of investigating, watching. I mean, a lot of it was just watching videos and reading books, but I mean, that's how you learn, right? You read books, and that's what you do in college, right? Well, instead of going to college or finishing high school, that's what I did. I started reading books and I started investigating things. I've done it my whole life. Still got books. I've got books all over my house that are from different years and different times of when I was doing my investigation. I've still got some here. I got the evolution cruncher here, which was part of some of the stuff that I started learning about early on before, the flat earth came out, so big. But, like I've known about it for a long time. Trust me, people have known the earth is flat for many, many years, brother. Like it's always been known. It's just as of recent, like people's minds are convinced. It's like really weird. And there used to be like TV shows and stuff that would comment about it. They would talk about how some people thought the earth was flat. They'd make fun of them. And that's where it all started. That was how they started putting that in people's minds. Because I remember seeing those and thinking, well, that's stupid. Of course the earth's flat. But I didn't know why. They didn't, they don't provide any evidence, and they don't give you any reason to believe it. They just tell you, right? But then they make fun of it. So of course your reaction is, well, these people are just crazy people and they're religious people or something, right? And so this is how they mold you and how they can keep you controlled by the media. They teach you that all these things are important, and this is how you find out your information. This is how you know what's going on in the world. Well, how do you know that what they're telling you is the truth? If your government only allows you to see certain stuff on the internet, and they're controlling certain things, and they're controlling drugs, and they're controlling things that you could either get healthy or, enjoy your life better, regardless of what they think about it or what, if you're not harming somebody else, then who are they to say any different, right? And then we've got all these things like, we have drug cartels that have been created and criminal cartels that have been created just by our government claiming that, drugs are wrong. And so we can't make them and use them on our own. We have to now all the people who want to do drugs, now they have to go and buy them from drug dealers. And then now all these drug dealers become rich. And now we have all these criminals running around killing people with these guns and all this crazy stuff is going on, all because the government decided that, oh no, that's wrong. We need to make a law against it and start spending all this tax money to fight it. So we can, and what did it do? Now everybody knows that's what happened. Is anybody doing anything about it? No. We just sit around and go, oh, well, that's just how it works. It's like, huh? Why do we allow that? Like, we could just stop believing. Like, why do we believe that somebody in the government has a right to tell you what you can do in your own house? As long as you're not harming someone else, as long as you're not burning down the neighborhood, or you're not, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're just growing some weed in your backyard, who cares? Like, why would that be an issue? You know what I'm saying? But you'd be surprised.
Because you're taking money out of their pockets, bro. That's right, bro. Exactly. They profit off of that shit, man. When you start taking their money, man, they get upset.
And that's what this world runs on, business. And that's why they all have business licenses. Your city, your state, your federal, all those agencies are businesses, which means the only reason why they can get away with what they get away with is because you agree to conduct business with them. It's that simple. Do your own research. You'll figure that out. That's how I can be.
Yeah, man. I don't contract with anybody, man.
I'm not going to tell you what the truth is. You go look for yourself. But I'm telling you, that's true. If you really know the truth, you can get away with a lot of stuff because it really doesn't apply to you. Because you know what's right and what's wrong. So you just tell them, no, that's not true. I know the law, and you go in there and you file some paperwork and you're done. You walk away a free man. But you don't, and you can end up in prison sometimes because you're not sheltered by that same thing that they have. Why do you think those cops that beat you up and then suddenly, oh, they were wrong, but then you take them to court and somehow they get away with it, they still get their pension? How does that work? Well, it's because they have this special code that covers them insurance-wise. And they bond them, right? They put them through this thing and they bond them with this special thing, a business bond, right? And so anything they do goes on the business, and the business takes responsibility. They don't personally. See what I'm saying? That's how they get away with that. That's how you can have some guy that will go around, giving away free food or whatever, and it's all poisonous, and it kills a bunch of people, but he never goes to jail. That's how that happens. How else would that happen? It's not because it's magic. It's not because no one wants to get this people that have harmed other people. It's because they have a shelter, a legal shelter that allows them to be free of all that federal stuff.
But that's
they don't go to prison. Yeah, it is. But so why do we allow it? Exactly. That's the question. So, but when you go to satanic, then you're going to have everybody arguing, oh, well, God doesn't exist, so either does Satan. Yeah. Well, then if there is no judge and there's no jury, then who are you to tell me what I can do and what I can't do if I'm not trying to kill you? You know what I mean? Like if I'm not going around taking money out of or stealing your stuff, why do you care what I do in my own house? You know what I'm saying? If I'm not making noise when you're trying to sleep or whatever, then why would you care what I do over here? You know what I'm saying? Like you shouldn't, right? It's really none of your business. But if you get taught that it is your business and that you're supposed to report it, then you will believe that because that's what they're telling you to do. You can't avoid that. That's brainwashing. It's how it works. Then you watch TV and you don't realize it, but all those little clues are in there. They're telling you, they're feeding you this information. They're telling you all these situations where people argue, and then this argument is ended by them being right about this dumb thing that you know is not true, but you're like, huh? But then after it goes through your brain 5 or 6, 7, 8 times, you start believing it. And then when you think about those things, those dumb thoughts pop out instead of the reality that you know really happens. You know what I'm saying?
You showed what you've been repeated. You've shown in your brain a pattern, but it's not a pattern that you recorded, something that they.
And your mind will adopt that and wrap it around your memories. Wow. It will do that. It does. That's how fucking brainwashing works. And until you really believe that and understand that that's real, you will not really understand how television brainwashes you and how they sell you stuff you don't need that's really bad for you, actually. But because they're selling it to you and you're making an agreement by buying it, you're basically agreeing that you trust this, blah, 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 blah. They can get away with a lot. You know what I mean?
You guys hear
that's
me?
why you have to be careful. Yeah, I hear you. But like the truth about everything is really true. But if you're not interested, then don't look. Be ignorant, I guess.
It's
I don't know
interesting
what to say.
they control two sides, don't they? They control two sides because like
well, of course,
on
yeah.
TV to one.
Well, they have
station
people
and
working
they
on
say,
both sides.
This is why X is good, and then you turn over to the other station and they're saying this is why X is bad. You're caught in this like narrative, like this opposing.
Right, and then so what happens? Your mind takes a side, right? Because you want to be right, and that's what they teach you. They teach you that you want to be right because they make you take tests. And every time they teach you a lesson, right, then they make you take some kind of test to make sure that you retain the knowledge, right? And so you learn that every time you have to prove this. And so you go around and you do this to everything. You do it to your friends. You do it to all. You start doing this, and it's not natural for you to do that. That's brainwashing. Think about that. And that's what you are. That's why you're so confused as a child. And that's why when you hit puberty, you freak the fuck out. It's because all this is going on, and then you're starting to go. You're like realizing that the whole world is just bullshit. And you're like, well, why are they lying about it though? Like, why wouldn't they just tell me that the world sucks? You know, like I could live with that. If they would just tell me and then show me how to avoid the worst of it. Like, wouldn't that make more sense than lying to me until I'm like 18 and then all of a sudden slamming me into here you go, have a beer, son. Like it's like that's not what men do. Men fucking you teach your children ahead of time. You teach them to expect these things. You teach your daughters not to trust men fully, but to trust only a man that they fall in love with and that proves their trust. But if you teach them the wrong way, they'll just date every guy and they'll just go through relationships, and they'll be unhappy because you didn't teach them the right way to do it. You got to teach them how to pick. You got to teach them how to understand. You know what I'm saying? You don't just leave them out there and leave them hanging and not explain anything to them. That's the wrong way to do it. But that's what we do. And then we got people at school trying to teach our kids about sex. And then we see how that happens. Look what has happened so far. Now we got kids that don't even know what's going on. They're so worried about what gender they are. They can't even pay attention in school.
People don't know how to act. If you don't know how to act, you're screwed.
It's like, whoa.
Rookie,
and I can imagine what school's like nowadays. I can imagine all that pressure that's on kids. I see my daughter come home and she doesn't even want to talk about it. And I'm like, I don't remember that. I always wanted to talk about it. But my daughter doesn't want to tell me about it. I think she's afraid that I'll side with them or something. Or maybe she's finally realizing that what I've been telling her is right, that they're lying to you and you got to watch out what you believe. And she's starting to realize I'm right. She's upset about it, but at least I didn't lie to her. I'm giving her some, I'm not leaving her hanging. It's like, look, I'm still here and I'll give you the truth, but you have to want to listen and really want to look through it. You have to want to convince yourself.
Dad, take her out of school right now, man. You take the kids out of school, teach them yourself.
Well,
that's the whole point of them leaving in the morning. So like you do anything to get them to that school.
No, I don't mind her being here. I would prefer it. Like if I thought I'd be a good teacher, but I'm not a great teacher. I get frustrated easy because I have mental problems. I'll admit that. You know, like I don't know. She goes to private. She goes to public school.
Oh wow.
And I have to drive her across town every day, so it's a pain in the butt. But I don't mind it. But I also, when she comes home saying crazy stuff, I talk her down. I say, well, think about that. You know, like she comes home, you know, of course they're teaching her about the globe and all this geology and all this stuff in there. And of course they're very convincing because they show you all these videos and stuff. And I watch some of the videos and they are convincing. I remember high school. Okay. And then I tell her, okay, but I want you to think about what they're showing you. Like when have they actually shown you these things? Like, you know, when they show you, like when you learn about biology, they show you what a bacteria looks like. They show you under a microscope. You dissect a frog. You learn biology by touching and feeling everything. But then when you get to this certain part of science, all of a sudden they tell you that, well, you just got to believe this other part. And this is how we figure out stuff. And since we don't know all the answers, this is how we guess our way to understanding. And it's like, and they try to make it sound like it's some kind of educated guess thing, but it's really not. It's mostly crap, right? But they sell it because it's really all they've got to go on, right? And so instead of just saying we don't know, and so we're looking for people that want to search out this, and they're showing you what you need to be looking for, instead of doing that, they do it the other way, where they test you first. They want you to prove yourself to them, and then once you get to a certain level of college, if you show your intelligence, they'll snap you out of there, and they'll put you to work somewhere. That's how this world works. Like, these people have been organized for years. This is not something that just started yesterday. This is something they've been doing for years and years.
Command. Oh yeah, this is like 20,000 years in the making, man.
Think about it. Whenever I say you see lights behind you, red and blue lights behind you, what do? The first thing you think of is, oh shit, I got to pull over, right? You're scared, right? Suddenly you're scared and you're fearful. Something bad's going to happen to you. Why do you feel fear? Who put that into your mind that it's fearful? Because you know that whoever this person is that's pulling you over is going to try to screw you somehow legally. And you know this. And if you don't believe that, then there's something wrong with you because you haven't done your homework. Because that's exactly what it is. It's a shakedown. It's a business to shake you down for some money. That's all it is. And they're trained to get you to admit to something so they can give you a ticket and make you pay money. That's what they're there for. Yeah. They're not there to keep the peace or none of that.
The mafia do
they're
that.
There.
The mafia do that.
It literally is. Literally is.
Mafia do that, don't they? Mafia do that. They
everybody's got a piece.
And
take
whenever
protection money,
the
right?
city gets uncomfortable, like let's say there's homeless hanging out too much in one area, what happens? They go and they complain to the mayor, and then the mayor tells all the cops to break the rules and the laws and go out there and do something about it because people are getting mad and they're moving their businesses out of the city. So what do? They break the law because they're trying to save their businesses because that's how they make their money, right? They want more business to come to their city, right? And so once you do that, you got to realize these people are not working for you anymore. They're working to make all these other people happy. They don't give a shit about the people. They've gone. That's gone. You see what I mean? The money and all this investment shit and all this, it's all taken over. Their minds are gone. You know what I'm saying? They're no longer thinking about how it affects the people in the town. They're thinking about, well, we need more business. We need to make the city grow. It's all about this. It's all about this thing that they've put in your mind, bro. It's imaginary. And that's how they've created the world, is convincing all of us to do it for them. It's so sick and twisted. It's sad. It really is. The truth of it is really sad. It's hard to deal with. But most people will just barely scratch the surface and go, oh man, yeah, it's crazy. But they won't really look into what's really going on. And there's patents for it even. They literally show you the truth of everything in the patents. They have to show you the truth. And all you have to do is read it and think about what they're telling you and go, wait a minute. You mean to tell me they can do this? And then that's really true? And this, okay. So 50 years later, I'm supposed to just believe that they lied about this, and then they did all these experiments for like 50 years using Germans and all this other stuff. They created this whole network of lies, spies, and all this crap, all just to learn the stuff about MK Ultra stuff. And this has actually been released to the world. We all know it, right? We all know this happened, right? They got documentaries on TV about it now, right? So how long before are they going to admit this? It's only a matter of time, bro. Because it's like with the alien thing. Not to say that the alien thing is true. I know I am, but I'm telling you why I'm convinced. It's my explanation. It's not just I say this is true and because I believe it. You know what I'm saying?
People are so good at missing the point, though. You know what I mean? Like, we're really good at starting off from like a very good standpoint and then veering off into the ditch.
Well, yeah, I admit that. Sometimes
we jump to a lot of conclusions.
Well, yeah, because when you live in a life where you feel like that's happened to you, it can make you put a mental block up. Okay.
Yes.
And so because of that, that's probably why I tend to lean certain way. So I'm not saying that it's not possible that I might be wrong. What I'm saying is because this world works in this way, whatever I'm convinced of, whatever I make into reality, unless you come and try to change that and try to force it on me, I'm going to go on believing it. You know what I'm saying? You can knock me over the head and tell me all this stuff and try to force me to believe it, but it's not really going to work because I'm convinced. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to keep looking for the answers until I see something that fits perfectly into all those notches and explains it all without having all these questions. Because the truth is that way. It's self-explanatory. Once you realize what really is, then all the other stuff falls away and it becomes nothing, right? It's just the theory falls away and then the truth is revealed, right? So why aren't we looking for that? That's my question. We're in here arguing about who knows it.
We don't even know the questions to ask in the first place. Like we've been subverted to believe like one thing and believe like another. Like we believe one thing. We base like our whole fucking struggle off of it.
We're told that electricity is understood when nobody knows shit about it. It's all theory, just like everything else. We just assume that it's like water and it pumps, but we really don't understand it, right?
It's weird how it doesn't even go through the wires.
No, it's already there. It's like, but it's not always there. You have to get it to flow. It's almost as if you're willing it to happen. Like it's happening because you want it to. It's like a will. Like your will is literally.
No, it's like an automatic thing that like wants to like flow in a certain path. Like it's like your consciousness or something like that. It needs to fill a certain.
You know what?
space.
I used to think that, but when I realized that a length of wire, like there's a time limit to all switches. Like no matter how long the wire is, no matter how many miles long it is, when you flip the switch, it'll always come on within so many seconds, because the electricity is already in the air. It's like you're just causing it to flow in that line. You're just causing it to come out of non-existence and into existence. It's interesting.
One like my buddy used to do. He had a schizophrenic break once. My buddy like ended up attacking his like fucking neighbor with a hammer once, and it said like he went to go like kind of came to, and he got on the phone to call like cops on himself basically, but like when he said he picked up the phone and like told them what's going on, what the address was, he said everything that was wrong with him left through the phone line, like fucking zoop, going like ha, look what you did, you idiot.
Left through what?
Yeah, all of his like the imbalance that like caused him to do that like left through the phone line, almost like it was like some poltergeist thing, left his body and like left through the phone line is what he said. And it just left him sitting there like fucking, oh, I'm a dumbass. What the fuck did I just do?
You know what? Well, you know what? I guess in a way, I guess you see things out. I guess if that was your mindset at the time, I mean, I've heard people tell stories that I know aren't true, but for some reason, I still believe the person. I still believe they really wish that into existence, even though I know it's impossible. But like for instance, I just know it. I know too many people that I've spoken to before they died, and they've told me if they could come back in any way, they would give me a message, right? They swore it to me. I've had many, many people do this, and every one of them have died now. One of them come back to tell me that you could come back afterwards, okay? And so I've always said that I like to stick with the things that I either already previously started believing for whatever reason, right? So it seems logical to me, or I'll take what I can prove, right? So when it comes to that, I've never met anything. I've never seen a ghost. I've felt presences, but I've never actually seen anything appear to me or anything speak to me or hear voices like that. But I have been in the room with something that I know is some kind of demon or whatever you want to think. Okay. But I don't believe that it's a person that died.
Yeah, me too. I got pictures.
Okay. Ricky, go on, tell me. Tell me, I'm going to hear about it. What did you see? Okay. Because I could have sworn a couple of times I seen something, but I didn't really see it. It was like out of front of my eye. You know what I mean? Like, and it's like I kind of know something's there, but I can't put my finger on what it is. Like, but like something was in the room with me, and I could feel it moving around. But
you noticed, but they noticed you noticing.
It was kind of like that, but
or something. Yeah, almost like I looked at them, and then they responded. Yeah, it was. And I've had things in the sky, like lights in the sky, do the same thing, and it's really scary. But I can't explain them.
How many military bases do you live near?
Well, I only live near one, I guess. Well, I mean, I live in the middle of the Bay Area, so there's probably lots of them, but there's an air base nearby here.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Saw a ghost once.
But I mean, I watch all those planes. They're normal.
I was like,
all the cargo planes are training them to fly this big sea.
I mean, it's the same stuff. I watch jets fly over every day. I live right underneath the middle of like 3 major airports in California. So I watch the planes go in the same line all day long. I know which ones. I know the ones that are supposed to be there and the ones that are not. You know what I'm saying?
You got a built-in like radar?
Yeah, I got a thing on my phone that tells me every plane that goes over, including
what's
military.
It called? What is that one called? Like the telemetry data?
There's a bunch of. No, it just tracks the flights. It just keeps track of them, and it shows it to you in real time on it. What?
I want your opinion on the school system, at least when you were in school, and how the world is kind of just one big business.
What do you mean? Do you think I'm lying to you, or you think I'm wrong about it, or what do you mean? Are you just curious?
Sorry, I can't really hear. Could you restate that?
Why? Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? What kind of question are you having? Like, what do you mean? You just want to know what I think about it?
What's your opinion? Yeah, I want to know what you think about it.
Like
how things are taught
my
in school.
opinion. I mean, you know, my opinions are just my opinions, right? They don't mean anything.
Right? I know. I'm just curious, out of curiosity.
Hey, Crook, you said you live in the Bay Area? Are we neighbors?
Yeah, probably.
I'm down in San Jose.
You hear the same side? Do you see? Yeah, I live north of you. Yeah, I live in the Bay. I live up in the middle of the Bay. Near
Peninsula?
Huh?
Peninsula or East Bay?
Okay. East Bay. East Bay. Inland, but not too far inland where you can't feel the ocean water. You can't see. I mean, it's like 30, 40 miles to the ocean. Like a straight shot. Or if you go on a boat, you can get there quicker. Anyway. And you know what's funny about California is, you know, like when I was a kid, before I actually got out and looked around and went to the parks and actually looked at California from above, I always thought that it was like this huge, densely populated place where there was no room left to live. It's not even close to that. And I was like, I keep looking around and thinking to myself, like, why do they keep telling me that there's like billions of people living here? I mean, the traffic's bad, but the freeways are only 3 and 4 lanes on each side. It's not really that big. You know, like there's states where they have lanes, 8 lanes on each side of the road, and they all going around town. Like, so you can get anywhere you want to go. Like in Texas, it's really great. You know, there's a lot of really nice places in Texas where the freeways go around town. Like they go through the major cities in a way that you can get from one place to the other without going way out in the middle of nowhere and then coming back around. You know what I mean? It's a genius, you know, but things in California are so messed up. It's like almost like somebody forced a whole bunch of different streets to be built and then everybody trying to mix them together at the end or something. It's just weird. Cause like, I don't know. It's just hard to explain.
Oh, wow.
California is just the weirdest place. Cause you like drive 30 miles, 40 miles and the whole, like you're literally in a different place. Like you can drive 30, 40 miles and be in the desert or be in the valley and then be in the mountains and literally a half an hour away, you're in a completely different place. It's just really neat. But at the same time, that makes you realize that if things can be that different, you know, around you in the same state that you live in, and you haven't really ventured off much further than that, except taking a few cruises or going to Ireland or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, it makes you start to realize how small the world isn't as small as you think it is. Because when you've actually gone to these places and you start to see things, anomalous things happen, and you're like, well, why is this so? And then you ask the question and you get this attitude, and you always get this attitude. And I know what the attitude is all about because it's brainwashing. Every time I know it's because you're brainwashed. So how do I try to deal with that? I try to deal with that by trying to get to exactly what it is that you believe is real, right? Because I need to know that, because that's how I came to know who I was and what was real, right? Is I had to understand that, okay, this changed that, right? And then when I learned this, then I realized that this wasn't true. And so now I had to keep, you know what I mean? You have to keep track of some of this stuff. Really, you do. You have to write it down sometimes, because if you don't, you're so brainwashed that you can't remember it until you practice it. So you have to like write notes on the fridge, and you have to write stuff down, and you have to review it. That's why I come in here, because it keeps it in my head. Because otherwise, I'll forget. I literally went away for 6 months and wasn't here, right? And I forgot almost everything. I just forgot like what to say and forgot how to say it. And I've gotten rusty. And it's like, wow, just not being around really made a difference. And I know why. It's because everybody else is so objectionable, and they're so deceitful and arguing with you. You can't even talk about the subject. So it's like the only place I can talk about it is here. So I keep coming back here because it's the only place I can really get out how I feel about it, and, you know, at least present my case for it, you know, like, I think that's why we're all here, right? We're trying to find out other people are in the same journey, then we can help each other learn things, right? You can show me what you've looked at and tell me, give me your ideas and your theories, and I can go, hey, that makes sense. Maybe that fits together with that's how we figure things out. But it seems like that's becoming more and more difficult because there's people around that are just trying to
just one
put a knife in
talking
that,
the entire time.
Okay, I'll stop.
No, you're
Wait,
good.
what do you got to say? What do you got to say?
You're good. You're good.
Rookie, you can keep going. You just don't stop. You just keep going. One subject, next subject keeps going.
Keep me on there. Cut me off, man. Tell me what to say. If I'm going off on a rant, just tell me.
No, you don't have to. You can just stop yourself, man. You know what I mean? You gotta gauge the situation yourself. I'm not like.
Thank God it's not my job to fucking do that for people. Holy fuck, I'd shoot myself in the dick, man.
Yeah, I know. I thought about that too. What would I do? What do I do? How do I there's no right way to censor people.
There is. Usually with a fucking huge
once you learn they're just
obliterating bitch slap.
I just tell you, shut the fuck up.
Yeah. In real life,
Of which that nobody here has deserved as of yet.
Well, no, I mean, I'm not an aggressive person. I don't go around smacking people. But if somebody comes up to me and says some of the things that people have said to me online, I probably would have to refrain from kicking their ass. Yeah. Because I feel,
most people wouldn't say that shit.
I feel like, I mean, I may not know everything, but I feel like I'm a respectful person. I follow the rules pretty much to the T, right? I don't go around hurting people. If anything, I help people. And I do try to be a good person. I am a selfish person, though, at the same time. And I have a lot of issues because I've been through a lot of crap. And so I'm fighting that. But in reality, I'm a decent person. So when people come and attack me and they attack me for the kind of person I am, it bothers me. It triggers me. Because it's like, well, you don't even know me, but you're saying I'm a bad person. It's like, where are you coming from?
Yeah, you shouldn't be triggered.
Right, but sometimes it does feel personal, though. It's like, well, why does everybody always think that just because I think differently? It's like, wow, that's interesting. Yeah.
Hey, Rookie, what is your opinion on how school brainwashes people and doesn't encourage innovation?
Okay, we already know. We already know that answer, bro. You guys gonna give him another fucking hour? Yes, he did. You guys didn't listen? Yeah.
I want another hour of it.
Yeah, let's do that. Put a quarter in his butt, push G12, and he'll start all over again.
I want him to start all over again.
That was funny. Sorry.
Do it here.
Somebody's getting DDoSed.
That guy's mic is not doing well.
There we go. Well, that was fun.
Hey, I'm just here to wonder, how do airplanes work under the flat Earth?
They fly. Sea fly.
How do they fly?
What do you mean, how do they fly?
Magical dust.
Do you think magical dust is a good thing to incorporate in your worldview?
Into your daily lifestyle? Yeah, just yeah.
Sorry, my mic's been cutting out. I didn't say daily lifestyle. I said in your worldview. So maybe you misheard, but that was the question.
What makes it a necessity for Earth to be a spinning ball, for airplanes to work? I'm not getting the.
Oh no,
the correlation there.
Oh no, I'm not a globe tard. I'm a flat truther. I'm just wondering if any flat truthers.
So you're just wondering how they work.
Yeah, I'm just wondering.
Maybe some airplane engineer people are here right now, and they could help this man out.
I would appreciate that.
They work by treating the Earth as a horizontal stationary plane.
Really?
Where does the air come from? Falling out of the sky.
Is that the case? I was wondering. So there's a pretty interesting flight. Yeah, there's an interesting flight, QF-27. Maybe you guys have heard about it? Do you know what it is? It's Sydney.
I don't know. No.
Oh, no worries. It's Sydney.
Flying across the Pacific to somewhere in South America.
It's from Sydney to Santiago, right?
In South America.
All right.
And I'm just wondering how they could have that flight path. How they could have that flight path under. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off. Oh, okay. So you're done. Okay. I was wondering how they have that flight path under a flat Earth view. If anybody could elucidate.
Do you want a navigational chart?
I'm sorry?
Do you want a navigational chart?
Are you cutting out? Like, am I insane? What are you saying?
No, I'm just asking if you want a navigational chart. This guy's just bubbling in the background.
I don't know what this guy says. Does anybody know what this guy's saying?
Saying, do you want a navigational chart?
Oh, yeah, I do. Sorry, Jedi, you just keep cutting out, and I just don't know why.
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. You know, I keep cutting out sometimes, too, so.
There's a navigational chart in the chat.
Yeah, I'd say they just take off and they go to the destination and land. Like, I mean, like.
That's the navigation.
What do you mean?
Could you do that in 12 hours with enough fuel? Do you think you could do that?
Well, this is a navigational chart.
Yeah, is that from Sydney to Santiago?
I don't know, man. This is just a navigational chart. I'm not going to reify the chart into reality.
Oh, no worries. So I have a pretty specific question. Maybe you misheard. I didn't say navigational charts. I was talking about Sydney to Santiago.
Yeah,
so I'm just
you were
wondering.
Talking about flying from one place to another.
Yeah, so it's a pretty specific place, right?
So yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering, how do you go from Sydney to Santiago?
I know somebody that took that flight that one time. It took them about 32 hours to get to that place. So, and then they had to do a stop to fucking refuel the plane. So where do you have that 12-hour flight? Did you take that flight?
Yeah, it takes 12 hours.
Did you take that flight?
Yeah.
No, you didn't. You're a lying sack of shit. It's 32 hours. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, it actually takes 12 hours.
No, it doesn't.
Well, what's interesting is I took
this flight that he hasn't taken, it takes 12 hours.
I'm sorry?
According to this flight that you haven't taken, it takes 12 hours.
No, I've taken the flight. It took 12 hours.
You've flown from Sydney to Santiago.
Yeah.
Why were you flying from Sydney to Santiago?
Business.
There's a couple people in Australia who are interested in welfare policy, and I had to go to Sydney to meet them, and then I had paid time off, so I went to Santiago for that.
Sounds legit.
Thanks. I'm just wondering how things like lift or drag or any of that really functions without gravity.
Being drag has nothing to do with it.
Sorry, that's why I answered earlier as well. So
I'm sorry, Jeff?
The plane will treat the Earth as horizontal and stationary. That's why it flies across the Earth, and obviously things fall out of the sky, so it has to take account for that. Because that's the effect of things going down. No one's denying the things go down.
Yeah,
what do you mean by gravity?
That's not an answer to the question, though, right?
I mean,
What do you mean by gravity? Define gravity.
I don't know what gravity is. Could you define gravity for me?
No, it's not.
So you asked, what about gravity? A thing I don't know what it is.
Yeah. So could you tell me what gravity is?
Started. Why would I have to tell you? Isn't it your argument?
Well, I don't know what gravity is, so I just want to know what gravity is.
So why would you be asking about it?
Well, I don't know what it is, so I'm just curious what it is.
All right, well, go and look it up, and then maybe we can talk about it once you understand it.
Well, do you understand it?
Yeah, it depends what you're talking about.
I'm curious why you won't provide an answer.
If you're talking about the phenomena of solid objects go down, like when you drop a rock or a ball, then you can call that phenomena gravity if you want to. If you want to try and assert, if you want to try and assert a cause to that phenomena, then that would be a different type of gravity. They're as different as big G and little g. Little g being the phenomena of things go down at a chemical rate.
If I'm referring to things like the atmosphere or lift or drag, do you think I'm referring to something that explains things falling to the ground? Or am I merely saying things falling to the ground? Which one am I referring to, do you think, Jedi?
I think you're referring to how planes fly through the atmosphere and some kind of converted
Oh, that wasn't
idea.
the question. Sorry, so you must have misinterpreted. I could clarify for you. So I'll just ask the question again, right? So you said there were two things, right? The phenomenon of things falling to the ground, and then the
Yeah.
explanation behind that.
No,
So
the
if I'm
cause.
referring to the atmosphere and lift and drag, am I referring to something falling out of the sky, or am I referring to the explanation behind that? Which one am I
You asked
referring
about
to for that?
gravity. You asked about gravity.
Yeah, that wasn't a question towards you. I was asking Jedi. So
No, you asked us
Jedi,
to
what
define
was
gravity.
which one do you think I'm referring to, Jedi?
You asked us to define gravity. I define gravity.
Yeah, so no worries. Like I said, my mic's been cutting out, so you must have missed the question. Otherwise,
No,
you would have
you asked us to define gravity.
you would have engaged with it because you're a good faith interlocutor and you don't
You
like
asked
dodging
us.
questions. So I'll just
Why
ask it
don't you
again.
drop the act, man? Why don't you
So
Yeah,
fucking
there's
drop the
listen to how
act?
two
triggered he
different
is. He
ways
can't
you can
decide. He
interpret the
can't decide
question,
whether he wants
right?
to
Which
try
is
and sound
either we can
smart
talk
or dumb.
about gravity as in things falling to the ground, or we can talk about gravity, which is the explanation behind that. And if
Why
my
would we talk
question is
about gravity
predicated
when you
upon
don't know what
things that
gravity is,
aren't
bro?
falling on
You
the
don't know what
ground, like
gravity is.
lift or drag or the atmosphere, which one of those two things do you think I'm referring to, Jedi?
Why would we talk about
Why don't
gravity
you
with you when you
tell
don't know
us?
what
Sorry, that was a
gravity is?
question towards Jedi.
Tommy Jammy, stop embarrassing yourself. You've come in here already triggered, and it seems like you can't decide whether you're going to play dumb or pretend to be smart, and it's just defaulting to showing that you're dumb, right? So stop pretending, Mr. I'm a flat earth truther. Most retarded arguments in the book, 2015 arguments, flight paths, lying about Australia to Santiago, asking questions about terms you don't understand.
Just give it back to us. We want to hear it again.
So why don't you start being honest with yourself instead of embarrassing yourself? Thank you.
Cyclone, I had you muted that entire time. Since I'm unmuted.
Okay, fair enough.
Now we'll just beat you. How's that?
What little pussy?
Who was it?
People
was it?
only come in here to make an ass of themselves. I swear.
Well, let's try. Let's see if he can try anything honest.
What were you saying earlier,
unmuted?
Cyclone? Sorry, I didn't hear you since you were muted. You could repeat yourself. I apologize. What were you saying?
I was saying, what's your top 3 proofs for a spinning ball Earth?
Oh, like I said, I'm not a globetard. I'm a flat truther.
Oh, you don't believe in the globe. Why don't you believe in the globe?
Globetards are silly, and I'm smart, so
Okay.
I really like I
You're
like the flat.
smart. You're a smart. Okay. What about all the pics from
I think
space,
you should
bro?
mute him for trolling.
What about all the pics from space, bro? You not seen the pics from
pictures?
space?
Well, globetards. Well, here's the thing. Globetards will take
No, you
anything
don't have to say
that.
globe cards. Just answer the question that you were asked.
Yeah, I'm answering. I'm answering. You're talking about the pictures from space. I'm
Pictures
answering
from
right
space.
now.
Why don't you believe those?
I'm answering right now. Yeah. So
Go on, man.
globe. Oh, go ahead. Oh, no
Yeah,
worries.
so your belief about pictures has nothing to do with anyone else. Why don't
Yeah,
you
it
believe
does.
them? Oh, it
Yeah,
does.
I'm explaining. I'm explaining.
So your belief on pictures relies on what other people think.
Yeah, there's explanatory power behind those things. Yeah.
Planetary power behind what?
Behind why people believe certain things and why I believe certain things.
Well, why don't you believe in the pictures from space?
Yeah, the only way you can understand my belief system is a comparing and contrasting. So I'm going to do that for you, if that's okay.
Let's go.
Thank you. Yeah, so what globetards do is they think
guys,
they
I'm done.
see. What globetards do is they see like ostensibly trustworthy institutions with tons of money behind it, and they see the pictures pumped out and they believe whatever they say. So me, I don't do that. I do my own research, and my own research made me conclude that globetards who think that those space pictures are real are actually fake. Can we go back to the basic conversation
Wait.
here,
So
which is why do airplanes work?
So you don't believe the pictures from space are real?
Yeah.
How would they fake a picture of the globe?
Have you ever seen Avengers Endgame?
No, I don't watch that childish shit. Is that what
Dude,
you're watching?
well, okay. When I was a
No wonder you're
globetard,
Brit.
I watched Avengers Endgame, and I thought that was
You still watch
history.
Avengers Endgame.
What?
You still watch Avengers Endgame. What are you talking about?
No, when I was a globetard, I watched Avengers Endgame. Now I only seek truth, and now I know Avengers
You watch
Endgame. They're
Rick and
trying to
Morty.
lie to you. They're trying to
Oh yeah,
say that.
he's a Rick and Morty fan. You can tell.
Yeah,
he's very
there's a
smart.
Rick and Morty.
No, Rick and
Dude, you
Morty
ever really
also.
Rick and Morty. Rigor Mortis.
So the pictures of the globe are all fake then? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, like I said earlier.
Right.
Well,
So,
now I'm like,
so they can make fake pictures
how are
then.
y'all surprised? Like, you're telling me it's fake and gay like everything else? Dirt. Wait, go ahead.
So the
Wait,
pictures
what'd
are
you say?
fake.
What'd you say, Cows? You cut out.
No, it's kind of like these people are like, wait, you're actually saying that like all the pictures of the Earth are fake and gay? Like, even though I'm noticing that literally everything else is fake and gay? Like, you're crazy, man. You're crazy. Like,
Thank
that's
you,
what I hear
Cows.
when I.
Thank you for
Like,
having my back,
I'm a
Cows.
globe. I'm literally a
No, this guy
globetard.
doesn't believe in the. This guy doesn't believe in the pictures. He thinks they're faking the pictures.
Do
No, the
you
reason
think
I'm
the
not.
pictures
The
are
reason
fake,
I am a
Saxon?
globe.
Okay. So what else? What about the planes you were just talking about? How do they not prove the globe?
Well, planes, they don't exist.
Oh, planes don't exist now.
This
No.
might be the most intellectual conversation I've ever witnessed.
So yeah,
Yeah, he's doing good, isn't he?
the main reason I'm a globe still is one, I don't see any reason why like we would need to be lied to about the shape of the Earth. It seems like if anything, they would it'd be the opposite. Like they'd be lying to us that the Earth is flat so that we don't go exploring like the Truth Show or something. But number two, I'm an aircraft mechanic, and it's just like maybe I'm just psychologically weak, you know? Because how the fuck would I rearrange my worldview if I find out that it actually?
Well, that's fine. But the Hammy Jammy is the type that's already so triggered that they know they can't actually defend the globe they believe in. So instead of being honest and saying, well, I believe in the globe because X, Y, and Z, he has to say, I don't believe in the globe, but in reality he does. But because he knows it's not a winning argument for him, he's just going to pretend and be a little bitch. So we can go on to Cows, is it? What's up, Cows?
What's up? Yeah. I guess my main question to the flat earthers is like, why? You know, like you don't have to be specific, but what possible reason would society, the system, the powers that be, why would they lie about the Earth being round when if it is actually flat?
Good question. Good question.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Does anyone on the flat Earth side want to take this?
Who says they know? Why can't they think it's a globe and still be lying about what they do?
Because if you believe it, I would argue that's not an actual lie. That's just you're sharing your incorrect belief. I think that a lie is that you know something is not true and you share it anyway.
Yeah, so how many people do you think are lying versus how many people do you think are just saying what they believe?
Well, at some point when it comes to NASA, if you're going to go and construct fake pictures of the Earth and paste them all together, and act, speak with authority as if you know. Like, there's got to be people who know that they don't know, right?
You'd be surprised. But let me put it this way, right? We know the governments lie, yeah? So it's not that governments don't lie. We know that they do. So why would they lie? I mean, why would some people find it useful or advantageous to give you an entire worldview that they've created? I mean, it essentially means they have you operating in a system that they've entirely constructed, right? So, I mean, you could go into it, but knowledge is power, right? You heard that phrase?
True.
I guess it's as simple as asking the question, how did you, everything around you, and the ball and the sun come into existence?
I'm Christian. I believe in creation.
How did the ball
So
Earth
you've
get
got
here?
two choices. Got two choices then.
I don't know what you're getting at. I don't know the specifics.
When you got a ball Earth and a cosmology that came from a Big Bang, because that's a creation story, isn't it? The world and everything that you see around you, including the sun, other stars and planets, came from nothing, correct? Yes or no?
I wouldn't. I mean, it's kind of semantics. Like, I think it came from God, but
you think it came from God. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's one half of the ontological primitive. The spinning ball cosmology gives you the second answer to the question, how are things created? We all understand that things are created with intelligence, right? What they have turned around and given us by a ball Earth cosmology that came from a Big Bang, literally nothing sprang into existence and gave us everything. Physical matter first, then consciousness and information afterwards. That's what the ball Earth gives you. So, being as you say, intelligence creates, that's fine. But this idea of atheism is born out of this idea that nothing can create anything, devoid of intelligence. They also get to give you the paradigm of where you are. Not that it means much, because where you are is huge, and compared to how big where you are is, you're incredibly tiny. Pointless, in fact. So they start to bring nihilism into certain points of view. What's the meaning of life? Well, there isn't one from their paradigm, right? If nothing created everything and we are here just because of some cosmic interstellar one night stand, happenstance, a mistake, then they get to control your mind, my friend.
But what does that have to do with flat Earth?
Because the Earth is not from this cosmology. The Earth is a created system created by intelligence, right? God creates things. Intelligence creates things. You can't have a painting without a painting, or a building without a builder. You can't have a creation without a creator. So the Earth is flat and stationary in a created environment. And understand how they now start to take the narrative away from any religious idea or theistic idea of a creator, where now people can start debating his existence or not, depending on what is created around them.
No, I can see from a theist perspective, I can see like a pragmatic value in arguing and trying to convince people in flat Earth, because it seems like most people who are flat earthers, they believe in a creator. But I also feel like that's kind of a scam. Like, I feel like that's dishonest, because you're jumping to flat Earth so that they'll say, oh, well, if the Earth is flat and we're the center of the universe, then there must be a God. and I think there are better ways to go about it. And I like, hey, maybe it is flat.
My motive.
Yeah, maybe it is flat. I just like I'm not convinced. And I know that's not an argument to say I'm not convinced. I just really haven't seen enough evidence.
You see, you're asking two different questions now. One is why would they lie? All right. First, we have to understand that they lied in the first place, which is a different question. Where's the evidence? We start with where's the evidence, then we can figure out whether they've lied or not, right?
Okay, I think I get what you're saying. Yeah, so maybe you're saying they're lying that the Earth is flat, and they have this whole cosmology to make us think that we came from nothing. Okay, I think I see where you're going with this.
That's what you think they're lying about.
I halfway agree with you. I mean, not on the geometry of the Earth, but I do agree that there is some element of that going on about lies and about creation and scientific, quote unquote, scientific theories being pushed. But yeah,
Kind of gives credence to the billions of years and evolutionary idea, right? As well, this cosmology that, for all we care about, goes back enough time for everything to create itself. So an evolutionary idea has been pushed upon us as well, right? We crawled out of slime.
Yeah.
Which again is kind of, we've got one miracle, everything comes into existence, but then we need another miracle for life to begin. And life's, although it seems very simple, it's very complicated. That's information. Information transfer within your DNA and RNA, code structures not just within you, but within grass itself. You know, how things are formed, how they reproduce, how they gain nourishment, how they move, interact with our environment. These types of things don't just spring into existence for no apparent reason, but with billions of years, they hope that time will solve all.
No, I agree with that.
Also, if you want simple motivation, how much money do you think an organization like NASA receives? You know?
Organization like who?
NASA.
Probably a lot, quite a lot. You know,
Yeah, like
$70 million,
I'm pretty sure
$70 million a day.
I'm pretty convinced the moon landing was fake. I even have an uncle. He's borderline genius, and we've talked about this, and it makes total sense to me. He showed me videos, and I've actually gone through the math and looked at it. I'm a ham radio nerd. I'm a communications nerd. So, yeah, I mean, the video could have been edited. It could have just been like, oh well, you know, the video was fake, but it really happened. You know, something like that. But the amount of time it would take for the signal to get to the moon, for them to like process it and then respawn, and the signal to get back, it doesn't add up. And so yeah, I do think the moon landing was fake, but I'm not convinced of the flat Earth yet.
Do you think there's a firmament?
It's an interesting question.
You say
I
you
think there's a
believe in the Bible? Yeah, and like
Oh
in
yeah.
Genesis, like yeah, I was reading it, and like in Genesis, it says there's a firmament and space is like water, so on and so forth. Do you believe that?
There's a firmament and its base is water.
So
Yeah,
there's
it's
water, and then the
biblical.
firmament was made out of that water. The firmament itself is nothing more than space in between the waters. The water separates the waters above from the waters below, is what is written in Genesis.
Yeah.
And so that's very specific, it's very pinpoint. And so it's just like with flat earths, they like earlier, I've been here for a while, but earlier they said something, it was just like it literally blew me away because that way of thinking. So where does the air come from? Where does the air pressure? You know, you have varying pressure on Earth, but where does the pressure come from? How is it possible? And it's just like, well, if there's a firmament, then it makes sense that you can have pressure in various places. You know, there's a container or it is being contained. So naturally, if you have enough air, then you have pressure, so on and so forth. But, you know, you said that you're a Christian and it was just like, you don't know about the flat earth. Like, I'm pairing the two, and it's just like, I feel like the Bible points to there being a flat earth, at the very least with Genesis, with the firmament.
Bible's definitely
I'll
a flat
look
earth.
into that. If you have a verse, I'll definitely look into it and mute myself for a bit.
Yeah, and it's
About
literally at the
200.
very beginning, like, of Genesis. Hold on. I'll give it to you.
Yeah, I recall it talking about the waters, and it's been a while since I've read it cover to cover 3 times, the Bible, and so I guess in my mind I've interpreted that like the waters as space in Genesis, like the very beginning, because I meditated on it, and it seems like it's talking about space, like nothingness.
Yeah.
It's just strange that, so this is God, if you would, you know, like they say the Bible is the written word of God, and it specifically speaks about water, not like air or anything. And then like the firmament itself being made out of that water, so you know that it's actually there, it's physical, it's not metaphorical. And then it even goes so far as to say that we live inside of that firmament. Like that's like massive.
I guess if you wanted to lie about God and you had a book which was said to be the word of God, I guess one thing you could do is make that God of the Bible out to be some kind of liar somehow, or make the language that is used opened up for vast interpretation, because language isn't supposed to be taken literal. If at best it might just be the workings of man without the influence of God, just going on their understanding at the time. So if you change what God created, turn it into a ball that spins and has its own cosmology and it has its own creation story, then all of a sudden you can start debating whether the God of the Bible is actually being literal, figurative, even if he exists at all.
Yeah, you can just Google Hebrew cosmology and see what they thought, which is what the biblical cosmology is. And it's certainly not a spinning ball in a vacuum.
Cows, I linked it in the VC chat.
I'll look at that. I googled it just now, but I'll look at your link instead. You know how it is with
just
Google.
the beginning of Genesis.
Oh, okay. There's something different.
Hey, Canadian atheist, are you here? Tell us about those high school science classes you took that proved a globe.
Sounds like Cavendish.
We'll see.
What? You go to the class, visit the class, and they tell you in the class it's a globe.
Maybe it's the stand up at the beach and see the sunset again.
So in the beginning, God created
say that.
the earth was without form and void, and darkness was on the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the face of the waters. Then God said, "Let there be light." And so, if the earth was formless, and this was before there was light, before God said, "Let there be light," why would there be water? I imagine this is the first paragraph is describing nothingness.
No, there's water there.
You mean you never considered that God was a mermaid?
Well, arguing with atheists, they've actually put that idea. They forced me to
Well, I mean, anything
do
they can
that.
do to try to stop you from being right? That's usually what they do. Just saying. I'm not saying that they're wrong or right. I'm just saying that that's what they do.
I mean, typically we don't use the Bible or Scripture to try and prove what the Earth is, but it's pretty inarguable that any reference made to the Earth in Scripture does not refer to a spinning ball. I mean, you can definitely argue that it refers to a flat, motionless Earth, but you can't really argue that it refers to a spinning ball in any passage.
I mean, I'm not.
That's why I usually only use the evidence in there. Somebody that understands they believe it. Like I don't try to throw that in someone's face if they're an atheist. It doesn't work.
Yeah, we usually use we try and stick to measurements and observations and all that kind of thing, which also debunks Earth being a spinning ball. Don't know if you've looked into any of those.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's no measured Earth curvature. Doesn't matter what a book says. The Earth doesn't measure to have any deviation away from the horizontal.
Well, just think about it, Cows. What's the best evidence you've been shown for a globe Earth?
The best evidence that I personally witnessed in my life is I'm from Texas, and so I moved to Alaska. I'm also I was a land navigation instructor in the Army, so I know my land nav pretty good. I know how it works. The 3 different types of norths and how to go from the map, the Earth's magnetosphere, and then to the first person view and navigate. So I lived in Texas growing up. Then I live in Alaska, and the hours of sunlight, it makes sense with the round Earth model. It makes a lot of sense, and I mean, maybe there is an entire different model for flat Earth of why that is. Like where flat Earth where the sun is, but it does make sense with
What makes sense exactly?
That you've got 24 hours sunlight in the Arctic Circle.
Yeah.
Kind of easy explained. A flat Earth idea. We understand within the globe Earth model, the Earth is on an angular tilt of 23.4 degrees. This can also be described as the Tropic of Cancer or Tropic of Capricorn, 23.4 degrees north or south of the equator. This will be the sun's path above the surface of the Earth if it were flat, for example. So when it's summer in the north, this is when the sun has moved up to 23.4 degrees and is circling the Tropic of Cancer. Because of its proximity to the middle of the Earth, then when the sun is illuminating a portion where it is daytime, over the other side of the North Pole, because of proximity to the sun, you can still see daylight. The closer to the North Pole that you are, then you will observe the sun not disappear below the horizon. So this is only because the sun's innermost circle in the northern latitude is 23.4 degrees. This can be observed from, like you said, in Alaska. It can be observed from Norway and Finland, northern Greenland, Siberia. It's just because of the sun's circular path, innermost circular path.
Yeah, so this is what they do with the globe. They just point at something that's already happening, and they give you that story as a child that this is happening because the Earth is a ball that's spinning. And they never give you any alternative possibility. So your mind constructs itself around that paradigm. So, of course, to you, it makes sense because it's the only thing you've conceived because no one's offered you an alternative explanation. But that's not actually good evidence. That's just a claim. if they were to have shown you proof, they would have said, well, that's occurring because the Earth is a spinning ball. We know Earth is a spinning ball because we've measured this curvature. We've measured this motion of the Earth, you know?
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
But no one's ever saying, hey, look, this is where we measured the curvature. Are they? At least they didn't in my school.
I remember a long time ago, and I'm not arguing this point. I'm just saying that I have heard a story about some Greek dude that he did. Yeah, you know, the shadows, the sticks, and the
The
candles.
globies are still trying to talk about Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes, yeah.
The globies still think that shadows being cast on an observably flat surface and then doing maths to calculate what that would be if the Earth was a ball is proof that the Earth's a ball. They don't even know that this happened. This is supposed to be from 2,000 years ago, which is funny because a lot of the same atheist globers will be like, oh, you guys believe in Jesus. Oh, what did Jesus do 2,000 years ago? If you ask them what their proof of the globe is, well, this guy 2,000 years ago took his sticks and put it in the ground and looked at the shadows.
There's probably less evidence, less historical evidence for him, for Eratosthenes, than there is for Jesus, unironically.
Yeah, there is. That's true. And yet still, these guys are pinning their entire worldview on this story of a Greek guy putting sticks in the ground, when even on the globe side, the honest ones tell you that he assumed a globe, he didn't measure one.
Yeah. I had an idea for a experiment, flat Earth versus round Earth, and I'm not sure. It might just be my bias, like, oh, you know, I see the outcome, and it's like this proves round Earth, and maybe it doesn't. And I was thinking maybe using HF radio. So, so as long as you accept the principles of electronics and wave propagation, as long as those are not disputed, I'm thinking about this is still in its infancy, the idea. So just bear with me. But I'm thinking, you know, maybe so the round Earth theory of radio propagation with HF radio is that you skip the HF radio waves off the ionosphere, and that's why it can go around the curve and reach the other side of the world. So there's also there's timing involved. So I'm thinking you contact people different places in the earth, and you set it up to where I'm in Alaska, so somebody in China, somebody like in Chile, somebody I would say, to triangulate, I would say 3 different locations, at least. I'm north, so somebody very east of me, very west, and very south of me. And you set it up so as soon as the specific signal that I send out hits, that it's recorded and it's sent back to me. And now, of course, you got to account for weather. Would this even be a relevant study? Would this be a relevant experiment? I mean, at all, or is there some kind of flat Earth model that would explain this away? Because you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, if the ionosphere exists, it's going to exist on the flat Earth. All right. So even if you can hit the ionosphere and make it skip off the Earth and back off the ionosphere and skip off the Earth, then you haven't really demonstrated anything.
What if I send it east and have it bounce all the way around the Earth until it comes back around
east?
Yeah.
All right. So now we're dealing with a radio propagation signal is going to be primarily in a straight line, right? East is a circle around north.
It bounces up and down.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Obviously, it's a sine wave, and yes, it waves. I get that. But if we're talking about going,
it is a sine wave.
Does it go in circles?
It's a sine wave, but it's bouncing in between the layers of the ionosphere, and I forgot the other.
Yeah, but you're going in a straight path from here to there, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So in a straight path. Is east, which is a circle around north, a straight path?
No. I'm talking about. So I would send one transmission east, and if it's around Earth, it would wrap all the way around and come back to me from the west, and I could use a directional antenna to sense where it's coming from, and then I could also verify the time that I received it, and then I could do the same thing either north or south, and I could use directional antenna to see which direction it came and how much time it took, and I could calculate all that.
That's interesting.
Cowboys, can I ask a question?
What's up?
If you have a size of something, can you measure it?
If I have the size of something, can I measure it? Generally, yes, but when it comes to the Earth, I really that's beyond me.
Okay, but do you know the size of the Earth?
No.
They are telling that it's 25,000 miles, 3,959 miles of radius.
Okay.
And with that math, with that size, with your height, you cannot see more than 3 miles.
Hmm.
But when we go to outside to make observation, we see 10, 20 miles, 30 miles.
So, I kind of
so if Earth is a sphere, I will clear it. So if Earth is a sphere with that size, with your given height, let's say 6 foot, you cannot see more than 3 miles. But in reality, when we make observation, we see more. We see far away. We see more distance.
When you get higher, you see more distance.
No higher. Not going higher. With 1 foot observer height, with this given math, you can your geometrical horizon should be on 1.22 miles, and we have observation showing the horizon on 10 miles.
Wait, there's no such thing as a geometrical horizon, pal. It's horizontal.
I'm not sure he's understanding what's being discussed.
Are you saying as I climb upwards, I ought to be able to see farther away, not just with the naked eye, but with optics, maybe?
They're talking about obstruction due to curvature, right? They tell you that over a distance, because of the curvature of the ball, you can only see so far, yeah?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Right. So if you go on Google and you type in distance to horizon calculator, you can put in your observer height, say you're on the beach, 6 feet, and it'll tell you how far away that horizon has to be for the size of the ball that we're on. Yeah, you understand that?
Yes.
Right. So what he's saying is people are doing this. They're getting their elevation and they're testing how far away the horizon is, and it doesn't match with what the globe model predicts.
Okay. Interesting you bring that up. Okay, yeah, that's important. I can see why that's important for the argument. So I have like a hypothetical. So say the Earth is a ball. You know, you've ever heard of like nautical miles in aviation, aeronautical miles. There's nautical miles for maritime, and then there's in aviation there's aeronautical miles.
Yeah,
so if you're gonna fly from point A to point B, or sorry, if you're gonna drive from point A to point B as the crow flies, you have this one, your distance. But if you're gonna go up into the air, imagine you fly straight up. Now, think of the Earth as a baseball, and so you have your sticks that protrude out of point A, and you have another stick that protrude out of point B. The diameter would be longer around, right? The distance would be greater. Well, from point A to point B, if you extend, like a toothpick out of it, and then you measure once you go up into the air, wouldn't that be a greater distance? So wouldn't aeronautical miles have to account for the extra distance according to the altitude?
Right. Well, no. The pilots are trained to fly not accounting for any curvature, right? They treat the Earth as flat and motionless. So they're not adjusting for any curvature. But also any assumption that you would make with regards to curvature, if that were true, then the horizon distance would have to conform to it. But it doesn't. Right? So this is the thing about it, right? When you test long distance observation, when you test your line of sight or the distance to the horizon, the fact that when we observe, the visual range far exceeds what would be possible on this ball of the size that they tell us, it instantly throws out all those other arguments, right? Because most of the globe arguments are things like, well, the moon is looking like this, or the satellites that are doing this, the pictures from space. If any of those were true, then the horizon would be where it's supposed to be on the globe model. The line of sight that we can achieve would align with the limitations of the globe model as they tell us, but they don't. And the fact that they don't throws out all those other assumptions. So whatever is happening, it's happening over a surface that is not curving in line with the globe model. Right? It's like the Achilles heel of the globe model. There's no curve. There's no motion either.
Interesting.
And you can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum, so there's no space.
Yeah.
And Earth is flat, measured flat.
But this is the thing. This is what the people who are really interested in figuring out the truth of whether or not the Earth is a globe. This is what they'll look at, because they'll recognize that, yeah, I've got images from the government, I've got stories from people who say they're doing this, but if any of that is true, it's going to be evident in how we observe the surface and measure the surface. But a lot of globe believers, they don't actually want to address this point. They want to talk about gravity, dropping things, satellites, the sun, the moon, the stars. They don't want to look at the surface, because the surface means that all of their assumptions about all those other things don't hold up. So regardless of what we pose for the globe, it's going to come back to, well, then if that's true, why is the horizon not in the right place? Why are we seeing 10 times further than we should be if the ground is supposed to be curving down and away from us?
I see what you're saying, yeah.
Yeah, Earth, as observed, does not match the globe model. So then you're forced to make a choice. Do you go with what's being observed, which isn't the globe model, or do you make excuses and say, well, reality doesn't look like the globe model, but it is the globe model for these reasons?
Because probably appeal to authority.
Appeal to authority, appeal to magical effects of light. Basically, they just say, well, anything you see beyond that geometric limit is a mirage caused by the refraction of light, which they have no reason to believe or claim. But they claim it anyway because they want to hold on to the globe model. They're not even disputing that we see further than the geometric limitations of the globe. They're just saying it's a mirage. Refraction makes the Earth magically flatten out.
This is going to sound disingenuous, but who is they? Is that people who come in here, or is that the quote unquote?
Yeah, like hardcore anti-flat Earth globe heads. Not normal people.
Even weathermen. Even weathermen. Josh,
yeah, people on TV.
Shot footage across Lake Michigan, wasn't it, of the Chicago skyline, and and then sent it into the news station, and the weatherman said, usually you wouldn't see this, but the effects are just right that we're seeing, the skyline. It's just a mirage, right?
We're seeing over the curve of the Earth, and it just looks like a perfectly flat surface with Chicago skyline over there. But you're actually seeing around the curve of the ball because reasons.
Yeah.
This is what they say. Like, listen to them. This is what they say.
that weatherman spoke as if it's a unique event, but meanwhile, Joshua Newicki continues to, film and photograph, city skylines across tens of miles of water, and I guess it's just always a mirage.
Yeah, and this is the cool thing
Right.
about it. You can test this yourself pretty easily, right? So once you understand the globe model, what it predicts in terms of line of sight and obstruction due to curvature. I mean, you can go on Google and type in curve calculator, distance to horizon calculator, and you can work out wherever you live, if you're near a big lake or a shoreline or whatever. Water's better because you don't have to deal with topography. But you can test this, which is why it's so good. Because everyone can go out and test how far they can see. And this is what people are doing. This is why flat Earth, quote unquote, is a thing. Because people have access to high zoom cameras that can record video, share images, share video of their observations. And people are realizing, oh shit, the horizon isn't the leading edge of a ball. We see way further than the curvature is supposed to allow us to see. There's no curvature. So it can't be a ball.
So your
It's really
main piece
simple.
of evidence is that I can see further, so the Earth must
No,
be flat.
it's that there's no curve.
No curve.
Yeah, you know how
But
balls have curve?
yeah, I know how balls have curve, but what
Well,
about
Earth,
other
Earth,
things? Like,
Earth
why
hasn't.
hasn't anyone seen the edge of the Earth? How does its center of gravity work? Are
See,
you
this is
saying
what we
that
get
every other
next.
planet? Are you saying
See,
that
this is
every
what
other
we get
planet is flat,
next.
or just Earth?
No, we're saying Earth doesn't have any curve, so can't be a ball. Yeah.
So you're saying that it isn't flat; it's just not a ball.
No, I said Earth doesn't have any curve, and so can't be a ball.
And
Yeah.
just because you see, so because your eyes see it, it must be true. Not
Well,
because
it's
of the
not just
satellites.
one person's eyes. No, many
A
hundreds
lot
of
of people
thousands of
say,
people
I
have
know
reported that there's no curve.
A lot of
Yeah.
people say that, over hundreds of years, people have said the Earth is flat because you can see the curve, no curve,
No, I
and
didn't say
stuff
over
like
hundreds
that.
of years. I said
Yeah, I
many
know because
people, not just one pair of eyes.
I know, but you can't know that the Earth is flat just because of just looking out. That's not how
I
it
just
works.
said the Earth doesn't have curve and so can't be a ball. I'm not saying
And
the
how
Earth
do
is
you know
perfectly
that it
flat.
doesn't have
Obviously, it has
curves?
topography.
Yeah,
Well,
but how's
because no
Oh
one's
my
ever measured curve, no one's observing curve, and we see beyond what the curvature would allow us to see. Pretty
why
simple.
would they?
Why would they lie?
Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie?
Why would they lie?
Is they
Why
just
would
grabbing
anyone
onto
lie
the
to
idea?
me?
They're like, I
Why?
better have
Why
my
would?
fucking globe.
Why?
I better
Why
have
Why
my
would
would
fucking
anyone
everyone
globe.
lie?
lie to me?
Why would Walter lie? Why would
Why would
No, but
Walter
anyone
it's
lie
lie?
to
just
me?
dumb. It's like
It's just
comments
dumb.
like,
Why would
oh
anyone
fuck.
lie to me? People
Why are
don't
you
lie.
lying? Why are you
Why?
lying to yourself?
You're not
People
Why
answering
don't
the
Walter?
lie.
question.
Why
You're
Why
lying.
would
Russians doesn't want to
people lie?
curve?
That
It's
doesn't
like
make any sense.
every theory at least had a
Oh
reason
wow.
why the government is
Why
lying to them.
doesn't want to
People
curve?
don't
Why
lie.
doesn't want to curve?
You're
No,
asking
you're
every
right.
question except the globe itself. They're
No,
What
saying
are they
right.
lying
simply
about?
they're saying simply it's not curving down and you're avoiding that and asking everything else. Why would they lie? Why is the earth? Where's the edge? Where's gravity? Just focus on the curve and how they're saying it's not curving down.
Just concentrate on what you see. Stop lying to yourself. The horizontal horizon means sea level. You
No,
don't see any
he's right
curvature.
though. He's right though. People don't lie, do they, Royale?
I'm not saying people don't lie. I'm just saying that like
Oh.
what's your
Why do
theory
people
of
lie?
why
Why do people lie then?
because it's for their own personal gain or something.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
But
Yeah, but it
what
doesn't
gain
matter
do
what.
they have?
It doesn't
So
matter.
guys,
They.
I'm
What are
a
they
I'm a
lying
globe
about?
I came in here as a globe tard. I'm still a globe tard. I have a workout ball. Now I'm looking at the workout ball, very big. I'm lifting it up, and I am able to see farther the more I lift my head up above the ball. But at a
Right. What
certain
if you don't lift your head up above the ball? Can you see further?
at a certain point, I cannot see farther because it's curved.
Right. So if you could see further than that, then you would be able to conclude that what you've got is not a ball.
Great globe evidence, by the way.
These people are so
You're avoiding every other fact about why the Earth is a globe, and the only thing you're focusing on is that you can't see further, so the Earth
this
must
is a
not have a
perfect
curve.
demonstration. This is a perfect
You're not
demonstration. Just
answering any
quickly,
other.
hold on, Royale. See, Cows, this is a perfect demonstration, right? Because I just explained the whole problem with if we don't have curvature, we can't have a ball. And he's saying you're ignoring all the other bits, like if we have the satellites, if we have the gravity, the center of gravity. But he's ignoring the fact that he would have to have the curve. You can't have
that's a he.
without the other. I don't know. Listen, this server is
regardless
hell on this server. But anyway, this is the point I'm making, right? No curve equals no ball. But this guy's like, you're ignoring the fact that the other things. He's not even disputing that there's no curve. He's just saying that there's other things.
Triggers him.
So Cows, that was a good demonstration of what I was talking about. Did you see that?
Did I see
sooner had you pretty much said it, you know.
Yeah. He's like, you're just focusing on the fact that there's no curve. What about all the other things? And why would they lie? It's like, yeah, you still have no curve.
That's locust of the argument is that it's not curved.
Yeah. If it's not curved, it doesn't matter if you think satellites exist or if you think gravity is a thing. There's no curve.
I recently got a promotion, and I have the ability not just to access pilots and take their word on it, but I have the ability to take 747 plane rides from Alaska to China.
Mm-hmm.
Man, do we have the size of the Earth?
Hold on, Stasha. Let him finish.
So I could look into it myself, do the calculations. Maybe I can do a proportions table, measure the diameter or the circumference of this ball.
Let's do it.
Yeah, I could do that, and then I could also videotape it, or maybe even live.
Do anything you can. Do anything you can to test the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
Okay. Because, dude, honestly, I'm open to the idea. Like, I'm at the point where I've been lied to so much about just about everything.
They're full of shit. When guys come in here, they're like, why would they lie? It's like, you're coming in here in 2023 and asking us why the government lies. Really?
I asked that question when I first came in here, and I don't think y'all are required to give me an answer. Like, maybe they're lying for some reason none of us know.
Yeah, exactly. We're not them, but it's not like surprising that the government lie.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. No, you're good. You're good. You've got your head on your shoulders. You're thinking about it the right way. You need to go and check it out for yourself. But all we're saying is focus on the things that you can verify and test against their claim, which the easiest one is the curvature.
Because it's geometry shape, it's not science shape, you know?
Yeah, you're just testing line of sight, basically.
Yeah, geometry question, sorry, shape, I said.
I'm glad you understand where we're coming from, because as you can see, I don't think it's an unreasonable position, but people will come in here and act like we are saying that the grass isn't green and the sky isn't blue. Crazy.
Well, I just see the emotional reactions, and that just makes me that takes away credit from the other side when I see, it's like, I can agree with something I hold dear to me. It's like you sound like a
that's what we're dealing with. We are dealing with emotion, and they pretend it's science. It's like, I'm arguing science. It's like, no, you are literally just being emotional. It has nothing to do with science. You're asking us why would they lie? What about the astronauts that I believe in? It's like you're arguing from emotion, not from reason and logic. So,
which school you finished?
My
What is your
hero,
education?
Elon. What's my education?
Yeah, that kind of question. When they start to be emotional, what is your education? You are dumb. Are you flat earther? You don't believe in whatever. They will move from the argument and they will ask you other stupid questions.
Yeah.
what you saw it now, what you could listen in 5 minutes ago. She started.
Yeah. No, I'm intrigued by the flat Earth argument, like the argument itself. It goes pretty deep. I think where America and the West in general has messed up is that we stopped teaching epistemology, metaphysics. Well, people just try, like people outsource a lot of their worldview to the quote unquote experts, and that's where it went all downhill. So now I'm at the point of questioning everything.
Of course.
Good man. Take it into your own hands. What they want you to think is, I'm too stupid to figure this out. I can't know it, so I'll just trust the experts. That's what they want. And a lot of people prefer that. A lot of people are afraid to take things into their own hands and challenge it themselves. So they just prefer to trust the government and call people who don't believe it idiots.
And if you stay more, you will find out that it's only one thing what you cannot question. You can question everything what you want, but the shape of the earth, you cannot question that. That's fact.
Yeah, for sure. It's
So
like,
yeah,
oh
welcome.
yeah,
And if you've
in,
got
in our
more
day-to-day
questions,
life.
throw them out. I was just saying, yeah, if you've got more questions, feel free.
What about if everybody here were to like, hypothetically, I'm not saying dox yourself or whatever, but like, if everybody here were to have like, how many people are there? It's quite a bit of people in here, quite a few. So if everyone here were to prove with their location, and then immediately press the video and go outside and point up and look at the sky, would there be a way to prove one way or the other based on the stars, the sunlight, the moon, the sun, and then their location? Like if we were to take screenshots of it and piece it all together, would that be evidence in a round Earth versus flat Earth argument?
No.
Why not?
But you can do whatever you want with the sky, explain, but at the end, that surface must match. That means that first you need to realize what is the surface, and then you will say, okay, this is working with that surface. And not to point in the sky and watching the other things. Like I don't know, if you look your ceiling and your light is bulb, that means that your floor is bulb.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
You have that geometrical question, you have that movement question, and you have this air question. How you breathe this, and you have this rotation. Look how we are. When I go outside, we are rotating. And you look, you see the clouds moving. That's it. Stars, if you observe them moving slowly. Nothing else is. And they are telling you because of that non-movement, you are moving. Because the sky is moving, you are moving. Even if you don't feel that.
Well, I can buy the claim that I don't really see what's ridiculous about believing that just because you can't feel that you're moving. You're moving even though that you can't feel that you're moving. I don't see what's wrong with that
Okay.
claim.
If you, for example, now I'm moving when I'm outside, how would it look like if I'm not moving? If this what I experience, you understand? I'm now outside and I feel no movement, but they're saying you're moving. Or my question would be, if I'm moving now in this non-movement, how would it look like if I'm really not moving? And the answer is the same.
What would it look like if? So if I'm outside, what would it look like if I'm really not moving?
Yeah.
Are you saying like within the round Earth paradigm, what would it look like if the Earth isn't moving at all? Is that what you mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting question.
Yeah,
You guys
because they will tell you, you go outside, let's say at night you have telescope and people and you're watching the stars and people will say now you are rotating, but you are saying, no man, but look, we are standing on the ground and nothing is moving. No, look at the sky and stars, we are also moving. And then you ask question, yeah, but how would it look like if we are really not moving? If this is stationary, for example. He's saying the same, but it cannot be the same.
Wouldn't that fall at least close to the realm of unfalsifiable within the realm of science?
Yeah, you need to have some kind of experiment. You need to to find out the movement, but you need air for that. You need to be somehow outside. I don't know.
So what about a time lapse in 3 different locations that you set up, all connected to the internet, where you can stream the stars on different places of the Earth? Is that a valid experiment?
Look at the map of the time lapse, and you will see how they need to go. I think in straight lines because of rotation of the sun. But they are not going straight. You know that meridians, how you call latitude. They are not going like every 15 degrees or how you want to call it, like 1 hour 15 degrees. They are not going like a lines. And now we have the time lapse, time zones.
Did you ever hear of an earthquake?
Earthquake.
Well, yeah, I'm asking the other guy.
Well, my chandelier is not shaking, so no.
Right, so it's not moving, right? The Earth isn't moving, correct?
Yeah, that's
I
the way
don't.
that it.
What was that?
Dave, I'm still a globetard. Y'all got to break it down Barney style for me. I don't know what you mean by that question.
Okay. Are you currently experiencing an earthquake?
No.
Okay, then I would argue Earth is not in motion.
He's saying, Cow, you can tell when the Earth is in motion when you're in an earthquake, yeah?
Yeah.
But when it's not, it doesn't seem to be in motion.
Yeah.
But when Earth is in motion, in an earthquake, you can tell.
You can feel it.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. Yeah. I mean, I experience earthquakes like on average of once every 2 years. So yeah.
You know what heliocentric model is telling you what is really happening. You are rotating 1,000 miles per hour axial rotation, and atmosphere is doing also that. And plus you're rotating 66,000 miles per hour around the sun, also together with the atmosphere, through you know how big is space? And with that atmosphere, that means atmosphere is very, really small, enormously small. and that and atmosphere is going 66,000 miles per hour together with the Earth in the vacuum of the space, where is the pressure is 10 to minus 17 torr. That is 0 point with 16 zeros.
So what you're telling me is space is fake and gay.
So I'm telling you that you have the planet with the gas. It's going 66,000 miles per hour in one so low pressure medium that we cannot even produce on the Earth in vacuum chamber.
But yes, the space you've only ever seen on TV is fake. Which is why we don't ever see it on TV.
Yeah, and to have this gas pressure, this 40.7 psi, we need container. It cannot be open system in the space.
Okay, I'll play devil's advocate. It's probably not a good argument, but it's just my thoughts. So what if we're always moving, if we're always rotating in the same direction as in like the rotation of the Earth, wouldn't wouldn't that just be normalized, like kind of like normacy bias, but in a physiological kind of way where our brains just would not process that because it's the same direction.
It's not same direction. I told you the two vectors. There are three vectors. One is going around on axis.
Yeah.
One is going left, and there is also one is following other galaxies. I don't know which. I think it's 3 or 4 vectors of movement of the Earth.
Yeah.
Who's in your DMs? Who's in your DMs? Somebody's DMing you these points and questions. I could tell. Somebody. Who is it?
Are any of the Globers in your DMs, Cows, telling you, hey?
I got 7, dude. I literally have 7 messages.
This is what happened, right? When we're speaking to someone new.
Nobody has asked me a question yet, but you asked me that. I looked, and I have 7 messages right now. I'm not going to say
I bet you that they're all going to be saying these guys are lying. It's constant, so you don't feel it. This guy's measured the curve. See, the Globies, they don't have the confidence to actually debate the topic, but they will message whoever we're speaking to and try and poison the well so that you don't figure it out, because they don't want other people figuring it out. And I bet it's a bunch of people in this room.
I know for a fact that glowies and PR motherfuckers hang out on Discord. I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen with other topics, mostly politics. Like, mostly when it comes to the Israel thing, I've seen it happen and unfold. And it's like they get updated every day.
Okay, without naming their names, if you don't want to do that, tell us what they're saying.
I can't stream it. I don't think it's anything. Winter Force. Today at that's about an hour ago. Winter Force, the guy I don't even think he was in here. And then a guy I've known for a long time. He was never in this chat. No, it's nothing related to this. It's literally nothing related to this. Wow, I feel like a popular guy today.
You are a popular guy. That's good.
I just randomly got added to an autistic group chat that I never consented to called Child Bride Center, and it's a Muslim-looking guy who started it. This is what the fuck, Discord.
Yeah, that'll probably be some globe troll.
Why am I in a Child Bride Center group chat? I did not consent to this. What the fuck?
But yeah, on the motion of the Earth, that's what they'll try and say. They'll try and be like, oh well, the movement is just such a perfect movement that you can never tell it's moving. Does that sound like a good argument for moving?
Maybe.
If that's the case, if you can't tell that it's moving because of the way it's moving, how would you ever know that it's moving?
What is that good argument for stationary?
Well, I'm actually thinking about what you're saying, and I'm catching myself being fallacious. Because I was going to say, well, stars. That's how I know stars.
Yeah, my stars, exactly. So that we see the stars move. Yeah, can agree with that. But then they tell us that means we move. Well, how do we know that? Well, because the stars move. Yeah. That's fallacious.
Yeah.
Well done.
And we know this. I mean, even by their own model, the stars do move. So how do we know it's not? The stars are like a ball around us, moving around us, right? Like a carousel,
Well,
like a.
This is the other kind of area that you can look into, the history of heliocentrism versus geocentrism. Do you know what those terms mean? Like whether we go around the sun or whether the sun and everything are going around us.
The Earth is the center of the universe, or maybe the solar system. Heliocentrism is the sun. Correct?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah. And basically what they'll say is, observationally, there's no difference. You can't tell the difference. So this is how they pulled the trick to begin with. The Catholic Church asked Copernicus to come up with the heliocentric model or calendar, and his job was basically, right, we observe the sun, moon, and the stars moving around us while we appear to be still. We want you to come up with the maths on what it would take for us to be the thing moving with them not moving, basically. And he came up with a load of math. Well, it would have to be a ball like this, and it would spin like this, and that would let us see these things moving, even though it's actually us moving. So that's what they did. They looked at the observations, and they just came up with a story for how it could be other than what we directly experience. And now that's proof, apparently.
Yeah. It's starting to make a little bit more sense to me now. It's kind of weird. I've looked into the Catholic Church and like the Jesuits and what they went away from and what they believe now. And they're all on board. They're teaching some kind of weird creationist version of the Big Bang and like evolution.
Yep, we're talking about baptizing aliens.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what it mainly comes back to in the mainstream. The people who really push this were the Catholic Church.
That's interesting. That's very interesting.
The Big Bang was from George Lemaitre, a Jesuit Catholic priest. So it's ironic because a lot of these atheists who come in thinking, oh, well, the Big Bang and the globe, I'm an atheist. It's like, well, that's from the Catholic Church, so good luck with that.
Yeah.
Are you on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server?
No, I'm not. I have a few flat Earth.
Someone send him the link to that, because we've got loads of resources for beginners so that you can like research in your own time. You just type in discord.gg/flat earth, you'll find it.
All right. Yeah, dude, I'll definitely join.
That's our main server. We're just here to trigger everyone on politics, and we've been doing a pretty good job.
That's pretty base. Yeah, I'm a pretty big fan of David Hume, and you guys seem like the modern day skeptics, like the ultimate, like real skeptics, and I like that.
You've come to the right place.
They even got Joe Rogan talking about, like, come on, like I had Black Science Guy on my show, and he just debunked all you flat earthers. Like, come on, Eddie Bravo, like, what are you doing? You're dumb. That's my argument. Like, come on, you're just dumb.
It's funny because Joe Rogan was trying to set up a debate between Neil deGrasse Tyson and Eric Dubay, who's a flat earther, and Neil deGrasse Tyson backed out of it. They don't want they don't want the debate.
Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson said that we don't need philosophy anymore. We can throw that out, which includes logic. Like, we don't need logic, we don't need philosophy, because we have science. Science rules. Bill. That's Black Science Guy for you. You know, we all come from stardust. We're children of the stardust. We came from atoms, you know, inanimate atoms, unconscious, lifeless atoms, and somehow randomly, you know, intelligent life that could replicate itself, that could repair itself internally, came out of lifeless atoms just by chance. And we should be lucky.
Now you're starting to figure it out. This is basically what it's about. They want to push this paradigm of meaninglessness so that people just follow whatever they're told because nothing matters really. It's all accidental.
I agree with that 100%.
Whereas this basically is physical proof of intelligent design, which is really why they've been trying to keep it from everyone, if you ask me.
Okay, I can see where you're going with that. I don't know why you didn't just like talk about this from the beginning. Maybe it's
because that triggers a lot of people, and it usually causes a massive shitstorm. But yeah,
okay, yeah,
that's
okay, I
basically
see.
what it is.
Yeah. I'll be honest, man. Like, I'm still not ready to take the flat Earth pill and accept it. But that's mainly because of the psychological effects.
Yeah, you've been conditioned all your life, and they've painted this image for you that you'll be ostracized from society if you dare question the dogma. So this is why Discord's cool, right? Because you can just come on here. You don't need to be going out in your daily life being like, by the way, guys, Earth isn't a ball. Because, yeah, that will get you some looks. But you can come somewhere like this and figure it out.
Yeah. No, I remember I argued with some flat earthers one time, like months ago, maybe even years ago, but I mentioned it to my Mormon friend, and his reaction was just like, huh, what retards! I can't believe they would believe that. And this is like a Mormon guy saying that. I'm just like, wait, like what? Like you failed to address the argument that I said. Like you missed the obvious. You know, it was not a high level debate.
Well, this is it. We've all been psychologically primed to have that reaction. And that's the reason for it, right? We're educated and we're bombarded with media that's designed to create that perception that it's so dumb it shouldn't even be thought about. And that's how you know it is something you really should be thinking about. If they're trying that hard so that you don't even, I mean, even if you don't believe it, you can at least have the intellectual honesty to be like, okay, yeah, I can see where you're coming from. That's actually a reasonable point. But they won't even give it that. Like, they won't even concede, even when they're admitting, yeah, we see further than the globe would allow us to. They'll still try and say it's just retarded and you shouldn't look into it. So that should be raising red flags. If you know anything about propaganda and psychological manipulation.
Oh, I'm quite a bit of a propaganda enthusiast myself.
Mm-hmm.
I've been
sounds
banned
like it, which is why I think you'll be able to figure this out.
I've been banned from Discord for my propaganda workshop server 4 times.
Yeah. So you can recognize it when you start looking at the globe arguments and the fallaciousness and the emotional nature of them. You're going to start saying, "Oh wait, this is exactly what propaganda sounds like. You're harmful to society. You're anti-science. You're science deniers."
But before I be like, if I am gonna ever become a flat earther, I will need to do my own experiments, and it will have to be very meticulous, and I will want to get a lot of feedback of if my experiments are actually valid.
As you should.
It'll be a process. It'll be a process, and to be fair, I have been drinking. I've had 4 shots of Jameson in a mixed drink tonight, so.
Well, you're doing all right considering.
I appreciate
it. But yeah, that's the thing. We're not telling you. Don't believe anything we tell you. Go and look it up for yourself. Go and test it for yourself.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. I have a friend that's a flat earther, and when I first met him, I'm just like, this guy's a retard. Like, this guy's insane. And he's said some things, and it just feels like he was like spitballing. And he ended up being right about some crazy stuff. Some insane stuff that to this day I still feel like a little schizo, like a tinfoil hat guy believe. But it's like, here are all the studies. This is like the precipice, the cutting edge. What nobody's talking about, not even the conspiracy theory community is talking about the stuff. And here are the studies before it even has a chance to get censored or whatever. And this guy's a flat earther, and he just questions everything. I'm like, dude, what the hell? Like, I try to debunk you, and I literally just like now I believe it. And I'm not talking about flat Earth, but I won't go into detail in this channel because it's not the topic. But yeah, but yeah, I did join the server, so.
Yeah, no, it doesn't surprise me. Just look into it. Think. Don't be tied down to what you were told as a child. I knew that was going to get the chat riled up. Someone's actually interested, so they're freaking out. Come on, Globey, getting in defender.
People seething in the chat.
Yeah.
I'm not seething. I just thought it was curious that he said the studies of flat Earth.
Just mildly perturbed.
Yeah, what studies?
Well, if it is a conspiracy, if it actually is a conspiracy, you know,
I mean YouTube videos.
There wouldn't be. If it really is a thing where it's like they don't want you to know, unironically, like there would not be any studies. If you look at how studies happen and how funding.
Well, what, there was a university study that measured Kansas as being flatter than a pancake, wasn't there? What about all the studies that goes into aviation?
A metaphor?
Or they
hyperbole?
Say they need to use a flat, motionless Earth model for aviation.
You'd have to show me the study.
That's all right. You can look it up.
If I search flat and motionless model for air travel, I'd probably get told by Google, stop being stupid. So,
is that where your research will end?
I'd need the study.
Well, I'm sure you've seen them linked in here many hundreds of times since you've been here for months straight.
Yeah, but like I mean, because there are many studies that say a lot of different things. A study existing perhaps is possible. The contents of that study, I think, is going to say a lot of not what you're saying, basically, right?
What am I saying that's not true?
It's like when people show, because there are some things that assume a flat Earth, right? And whenever you read that, they say the study always says, but the Earth is a globe. And so if the person who wrote the study is fine with saying this assumes a flat Earth, but the Earth is still a globe, why would it be a reference for you?
Well, why would you be assuming that? You just said you didn't even know what the study was.
I don't. You wouldn't tell me. You don't want to show me, so I can't do anything with that.
So why are you assuming what it would say?
Oh, because if you just don't show me the evidence, I can dismiss it, right?
You just assume. Well, you can dismiss it if you want, but you can't say it will say this. Therefore, how can you use it as a study? You don't even know what we're talking about.
If you make the affirmative, I can say, and you're just. I mean, like, look.
I'm just telling you what the study says. I didn't say anything else.
Because I could just say you're assuming that the study's affirming your point, but you're not showing it to me, so you're in the same position I am.
So you couldn't really comment on it then.
Yeah, I can't comment on it. I think it's unlikely. I won't lie to you, but you know.
Have you guys heard about the spherical cow?
Spherical cow.
Yeah. It's like a meme or a joke in the scientific community.
Tell us about it.
Well, it's like a humorous metaphor for a simplified scientific model who's trying to model something complex. And in like theoretical physics or in like any modeling, I think, it's like you're trying to model something as simple as possible to serve the purpose of what you're trying to do, right? Hence this spherical cow. The cow isn't spherical, But
So would
depending
the
on
argument be the simplification of the globe is that it's not a globe and that it's a flat motionless plane?
Depending on what you're doing, right? If sometimes you can't, like you can't model a flat plane for the purpose, but many times you probably can do, right? Like for example, with like aviation for like control systems to control the airplane, it doesn't really matter whether the Earth is globe or flat, so it's easier to model it with as a flat plane.
Oh right, okay. Sorry, I thought you were a new guy, but it's Eddie. Right.
Yeah.
That's a guy. He's
Yeah, like for example, this is like my
no globe argument.
Yeah, sorry. This is like my field of study actually, modeling and simulation. So I know a little bit about this. Yeah, so like for example, what I worked on before, and my degree was modeling like the flow of like a lake. But the lake isn't considered. I don't consider all the bumps out on the lakes. I just considered it as like not like even flat. I just consider it as a pool, like a rectangular pool. You know, even though it's obviously not flat. Right. Yeah, but like it's not a pool. It's not a rectangular.
Okay, so when you modeled the lake, you didn't model any curvature, is what you're saying?
No, like there was no flat or curve in any model. It's just pressure, right? It's just
no
how
flat
much
or curve.
flow.
So your lake wasn't flat and it wasn't curved. What was it?
No, it was just the model is just representing like the pressure at the end of the lake, right? How much water is flowing. So it doesn't assume any flat or curve or anything like that. I don't know how I would even model that in, to be honest. But the point here is that it's assumed to be a rectangular pool, which it's clearly not. Like the curve is like the least of the issue. The point here is that I modeled it something completely else, and it still works. I don't have to get all the bumps and all the rocks in the pool for in the lake for me to be able to model it and make it precise. Okay. It's enough that I assume it's a rectangular pool for the sake of this function it has, right?
Right.
That doesn't mean it's a rectangular pool.
Okay.
Okay, so you understand that?
Well, I understand what you just said about your modeling of the lake. I'm not quite sure how you think that applies to the Earth being a spinning ball.
No, it's applying to the argument about you made about the assumption that they used in the model. I don't know exactly
what... They assume Earth is flat and motionless when navigating, when doing the piloting and flying planes.
Yeah. So
so
like that is obviously not obviously right, but I don't. I have read like some study before posted on some Flat Earth channel before, and I don't know exactly where I read it, but like it says a lot of things. But one of them is obviously that they assume a flat, motionless plane, right, for the navigation or whatever it was for. And that doesn't mean that the Earth is flat and motionless.
Does it mean it's a spinning ball?
No, it doesn't mean that either.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's like using it as evidence for anything. It's pointless, right? That's my whole point.
Well, I didn't say this proves the Earth is flat and motionless, did I?
Did you use it as proof that the Earth wasn't a sphere?
No.
So what's the point of bringing it up?
Well, you did in effect because you said
because this guy Bricknat said, "Well, what studies are you talking about that talk about Earth being flat and motionless?"
Yeah, but it doesn't say it's flat and motionless.
It says they assume it to be flat and motionless when they're using it for practical purposes.
Yeah, but that doesn't say it's flat and motionless.
Oh, so when there's but I mean, obviously, it's indicative towards if it works being treated as flat and motionless, then it's not ridiculous to assume that it would be flat and motionless.
Do you think it wouldn't work if they just assumed it was a globe?
Oh, really? It's more. It's so when they practically use it as flat and motionless, it's ridiculous to assume that would be flat and motionless. But perfectly logical to assume that would mean it's a
No,
spinning ball.
say it doesn't prove either, right? You can't conclude anything from it.
I didn't. Well,
like
I
with
didn't
my
say
pool
this.
example,
This
is it
concludes that it's
indicative
this.
that the lake is a rectangular pool? Because
Yeah,
I modeled it like that?
again, I didn't say this is the proof of it. We want to talk about proof. We would look at long distance observations, laser tests, and measurements of the surface.
Thank you. So that's my whole point. Like, you can't use it for anything.
Yeah, well, it was only brought up because Bricknat was thinking he was going to be smart by asking about
studies.
Yeah, but so there are we ask for like studies who says that the Earth is flat, and it doesn't say that the Earth is flat.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
Very good, guys. You got anything for the globe today?
No, I was just interjecting with this thing. So yeah, I'm
Okay,
done.
okay, yeah, no worries. What about you, Brick? Anything for the globe?
No, Dad. Sorry, not today.
Oh dear. Oh well. Let us know if something comes up. Well done, guys. You successfully managed to bore the other guy enough that he left.
Hey, just real quick, is Bev? Are you? I'm tired of texting, bro. Can you just talk? I'm sorry, I'm tired of texting. We've been in chat like for the past hour, but I don't like texting. I'd rather just talk about it. I think we'll get a lot done quicker. That hour long chat in text could have been 5 minutes or 10 minutes. Or maybe you're not able to talk. Never mind. Okay, I'll give you a minute. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut off anybody, but we've just been talking about this for a long time.
Well, PhD Tony uses a flat Earth model to predict earthquakes. Probably check that out. Our guy.
Yeah. He got schooled by Dan the Waterman and rage quitted about a few months ago. Maybe 3 or 4 months ago. It's funny. Who's that guy way at the bottom too? Is he in here? He has like a long, I don't know what language that is. He has a long name though. He's in chat. He's also
Good
talking.
morning.
What's his name? Erdebear? Erdebear. Erdebear. Sorry. I guess he's not in.
It's one of them Owen Benjamin guys, isn't he?
What's up, Beth? So I wanted to just talk to you because I feel like we might be talking past each other on some parts, or I don't know. But
yeah, we got a recording the other day, right, of some guy stating that you were a surveyor and that you had measured the drop.
No,
that's what they were saying.
No, he's misunderstood. I remember who you're talking about. He totally misrepresented what I was talking about. He kept talking about drop, and me and Jedi kept telling him, "You're not measuring curve. You're not measuring the drop of a curve." We repeatedly we have that over, and we kept telling him, me and Jedi and myself. And the thing, though, I think what he misunderstood was that every time he said the horizontal line, I kept referring to the crosshairs in the eyepiece because when you're looking at your shot in the distance, if you're shooting over 250 yards, that object can be lower than your crosshairs, but it's an optical phenomenon. It doesn't mean that it's actually lower than let's say you set up at your on a tripod, you're set up at, let's say, like a 6 foot, position for the eyepiece. In the eyepiece, in the crosshairs, you can have something at the end of 300 yards and it doesn't look to be 6 feet, but it's not because it's dropping down because of the Earth curving away from you. It's because as things get farther away and the conditions of the sky and what's going on with the temperature, that object it will be squished. It will be smaller. It will be lower. Because guess what? On another day, it can be above the crosshairs. So what happened to the curved Earth? Did it fucking grow? Did it fucking lift up all of a sudden? Like this is why I don't like arguing with these guys on certain things, because they misrepresent what you say, or maybe they just misunderstand. But I think he kept implying that I'm saying I'm measuring something behind the horizon dropping. But no, it's not the horizon, not the parent, where the sky and the ground apparently meet. I'm talking about the horizontal crosshair in the eyepiece. That's what is being measured below. And so he probably just ran with that. And I mean, these guys justify the lies in their own heads. So that's probably what it was.
Can I give you a bit of advice next time, right? Because, I mean, they are professionals, these people. And the tools that you're using, the crosshair is about, let's say, half an inch away from your eye. And then the prism is about maybe an inch or so in front of that. So the actual image that you're looking at, crosshair and all, is within 2 inches.
Right.
Not 300 yards away, right? That image from all the way over there comes through the device.
No.
So you're not actually measuring anything over there. You're just looking at an image.
No. So here's what I get what you're saying, but here's what I was trying to, let them understand. The crosshair, you're right. It's right in front of you, right? It's right on the eyepiece. Okay. Now, through that eyepiece, if you were to look at somebody in front of that crosshair, okay, and they walked away from you, in the eyepiece, they will drop as normally things do in the distance. They will converge. That's the word I'm looking for. It's going to converge. And the further away you get from that theodolite piece that you're looking through, that's just naturally, that's what happens. Everything's going to converge, and it could,
we've
depending
done it. This footage, we've actually been to the beach and walked away from the auto level with a camera on Discord. So we've done it. You can see what happens.
Right. And they don't grasp that, though. They like, a light isn't turning on, and they're not understanding that it's not because you're walking on a ball earth away from you, like if you're walking around something, which would make your head lower because now you're walking downwards, right? But they can't grasp that, and they don't understand.
The devices for measuring elevation changes. Now, I've heard people say that it's down, right, which would be a measurable change. But because the measuring rod measures elevation changes, you can't have that, can you? Because that would mean there's a measurable change in elevation. But they don't want that. You can't have that.
Right. Well, well, you're absolutely right. Typically,
keep everybody focused on that then, right? Because you can't measure an elevation change and then not have an elevation change. You can't have both. That's contradictory.
Yeah.
Specifically, seeing as this is a professional thing, people actually do this.
Right.
Like, we know that in this arena, there will never be a surveyor to come in here. Right? All you get is actors. People like Jesse Kozlowski and the main surveyor. They weren't real surveyors, surprisingly enough.
Well, I have,
and they're not around any longer to do this. So let's not misrepresent surveyors further.
Yeah, no. I'm the way I speak is because I actually work with surveyors, and I actually have on video that I've even posted many times. I asked the surveyor straight out, "Hey, how many times have you accounted for curvature of the Earth?" And he laughs and he says, "Look, first of all, the Earth's flat, man. And but I know what he means by that. He doesn't mean it's fucking pancake disc floating in space. There's just so much baggage that comes with that word. But I get what he means. He's just saying it's not a ball because they don't measure it that way. They never will. And then he said
they don't say that.
No, he did say that. I promise.
You've got it on recorded.
Yeah. Let me get the video. Yeah, and the thing is that he's not the only surveyor, like professional surveyor.
I don't understand what they mean by that because it's not flat. You measure elevation changes.
No, I know, but see, that's what I'm saying, Bev.
So they're contradicting themselves, are they?
No. So, Bev, what I'm trying to get across is that when somebody says that the Earth is flat, right? I know a lot of baggage comes with that, but essentially what we're saying is that it's not a spherical, 25,000 circumference ball spinning in an infinite vacuum.
People say it's measured flat. Like that's the new tagline. You're gonna have to defend it, mate. How do you defend it being measured flat?
I would say in my own, in my own set, if you will, my own belief, if you will, I would say that I get what they mean by that because what they're saying that it's not measured to be a ball. I do believe that it's misspeaking because obviously in my career, you're constantly dealing with elevation changes. Of course, we know there's highs, there's lows.
So that's the bit that's not flat, right? So how can you misconstrue that to being flat, like measured flat? What's he talking about?
No, I get what you're saying. I totally get what you're saying. I mean, 1,000%. I think it's you are being hyper specific. I believe, which I mean, we should be, but I don't.
No, I'm just thinking of the normal people out there when they think measured flat. Like, surely it's measured not flat, right? So you establish the horizontal and then measure from that elevation changes.
Right.
We know. For fuck's sake.
I'm gonna find this video. Here you go. I'm gonna post it. That guy's really cool. Go ahead and listen. There's audio to it. I'm posting. It's loading. He's a surveyor. He's been in the trade for a long time. One of my best friend's dad's a retired surveyor over 35 years. He also said they've never accounted for curvature of the Earth. They didn't have to. That's not the way you do surveying. And then I even told him because I was arguing with Zanuck. And Zanuck was like, because I was talking to him, on the phone. He's like, ask him about if it says it in the manual, if it's in surveyor's manual. And I said, hey Tony,
what's in the surveyor's manual?
That you have to account for curvature.
But what does that mean?
That means
that sounds like a flat Earth sort of society type saying. It has no meaning. It's a vacuous statement.
Yeah, well, so I asked Tony, and he said, "Yeah, it does say that, but we don't have to do that. That's not what it. That's not the way we do it." Okay, then that was it. He's retired over 35 years. Has been surveying. Never once had to account for curvature. Now the characters that come in here and say they are surveyors and that they say they have to account for curvature.
Do you mean account for curvature? Please explain that.
Yeah. So, like, for instance, they're going to take a measurement and then they're going to put in their formula to account for the curvature of the Earth.
So what does that mean?
That it's a bunch of bullshit. That's what it means.
Because they're taking a measurement. In reality, are you saying they have to adjust that measurement that they're taking?
Right. Well,
why would they do that?
That's what McToon and Craig will try to tell you. That's
what Jesse Kozlowski's no longer around for, because he can't say that. So you're not taking McToon and Fight the Flat Earth as the authority on any of this. When Jesse Kozlowski's had to leave the arena. When the guy who pretended to be a surveyor from Maine right?
Oh,
Set
wow.
his
I didn't know
tools
he
up
did.
and showed us that he hasn't got a clue what he's doing. I mean, if you've ever known anything about the trade, then all of these guys, their methods are ridiculous. But you keep playing into it. What does accounting for curvature mean?
Right. No, I agree with you. And those simple words themselves are literally misrepresenting a truth, though. And that's kind of what it is, Bev. What they do is they take a falsehood and they mix it with some bit of truth, and then they create this. I mean, literally, that's what their pseudoscience is all about, right? They take something, the people that believe this bullshit. So here's what happens. So when you have
would that include you?
When I don't believe that it's a ball. What do you mean? I don't know what you mean right now.
We're talking about surveyors, aren't we? Like actual people in reality. But that's what we're talking about here. And the trade professionals that actually do these things. And portraying that in a correct manner. Because I don't know whether you know that professional surveyors have a code of conduct that they have to go by, where they cannot lie to the public. So Jesse Kozlowski, if he was a real surveyor, he wouldn't be around here. They'll never get any.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
So try and reason it for yourself.
Like for instance, over in Gem Panda's server, in his server, there was this one glober that said he was a surveyor, and he said, "Yes, I have to account for the curvature of the Earth and the formula." I know. But here's what I'm going to say though.
We've talked to them, or they've disappeared. One or the other. There's no longer anyone around here.
Yeah. So here's what I'm going to say.
So now that's why you have to come in,
right?
To pretend that you're doing some sort of surveying to carry on the narrative.
No. I'm not pretending. I'm telling you exactly what we do. That's all.
I know. We just talk about reality, but don't play into a fantasy of things that don't ever do. Because what would be the use of asking a surveyor something that he doesn't do? Talk to him about what he does do.
Exactly. And that's why I said what they do as what we do when we are taking shots through theodolites and total stations. All we're doing is we're making sure that we're transferring the benchmark horizontally and level.
Yeah.
That's it.
So you're not measuring it flat, are you? Nobody measures anything flat. In fact, it's an impossibility to measure something flat, isn't it?
No, that would be a false statement. Because let me tell you what I mean by that. Okay, let's say we come upon a job site and the surveyors already spray painted the nut in the column on the base plate, and they say this right here is your benchmark. That's representing 332 feet above sea level. Now, let's say they go to the next column over.
Marking a point on the vertical datum.
And now they go to the next column over, and they're going to have a mark on that column. Now, what all they did was transfer the benchmark to make sure that we are staying, to create that perpendicular, if you will, as we go up levels.
Yeah, create a horizontal, zero slope.
Correct. Yeah. So that
no elevation change.
Correct. So that horizontal that
flat.
It was just flat. So that horizontal that we're creating is essentially flat, because the flat in this sense is along on that. I guess that would be the
2 points, right? 2 points at an equal elevation.
Correct. Which will make flat. So, for instance,
it just makes 2 points at an equal elevation. If you were to draw a line between those two people, the 2 points or whatever, imagine a line, it would be a line that would be called horizontal.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right.
And establish a plane, you could establish a horizontal plane within all of the points at an equal elevation.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
That's
exactly. Now, is that measured? Or would you use that plane to measure an elevation change?
Well, both.
So you wouldn't be measuring flat, would you?
No. You don't measure. Hold on. Listen, Bev.
I'm just pointing out the new tagline that you guys are going to have to go with because it's hashtag now. This is what's coming. Is the Earth is measured flat?
Yeah. So let me then address
so
this.
That's what you're defending there, right?
Well, let me address this here.
Is that model guy still here?
You don't measure flat, but when you take measurements, they establish flat. Maybe it's just I don't know. Maybe it's just words just being misspoken or misunderstood. I don't know. But yeah, you're right. You don't measure flat. That's stupid. That's like words that don't make sense in one sentence. You don't measure
like flat Earth, right?
You don't measure flat, but when you take measurements, it establishes flat. So maybe it's just a misspoke, but it is what it is. But still, though, you know what they're saying though. When they say, "Oh, it's measured flat," well, yeah, we get what they're saying. We're saying that when they took the measurements, it created a flat, and that I would agree to that. That is absolutely correct. Because there's also, if they took measurements,
created a flat,
right? A flat.
Zero slope, right?
Correct. Exactly. So let's say we're building on a hill. Okay. Let's say we're building on a slope, and
it's a hill because there's an elevation change, and it's not flat.
Absolutely. Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
So the Earth there would be measured as having an elevation change,
correct.
Not flat.
Correct. I agree with you. I know what you're saying. I agree with you, Bev. I totally agree with what you're saying because you're absolutely right. I'm
just pointing out, like, the fact that you've got flat Earth brothers, if that's what you consider yourself as, that are actively working against you. Well, like you're the ones that are going to have to defend all of this stuff.
Well, I think what it is, Bev, is that
Apocryphon. What are you going to do? What are you going to do about it, Apocryphon?
I think what it is that I get the sentiment, I think is the word I'm looking for. I get what they're saying. They're trying to say that it's not measured to be a globe 1000%. Like with all those measurements taken on topography with elevation change and everything, overall you
can only measure reality, right? That's all we can do. And the actual surveyors, all of them, survey locally using these what we call plane surveying tools. Even GPS is a plane surveying tool. So all we need to do is talk about reality,
because
right?
it's still using XY.
But isn't it really weird that flat earthers wanting to say it's measured flat? Not like it just really. I think it's because of the brand name that they've got. They're just playing it out, right? Ridiculously. I don't know why.
What we're fucking saying.
Yeah, but we'll just talk about reality.
Anyway,
we're just talking about reality, right? And like most people, I would imagine they'd say, "How's it measured flat?"
Is that model guy still here? I have a question for that model dude.
I don't know. Well, let me ask you, Bev. What do you think then would be a better, like, let's say if they're using?
We're trying to move it on because this obsessive autistic pedantry is getting boring.
I don't know.
That's fine.
Okay, so you're sticking with the flat Earth, right? And you want us out of here because I'm going. I've got to go. It's interesting though.
You're pressed.
Get ready for it.
Just chill, Bev. Jeez, what's going on?
Mm-hmm.
See you later.
All right. Have a good one, Bev. Good time.
Been good.
No worries. I mean, I get what he's saying though. I get this. He's
the other guy's just bounced straight away as well. What the fuck is that? It's like his bulkhead skull from the Power Rangers following around a leader.
The Minions, I don't know.
Anyway, who else? We got anyone that wants to talk about the globe here? Or
I was hoping that the dude that studies models was still here, but if he's not, then that's okay. Go
I want to talk about the globe today.
I'm not sure who you mean about the model.
I want to talk about the globe.
Oh, nice.
There's a dude in here that said he studies, he deals in models.
Oh, that
One
was
that
that Eddie Funk guy. I don't think he's still in here.
I was gonna, because he, he was saying, oh, it doesn't prove either. I was gonna ask him if that, if that goes the other way, if they build a model and they treat, the Earth as a sphere, does it, apply to that sort of model as well?
That would have been
Anyway,
a good
he's
question
gone, so
for him.
yeah.
Let's ping him. He's probably lurking around.
Man, oh my god. Canadian atheist, you just posted the dumbest shit I've just fucking seen, bro. Like, are you serious, bro? I'll tell you what, go get a job doing this fucking work and then fucking come back and talk about it. And let's see if your fucking bullshit, you have to fucking account for ellipsoids now. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Like, just honestly, this is fucking retarded. Is he in here? I hope he could hear me. Let me see. He is. Okay, good.
He says, get some real science and technology training. Meanwhile, he's posting a video from Big Think, which is like a 1984 troll of your own gullibility, and showing a disk Earth in space.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are just fucking relentless with the retarded. I mean, with the idiocracies. But I don't know. Earlier, right when I came in earlier, and I was just listening, but someone in chat immediately they're talking about the heliocentric model, and like, it's like Globers don't even know their own their argument, because the heliocentric model's been done away for a long time. They're off to bigger and better things, but I don't think they got the memo. I think that's what it is. They just don't know like the truth. Really funny though.
Canadian atheist. What science proves the globe? Can you give us a scientific experiment for that? Be interesting. Well, that one guy in earlier was actually interested. That was good.
Yeah, that was a good conversation.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't even like saying, "Oh yeah, I agree," but the fact that he's like just reasonable and respectful, you can just have a normal, decent conversation. If only they could all do that.
Test. Hello?
Yo.
Okay.
Hello?
I mean, just for anybody listening, especially you Globers, like, if you're still clinging on to the heliocentric model, then you don't even know your own fucking model. You need to go read a newer science book or something. Maybe you've been out of school for a while. I don't know. Or maybe you didn't even learn it correctly to begin with, but heliocentric model's been done away with for a long time, for years now. So catch up. Don't come in here defending something that's outdated. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Look at how hilarious these people are. The Canadian atheist. Look what he posted, man. A disc in space.
No, I know. That's why. The first thing I said is...
They're so duped, man. Completely duped by misinformation.
Yeah.
I'm actually kind of sorry for these people, right? Because for them it's way, way harder to understand it. Because they have so many false premises
that have already been propagandized into their heads about the whole thing. They're actually clueless about our standpoint, which is also the same with their standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
And his last words are really finally get some real science and technology or training and some mental health care. Oh, there he is. You want to be challenged, man? Mr. I mix flat earth disk into a heliocentric model of the universe.
Mm-hmm.
Which is absolutely the finest form of misinformation and shows that you have successfully been duped, my friend. And don't look at this like an attack. It's just literally what I can, what I can analyze from the video you posted. They've got you, man. Trust me, there is no person in here would ever tell you that the Earth is a disk where water falls off the edge in space. No, sir, that is indeed misinformation aimed at you in order to make you lazy and completely disregard looking at reality for what it represents itself to be. But if you don't mind, maybe you can all enlighten us and actually point out where the direct measurements of a sphere with roughly the surface of 4,000, roughly the radius of 4,000 miles is to be observed in reality. Maybe you can show us where that measurement has been done. And for once and for all, debunk the notion that the heliocentric model is completely derived from the sky in the first place. So, Mr. Canadian, show me where I need my mental health, bro.
Good luck with that one, mate.
Can't wait. And Canadian atheists debunking geocentrism.
He must have a curved horizon when he looks out of the horizon.
Yeah, a curved horizon, not a horizon. It's not horizontal in this paradigm. It must be a curved horizon. Where the level water is slightly curving around the ball. It's just too big, man. It's just too big. Trust me, everything is too big, but you need to believe me, even though it goes all against what you observe, it is a spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball flying through an ever-expanding void of darkness, because, just believe me, bro, and just do not when you're being challenged by flat earthers. Or not even, let's not even call it flat earthers, just by people who actually, challenged their own beliefs. Critical thinkers.
Well, he's lying to himself, obviously. I mean, what's it like to have to lie to yourself?
Well, it's easy, man. You just need to go on YouTube and you type in flat Earth debunked. Flat Earth debunked. Oh, look, there's like a thumbnail. Oh, that shows a flat Earth in space. I'm gonna click it. Oh, there's some scientist telling me that it's stupid. Oh, I challenge my beliefs. Now I can move on. I'm just gonna quickly post this in the Flat Earth Discord, and then I'm gonna type in, "Here you go, you idiots. The Earth is actually a ball. I have watched this video on YouTube. Now I'm enlightened again. You guys are just stupid. You need mental health."
Yeah, but when he goes
and
down,
I'm gonna send it.
Yeah, but when he goes and looks at the seashore, he does see a horizontal horizon. I mean, that's what he sees. So unless he's lying to himself about that, I don't know what to say.
But he must be lying to himself because he has fundamentally no proof. The only thing he has is adhere to authority and adhere to the masses. Okay, these people have no self.
That's fine, though. I mean, let him do it. I mean, it's not. Let him go with it. I mean, if he wants to stay in that little programmed model called the globe model, let him stay in that little model. If he's happy and content in there, that's fine. It doesn't bother us, does it? If he wants to ad hom people, if that's how he gets his pleasures, let him carry on with that. The guy just needs to work on himself. He needs to start realizing what he's looking at, what he's seeing, how he's observing his own self in nature on this earth, and start being truthful to yourself. And then when you do that, you will change. You will, things will start happening. Once you come out of the programmed globe model, you'll start to realize certain things. It's hard to get out of that program model. It's difficult. But if he's not willing to take an olive branch and just listen to himself.
Well, if I would be him, I would also be quiet right now and not say one thing.
Sometimes they need a little help. But you can only offer so much, and then, they're obviously not ready.
Would be actually the first time that someone who is just a parrot and a side chat would actually open his mouth and a voice. I've asked this so many times, but it only gets to a point where they join the voice chat and then they're like, "Oh no, this is too scary. I gotta talk to someone real." Oh no, they don't really sound so stupid. What should I do? Do I have actually any arguments against them? Oh man, maybe they even know my model better than I do.
I mean, the programming is a good program that's been installed into humanity, the heliocentric programming, because in most cases the programming that's been programmed into us overrides our what's the word? It overrides our own observations and common sense and logic. Now, for a program to be able to do that, it's a very good program. It's hard to break that program. We all know this because we've all had that programming. I've had it. You've had it. Yeah.
Yep.
So it's difficult. It's difficult, but it's a good program. Whoever's made that program and instilled it into humanity have done a very, very good job. In order to wipe out your God-given senses and observations and natural knowing of things. Yeah, it was good, not good. It was a clever technical program. I'm glad I broke out of it now. When you break out of it, and when you look again with new eyes, and the basic things that you see, like the horizon, the horizontal horizon, and sea level, and the luminaries moving overhead. You know, it's all obvious. It's self-evident. We don't need to go and prove this and get measurements for you. It's self-evident that we live on a stationary plane. Sorry, go on.
I need someone to give me the information on a silver tablet. I need pre-digested information that I can swallow very easily. Don't tell me I need to think for myself and use my own senses. No, I just want to listen to a scientist. He knows it way better. He has way better senses. They have super senses. And if they, even though we observe both the same thing, if they tell me that the Earth is spinning, then it can never be stationary. And there he goes. Bye-bye. Not even said one word to the mental health problem people.
You know, like in the year 2006, there was a strange phenomena which had occurred, and all humans are not yet aware of this. That this phenomena had taken place, is taking place. It seems as though that an entirely unique and as of yet undiscovered characteristics of the electrical impulses running through certain ordinary home computing systems has interacted with the microscopic brains of certain types of dust mites living inside of these computer systems. The dust mites, over the course of several generations, spanning several years, have actually become self-aware and highly intelligent, almost as intelligent as humans. I say almost only because of a strange intellectual phenomena that is currently taking place among the dust mite population. It seems as though that some of the dust mites, due to their observations of what they consider to be an unlikely amount of what seems to be highly specified order, extent with their surroundings, have begun to suspect that maybe, just maybe, there might be a chance that the computer inside which they are living, sealed inside of, can't get out of, may have been designed by some other intelligent entity. Of course, the academic elites within the dust mite population only laugh at this notion. They laugh at the quaintness of the other dust mites' silly, silly notions because, of course, they know that there is an entirely naturalistic explanation for how the computer came to be. They make fun of the ignorant dust mites who hold the possibilities of such fairy tales, because dust mite science tells them that the idea that a designer may have actually designed the computer is not a testable hypothesis. Hope you enjoyed that.
That was impressive.
Thanks, mate.
I thought you were talking about AI for a second. That was really nice.
It's sort of, I like the way that the dust mites, they're trapped inside this sealed computer. It's actually sealed, and they're thinking, well, this could have been created, but the elite dust mites are telling them, no, that's not possible. You know, this just came about. It's a ridiculous idea to think that this computer you're living inside of, sealed inside of, could actually have been created, and you've got no hypothesis to prove it. Sounds familiar, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I like that. focusing on the word self-evident. I've been harping on about the horizontal horizon quite a lot and mean sea level. The globers don't like it. I can tell that straight away. So I'm continuing to harp on about it. But then the odd one asks, well, how do you know the horizon's horizontal? How can you prove it? And my answer to that is it's self-evident. I mean, a lot of things are just self-evident. I don't need to run around explaining how the horizon is horizontal. All you got to do is look at it. It's self-explanatory. Simple as that. The so-called leaning edge of a sphere, Earth, called the horizon, which globers tell us is the globe, is actually horizontal. How bizarre is that? The very thing that people have believed is evidence of the curve is a horizontal straight line. Yet humanity have managed to swallow this nonsense. When all you've got to do is look at it, and it's self-evident, that it's not curved at all. It's horizontal. So we need to snap out of this programming, the globe model, heliocentric programming. We need to snap out of it, and we need to snap other people out of it. All around us, what we look at is self-evident. The end. Or is it the end? Might not be the end yet. With ease, I point out that we see no curve when I present the horizontal horizon. Self-evident my name, pointing out the obvious my game. With ease, I point out sea level is not curved and sits level to present the horizon. Self-evident my name, pointing out the obvious my game. With ease, I point out that the stationary plane, no rotation has ever been measured. Self-evident my name, pointing out the obvious my game. With ease, I can demonstrate that water seeks level, destroying the water ball devil. Self-evident my name, pointing out the obvious my game. With ease, I can show gas pressure must be contained. Self-evident my name, putting out the obvious my game. To end, I will say, our Earth presents itself in such a way globe evidence has nothing to offer. Self-evident my name, destroying globe evidence my game. Go on, Glober.
All right, so there's two people unmuted in here, minus myself. I just have to ask the question: are these people muted because they muted themselves, or is it because you guys muted them?
Are you the muted person police or something? What the fuck is that?
Oh no, I just wanted to make sure, like, if these people, like,
It's none of your concern, so don't worry
Have you
about
got
it.
a warrant? Have you got a warrant for this?
it sounds like they've been muted.
Oh
No one
wow, does
cares.
it? So have you come to discuss the Earth?
Yes, I have.
Okay, feel free. You got
All right.
questions? You got comments? You
All
got
right,
proof for the
yeah,
globe?
no, I'm good. So there was a laser experiment that was ran, where some people in New York, they did a laser experiment where they were essentially going across, I believe, around 6 miles, and if it was believed that the Earth was flat, then when they put up these, they put up big wooden, essentially like these blockades.
Laser target hitters or something. Yeah, we get.
Yeah, and they had a little hole in it, and it was essentially 5 feet above the ground, and they shot a laser at ground level with the ground at 5 feet. When they shot the laser through it, it didn't come through the hole that they were expecting. Instead, it hit like a couple inches above, and they were wondering why is that happens. If anybody would like to jump in and ask about that, it'd be interesting.
Well, it's obvious, mate. It's obvious we must live on a spinning water ball. It's self-evident.
Exactly.
Obviously, it's
I
self-evident.
know. It's really crazy. When I pour water on a ball that's hanging in my room, the water just falls off. So apparently, it's flat.
Oh, really?
Well, hold on.
That's why it's flat?
It sounds like what you're talking about is from that Netflix show.
Yeah.
Is that what it's from?
No, there's a couple different people that have actually done that.
Oh, interesting.
Okay. Could you share the laser test that you're talking about with us?
Yeah, I can do that. Let me pull that up.
I think we've been busted in, guys.
Yeah, we are busted, man. There must be a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball. There's no way around it.
So what would you say? What would you have said if the laser did go and hit a target over the 6 miles?
If it did, then I mean there wouldn't be any refuting that.
Okay. Well, we've got plenty of examples of lasers that are being shot across bodies of water at distances that they couldn't hit a target. If we were on the globe where they do hit the target, do you want to see some of those?
Sure. Oh, Google is fucking literally censoring this. That's fucking gay.
Why would Google censor flat Earth? It's the craziest thing on
I'll
Earth.
just go to I'll go to DuckDuckGo.
Yeah, DuckDuckGo. That'll do it.
DuckDuckGo is censored too.
They need to censor because people would go insane if they knew the Earth is not a spinning ball.
Nah, they can't be
Very
censoring
simple.
it. It's so crazy. They don't need to censor
Yeah.
it. It's so crazy.
That's dangerous misinformation. Only with a ball we can make sure that people are sane.
All right. I'm having trouble finding this video. What the fuck?
You were so sure that some guy had done the laser test proving the globe, no?
Well, I had seen it because like what it shows is the guy on
Where did
one
you
side.
see it?
He points the. I saw it on YouTube. The
Do you know
guy
when
had he
sorry, mate,
pointed a
just a quick
laser.
question. When you
Sorry?
sorry, you know them boards you're on about, that the laser's at one end and that's at 5 foot, and the other receiving board is somewhere else a distance away. You're saying at 5 foot. What above, according to mean sea level, what was the elevation of the laser and the board?
Are you telling me that they might have moved the board to
No.
skew it a
I'm
little
saying
bit?
the board might have been at a different elevation according to mean sea level. It might have been 5 foot off the ground where it was.
Well, I don't think he can find it, so
But
I guess we don't.
No, it's like it's been black holed.
Yeah.
Okay, so in the chat, I just posted you a few videos of laser tests that are doing what you're talking about, but they're not showing a globe. They're showing that they hit the target on the other side, which, according to your
All right.
word,
I will.
yeah,
I
not
will
really
take a
on
look at
Google.
that. Give me. All right, 1 sec. I'm looking at the Utah to Idaho 19-mile flat Earth laser.
Yeah, it's okay. You
test.
just pop yourself on mute and you can watch it, and then we can speak about it.
Yeah, I'll take a look.
I think I'll take a look as well, and then we can all have a good chat about this.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, that's probably the improper. I am impartial to this, so I will take a look.
Okay.
Okay.
And if you join the server, discord.gg/flatter, that's our server, there's a channel which has loads of these, and we've got loads more channels with long distance observations and all kinds of information that, like you've just realized, Google is trying to censor when it comes to this topic. So we save it on our server so that you can research it by yourself, like in your own time. So join 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Someone send them the link, or just type discord.gg/flat earth.
Yeah, I can
check it out.
Okay.
Look impressive, that. But they're using different code lasers, are they?
Here's another question I have. I guess I'll throw out there. Because I'm looking at the video now. Where do we go after we figure out that it's supposed to be flat? Like, what would you guys?
Well, we've already figured it out, mate. It is flat. It's measured like that.
Well,
that's how we measure the Earth.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a good question, but I guess this is pretty much the point everyone's at now. They're like, oh shit, okay, so it's not a globe, so what is it? So everyone's kind of in the figuring out stage of where we actually are and what that means. Because the globe story tells us one story, like Big Bang, space, galaxy, universe, that. But with the globe ruled out, all of that is gone. So we're at an interesting point where, well, I mean, a lot of it's up to speculation, like what can we test, what can we figure out? But what we can figure out is that the story they've told us is bullshit. So relying on them isn't going to get us anywhere. So yeah, we can only really do what we can do, what we can figure out. And at the moment, it's more a case of waking other people up to this so that we can actually have the conversation. Because at the moment, you can barely even have the conversation because not enough people know about it. And they've just been told, this is so dumb, don't look into it.
Okay. That's I can understand your point there. So my understanding is, because I have a rear it's essentially a telescope that allows you to see some celestial bodies pretty close up, and one of the things I saw was Saturn. And when I saw it, it wasn't a great image. It was more or less looked like an eyeball, because you could see the rings, but they were Saturn is really far away, if you're gonna believe the globe thing. But like when I looked at it, I could see the ring, or like around it. They look like one big ring because I don't have a really good telescope. But the thing is
Wow.
about like, what is that? Is that just a light in the sky, or
Dude,
what would that be?
1 second. I wasn't even muted for 5 minutes, where I completely shut off any sound. I come back and he's already at the sky. That's amazing.
Well, no. I'm not trying
That's
to
the only
shit on.
thing you guys have, right? I know, man, but don't you realize how crazy that is? We talk about the ground, the surface of the
I'm not
Earth.
trying to shit on you.
No, he's all right.
Excuse me, mate. He does sound at the moment like quite interested, and he's trying to. Let's not snap his head off yet. I mean, Cyclone's having a nice chat with him. Let's just the conversation's okay. He's not coming in like an anti-flat earther. So
He's fine.
Thank you for coming in, mate. And
but he's already at the sky.
No, it's okay. Let me answer him. So yes, we're given this notion that the planets are these spherical balls in a vacuum spinning around. Now, even looking through a telescope, which is a monocular, right, we can't define 3D shapes through that 2D image, basically. So the question of what it is, what shape it is, how far away it is, what medium it's in, these are all things we can't test, right? All we can do is make the observation that we make, right? Which is that it's an odd little light in the sky. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. I guess I can see where you're coming from there.
Yeah.
The only thing is that I would say, and I'm not knocking you guys because like you guys seem to have like you showed me that video. The one thing I will say though is contrary to Saturn, the moon, you can get a really close up view of it. And I got one where I was looking at the craters and whatnot on it, and I could see straight up like
Yeah. I know what
hot
you mean.
bars.
I know what you mean. Yeah, we observe them as well, right? We look at the moon. A lot of people here have telescopes and high zoom cameras and stuff. We're interested in that. We're always looking. But strictly speaking, we do not observe a sphere, right? They tell us it's a rotating sphere, but we only ever see essentially a
one side.
singular disk face, right? And it may look like it has curvature to that disk almost, like a shallow bowl or something, maybe, but it doesn't actually define itself to us as a sphere, a 3D sphere that we would need to travel to it and around it to know that, right? Which we can't do. So, but I mean, even if we said that these lights in the sky are balls, which we don't actually have the proof for, that still wouldn't change what the Earth is. The Earth is separate to them. It's like going into your bedroom, and if you've got like a spherical bulb hanging on your bedroom ceiling, that doesn't mean that the bedroom floor is a bulb or a ball, right? Or curved. The floor is flat, but the bulb is round or spherical. Yeah, so they can be true at the same time, even. But we're not making a claim as to what they are, what shape they are, how far away they are. We're just saying the surface is not measuring curved. Like, there's no curvature to the surface like they've told us there has to be. So the assumption that they are balls in the sky because the ground is, that's out the window.
Well,
So what? Yeah.
No, I completely understand where you're coming from, and like I get it. It's just like when I'm looking at it through my telescope, like if I look at like the edge of the moon, one of the things I notice is like a shadow starting to form on some of the, because I know like if we were to go with the globalist like thing, like the moon is geo-locked. That's what they say. It's geo-locked where,
Mm.
The one side is always facing the Earth. It's
Yeah.
not, that's
Which
what
is
they
just
like to say.
perfectly coincidental from a Big Bang.
I know, right? Yeah, it's totally. But
Like the
the one
chances
thing,
of that are like non-existent, basically. But yeah, that
yeah,
is
and
what they say.
I understand that one as well. The thing that I want to say though is that when you move your telescope towards the edge of the moon, you can notice like some of the craters. You can actually see them start to be cut off by like what looks. I'm not trying to say that it is this way, but it looks like there is a shadow forming because like either the sun or whatever is causing it to look like some of those craters are getting, they're getting cut off by something. And another
Yeah.
thing that I've noticed is like when you got like a crescent moon or an obtuse moon, one of the issues that I've noticed is like like you see part of it, but when it's cut off in a certain way, like it's always kind of rounded, and
Yeah, this is what I mean. It can look that way,
uh-huh.
but for one, that doesn't mean that it is a full 3D sphere, and
Right.
two, that wouldn't change how the ground surface level measures. So, I mean, even if we want to
Okay.
say, okay, well, the moon looks like it's a ball, therefore that makes me assume that the Earth is a ball, then we're still back to, okay, well, let's just test the Earth, the curvature, and make sure that that is the case and that we're not just assuming it based on what we assume the moon is. And when we
Okay.
do that, we find that no, there isn't a curvature that we would have been assuming based on assuming that the moon is a sphere. So even if the moon was a sphere, the Earth is not. So we're still in a different place than the globe.
Can I
Right.
just add, Cyclone? Can I just add something
Yeah.
to that point very quickly? And that's how that story began, actually. Apparently, years and years ago, they used to look and observe the moon, and it does somehow maybe look like a rock, a spherical rock, they thought. And that's what they thought. If the moon's spherical and the other planets appear to be that way, then the Earth obviously must be that way. So then that's where the Eratosthenes story comes from. If the Earth is a globe, how could we maybe get a measurement for the circumference? And that's how the sticks and shadows and the mathematic and presuppositions that we live on a globe started, by the very fact that people presumed that the moon was spherical too. Thank you.
Okay. Then I get where you guys come from. So, all right. I see where you guys are coming from. What do you think? And this is an honest question. What do you guys think? Like some of the pock marks on the moon might have come from?
Well, this is the thing, because we wouldn't really claim what the moon is. I mean, for me,
I don't know.
personally
I don't know
speaking,
either. I've never been there.
for me personally speaking, I mean, it's a luminary, right? All of the luminaries, the sun, the moon, and the stars, they're essentially a calendar for us. They're like a giant sky clock, where the sun is tracking the days, the moon is tracking the months. That's where the word months comes from, months. And the stars are tracking the seasons and the year, right? So we wouldn't necessarily think of them in the same way that they teach us to in the heliocentric model, in terms of these being other places that we could go to. It's more like they're hands of a clock for signs and seasons, for planting, for harvesting, right? They're like guides. So what the moon is, how far away it is, if it's even a physical thing that we could interact with, we wouldn't make that claim, because what we're doing here is talking about what can be tested, what can be known, essentially, empiricism, right? We're looking at what can be observed, what can be measured, what can be tested, what can be repeated, what can be done by us as members of the public, not relying on stories from an authority. And that's out with our practical ability. What are these things on the moon? There is speculation, though. There's a lot of crazy speculation. There's some guy who's working on what he's calling like a moon map, and basically his theory is that the discolorations we're seeing on the moon is some kind of reflection of what we have as a land layout on Earth in terms of continents and land versus water. And now I don't really go for that, but just as an idea,
I don't.
there's a whole
I
number of
wouldn't. Yeah, I
theories
wouldn't
as
agree
to
with
what the
that.
moon. Yeah, exactly. Well, but I mean, obviously, because you're still kind of in the heliocentric mind frame, but I still agree it's pretty wild thinking. But I'm just letting you know, it's speculation what the moon is, why it looks the way it does. I know we can refer to them as craters, but craters implies this is a physical object that's being hit by other physical objects when that's never been observed to be the case. And think about this, right? Think about the geometry of this situation in the position of the moon and how it faces the Earth. Yeah, the side we see with the so-called craters. Now, if we're assuming these craters are being caused by, say, meteors or whatever coming from space, yeah, that would be coming from the backside of the moon.
It not necessarily. They could be. I mean, millions of years old. If we were to go with a, like you said, a heliocentrical, and it wouldn't be helio because if it was heliocentrical, then that would mean that the universe revolves around the Earth.
No, that's geocentric. Heliocentric is the
Oh
globe.
yeah, you're right. You're right. God damn it,
That's all right. Yeah, basically,
I think I might have had a little too much to drink. Sorry about that.
That's all right. That's all right. No, basically, the point is generally the meteors would be coming from behind and would somehow have to turn around 180 to then hit the part that faces Earth, unless something from Earth is shooting towards the moon to cause these craters. If the moon is locked facing us,
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from there. One theory from people that would say that the globe is an Earth is that when some asteroids come towards the Earth, they don't necessarily hit it. Kind of the gravity captures it a little bit and can sling it around
to then hit the moon.
Yeah, most of them don't, but let's say one of them does, and then it whacks into the moon, creates a crater.
Well, again, I mean that's I mean maybe that might be a claim someone would make, but let's be realistic. Let's think about it. I mean that's never been observed, never been.
The only,
you know,
I'll say this: the only realistic thing I can say here in this conversation is what I've observed with my own two eyes, and that is that. Well, it would be the one eye because it was a telescope, but like when I was looking through this thing, there was a night that it was a obtuse moon, and when I was looking at it, there was one of the craters that it wasn't a mar or whatever they like to call it, the black or dark spots, but it was a crater that was halfway obscured by darkness that I can see, and I noticed that I could only see about 3/4 of it, and the part of it that was hidden, you could see where the thing was dipping in, where something had hit it.
Well, that would be based on the assumption that that's what it is. That it's this physical thing
Can I
that's
just
being
jump in?
impacted.
Cyclone's just a quick word. Yeah, so I mean, I think what Cyclone's already explained is that he's explained about this, the seasons, the time, and what the lights in the sky. I mean, for us, and one thing and another, and often, like the other gentleman said, we do end up when we get into these conversations about the shape of the Earth that we live on. We end up talking more about the lights in the sky. And people on the heliocentric side have got to give these lights a distance and how big they are and what they're doing. But we don't really need to know anything about them, really, except for what Cyclone's already explained.
I'm just saying what I observed, man. I'm not trying to pontificate or anything here. I'm just saying what I observed.
No, I'm not. I'm just being fine with you, mate. I'm not having a go at you or trying to be argumentative or anything like that. But like I say, we're talking about the shape of the Earth.
Yeah.
And all what we're talking about, looking at the moon, is fantastic. We all love the moon. I'm in awe of the moon and the sun and the constellations. I love looking at them. I take photographs of them. I watch them myself. In awe of them. I don't know what they are. Whatever the creator had in mind or what purpose they serve for us is fantastic. But as for the shape of the Earth, that will not tell us the shape of the Earth looking at them objects in the sky.
Okay, I can agree with you when you say that. I am not trying to come in here with like yes, this is the way things are. I am being.
No, you're good.
We get it.
We get
I'm
it.
just
Listen,
trying to hear you guys out.
Yeah. We were all the same, right? We're interpreting what we see through the lens of the story that we were given, right? And the story that we were given is the heliocentric globe, balls in space story. So when we're looking at them under this assumption, we will use confirmation bias, even if subconsciously, to affirm that. But if you just do the mental exercise of saying, right, I'm not going to assume anything. Let me just look at what I'm observing and only take into account what I'm observing. What does it actually tell me? And it's not really all the things that, they talk about. But on the point of general observation, that's good. I would be interested to know if you've thought much about how you observe the Earth. and how you experience the Earth, and how that compares to the story of the
Yeah,
spinning
yeah.
globe.
I actually have a little bit on that one. I lived on the Gulf of Mexico for a while, and I would regularly. God damn it! I hate to fucking do this right now. I gotta piss like a racehorse. But what I will before I go, actually, I'm not gonna throw an
Just go,
argument.
bro. You're
I'm
all
not.
right.
I
You
don't.
can
I
take
don't
a
want.
break.
No. I don't want to throw an argument at you guys like right before I like run away and go take a piss. So I'll say it when I get back.
Yeah.
I
Take
have
your
it.
time, bro.
I have it ready in my head. So I'll be right back.
Sweet.
Yeah. See you all in a second.
See you, mate. Oh, I'm quite enjoying the guy's conversation a little bit. He's gone up in the sky like a bit, but he seems quite genuine to me, really.
Yeah, I mean, if someone's talking about the sky, but they're not like he's saying, "Listen, I'm not saying this is proof. I'm just giving you." I mean, that's enough for me to know, right?
Yeah.
He's actually trying to have the conversation. He's not trying to make a fallacious argument and say this proves a globe. He's just saying, "I've been looking at the sky and the stars and the sun." I mean, I get it. I mean, we hear it all the time, and sometimes it is in bad faith, but it's not always in bad faith. And when it's not in bad faith, I'll entertain it just because that's where their head's at. And sometimes if you don't, they just feel like they're not. They just feel like they're not being listened to, and that you're just trying to get away from the sky argument instead of just explaining to them, yeah, we agree, we see things like this, but that doesn't necessarily mean what they tell us it means.
I agree with him in terms of like the moon, in terms of like the craters and stuff, that they look like physical objects, like a physical things.
I do.
I believe the moon is a physical thing. Like
I don't think it's unreasonable to say that the moon looks curved. To be honest, like as a surface,
solid. It does look solid. You can look at it from even me. I look at it. It does look like some sort of rock or crystal. When I look at it, it looks like some sort of rock or hard crystal of some kind.
Not a crystal. But yeah,
no, I didn't say it was. But I'm saying when you look at it, I'm speculating here. Don't take my word. I don't know what it is. I'm not in speculation Sunday, but yeah, it's easy to. We've all been there and looked at the moon and presumed it was a solid object. Out of all the lights in the sky, out of all the lights in the sky, that's the one that does sort of draw you to that conclusion.
I mean, I don't think it's dishonest to be like, I look at the moon and it looks curved to me. That's not dishonest. It's just a matter of having the conversation as to, okay, even if that is the case, what does that really tell us? But yeah, no, he seems cool. He's chill.
He does piss like a racehorse, doesn't he?
At Cyclone, I'm surprised you didn't mention how all the craters are almost perfect circles. None of them have, skid marks as they would be if the impact happened on an angle.
Yeah, that's right. All of the craters would have had to be basically like 90-degree hits rather than coming in at angles.
Yeah. That's one of the trippiest things about those, whatever they are, craters, for lack of better words.
That's an interesting point.
I'm trying to remember something I saw, and I think it was some guy doing some tests on like sand or something, where he was putting some kind of electrical current passing over it, and randomly when the bolts of the electric or the electricity would come out and hit this sand, it was like creating these kind of divot crater type shapes.
Yeah.
So his point was that like some kind of electrical phenomena can create burns and divots and things like this without this.
Not just electrical, it's called cymatics.
Sorry, someone was speaking there.
So maybe there is some sort of electrical effect of this.
Well, again, I'm saying total speculation. No idea. None of us were there. We haven't seen it born. So
that's where I'm at too. Is in the complete speculation field here. So I'm just kind of getting.
Well, this is the thing. People, what I would say is, what some people are doing is they're trying to make small scale demonstrations of things that we can see on the Earth. Now, one example is what I was just talking about there, but another one that I've seen, and someone is going to have to help me out with what these are called. But certain people are using this electrical like discharge to make patterns in wood and make art out of it. And they've got a name. They're called a something pattern. I can't remember who they're named after. But it like burns. It's like it creates tree-like shapes, right? They
Yeah,
they
that's
go off
also
at
in the
different
video that I
angles.
linked.
Yes.
What are they called?
So when you electrify wood, what happens is what'll happen is a part of it will be electrified so much that it'll turn it to pure carbon. Carbon is conductive, unlike like a fibrous material. So once it makes an arc, it'll zap the shit out of it and will like create like a electrical like it'll look really cool essentially, but what
Yeah, I
makes
need
that
to
carbon.
find the name of this because this is
It's not.
this is
Practical learning, is it? No.
It's essentially what
So
happens when when lightning strikes to a tree.
Called the Lichtenberg.
Lichtenberg.
Oh, Free My
Right.
Boy, I
So
linked
he's
you
just right.
something in the
Let me
chat.
bring this up.
You might see
Lichtenberg
maybe
Is
Lichtenberg
it
fractal.
show chat?
yeah,
Okay,
Lichtenberg
I
figures.
see it.
Yeah,
Right.
Lichtenberg figure. Yeah.
So let me take a picture of this. Right. So this Lichtenberg figure burning, and you can go onto Google Images when you type in the Lichtenberg, and you see it. And folk even get these patterns when they're getting struck by lightning. Apparently, they can get these scars that are in these patterns. So I just posted one in the voice chat. So that's a pattern burned into wood. Now, if you go on Google Maps or Google Earth or something, and you start looking at river systems, this is exactly how they look, right? With the tributaries and the water running down. Start looking at some rivers and looking at Lichtenberg figures. And this was, I mean, some guy talking about his hypothesis of some kind of crazy electrical catastrophe or apocalypse at some point that was going on that was like burning shapes into the ground or whatever. But I mean, this is what I mean. I wouldn't say people are trying to necessarily test what's causing some of these phenomena on a scale that we can't really know. But what certain people are doing is that they're looking for small scale analogies that are matching up with what we see and trying to get ideas from those tests. Now, correlation isn't causation, but you know,
I hate to cut in here. Get yourself a name. That video you just sent me, like I skipped a little bit through it, and I found myself on a video of a meteor literally breaking up. Like it was like shattering apart. It looked like molten magma, like burning up in an atmosphere. How can you explain that as how do you explain that as not being a piece of rock flying into the atmosphere and burning up? Like, how do you say it's bolt lightning?
Oh, what I was actually trying to, yeah, they talk about comments and stuff in that video, but what I was actually, or what I remember seeing when I was like watching it that one time was what they were talking about, what were you guys were talking about, exactly the same thing. I don't
Yeah.
remember exactly. I linked it to where I thought it was, so if you started watching there, I'm pretty sure if you continued, it would be that, and they would be talking about the moon and static electricity, so on and so forth.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
that's
what
my
I'm
bad.
talking about.
I didn't see that part, but like when I was looking at this guy had zoomed in on a meteor coming in, and as it was coming, like it was shattering into multiple pieces that looked like molten fucking rock, and as evident by the way it probably hit the ground, if it did at all, it was pretty pretty molten. Like it looked like molten rock flying through the atmosphere.
Yeah, they that whole video they discuss stuff like that. But the thing that got me was about the moon.
Oh, okay. I'll go back and take another look. I stopped there and I was like, wait, what the fuck? All right, yeah, I'll take another look.
Also, mate, it might be worth. I mean, I'm not saying it directly to you in a sarcastic way. It's just that a lot of people, like you've got your telescope, it might be worth, you're trying to use that telescope, rather than pointing it vertically, point it horizontally, and then and that's not a sarcastic comment, by the way. It might enable you to find like marking locations in the ocean and look at the supposed globe claim that the horizon is a certain distance. You've got a good tool there for observing things horizontally across the Earth and coming up with, rather than pointing it in the sky. I'm sure you could use it that way as well to sort of prove to yourself that we're not living on a globe.
No, you can't actually.
Can you not?
It's made so my I have about 14 different like lenses that sit in this thing, and the thing about it is like it's also robotic. It tracks the moon. That's another fun thing that it does. Like it has a little computer in it. But the weird thing is that you can't get closer than like I think it's 40,000 miles. So if I were to try to like look at, for instance, across the pond, and I tried to see like Britain, that would be that'd be a non. It's not going to happen. Yeah, I don't have a lens that works
What about
that
from
short.
one side of a 10-mile lake to another?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Is I don't have a lens that is that short. It's meant to look at celestial bodies.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No worries. It's nice that you're thinking about all this though, and we've all been in this position, and we still are with the luminaries. But just a quickie. Personally, to me, when you're sort of a heliocentrism person, believing in the globe, they all seem to want to have an answer for how far that light is in the sky. How long's it been there? What's its diameter? What shape? It's like, but they need to know an answer. They're not happy with, well, we don't actually know what it is. We've been trying for hundreds and thousands of years to work out actually what it is, and we don't actually know, and we may never know. All we know is we know it cycles, and it's got connections with, time, seasons.
Look, man. I work in pediatric biophysics. Like I'm telling you right now, like from what I know, like the way magnetism works, the way it works between like molecules and whatnot, that scales up. So if you scale it up to the size of a planet, it just makes a little bit more sense to me. I'm not shitting on you guys at all. It's just what I believe, and I might disagree with you guys, but like,
it's all right.
More
I mean,
power to
it's
you.
not really that you're disagreeing with us. We're just observing how far we can observe. We're just
Yeah,
shooting the lasers.
I agree. I agree. You're just observing.
So, I mean, when the laser hits a target across a body of water that, according to the globe model, it can't hit, I mean, at that point, if you're going to say, well, it doesn't matter, the Earth's still a ball, you've kind of left the realm of logic there. Because it rules it out. This is the thing. You can be like, all these other things, what the moon looks like, what the satellites are doing, what NASA's saying, if any of that was true, then the laser could never hit the target. But it does, which rules out all those other assumptions.
I mean, the gentleman might not be aware of the black swan photography. I don't know if he is or he isn't, but there's lots of laser tests and photographs which puts that argument to bed about where their physical horizon should be, because we've got landmarks that we know the distance to it, and we've got photographic and video evidence that their so-called physical Earth curve edged horizon.
Can somebody send me or put in the show chat on the right? Just throw in that laser thing.
They are shooting bendy lasers
We
over the surface of
can
water.
we can look. I mean, did you join the 24/7 server? Let me send you the link, and I'll show you where there's a whole heap of them.
Okay.
2 secs. Discord. .gg. Right, so I've just DM'd you the link, and if you scroll down to hashtag long
I see it.
distance observations, hashtag laser tests, it's like 3/4 of the way down the server list, you'll see the additional information section, and it's all alphabetized. So it's got like curvature, gravity, laser tests, long distance observations. You see those channels?
Okay. Sorry, I had to complete a retarded captcha. What is the channel you're
So if
asking
you
me to look
scroll,
at?
if you scroll like 3/4 of the way down, you'll see the additional information sections, and they're all alphabetized. So it's got like curvature, motion, gravity, space, the sun, the moon. See all those channels? Underneath all of the channels, like 3/4 of the way down. You see them?
Either I'm having an autistic moment, or maybe a little too much of the gin. Not
What's
quite.
confusing you?
Yeah, I know. I'm just falling all over myself.
Yeah, so there's channels towards the bottom of the server. You go in 24/7 server, scroll down the server list, like the channel list, and about three-quarters of the way down is additional information, and there's alphabetized channels, and it's got things like gravity,
Got it.
sun, the moon. Right, you see those. So under L, there's long distance observations and laser tests. You see those channels? Under L.
Additional information. I'm seeing magnetic field, and then
Yep,
it's
that's
all
one of them.
M. It's all M's, and then
So
that
L will be
goes.
just before that. So just above the magnetic field. Long distance observations, laser test.
Oh, there we go.
Yep. So there's loads of stuff there, terabytes of information that Google will try and hide from you. So you should spend some time and review those.
I will.
Yeah. And then you can test it yourself.
I'll take a look at these.
Yeah, don't take our word for it. Figure it out and then test it wherever you live. You don't need a laser necessarily. You can just test your line of sight.
All right, let me take a look at these.
And in the meantime, if you or anyone else has questions, comments, arguments for the globe, feel free, throw them out.
Yeah, that's cool. That's funny that you guys have to use Odyssey.
Are you still there, Free, my boy?
What's up?
Is that your name? Is that how you say it? Free, my boy?
Oh, I was taking a look at the videos you guys sent.
No, I was just saying, how do you say your name?
Yeah, Free my boy.
Okay, cool. So it sounded like you work in a lab setting or something. What was your occupation, did you say?
I'm a technician.
You're a technician in a lab? Like a lab setting?
I'm a technician in a lab, a office setting, and also clinics.
Would you say that what you do or the people you work with would be considered scientific?
Well, yeah, in lab settings, it's all what they're doing. So I work with pediatrics. So like this is like to save kids from like ocular dystrophy, like early onset ocular dystrophy, like really bad shit that would just I don't even know how to explain it. It's really bad stuff that I don't even want to get
Something
into.
that happens outside of the womb or like after they're born? Sorry?
Yeah, after they're born,
Okay.
they start losing their sight. So
Yeah. I don't want to get too much into that. I don't want to be rude, but it sounds like you're doing some good work there, and I appreciate you doing that because my son's actually got he got it in the womb though. He's got like colobomas basically in his eyes. But yeah, anyway, but my question is basically, if you were to come out as a flat earther to your colleagues that are considered scientific, what do you think their reaction would be?
well, the first thing I would say is that I'm not going to do that. The second thing
No,
I'm
I'm
going to
saying
say,
if you did.
yeah, they probably look at me kind of funny.
Do you think you'd get fired essentially, or eventually?
No, I don't think they would. I don't think they would do that. But
Do
they
you
would
think it would
probably
limit your career prospects though? Like if you wanted to say get further in the same organization, it would. I mean, I'm not trying to lead you. I'm just trying to work
No,
through.
I know where you're going. They
Yeah.
would probably look at me a little like I'm retarded.
Is that how you look at us?
No, I don't. I honestly think that you guys either one of two things. Either one, you guys have you guys really do have a good point, and that's fine. Like there are some good points that you guys do bring out. Or two, you're willfully ignorant because you want to have a conspiracy that because you haven't had one in your life and you want to have something to fight against, and that is my lesser thought process, because I don't think you guys honestly like want that shit, because and there are some people that do want to fight. There are some people that do want to get shit talked. They
Yeah, I
want
think
that.
so. Sorry to cut you off. I think there are some people that have like a special boy complex where it's like, oh, I know the truth now, sort of thing. I do think there's an element of that with everything. Yeah, but
And I'm totally fine
could you
with
see how?
you guys having your opinion on this, and I might not agree with it, but I'm not going to shit talk it.
Yeah.
I'm not. I don't own 100%. I haven't been to fucking space, so how do I know that you guys are incorrect?
Yeah. So my question would be kind of iterating basically what I said before as well. Like, do you think it would severely limit your financial prospects if you came out as a flat earther to your colleagues and it became public knowledge?
Yeah, they probably wouldn't take it too well.
Yeah. So I guess I'm leading you to a point where I'd like to make a point, and I think you've admitted it already, but because you've invested a lot into the scientific job, that if you were to all of a sudden come out as a flat earther, you'd basically be shunned in that industry. Was that fair to say?
It wouldn't matter too much for me because I'm actually the information technology people for the labs and for the clinic. So even if I came out as such thing, it wouldn't matter too much because
You could find another job in a different industry. Is that what you mean?
I work on their computers. I make their computers work properly for them.
Oh, okay.
I don't work on the science.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So I guess to lead you in a different direction, then these people in your workplace that call themselves scientists, if they were to do it, do you think the ramifications would be larger?
These motherfuckers are manipulating DNA. Okay, so like if we want to get into the science, they're doing some crazy shit that I wouldn't. There is no fucking way that I would get into a situation where I would be fucking around with like their stuff. Like they are doing things that are way outside of my ballpark.
I appreciate that, and I'm glad there are people out there that can do these things and actually help kids, especially from that. Knowing I told you about my son and his side issues, so I really do appreciate that these people do these things. But my question would be again, like if they were to come out as a flat earther, do you think that would severely impact their prospects as a scientist, quote unquote?
If they were doing good work, I don't think that it would impact them as much as you might think.
Okay.
You might think that they would, like, the community would come down on them, but if they were creating like solutions, like let's say they're a flat earther and they honestly think that that world is a disc sitting on top of God knows what.
That's not. Yeah. Okay. But yeah. Okay. Go on. Sorry.
And they're sitting on top of this thing. Who knows what it is? And they're making like solutions for kids that are busted. Yeah. I think that scientists, the peer-reviewed journalists and scientists would say, yeah, no, this guy makes a lot of sense here. He might be a little bit crazy, and I'm not saying you guys are. By the way, I'm saying these people would say. They might say that, but he has a good point, and this shit has been peer reviewed, and it works. This mRNA solution for kids losing their eyesight, this works.
I'll pray for the day that's actually true. I mean, it might be already, but I mean, I doubt it.
It is. Right now, we are actually testing and I'm not going to go too far into it because.
No, sorry, I didn't mean regarding the actual eye thing. I mean, true in the fact that that they could come out as a flat earther and not be shunned from a scientific community, regardless of if it has anything to do with flat Earth. I highly doubt that's true. Or not true. Highly doubt that's the case if that ever happened. But I mean, I pray for the day that it is something that
I would say this. Most people who are in the scientific community, they keep their personal shit separate from their academic shit. And I know that sounds like basic bitch tier level, but it is what it is. And
yeah,
we like to keep our, even where I'm at as a fucking robot working for these fuckers. Like I keep everything that is personal. I keep everything that is public and professional. And that's the way it should
is that a
be.
culture or is it a protection thing? You think it's just the culture in the workplace, or it's like a protection thing because they don't want to? I mean, if someone came out as a Trump supporter, they're going to get.
No. When you work at a university, you keep your personal and public and academic shit. Like you keep that away from each other. Like what I say here on Discord is a completely different thing that I would say publicly and academically when I'm in the office.
Do you think that's a cultural thing, or is it for monetary reasons? Because you don't want to be,
It's
like
for
why is that the
monetary.
case?
At its core, it is monetary, but then it grows out from there and becomes more of like a. You need to just not bring up certain things. Like let's say, for instance, Zionism.
Yeah, I don't want to lead you down a path. I get your point, and I don't know if someone else might have another. I'm sorry to cut you off there, but I don't want to get too far into that because it's flat Earth subject.
But
There's
you
other
get
channels for that.
get where I'm coming from then.
I do, yeah. And I thank you for telling me. But yeah, I mean, is there? You mentioned that there's like things that we're saying that make a lot of sense. Well, I mean, what are your thoughts on the?
I have a decent. Let's say you have a decent job. You don't want to fucking lose your job over some BS that you were talking shit on the internet about. You know.
Yeah, true. Yeah, 100%.
And you guys have a lot of good points, and like I'm listening. The thing is like I'm not gonna fucking bring that over to my boss and be like, "Hey, boss, did you hear about the flat Earth?" Like, no, I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's suggesting that that's something you should do.
No.
And I don't think you guys were doing that, but it's just like I'm bringing a little bit more
I
to
have
the
a question.
conversation here. Yeah, go ahead.
I'd like to bring more to the same topic. It's really interesting. At this point, you know that it's called code switching. Does anybody disagree with that? It's code switching, where again you're yourself in the house, where you have your privacy, and then we now have this open, little microphone, and we're able to then, securely and privately speak our truth here. But then you also go back to your job, you suit up, you put your whole new mask on for the public, because that is the monetary thing. You need to make money in the society you live in, and everybody has to put a character on in order to make more or less money. Is that kind of what it is?
Yeah, when I go into the most redneck part of my family and like talk to them, yeah, I'd be like, "Hey, y'all, how's it going? Shit, motherfucker, goddamn, big snud."
So here's the question: in time, isn't it proper to probably, as we get older? I'm not saying right now. We probably can't drop of a hat, but isn't it best that we probably stop doing that?
I don't think that's ever gonna stop
Why do you say that?
because people are always gonna be different, and then when we mix together and we have to interact, there's going to be some differentials going on there, and we're going to act a little
Could you give
bit
me an
different.
example? Just a simple
An
example.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I get you.
Let's
I get your
say
point.
no, that's fine. For instance, I can talk like this. This is totally fine. We are all having a good conversation, but I go and talk to my grandma. I'm like, "Hey, grandma, how you doing?" I can talk in a redneck accent towards her because that's what she knows, and it's she likes because she's a fucking redneck.
So can I have actually just a deeper question personally? Which side of you is the more authentic side of you? The side that's talking to grandma or the side that's talking like right now?
Oh no, the more side of me is gonna be the white supremacist side.
Okay. All right. All right.
This took a weird fucking turn. Anyone else?
Okay.
Anyone else awake?
I don't quite know how to respond to that.
Are you a Glover? Tam, what's your name? T.M. Mackay?
It's TEM as in team, E in the long fashion, so Team Mackay.
Yeah, how are you?
I'm doing fantastic this morning.
What's your
Feels
position
great.
on the subject of this channel?
Okay. I do think that everything's up for debate, but at the end of the day, I think the Earth is bigger than we thought it was. Therefore, it maybe could be flat. Maybe it could still have some curvature. I don't know. Quite frankly, I think it's more powerful, I would say, in the end, if we just go try to actually figure it out, as opposed to actually just accepting what we keep hearing on TV. So I do not think that it would be smart to take a position right now, because I think that flat Earth is better every time I listen to these chats at debunking the round earthers as opposed to giving evidence to the flatness of the actual Earth. That part. I think that again, you've done a great job here dismantling the round Earth theory. Okay, respectably. And you could go on a stage somewhere if you guys came together and you could do that. But at the same time, what is the flat earth looking like? We should still get in a plane, somebody who's getting paid enough, to actually get out there and try to figure how expansive this earth really is. So, and again, that's my theory. My theory, again, is that we've been given a scope of the earth on the world map that we have, that they've given us subjectively across at least 196 countries. Let's just put it that way, because there's money more. But at the end of the day, they only gave us that perspective. And 7 continents we've lived, and 7 continents we knew. But what if possibly they only gave you a picture of what you needed to worry about, and there's probably more islands than you ever thought, more whatever, just land and water and whatever possibly on the scope we live on. And I think that's more important to start investigating. Flat Earth is just the first level, as opposed to the end all be all. If anyone here feels that way.
Okay. Yeah, so to sort of summarize, you're saying like as a flat earther, the argument for it being flat is weaker than our argument that it's not a globe. Is that what you're basically summarizing? Saying like we're good at disproving the globe
Round
claims,
earthers.
but we're not as good as at proving the flatness.
Yes,
Is that what you're saying?
right, the flatness.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
because
and then
I want to see that.
yeah, okay, and then you're saying like there's potentially more land, and you want to explore the reasons of that, the boundaries
That's
and
right.
whatnot. And okay,
And here's another
that's
thing, just another striking fact about what I'm saying there. Something very simple. You
go
can't
for it.
explore past the North Pole or South Pole or Antarctica without getting you'll become a wanted man, woman immediately. As soon as you decide that you want to go past the boundary right now, 196 countries will be ready to strike you down. Why are you out there? What are you doing? They already have whatever amount bases for however many, maybe not a whole 190, but a couple bases, 4, 5, 10. And if you can't avoid them, they will take you down. You can't go past certain levels. Why is that? I can't, under my fruition, all this freedom, everybody talking, and I can't go out into the cold myself and maybe a few others to keep each other warm. What? I can't decide that. So that right there should tell you all you need to know right there. There's a reason for that. Gotta be.
Yeah, exactly. That's the sad part. So to bring on your point where you say you would like to explore that and more and whatnot, if the stakes are so high, if too many people woke up too quick to the globe being bullshit, you could see that they're going to throw everything they have at it you to stop you from doing that, especially as an individual.
Yep.
So
Yep.
if the stakes are so high, yeah. No, I share your sentiment, but I'm less on the fence. You sound like you're kind of on the fence. You wouldn't consider yourself a flat earther, but would that be fair to say?
That is true. I am on the fence, only in this specific field because of the lack of evidence I've been presented on the flat Earth side. And again, I don't hear too many of them agreeing with me, so I'm glad to hear somebody's got some sense. But at the same time, I know that maybe if the land is as expanded as it is, that's the first step to saying, okay, maybe they tried to lock us in. The globe itself, bam, they tried to say, damn, 7 continents. And if it's a circle, then boom, you can't even imagine more worlds, more land, more anything, because we've already locked you in. This is as much as you can imagine on this circle. But if it's flat, there's a chance. I would say I'm more edging there. I would say that with all that's going on, I'll say I'm edging flat Earth, staying a healthy moderate, just until more evidence continues to come out. There you go.
How long would you say you've been sitting on the fence?
Well, I mean, I've been popping into this specific chat. It's been pretty popping here for the last like 6 months or so. Before that, I've been here like 4 or 5 years. So, I've just been around. But I'll say the last 6 months it's been more interesting as we all come more into consciousness. Again, it's more of a time thing. You got to be patient with the universe. I'm understanding. Again, everybody has their time. At the end of the day, people are coming from a lot of squalor. People are coming from a lot of trash. And then they don't know much but that. And then once they start knowing, can't unknow. So it's just how it goes. I think that is the thing. Patience is a big deal, but when are we going to start addressing these issues? That's why I jumped in at the right time. When are we going to address these issues together? The boss needs to know.
Jump in. Team, are you on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server?
Am I on the actual server itself? I don't think so. No, I'm on just here.
Yeah, you need to join our server and check out the additional information sections and have a look through. I mean, it's terabytes of stuff, but take your time, research. If you want the information, there's plenty there. That's not saying that we have all the answers, far from it. I mean, you kind of already sound like us. I mean, we're not actually claiming what the Earth is in totality because we can't get that view, right? We can't do that. So yeah, we can debunk the globe, but that doesn't mean that we have a replacement ready to go. There's a lot of things we're all trying to figure out. The flatness, I mean, even the word flat, it's a bit of a misnomer because we're not saying obviously that it's a total flat surface. It's topographical, but there's no curvature, meaning it can't be a ball. So whatever it is, it's not that. But yeah, join our server, discord.gg/flatearth, and check out the additional information channels and have a read through. Welcome.
All right.
By the way, you
All
sound
right.
cool.
All right. Thank you. That's awesome. That's awesome.
I'll DM it
how do
to
I
you,
join? What's
actually.
it called?
I'll DM it to you. Check your DMs.
All right. Perfect. I'll definitely take a look. I definitely would enjoy reading that on the free time because that's important information. I do know that the biggest thing for me is I'm in the government. Hello, I am Makai, 26, married, got 2 girls, and I just love the life I have, and the only way to sustain that life is definitely doing what I've always done, and that's just try to be the leader of my life. So that's who
Yeah,
I
you
am.
take control.
And I'm in the
You need
government,
information
and I
for
need
that.
to get a better position in the government before I strike. You know, just this back to patience thing. I'm in the IRS, and I've been in there for several years. I'm just going up the ladder. Eventually, I'll be number 16, level 16, by 35 years old, and I'll actually have the clearance I'll need to go public. But at the end of the day, I'm going to be on here discording forever because I know this is the future. Even if the world stops working, all we have is internet. Because I'll tell you, there's internet everywhere. I've been in Africa. If the world stops working in America or anywhere specifically, you can always find that internet. And Discord. This is going to save a lot of lives down the lane. So I'll be joining for
But yeah,
sure.
I've
It's
DM'd
going
you
to
the link
save lives.
to the server, so hit join on that. And when you've done that, scroll about 3/4 of the way down the server channels, and you'll see the additional information. It's all
Alrighty.
alphabetized.
Perfect timing. Well, actually, let me get to work. Thank you very much. I will be joining.
Yeah, cool. Peace, bro.
Peace.
There's been a few good new people today. How rare.
What was that? Sorry, you didn't come out quite clear.
And there's been a few good new people in today. That's
Yeah,
great.
man, you're doing well.
Makes a nice change. You have to battle them about gravity and the stars.
The one thing that always gets me, and Globers always tell me about it, is the star trails in the south. And every 6 months, I just have to look at it again myself, and it still blows my mind. I don't know if you've got any good videos on it or something, but
I think there might be some in the Stars channel on 24/7. I don't know if you're in 24/7.
yeah, I am, yeah.
Yeah. So there might be some in there
Actually, yeah,
on that.
good
But
point. I should check out there and see what's in there.
yeah, I essentially think they can't really get past the perspective argument of it to really say anything about it proving a globe. On top of it requiring the initial assumption of a globe, which they have no
Yeah.
evidence for. So, I mean, apparent directional rotations of stars. I mean, we can get apparent direction changes on Earth just by changing our position and changing our perspective. So,
Yeah, exactly. And they never mention, well, from what I can tell, like when they take photos of it, they never mention the direction they're facing. They just say, "Oh, southern star trails." But yeah,
I mean, the stars can do whatever they appear to do on a flat, stationary Earth or above a globe, right? It's not going to tell us one way or the other. But if it's flat, they can't really pin it to any logic of just basic rotations of two objects in relation to each other with a star. They don't know what the physical positions are. They don't know what the mediums they're looking through are. They don't know what perspective conditions are playing a role.
that's true.
The stars can do what they want. If the surface is still measuring flat, then it's obviously not happening above a globe.
Good point. How do you get permissions to post pictures in the chat on this thing? You just have to be around long enough?
Yeah, you need to get a certain rank, but I can get you fast tracked. Give me a second.
It's all good. Yeah.
We've got some pull in this place.
For what it for whatever it's worth, I'm a silver in on 24/7.
Okay, cool.
We've actually talked before, but ages ago.
Oh right. Sorry. Yeah, I speak to.
No, it's all good. You meet a million people on here.
I was going to say you sound good, so I assumed you were. I assumed you would have been on the 24/7 server.
Yeah. You know what's funny? I went into the other channels on here, like trying to listen for a bit, and there's just chaos in comparison to here.
Yeah, this is actually better than it used to be. We did this a few years ago, and it was even worse. But yeah, it's still pretty unruly. Anyway, I'm about to jump into a shop, so I'll be back in a few minutes.
All good, man.
Keep an eye
Later,
on your
Cyclone.
curtains.
See you later, Cyclone. Nice one, bro.
Anyone else out there want to have a chat?
I got about a half an hour, or I got to get back to work. Yeah, the star thing. Well, I guess Cyclone would have been the one to talk to about that, but yeah, stars can't really just do what they want on either surface. I think they can tell us the shape of the Earth.
Okay, explain. Go for it.
So these three So these are star trail photos taken from South Africa, Tasmania, and Chile.
Yep.
Yeah. So on
Do we know what direction they were pointed?
South.
I'm gonna assume so. We have to assume that at this point, right?
Yes. I mean, yeah. It's south.
It's a pity they're not like a GIF or a video.
Sure. Well, I may have a video.
I think that would be better, to be honest. Then there's certain parts of it that don't need to be your word taken for, like the direction that they're spinning.
Sure. Never find it. Should bookmark it. Give me a second. Dude, seriously? All right. I've shared it shared it a bunch of times.
Sorry?
I've shared it a bunch of times in this room. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Oh, yeah. The one time someone asks for it.
Yeah. So this is directly from the South Pole itself. The geographic South Pole.
Well, Shit, really? Okay, can you give me a sec? Do you want me to? Hang on, I'm just gonna mute myself.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, yeah, I watched it.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to make sense of it. Pretty trippy.
Right. I found this guy's he's got a Vimeo account. He's got a couple of these. I don't know if he works down there or I don't know what his deal is, but it's beautiful shots of the southern lights as well.
Yeah, I didn't even know there were Southern Lights.
Yeah. Aurora Australis, I think they're called.
Yes, you got that right.
Here.
Australis just means southern from Latin. That's why Australia is called like that. Because they thought it's the furthest continent to the south before they discovered Antarctica. So because the name was already taken, they had to name the Antarctica, which is just the opposite of Arctic, literally.
That I did not know. So
Okay, so what's your observation from this that makes you, I mean, to put words in your mouth, I think you claimed that this proves that we're on a ball.
I would say it's very strong evidence towards. So the example I often hear is so when flat earthers say, for example, you can't look at the ceiling to see what the floor is doing, they'll sometimes make the example of a ceiling fan spinning overhead, which always struck me as a little not suspicious, strange, right? Because the ceiling fan, right, is spinning with regard to the ceiling itself. But if I'm in a swivel chair, say, and I see the ceiling itself spin overhead of me, I can know that one or the other, either my swivel chair or the ceiling, is moving in relation to the other. The thing is, if I look at the floor and the floor is not spinning, then the ceiling is spinning only. But if I look at the floor and it's spinning say counterclockwise, I look at the ceiling is spinning clockwise, then I can make some fair assessment that the swivel chair is spinning, right? And the whole of the room is spinning the opposite direction in relation to the swivel chair. So if I'm at the North Pole, say, and I'm on my back and I'm looking straight up, and I see all the stars revolve around Polaris, in order to see what I'm looking at here in this South Pole star trail, I would have to get on my stomach and look through the ground, right? I basically have to turn 180 degrees in the opposite direction and see the counter rotation. And that gives me some sense of what direction I'm looking at and how I need to be positioned with regard to the sky. And that positioning, the 180 degrees away from each other, kind of gives me an idea of the shape of the Earth. That's basically how I get from
Right. Yeah. So to sort of paraphrase you and use your words, it's a strong evidence.
Yes.
But you wouldn't say it's something you could use to definitively prove what you're standing on and the size of it.
So I'm
and the shape of it.
Sure. I'm hesitant to use the word because a lot of what is asked of, I guess, our side is scientific proof. And in my understanding, proof exists in mathematics, not in science. So I would say if we're talking about geometry and what it means to see what we're seeing on what shape we could be standing on, you could make an argument that that's sort of geometric proof, but I hesitate to use the word because of the implication that carries in these arenas.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Have you heard of Walter Bislin?
I have, yes.
Yeah, there's a cool tool that's fun to play with. Have you seen the dome one that he created?
I have, yes. It is fun.
Like, yeah. I think it has some. The irony part is he's not a flat earther, obviously, but the irony is both sides can use your tool.
Yeah, I think it's
to make good argument.
That would be, I think, the closest flat Earth could come to a working model. The one thing that's missing, and it's not a small thing, is the mechanism that allows that to happen. So
what do you mean by that?
So you can take a globe and project it, and that's how we get like flat maps, for example. Or you can model it and you just make the surface flat and make the stars do what Walter Bislin's model has them do. Like they circle in a dome and that dome is reflected in a smaller dome, but the light is traveling from those stars in a curved path. And that is true for any observer at any point on that flat surface. But there's no mechanism that allows for light to bend that way for one observer and be obscured to all other observers, right? And they see their own path of light to those same stars. So that's the mechanism that's missing. But so that what that basically remains is just kind of a projection of the globe model onto onto like a flat model.
Yeah, I don't quite follow, but yeah. So the main argument being that someone observes, say, using this model, someone observes something in the sky, and then a second person at a second location observes something different. Is that what your argument is? That
yeah. So the thing about the original 3 star trail photos that I put, right? So someone in South Africa and someone, my geography's for shit. Is it Chile and South Africa would be 180 degrees away from each other, right? Something like that. It's at least 120 degrees, right? At least a third of the way around 360. So they're both seeing the same thing, which you could say is a projection. I suppose.
One second, sorry to cut you off there, but are they seeing the same thing at the exact same point in time?
No.
Or the same thing at the same time in their local time?
No. In their local time, yes. But when it's day in one place, it's night in the other, right?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So for that to happen, one of two things would be necessary. Either it's a projection, like in the Walter Bislin model, or those stars do their little rotation, and once it's day, they move to another part of the globe and do their little rotation there. But they would have to spin around and then sort of glide across the horizon, you could say, and spin around some more for another observer. But there's no one in, as far as I know, recorded history that has ever seen that gliding motion of those stars, right? They're only ever doing this spiral, this circle, right? So when it's day, we can presume that they haven't shifted anywhere, right? Every day they come back, and if you're slightly left or right of one position, you see the exact same thing. So you never see them move other than circling that southern pole.
Yeah.
So I would say that's pretty clearly out. So what you're left with is the Walter Bislin model, where everything is just a projection, but there's no mechanism that allows light to behave that way.
Yeah, I don't quite understand that the argument that there's no mechanism for the light. Like, light itself is not even understood as to what it is exactly, and scientists admit that, don't they?
Sure.
So you would say that even based on that, the properties of light, because they don't even really know what it is, it could be doing things that,
that's where I disagree.
We might never understand.
So I think there are some aspects to it that are not yet fully understood. I think largely that has to do with our definitions. We sometimes forget that we draw the lines on a map, so to speak, in a map territory sense of the word. But we do know quite a bit about how light behaves, right? Once we get beyond the subatomic level, the quantum level, we know the trajectories of light. We know many of the laws of optics. We know a lot about where we should expect to see an apparent image from the actual object. Like, all of that stuff is very well understood. The one thing
Sorry to cut you off, but we know that from observations. It's kind of like reverse engineering. We say light does act like this because we observe it acting like this. We don't really know why, in a sense. Like, you can't manipulate the variables to make it like certain things we can.
Yes, there's been a lot of experiments since like I don't even know when, at least the 1800s, with lenses and densities and stuff like that. And that's really the level on which we're talking about. That's the part we really do understand. And we've isolated a lot of those effects in a lab and studied them specifically. We see combinations of those effects out in nature. So we have some idea what we're looking at when we look out into the world. We have a good idea, I would say. It's really only at that quantum level that we're still sort of struggling. And I really don't know if that plays much of a part in allowing for these kinds of effects.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, from what I can tell, light is a phenomenon that it's even though we can manipulate it and somewhat create it, I guess, with light bulbs and whatnot, it's also something that's kind of elusive as well at the same time. Like, they have to make it something like a physical as well as a wave at the same time. Like, it's quite a hard thing to describe, I guess. And even these extremely smart people don't know basically how to put it into words.
Yeah, well, I think that is the issue. I don't think that there's any confusion about what it is. I think it's more about how we describe it, and I think that is mostly a failure of language. But to say that we don't know
1 second,
what
sorry.
is, yeah,
Be right back.
Mhm.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off there. I had to run.
No worries.
It's nearly 12 o'clock here, and my wife's wanted something. So normally about the kids waking up or something like that. But yeah,
AM or PM?
well, 12 a.m. like midnight.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, nearly 15 minutes. I forgot what we were talking about, but
light.
I guess one of the questions which I think would be cool if people, or like Globers in particular, would ask is what would it take to prove, or at least have even stronger evidence than just pointing at the sky. And vice versa. What would it take for you to say, "Hey, look, flat Earth's not as retarded as I originally thought"? What would it take?
So
for
my
you?
my answer to that question has changed. So I used to say I would need a model or a set of models that don't contradict each other that show day and night, seasons, and star trails that explain that.
That's what you used to say.
Yeah, and from that, I might have to buy into the whole NASA conspiracy thing. I think I might need evidence of the NASA conspiracy thing as well.
Can I just ask why would a predictive model help you with anything to do with whether or not the Earth's a ball or flat?
Right. So the way you asked the question, for me to accept it, to entertain the idea, I think we would still have two good models that would be in contention, and possibly neither one could be excluded.
So the issue there would be a fight of whichever model you agree with the best. See how that would not really give you
not quite
any answers?
Yeah, so right now the reason that I disregard the flat model is that there's
no flat model, but I get what you're saying. Yeah, for argument's sake, I won't get into that.
The reason that I reject it is that those three things together can't be modeled simultaneously. You can make a model of each one, but those models contradict the other two. So that shows me that there's some conflict with the very with those explanations, that those can't be translated into the real world because they would conflict. They create contradictions, right? So it's not just about having a model to replace mine. It's showing me that a model can be made because it makes sense within itself, that it's self-consistent, and that it represents what we observe in the real world. And that
Okay,
has
but
not yet
would you accept that there's never ever going to be from either side one complete model, and it's just modeling different aspects, like
absolutely
in their own right? Like you may have a model for gravity and how that works, and then you'll have a model for the wind and how that works, and a model for the seasons. It's not just one complete model.
Yes, I wholly agree. So a model by definition is a simplification of something. Otherwise it's functionally useless, right? We can't have everything in a model, or it's just a copy of the real world. So the point is, though, that those different aspects of the world that are modeled don't conflict with each other.
What, for lack of better words, what of the flat Earth model contradicts itself enough for you to just completely disregard it?
So the star trails, I think I addressed.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah. So the sun and day, right? You have the sun going around in a circle overhead.
Right.
That's in and of itself a bit problematic because you have light reaching one area and it's not reaching another area of the same distance. But
yeah, but you know the argument for that, right? That light's not infinite. It atmosphere, blah blah blah.
But that should be isometric in all directions. So it might not go forever. Like we might not see it from one edge of the Earth to the other, but we should be able to see the light, the sun, from the same distance wherever we are, whatever distance that may be, whatever limit we set. That should be consistent. It should be a circle underneath the sun, and it's not. It's either an oval or a half circle, or sometimes it's a ring with darkness in the middle, which makes even less sense. But that's even accepting that. Once we add seasons into the mix, now we have the circle going around one diameter over the Tropic of Cancer, and another diameter over the Tropic of Capricorn, which would have to complete that circle in the same amount of time, meaning it's either going faster or it's going faster. So those are the kinds of things that conflict.
Yeah, it's going faster in the sense that it's traveling on a larger circle at the same 24-hour rate.
Exactly.
And it sounds like you've done a lot of research into this and obviously discredited it. But like, if you only had that model, so for argument's sake, if you only had that model and you didn't know the globe, there was a globe model that explained this and an alternative, and you needed to predict when the sun was out, what the seasons were, would you not concede that the current model would give that to you and explain that, I'm in Australia right now, so at this time of the year, it's traveling on a larger circle at this rate? You do realize that particular model, if it was fleshed out properly, could make the same predictions a globe one does, and it's just predictions based on what you can actually observe.
I'm not sure it would. I think
it's a mathematical model based on that's going to give you predictions, right? So my point is, if you never heard or knew of the globe reason for seasons, and you were given a model on a flat plane that matched and the predictions matched what actually happened, that doesn't prove whether or not it's flatter a globe. All it proves is that you've made a mathematical model that works and helps you do predictions.
Well, I don't know about the predictions part. I think I don't know that the model gives me anything more than I get from simple observation. Like I can track the sun over the year and say it's in this place in the summer, in that place in the winter. Modeling it, the reason models are useful is that we can take bits of data. We have a part of, we have an understood, observed part of the world over here. We have some over there, and we put it into the same model. We can kind of figure out what's missing in the middle, right? That's where we make our predictions. The flat Earth model, quote unquote model, wouldn't really tell me anything that I don't get just from observation.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the model works. Like I can look at a, like if you were to model out the sun moving across the sky as per the Walter Bislin tool to say, oh, it's when is the best time for me to plant a certain seed because it likes a lot of sun. I could say I could use that tool and it could make a prediction that in X amount of months it's going to be summer here because the sun's going to be on its path that causes it to be summer in my location. So the model, regardless of if the model's based on a globe or it's flat, and it accurately predicts when it's going to be summer, it makes the model work. The model works.
Mm-hmm.
That's my point. Is it whether or not, and you could also make the same model based on for lack of better words, and I don't want to get into it, but like a concave fucking Earth. You could have a model based on that accurately predicts when it's going to be summer. It doesn't make that model correct. It just makes it. It does make it correct because the summer actually happens at that point in time, but it doesn't make it an accurate representation of what we actually live on. Just because the model works.
Right. Well, so for example, I think the fact that it would have to travel that larger diameter faster would mean that we should observe it moving faster as well. Right? And with the day and night,
Right.
the fact that it has that weird shape, the light that it projects is a weird shape throughout the year, I think that would not be predicted from the model. Right? That's just something that we have to retrofit into the model because we know what parts of the world are lit and which parts are dark throughout the day. So those are the kinds of things so we can make a model, but that's largely going to be just a projection of what we already know.
Yeah, that's my point. Is that a model is only gonna it's not real, as in it's just going to make a projection.
Yeah, but
so having a model.
No, sorry. So what I'm saying is, for the flat Earth, it would just be a projection, right? But the model that we've made for the globe Earth, the various models, they fill in some of the gaps that we hadn't yet known.
Yeah, I just don't see how it's not hypocritical to think that it's just because you've got a model makes it correct, just because it works.
No, it's not just because, right? I'm saying the fact that we can make a model is, I wouldn't even say it's evidence, really. I'd say that the fact that a model can't be made is not exactly a disqualifier, but it's pretty compelling evidence against.
Right. I get where you're coming from. So, but you said earlier that you used to say that, but you don't really say that anymore in regards to what would it take to prove.
Yeah, I used to say that
to
all I
you.
need is that those three things modeled in one thing, and I would even accept the NASA conspiracy. Now I think I would need both. I would need those three things represented and some kind of demonstration of the NASA conspiracy. Because
What do you mean by NASA conspiracy? Like demonstration of a NASA conspiracy? What does that mean? Sorry.
some sort of evidence, like internal records of them trying to deceive people for the reasons that have been put forward. Better evidence, better, let's say, debunks of the videos and photos that we do have. Something that
Would
says
you?
that those photos and videos aren't reliable.
So, for example, like more specifically about the moon landing, like you would say it would need to be properly debunked. You don't think that's sufficiently debunked at the moment?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I don't know too much about moon landing stuff. I mean, I can't really comment on that, but
I can tell you all the arguments, but they just
pick one, and I'll see if I know if I've heard it before.
There's a bunch about the shadows in the images that they seem to come
I
from.
mean, the one I've heard, if you want to pick on one, is that you can see a lot of shadows that reach all the way to the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
I find that to be quite funny. That does seem odd that a shadow can reach all the way to the horizon on something so large. Have you heard of that one?
I have not, actually.
Yeah,
but knowing nothing about it, I suspect that what they're referring to as a horizon is probably not. It's probably just something that goes over a hill or something. I mean,
well, the horizon's where the sky meets the ground, right? Regardless of if it's
yes,
you know, Hill doing it or whatnot. I get what you're saying though.
There's something else that I've seen is they'll say that there's like a painted backdrop. So I don't know if that's what they mean by horizon.
I've never seen. I'm not sure the context of that one.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'd have to see what they're referring to specifically.
Yeah, it's probably a bad topic because we're both not really across it.
Yeah.
But I do find it odd that there are zero stars in the photos and whatnot, and I do understand the argument that there's when you're focusing a camera, for example, like the it won't
shutter speed.
I can't remember the word for it.
Yeah, it's essentially the how it's set for exposure.
Exposure, that's the word I'm looking for.
You can either set it for the brightest object or the least brightest, but not both.
Yeah, I do find that convenient. Because if you take a photo, like even I know our cameras are different, atmosphere is different, all that sort of stuff. But if you take a photo outside, you get stars bleeding through. In particular, you'll get planets at certain times of the year bleeding through into your photo because they're so bright that the exposure doesn't really matter.
Well, it does matter. I think I'd have to see the photos you're referring to that, like during the day, you mean?
No, I'm talking even at night when you say like you're taking a photo of, say, a car and its lights are shining at you. You could still see. It's a bad example because I don't have one, but yeah, it's odd that they wouldn't even just take a photo. Pointing just at the stars just for shits and giggles. They seem to have taken a lot of photos that did nothing for anyone.
Well, sure. And something else that I think is not overlooked necessarily, but something that should probably be taken into consideration is the photos that they took at the time, and a lot of the stuff that they do in like the ISS and a lot of these other things that people point to and say this doesn't prove anything, they weren't being done for that reason, right? They didn't have flat earthers in mind when they went up there, and they don't have them in mind when they do certain experiments, and they're not catered to that, right? So to say that they would have done this or they would have done the other thing, I think kind of presumes of them that they're on a quest to demonstrate something, when I don't think that's the case. I think they're just sort of focusing on what they're interested in, and that's not necessarily going to align with us
The
peons
general public.
or the general public sometimes. I mean, I think what they're interested in showing is like cool sciencey stuff instead of like, here's hard evidence of something that we believe we've established long ago, right? To them, I suspect they probably see it as kind of a waste of time.
To look up at the stars when they're on the moon.
To do it in a way that demonstrates something specifically.
I don't think. Yeah, I get what you're coming from, but I still find it bizarre that you wouldn't do that. Like take a picture looking up or back at the Earth.
Well, they did that one
from the LEM or from. Actually, they did claim to do it from the moon as well.
So I think the famous moonrise video was from the orbiting, whatever it was, the thing that the LAM went back up to.
Yeah,
the one astronaut stayed behind, and I think he was the one that took the quote moonrise photo, the original.
Yeah, I haven't looked at it in so long. I can't really comment on it, but it is, yeah. I mean, I'm curious to know if there's any like hardcore globers that don't even think that the moon landing was real. I haven't met one.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
I'm
I
sure
knew
there
that
are.
one long before I heard flat Earth. I got into it with a student of mine once because I taught at a school that had sort of preset lessons, and you just sort of like click forward, and boring as hell. But one of them was on space, on astronauts and all that, and somewhere in the lesson there was like pair work, so I paired them together so I could practice their English, and I'm trying to listen to multiple conversations at once, and I just ignored the other two groups and just focused in on this guy telling his partner that all the reasons the moon landing was faked. But yeah,
were there any that were pretty compelling that you can remember?
No, this was long after I'd already heard them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, can I just leap in on this? You have to bear in mind that, like, with all of these like conspiracy theory topics, there's always like an official, let's just say, an official conspiracy theory, and then there's the actual truth, and they're not the same, right? So I would argue that the Earth is flat and that they had to fake the moon landings in order to pretend that they'd seen the Earth as a ball from space, right? But there's also like this official narrative, which is that the Americans and the Soviet Union were like having an arms race, and they had to fake the moon landings in order to like demonstrate some kind of military superiority. That's the kind of official conspiracy theory narrative, which I think is a load of bollocks, because at the end of the day, you don't demonstrate your military prowess by doing something that's not a show of force. I don't really, but that's the official, like, I say official, like it's not, it's like the how do I put this? It's,
I think I get what you're saying.
The conspiracy theory that globers push when they don't believe the moon landings. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. So sort of tamer conspiracy theories.
Yeah. But I think that was like released by by someone centrally first, because the actual narrative doesn't make sense.
Yeah. I mean, I've heard this said about like a lot of these, even like the alien thing, that like it's the government disseminating these so that they don't look too closely at other stuff, for example. I heard a pretty compelling argument that that Area 51 was used for nuclear tests on human subjects. And that's why they let people believe it's aliens, for example.
Well, that would be more viable to me than there's a bunch of greys being held underground, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Last person to get real vocal about that, her daughter died in a car crash, which you might say, like, if they're going to try and silence someone, why kill the daughter? Just kill the woman. But and there's you can go back and forth on this forever. Like, yeah, I get it.
Now, sometimes it's more valuable to keep someone alive but silent, so we don't really know the full context, do we?
Exactly. Yeah.
So, but it's funny how around a lot of these things, like around a lot of these space things, people close to it who are critical of it just seem to die. This happens way too often. Almost suspiciously too often.
Sure. But then I also try to be careful of, someone once said, you know, those they draw those pentagrams on maps and they say like Washington was designed as like a Satanist something or other. Someone once said you can do that with any map if you have a small enough map and a fat enough pencil. So I try to be careful also about drawing patterns where I might really just be looking for them. And
yeah,
I guess that's also why.
That's just the Texas sharpshooter fallacy, right?
You roboted hard.
I mean, it's yeah. I mean, what you're saying is true. It's the Texas sharpshooter fallacy. Sorry.
Sorry, Philip, you're roboting really bad.
Oh, am I?
Yeah, we kind of caught every second word.
Oh, sorry, guys. I thought
It's all good.
I'm actually in a reasonably like decent part of town. I'm surprised. Am I coming through now, though?
Yeah, you're good now.
Yeah, okay. So what's all about? Yeah, so what I was saying is it's a Texas sharpshooter fallacy, so I understand that. But at the same time, you can't just ignore every pattern that presents itself to you, because then you'll never see any patterns, right? You just have to use discernment.
Also true. Yeah, I can agree with that. But to that end, actually, I'm curious because every debunk that I've seen for the globe doesn't really debunk the globe so much as give an alternate explanation for it. And it seems like when people say this can be explained in this other way, they then go from that to saying, therefore, it can't be a globe. And I'm wondering how that extra step is done, because it seems to me that it should still remain a possibility. If
you have a specific
no
example,
yeah, I can. Yeah, can I just explain what's going? Can I just explain what's going on? Often the chronology is being ignored, right? So often what will happen is that a glober will present something as being a globe-only phenomenon, and then a flat earther will turn around and say, actually, that's not true. Like the horizon is a good example, right? So globers will said for years, the fact that we have a horizon can only happen on a globe, because if it wasn't a globe, there would be no horizon, right? That was said for years, and both over the horizon was given as the example for that. And then people would say, well, actually, no, there's a flat earth here. And then, there's a flat earth phenomena that can also explain that. And then it was expanded upon with things like the black swan, where they would say, well, actually, we're seeing too far for it to be a globe. So then I think there's a bit of bait and switch between the first and the second point being done here.
Yeah, but I feel like even with that, like people will refine their arguments. It's kind of like the evolutionary arms race between predator and prey, right? So someone comes up with an argument that's sufficient for, let's say, a naive flat Earth argument, and then over time the flat Earth argument gets better, and then the globe Earth rebuttal gets better, and the flat Earth rebuttal gets better, and so on and so forth. But I feel like what we observe could still be explained by the globe, and that has not yet been sufficiently disregarded to the point of saying, therefore it must be flat. And that's where I get hung up.
Do you have an example of, like, are you talking about seeing too far?
That's a good
the
example,
classic
yeah.
one is
like if you're doing specific
Robot script, hi. Robots.
yeah, you're roboting.
to certain things.
So the classic
I suggest you
example
do more
is
research, Manufactotum. There's a lot more to look into, like the geometry of eclipses, particularly sunrise and sunset solar eclipses. Issues with time and date. You can go to SunCalc, you can go to timeanddate.com and find all kinds of crazy quirks. Like you can see where the equinox in some locations on Earth don't make any sense and might precede the dated equinox by 6 weeks or more. You can see sun angles that don't make any sense if Earth was a globe. You can see missing time. Like there's an area above Russia where there's like 30 minutes of missing time at one point of longitude. There are just so many weird issues like this all over the place, and I encourage you to keep looking.
Sure. Well, I've seen most of those. Like the eclipses, I think are pretty well explained. I don't know what you mean by missing time. That one's new to me.
Oh yeah, there's a lot to look into. No, and eclipses don't work on a globe. The globe does not predict sunrise and sunset solar eclipses. The geometry is off based off of the relative position of the moon, as stated by heliocentrism and in the sun.
Are you talking about the Selenalian?
No, I'm talking about sunrise and sunset solar eclipses. All kinds of eclipses don't work, man.
I mean, I'm skeptical of that claim, but I'm happy to look into
Well,
it.
right. So you need to, if you're interested in finding all the glitches that's wrong with the globe, nobody else is going to be a better teacher than you.
Sure.
Now, I can show you these things that I don't expect you to believe me.
Yeah, I don't. Why would sunrise sunset eclipses be problematic, though?
Well, the issue is they take place on the horizon, based off of where the moon is. If you have a globe and you have two people that are antipodal to each other watching the same eclipse, sunrise and sunset, the moon's going to be off by several degrees, like 4 degrees or so, based off of where it's claimed to be in the globe model. Because you have somebody on one side of the globe looking at it, and they're seeing an eclipse, and you have somebody on the other side of the globe looking at the same eclipse, and it's eclipsed the same way. But the moon and the sun parallax should be different for both observers, based on the idea that the moon is only 238,000 miles away, and the sun is 93 million miles away, and there's a 400 times size difference.
So when you say they eclipse the same way, you mean they're saying the same percentage of occlusion?
And this is because solar eclipses only happen during peak new moon.
Sure, the full eclipse, yeah, but as it enters or exits, right? Colloquially, we still say that's the eclipse. It's still eclipsing.
Right. So, like again, I'm not going to go around shoving links in your face and stuff right now in pictures, but these are things that a lot of us have researched over the years and have dug into, and there's something to it. There are also issues with like seeing Polaris well below the equatorial line. There are issues with the equatorial line itself. Where the hell is even the equator?
I've not been able to confirm that equatorial thing. I mean, to my understanding, it's just a couple of degrees south.
Yeah, well, I mean, it kind of debunks the globe. The globe isn't as neat and tidy as people think it is.
No more than the black swan does in that particular case. But I mean, if there's more other things to look into, I'm happy to do that. What I'm saying is that thus far, what I found is just not enough to exclude it as a possibility.
Right. It's a long journey, man. You know, I would say start with the Antarctic South Polar total eclipse, solar eclipse.
Long journey around the world.
In 2017, a total solar eclipse swept over McMurdo, and I think even further south.
(2017) you said?
Yeah, I also 2019 as well. So, no, just as a starting point, and there are so many other weird things to look into. Nobody's got a book on this. Nobody's got like a course you can take in college on this.
Only in America would there be so many people in society dedicated to proving that the Earth is flat. Only in America. Death to America. You guys
Well, funny, Brazil has a higher flat Earth per capita than America and anywhere else.
Why is the Antarctic eclipse strange?
Because of the angles to the moon and the sun. The moon only wanders about 4 degrees on either side of the ecliptic, and the sun is about 23.4 degrees on either side.
Okay. And with relation to the Earth?
Well,
You're
yeah, in
saying
relation
that
to
couldn't
also
cast
on
a
the
shadow.
globe, you have McMurdo and further south is getting pretty close to the southern polar point.
And you're saying that those angles couldn't create a shadow that far south.
Well, there's that, but there's also looking at where the eclipse is observed from, just in general. I mean, you have to compare the angles. You have to look at the distance. And this is something that's well documented, too.
Well, on a quick look, everything I'm seeing about it says it's perfectly reasonable.
Well, right, because you're not going to go to like NOAA.gov and they're going to say, "Oh my gosh, this proves the Earth is flat."
Well, they would at least say something like, here's this weird thing that happens and we're not sure why. Like, they're pretty comfortable saying that pretty often, right?
Well, I don't know about that. It used to be that you could find the impossible eclipse in quotes all over NASA, and you can't really see that anymore. You know, and people are going to double down on the globe because people believe it so sincerely, they're going to come up with ad hoc rationalizations all the time. You know, I can show you parts on the globe model taking US Naval Observatory data that's showing a sunrise eclipse on the equinox about 6 weeks before it should happen at 90 degrees east. And then it happens in different places all over the world at different times. How's that going? You know,
Sorry, what
if
was
Earth
that?
is supposedly physically tilted in a way to receive direct sunlight perpendicular, you know, to its axis spin, then why do you have different equinoxes all over the Earth at different times, as much as 6 weeks apart? It just doesn't make any sense.
Can you repeat that again
You also
about
have
the
a case
equinox?
where, like in the northern latitudes, on the equinox, like up in Greenland, the sun rises about 84 degrees, which is slightly to the left if you're looking east. And then if you go to the southern latitudes, it's about 92 or 93 degrees, which is a little bit to the right if you're looking east. But the idea of an equinox is the sun rises at 90 degrees east at the same time for everybody.
Correct.
Well, and in this case, you've got basically from your point on a globe Earth, the rays are diverging away in different directions. One is headed off this way, and the other is headed off that way. They're not even converging to a single point in the heavens.
Wait, when you say 90 degrees east, I'm not sure
Yeah,
it's true for.
sunrise is 90 degrees east.
Is that for all latitudes?
Yeah, on the equinox. Yep, that's how you define it.
Hold on.
But then you see it happens on different days. You see it's not perfectly 90 degrees east here and there. You see that you have discrepancies where there's like 40 minutes of more daylight in the south than in the northern latitude along the same meridian. And all of this is easily demonstrable. And it's like, what is going on here?
Yeah, I watch
Oh,
it
that's
all the
because they
time.
say Earth is an oblate pair, and that's why you get more sunlight in the south. Oh, really?
Yeah, self-evident.
So, yep, you just got to keep looking if you have the courage to keep digging. You
Yeah, I
start
mean,
compiling lists of these, and I've
I'm
got a
here for
list
it.
like
Just everything.
100 items long, and this is just stuff that's poking holes in the globe model. And then you go out and you do your own observations, and you can't find the globe curvature anywhere. Then you look at all this research, like the NATO Sapphire trials, where U.S. military surveyors went out and they tried to find the geometric horizon using infrared theodolites and sensors and telescopes, and they did it in all conditions, including at night, and they could not find the geometric curvature. They called the situation cursed in their own documents.
hmm So it's a promise I've been hearing over and over again, and it's every time there's some reasonable explanation for why these quote discrepancies seem to be there.
Well, I mean,
I've
if you
had to
think it's
keep looking.
reasonable, if you think these explanations are not excuses, then I don't know what else to say.
So, I mean, what would
Like in the case I just mentioned with
qualify something
the
not as an
military
excuse,
surveyors,
but as an
they had
explanation?
to fudge the temperature data, by 2 orders of magnitude above their own error tolerance in order to suggest what the temperature should have been in order to produce the effects of refraction.
Right. So, what
So
would
they had
qualify
to
something as an
basically do
excuse?
data fitting to fit a bulk model, which wasn't
Understood.
even appropriate for their own observation.
Yeah. So, what would qualify something as an explanation instead of an excuse to you?
Something that's verifiable and reasonable, not fudging your data by 2 orders of error magnitude.
And in these other instances, besides this thing you just mentioned, do you think that's never the case?
Well, they say one of the reasons for variance of like sunlight and why you get more daytime in the south and in the north is due to things like atmospheric refraction.
Right.
And they don't have any predictive models for any of this stuff either, and that's the point.
Well,
None of this stuff
predictive
is
as far as weather
verifiable.
goes.
They conflate post-diction with prediction too.
hmm So, I mean, as far as weather patterns, there's only so precisely we can predict that, right?
Right. So when they say with the Selenelian eclipse, it's due to refraction, well, that would be due to a weather condition. So when they can predict a Selenelian eclipse weeks in advance, are they predicting the atmospheric conditions a week in advance to invoke, weather-related refraction?
If
No.
I had to guess, I would say that they can calculate what would be possible with standard refraction, and anything beyond that, I guess, is just icing on the cake.
Yeah. Well, I mean, where's the proof of standard refraction? That's a whole nother ball of wax. Where's
Well,
the actual curvature that they say is being flattened out to give the appearance of a flat Earth?
no, they're so when they say curvature is being flattened out, that's just math. Like you can represent it mathematically as curvature being flattened out.
Well,
What you're
right.
doing
Yep.
is just
They inflate
raising,
the radius,
right,
and that's called K
mathematically.
factor.
Yeah, but that's just mathematical representation. Nothing's being flattened out, right?
Well, I mean, it's why they explain why Earth looks so flat is due to refraction, which is taking a curve and flattening it out.
Well, refraction isn't taking a curve and flattening it out. The
Optically,
mathematical represent
it's what the claim is.
no, no,
It's the claim is
mathematically,
Earth
not
looks
optically.
flatter than it should be.
Looks flatter, right?
Right.
Mathematically, you're
So where's the
flattening it out,
curve? Where's the geometric curve that they say is no longer visible due to refraction?
but optically, you're not flattening anything out, right? I just want to be clear on
Well,
that.
I mean, optically, it appears and presents itself flatter than it would be if it's a globe. That's what they say refraction does, standard
Yes.
refraction.
Yes, that's what it does, not what it is.
Well, right. So is it really doing that? That's the question. We pop on some infrared filters on some of our modified cameras and take a look at the horizon from way up high where the air's nice and thin to begin with, and we can't see the geometric horizon there either. We can't see it from down low. The military surveyors across the Chesapeake Bay couldn't find it themselves, and they purposefully set up sensors accounting for presumed curvature that that shouldn't have been visible. And they were not only visible, but the tripods all the way down to the shoreline was visible in their observations. And this is just one of many examples. I'm citing this as just one example. It's called NATO Sapphire, but there's so many other observations done by people that were absolutely confounded by this. And it's not like that they think that Earth is flat and they're concealing the secret from the world. And these people truly believe in the globe as well. So I don't go the whole conspiracy route personally. I avoid it. I don't think we need it. We don't need whistleblowers or anything like that telling us. We can just look at what's already been published. We can do our own observations and we can determine for ourselves what the nature of Earth is. And I don't see curvature anywhere. I haven't been able to find any validated measurement for it.
Right. So my question again is, you've not discerned curvature, but that doesn't, to me, necessarily mean that it therefore isn't there.
Well, so what reason do I have to believe it in the first instance? It looks like societal pressure.
I mean, I guess that's fair enough. I think that the
Yeah,
reasons
I
that
gotta
we
go.
all...
Take care, guys.
Oh, all right. Take care. Oh shit, I gotta go too. Who was I talking to earlier? Systems. Real quick, I did post. Apparently, they did catch some stars. They just weren't exposed for them. But some people have taken those images and overexposed them. So they are there, technically. I had a suspicion they might be, but anyway.
That's a cool one. Yeah, no, I appreciate you posting that. I'd never seen that before. Have you seen the one where they do the same thing and then the moon's superimposed or the Earth's superimposed? Like you can see where that's being photoshopped. I mean, I don't know the legitimacy of that, but have you seen that one?
I have. I've been trying to find. So two things jump to mind on that. Either it was some sort of something they did for like a magazine or something where they weren't claiming it's real, or somebody blocked that out and increased the fiddled with the colors there, right, and like post-processed just that part because it was too dark or too bright compared to the rest of the image. But one thing I will say, when I'm shown these the reasons why the photos are faked, I always get some sort of like, there's some fiddle faddle, sure, but the amount of fiddle faddle or the type of it doesn't disqualify the actual image they took. So it's usually something like a composite photo where they take like the red, green, blue channels and superimpose them, or I mean, without even getting into it's Photoshop because it has to be stuff, but usually it's something that doesn't necessarily mean what we're looking at isn't what they saw. I really explained that poorly. But
no, I get what you mean. I think to paraphrase you, like the consequence of it being faked isn't really that huge because the image itself was maybe used for like a publicized thing or something where they cleaned it up to make it look even better than what it was before, like colors pop better or whatever.
Yeah,
I get what you're saying. Yeah, no, it's a convenient. I would not to be rude, but it's a convenient excuse.
Fair enough, but I think it's worth thinking about. In any case, on that note, I do have to go as well.
I appreciate the conversation.
Indeed.
Catch you later.
Have a good one.
See ya. It got a lot of Aussies in here, and it's 12:30 in the middle of the night. Oh wait, no, that's because my computer. Oh wait, no, Timbo's here. How you doing? NFE Batman, how you doing, guys?
What's happening? Nobody on the other channels, and now here nobody talking.
What the common denominator is you.
No, I mean the other channels are empty. 2 or 3 people.
How you doing?
Pretty good. I'm a bit terrorized because Christmas is coming, and that means all the NPCs will be blowing up fireworks all around me.
You don't like fireworks?
I mean, I used to work with a lot of fireworks, and as a kid, I'd like to blow them up, but I'm so past that. And it's strange to see adults lighting something just to make a noise.
What country are you in?
Romania.
Romania. Oh, okay. Yeah, fireworks are legal, like year round. You can just buy them.
Mate, I'm
Or
not
you?
sure. When I was young, we used to got them from, I think, the Russian market. We had the Russian people coming and we bought it from. And I still think it's illegal. I don't know, but people have tons of them somehow.
Access to it. Yeah.
Yeah. And there's all these incidents because, like, those are explosives, really. And the public is not trained how to handle them. And I don't know, they allow their kids to use them. It's so strange. People, I've lost trust in humanity.
Yeah,
Just
I'm not a big fan of them. I don't enjoy them, especially when it's done by people who don't know what they're doing. But
to
yeah,
be
it doesn't
honest,
happen very often here.
if someone told me on the internet they enjoy them or whatever, like, it's okay. Like, I'm so open-minded. Just don't fucking do it around me. That's my only beef. All I care is me. Like, they can blow themselves up, set their whatever on fire with them. It's strange. You'd think people with age wise up, but now. And you don't have that in your. It's hard to place your accent.
I'm in Australia.
Oh yeah.
We don't really have that too much. You do get a little bit, but being a country with no borders that border on any other country with our own continent, it's hard to get them. Yeah, it's very hard to get them. They're very expensive, and there's only certain times of the year in certain places that you're allowed to buy them legally. So every other time you're just getting them like illegally, and yeah, we don't. It happens, but it's not really a big deal.
Yeah, isn't that a good idea to get your explosive from some bootleg stuff? You don't know where they come from. There's no standard.
I think here it's different because there's no incentive. There's no incentive for someone to make them fake and then like you can't get them over the border or anything like that. So they're pretty legit. The ones we get here are very, like, standard-wise are good, but they're kind of boring as well because they're very, like, Australia's police state, so they don't really have, like, there's laws for friggin' everything, so the fireworks are very limited in what you can actually even buy when you are allowed. So even when you get them illegally, they're quite shit.
Oh man, I had kilograms as a child. My father, stupid idiot, was bringing it by the kilogram. I still got all my appendices, so that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I see these accidents happens every year. Some poor idiot child with his fingers blown off. I guess those
sad.
will wise up, but everybody else doesn't seem to take the hint.
Yeah. That's sad.
I mean, everybody needs a lesson. I don't get sad by that unless it's someone I know. Yeah. You did it to yourself.
What's the time where you are?
Right now, it's 3:40 p.m. So.
Oh wow. Okay.
Midday. I'm on the other
Yeah.
side, so to speak.
Yeah. On the other side of the plane or on the other side of the globe?
Well, I don't know what it is. It's not the globe. I know that's that far.
So you're on the fence.
I know it's not the globe, so
Okay.
I think I'm a bit north of that fence.
Yeah. Okay. So
Like
it's
I
not a
made up.
globe.
Yeah.
So people around here would call you a flat earther then.
Oh yeah, I know. Do you know on the level server?
I've heard of it. I'm not on there at the moment.
Dev try thinking. So I'm from that server.
Yes. Yeah.
Like we're not flat earthers. Everybody says that, but now you're a flat earther.
It's just embrace it, man. It's the name you get. You can't choose it. You can try to change it, but that's what you're going to be called. So just embrace it. It doesn't have to be literal.
I mean, I called myself that in the past, but I don't know. Since I learned what I've learned, it just doesn't fit. It's how I
Well,
feel.
were you born in the country you currently are in?
Yes.
Okay. So an example of that is when someone asks me, I was born in Australia, but I don't look Australian. My parents are Maltese. So when someone asks me, what's your background? Where are you from? No, this is the words they use. They say, where are you from? I know they're not asking me, you know, was I born here? They're asking me, why do I look so dark in a country full of white people? You know, the answer is I'm Maltese, but I've never been there. So when someone asks, are you a flat earther? And you say, I'm not a flat earther, then it's a bit silly, you know, in a way, because that's just the common term that people use. You know, when they're asking you, basically they mean, do you think it's a globe or not? You know, so I think you should just embrace it. In my opinion, you should just embrace it.
I mean, I never debate or stuff like that. Once in a while, like now, I'll talk. So for me, it's not that big of a problem.
Yeah,
But I understand why the other guys are doing it, why they stick to it, because I don't know, it's vocabulary, it's important. I know why, but luckily I can just sit back and watch and not have to defend it myself.
Yeah, I'm not big on debating. I think my problem is I listen to the other person too much. I try to empathize with them, which is not good when you're debating. I don't make an enemy out of people, but I respect people who are able to do that.
Oh yeah, big respect also from me for those people. To have the patience to, and some of the people, like a lot of them, they are so bad at communicating. I don't mean the language or the grammar or the pronunciation, but the way they talk, the way they don't listen, they just want to tell you something, they don't want to discuss about it.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of people who just want to be the one who wins. Doesn't matter if they're right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's but what can you do?
It's
Just
still entertaining
avoid.
sometimes. Sometimes it's entertaining.
And I had like a similar talk with my dad, and he said, "Well, that's nothing. Like everybody in real life has that. Almost everybody I know, because he's like an older feller, obviously." And he said, "The more educated the person, and the more smart he thinks he is, the more thick-headed." And I don't know. It's hard to explain.
Yeah, no, I agree with what you're saying. Yeah, they're more invested.
Yeah.
It's called ego.
The more
The ego,
diplomas,
correct.
something like that.
Yeah. It's definitely ego. Which can be helpful and handy sometimes, though. So can't discount it completely. But yeah.
Yes, for I don't know, for the job or your social clout. Because if you're gonna be, I don't know, successful socially, you have to have more. If you have the ego, same two people with, if that's possible, the same ego, and one is, I don't know, doesn't have charisma, that guy is a pariah. But someone who can squirm himself around, can get a better job, can.
Yeah, I think that's a fair observation. I think that's correct.
Yeah, ego is not that bad if it's kept in check a bit. Like I had a guy on another channel. This dude was telling me, so I live here I was born 43 years ago or something, I'm not sure. And I only left my country for like 3 years in total. And
Right.
he was telling me this and that about the recent history of my country, the current state of affairs, and he based it all on the fact that he visited Romania 5 or 6 times. And he kept calling me an idiot and stupid because I didn't agree with him. So people like that, those are the worst. The worst
That
of
is
the
the
worst.
yeah, that's bad.
Only has read something on Google or I don't know, because I guess he was lying to me, because every time he tried to say the name of the capital where he claimed he visited 6 times, instead of Bucharest or Bucharest, he kept saying Budapest. So
Oh, the Western version of it.
yeah, he kept saying like what's Budapest? The Polish, I think it's Budapest, the Polish capital. So he didn't even knew that, and he kept mistaking the names. But he called me stupid and idiot and retard and incredible. Incredible.
Was it a flat earther or glober or not? Or you were discussing something else?
What was he? I think he was a flat earther.
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't matter like what model you have,
Yeah, I'm just curious. Yeah.
but I'm not sure because I didn't ask him. But I think he was. Yeah, I think he was a flat earther because he also called me all sorts of names when I told him, "Bro, the Earth is not flat." Oh, you're a stupid glober. He immediately jumped at the fact that
That's why I'm saying you don't say that. It just confuses people. It confuses the conversation.
it's their fault.
It's semantics.
It's more than. I mean, they're screwing up the semantics. I think.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't want to get into. I don't want
It's all good.
anyone jumping from the chat right now. But
they're gonna kill you. You'll be muted.
Yeah. Because they keep saying, well, the shape of the earth. Okay, but flat is not a shape.
Right.
I don't understand why they don't see that. But I guess everybody agreed on a term and
Not really. I think it's just a term that's stuck and it's going to continue to no matter what you do. You can try to call yourself a true earther or whatever, but it's not going to overtake the term.
Now they're calling.
I like the
there's a new
term.
branch.
I like true earther better. That's a much better term, but it's not going to stick.
Yeah, but even the word earther, it's not even a word. Let's be honest. It's nonsense. It's really not a word. Right?
Yeah.
So it's even that. I don't know. I became a bit anal with language. I know. And it looks weird to a normal person, but what can I do?
Yeah, I think you're correct. So do you talk about it to your family and friends at all, or is this something you can only do online?
I mean, I try. My family, I only have my dad. My sister is moved away, and my mother is gone.
Okay.
And I tried to explain my dad like I did my best. I have a water level. I tried to explain to him how it works, what it means, what are the implications, and he's he's indoctrinated in the. It's impossible for me. Like he'll nod, he'll say okay because maybe he wants me to, give him a break.
Yeah.
But I don't think he really gets it. It's
okay.
so I just don't.
Does he? He just doesn't care.
Mm.
Like he's got to the point where it doesn't impact him, so he doesn't.
I really don't understand why people think it doesn't impact them because if when you're switching from the globe model, right? When you realize that makes a huge shift in your mind because you realize if they've been able to lie about this on such a scale,
yes,
what else? Your mindset changes drastically. You become much more skeptic and pay much more attention to propaganda and stuff like that. You become much more aware. So I think that's a big change. But I guess he
I
doesn't care.
agree.
And people like him, like, whatever. I got an income. I got that's how they think. I can live. I can eat. I have where to sleep. So why the hell do I care?
But does he care that, or does he think like you're misguided, or has he said that in that sort of regard? Or he's okay with you?
I guess,
being
yeah. Actually, yeah. I think what you said earlier is right. It doesn't affect his impression of me at all. I think
okay.
so. It's not a big. I guess for him, because he's a bit more open-minded when it comes to handling people. You know,
Okay.
live and let live. That's his motto. So.
Mm. Yeah, it's interesting. I always find it interesting people who are able to talk to their family or like extended family about these things, because I would never bring it up with my parents. I don't have a good relationship with them to be able to do that, so I would never even attempt it. So good on you for trying at least.
I mean, maybe he has some doubt because, like, I don't speak about that with him anymore. But every propaganda they do on the television or in the movies or something we watch together, I point it out to him and he agrees. So I think he respects my opinion and sees that I'm right about most things.
Oh wow, that's cool.
And I have to see his point because we were a communist country, right? So my father is like those new men that communism kept talking about, right? The new man. So he got indoctrinated in that system heavily.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
so, oh shit. Sorry, I'm playing a game and I almost fucked up. Yeah, but it took a lot of chipping to make him aware that, because in his mind he equivalates, or if that's a word, because he trusted the other system, he tended to trust whatever this system was telling him. And it took a while to make him see, like simple stuff. Like they show on the news images from somewhere, and actually it's from something that happened 10 years ago or 5 years ago. And I tell him, look, that's fake. It's undeniable. Do you understand that the whole thing can be fake? At least you must consider that.
Yeah, it's hard. I think the older you are, the harder it is to come to that conclusion. Like you can also, your brain or whatever, like you subconsciously, you don't even know you're doing it, might protect yourself from coming to realizations because it's too detrimental to you. Like the trauma, you can't bring back trauma back up to realize you've
Also,
been fooled for so long.
yeah, and these boomers, like I don't mean that as a bad word, but the boomers who lived in a system that was pretty good and they could trust, life was good, like in America and other countries and my own in the past. They tend not to want to rock the boat. It's something, I don't know. They think the old system is like the new one, and maybe us, the young ones, and maybe that has a lot to do with technology and information and access to it.
Yeah, true.
We
Yeah, it's
tend to
kind of
see
a
it more.
double-edged sword, right? Interesting that we've got access to so much stuff, but then the deception seems to be getting bigger and bigger, but then at the same time, like, it's easier to get access to information.
Yeah, well, I guess it's human nature. You're a skeptic, or you have critical thinking, or you have less of it. And I'm not sure if I ever saw somebody with little critical thinking that grew out of it. I don't know if it's possible. I hope it is, but I don't know if you can teach a person like how to critically think and not be fooled. It would take a lot of time. I know how it was with my dad, but it's a painful process.
Yeah, I don't know. I think if they're if they don't have critical thinking skills, then they're probably lacking in other skills. So it might just be best for them to just
But
be
is it
part
a
of the
skill?
complete.
Is it a skill? Because a skill you can learn. Is it maybe, I don't know, biology? Some gene in there? I have no clue what genes are. That make maybe trauma in the past coupled with, I don't know, biology.
Yeah, I agree. I see what you're saying. Skill's probably not the best word for it. It could be.
Maybe you can learn it. I don't know. Maybe. But I haven't seen anyone. That's what I'm saying it. And the crappy part is the majority of people are like that, and they dictate society. So they have the votes. It's a tyranny of the stupid. Yeah, it's a.
Yeah, I like that. It's a great irony, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I think we copied the democracy like we didn't understand. Or maybe someone understood, those in power. They know what they're doing, but democracy shouldn't be like this, where everybody has a say on the most important aspects of a country. It shouldn't be like this, I think.
I'm not sure I follow what you mean.
I mean, with the voting, everybody has the right to vote, and if most of them are prone to fall prey to propaganda and bullshit, then they will vote however they are programmed to vote, however the propaganda wants them to vote.
Yeah, I'm of the opinion that your vote doesn't matter.
Well, I think it matters, but it doesn't matter in the way, or it doesn't matter. They say it doesn't matter because there's so many people that don't have critical thinking, and they are easy to be led, and that's why
No,
they
what I
say.
mean is that whatever they want, they get. So
Yeah,
whether
and
or
the
not a
voting
party's
is
voted
just a
in or whatever,
facade.
like
Yeah.
I
I
don't
always
know what
hear
your
people say that they have the critical think that like people don't or do have the critical thinking skills. But I mean, Mishu, would you say you're a critical thinker?
Bro, I'm not trying to talk to you.
Yes,
But
no?
good luck. Yeah, talk to the Australian guy if you want.
I mean, it's just a question.
Like,
Would you say you're a critical thinker?
I'm sorry,
He
dude.
doesn't want.
Like, I'm not good at talking. I've heard you
He doesn't
talk,
want to
and
talk to you.
Am I that
Who am I
scary?
talking to?
Oh,
Yui. Is that Yui?
yeah, I'm Yui.
Are you a critical thinker?
I don't
Do you
know.
think critically?
I say I've been trained to think critically. Whether I do all the time, probably not. You know, I'd be humble in that regard. But I do hear a lot of people saying that they are critical thinkers because of the way they view the world. Now, you don't get critical
No, I
thinking.
think it would be the
Critical
other way
thinking
around.
skills isn't a position, right? It's not you can get wrong positions from even if you're a
You
critical thinker.
already made a blunder. You put words into people's mouth. You
I
said
always do that.
all people who
But
think
only
they
your
are
own
critical
words.
thinkers view the world in a certain way. That's vague and that's nonsense. It's
Yeah, I think
very vague.
You're
It's
saying that
just
people.
so you can go back later and fill it in with your arguments.
Yeah, I'm
Come on,
always
dude.
correct. Yeah.
Grow up. How do you have the balls to show you around here after what happened 2 days ago?
What happened 2 days ago?
Oh my god.
You wanna say? No?
I could post a video, but I don't know who's gonna watch it. And
What was it? What
you're
was the
counting
topic
on that.
about?
You were in this channel acting all crazy.
I'm always crazy. But what was the topic
Yeah,
about?
well, that's like a level I haven't seen in this arena for a long time.
The
A
thing
hypocrite, a
about
liar.
being crazy is that on a one-to-one, it's always interesting because I've heard this from a few people, right? On a one-to-one, you won't debate me. It's like, on a one-to-one basis, you won't win. But when you have a squad behind you, then suddenly you're brave, right? That suddenly you become brave and like, I'm the stupid one, I'm the crazy one.
Mate, you were debating someone one-on-one and
Who?
you made
On
a
what
fool.
topic?
Who the fuck cares what topic?
How do I know what you're talking about?
Well, it was only 2 days ago.
I was crazy, but you don't know what was going on. I see.
Yeah, maybe that's the explanation. You have a bad memory. You slip it off, and it all gets erased.
Look at the side chat. Are you on about this debate that I clipped?
I'm not reading that. I'm playing a game, and
it's a very good debate, very interesting topic.
You want to give us a summary of it?
Well, this video is if it'll post.
Is it about flat Earth or is it something else?
It was well, on the same vein of critical thinking, really. It was just
was it flat Earth or something?
It wasn't
else?
flat Earth specific, but it was critical thinking specific.
Okay. Okay.
Is it the debate where you claim you have no free will?
That's the one. That's the one.
That's what you're trying to show people? Oh my god, you should watch that.
I think there's more appropriate places in this server to discuss that if you want to go there.
I don't want to discuss that topic. It was more of a case of there was 5 idiots debating me, and none of them had an argument. But then you see, like Mishu says, people don't have critical thinking skills. If you could read between the lines, right? Let's not talk about free will. Let's not talk about free will. Let's just talk about what happened, right? So there was 5 idiots. None of them described free will. None of them set the claim on the table. And then because there's 5 of them, 5 idiots, and 1 of me, the non-critical thinker like Mishu will go, well, 5 versus 1, I'm going to take the 5 because I've conditioned myself into thinking the majority rules.
Just because you're educated and you're a young, stupid schmuck doesn't make you anything. Just because you can tie sentences together. I'm sorry, go, dude.
You kind of derailed our conversation we were having, and you're taking it to a topic that not really. I don't really want to watch your video, to be honest.
This guy is 25 years old.
Is that the same one that you sent ages ago?
You know my entire biography. Look at you.
Is that the same video you sent ages ago that was like, it was flashing? The video was flashing?
The flashing, yeah.
Oh, my God.
You said it would give you a fit. Well, I thought it was funny.
Yeah, but
he's an idiot.
If you want someone to watch your video, don't make it flash.
Okay, next time I won't. All right, chill.
Yeah.
just scroll to the what do you call those people who have that condition?
Epilepsy?
Yeah.
Well, if people had a fit from watching that video, I'll be very surprised.
Can we take it back to the topic of this channel? Or I guess if you want to talk about philosophy, what how would you describe your subject? You could probably go somewhere else.
You want to talk about flat Earth?
Whatever. I was talking to Mish.
Yeah, I was going. I mean, I'll be quiet if that's what you want to do.
No, I was talking to Mishu, and you kind of came in and not saying you in particular just derailed it, but it was derailed. So
well, you just. Well, I wouldn't say derailed. I heard him say what critical thinkers do and don't do, so I wanted to interject and talk about that.
So would it be fair for me to say that you think flat earthers aren't critical thinkers?
I think some are, obviously. I could name them if you want, but I'd say just as it is with anyone, the majority are just regurgitating information. There's no critical thinking in regurgitating information, and you don't become a critical thinker because of a position you have. So you have to earn it, not just say you're a critical thinker.
So, okay.
How do you earn it? Let me ask that.
You're able
do I come to someone like you and he tells me, okay, here's your critical thinking badge. You have passed my test. What do you mean by earning it?
You have to be able on your own to develop an argument, to hold that argument on your own, be critical, analyze, and explain without assistance what you're trying to communicate. And you have to be able to ask the right questions when you're probing an argument. Those build up to what a good critical thinker does.
Do you earn the perceptions of others? And in that case, you can sometimes maybe you can fool people and make them have the perception of you that you're some smart guy.
Someone could
do
that.
A smart guy?
But
I'm not talking about you, but in general.
Yeah, someone can do that, but it's just like saying, well, can't you fool yourself into thinking you're intelligent? So, for instance, if I say I'm a critical thinker because because I haven't actually shown any reason for anyone else to think that I'm a critical thinker, no. You need to actually do critical thinking to be a critical thinker, not just regurgitate what someone else has said. Huh?
How do you do critical thinking?
I just said that you ask the right questions, you probe the right questions.
The right questions.
Yeah.
What does it mean? That's your projection. What's the right question for?
There is a standard for the right question. So you're asking your who, what, when, why, and how.
Sure.
You're asking relevant questions. You make few fallacious arguments. You structure your arguments well. It should be. Yeah, all of these things add up to a critical thinking.
None of that. I don't think much of that has anything to do with critical thinking. I think there's a subject matter, and you're thinking about it.
You're just gonna say a critical thinker is someone who thinks about something critically.
He's reciting.
No, I was trying to think of a better word than using the same word.
No, you're just describing a skeptical person. They're not always critical thinkers. You could be an irrational.
Is a very similar word.
Critical doesn't mean critical as in like a critique. It means like your logical. No, it's more like logical.
That's why
critical
it sounds
thinker.
The same.
No, it's not.
You question a subject.
Yes, you questions are important. Probing questions are important, but it's not. It's also about presenting something.
About presenting something, like
an argument, a valid.
The way
novelty
you talk doesn't make you a critical thinker, mate.
That's rhetoric. I'm not talking about the way you talk. I'm saying the substance of what you're saying is what makes you a critical thinker.
Well, you should say that.
No, that's
I never said the way you talk. You said that.
Thinking. Saying something is the result of you thinking about something critically. It's like a byproduct. It's not really the reason you do it.
Okay, just to be clear.
He doesn't know. He read it in a book. Like
critical doesn't mean skeptical, and critical doesn't mean rhetorical. Critical means that you ask good questions, good probing questions. You present a well thought out, structured argument. Right?
Doesn't have to be that specific.
You use logic well, right?
He keeps saying
you could ask shit questions.
Means asking
just
questions.
Critical of it.
Or doing
it's not. I like
voice.
how I list about three things. You go, look, it's not just this, even though there's three other things, right? It's
critical thinking.
It's not
has to do with the thinking, not with your questions, mate, that you make to other
What do you
people.
mean has to do with thinking?
Because it's called critical thinking. It's something
Right.
that the person's
Here we
mind
go.
does, not
If I was going to do a
question.
critical thinking class, right, at university or something, what would the substance of that course be about?
I think what you would do is you would read the definition, then tell everyone to go home.
It would be
that's
about
all you would
it
need.
would be about logical thought, right? So you using logic, critical thinking is surrounding logic and how you deploy logic in a conversation. It's not to do with how you think. I mean, thinking obviously is a part of critical thinking, but it's also what you say, right?
Yeah, I think we can move on from this. It's kind of a shit topic, to be honest. I think everyone's made their point, and we can.
Yui is
kind of
way
move
in
on.
his depth about this.
Way in my depth.
Yes, time to change the subject.
I mean, you said you think you don't have a free will. I don't know what you want from other
You
people.
want to go
who
to a
heard this
philosophy
statement.
channel to
Yeah,
talk about
we're not going to
free
talk
will.
about that. I don't want to make Daddy Heretic mad.
Daddy, what the fuck?
All right, don't worry about it.
Mm-hmm. It has become.
Who's your daddy?
He likes spanking, that's why he's calling me daddy. Being flat smacked. Daily.
He's used to it.
Happens every day, yeah.
He comes back for more.
Well, if I were to use critical thinking, I would say that I think he likes it.
You'd be very correct. I love losing debates.
Well, I guess that would make you a master debater.
I've heard that one before. So is there any Globers in the chat? Because I don't really want to argue for the globe, and someone else will have to take one for the team. But all I can see are flat earthers around me.
You had your spiel about defending the globe from your side.
I mean, I don't know what anything. I couldn't imagine anything new I could possibly say at this point. So I was like, for me, I just be
probably
repeating
not.
old topics.
Maybe some new experiment, new data from new people that we haven't talked about or seen before, I guess. Maybe those type of things would be nice.
Goes what we talked about yesterday. What does the Earth mean? The Earth is a globe. Okay, now what? You've had 2 days to think about it, 3 days. I remember a couple days ago we talked about it.
You never talked to me about that.
Yeah, I said the overview effect. Okay, you've been to space. You've seen the Earth from space. What do you tell everyone what you saw? What does it look like? What does it mean for humanity?
What does it mean? Well, it doesn't mean anything to me. I mean, it might mean something
so
to
it means
you
nothing.
about the Earth being a globe.
Vacuous, a vacuous truth.
That's not what vacuous means. Vacuous would be like saying it is what it is, right? That's vacuous.
Yeah, that's what you just said. The Earth. I just saw the Earth from space, and it's a ball. That doesn't mean anything else other than that. Completely pointless.
That's not what vacuous means. If I say it doesn't mean anything to me, as in has no extra meaning.
Just take conversations off to a different tangent.
He's asking me a question. I'm replying. I'm not tangenting anything, right?
You're talking about a word that he chose to use. Just you know what he means. Just get on with it.
Well, can you tell me what it means? Because I'm obviously not following.
Oh, he's talking to you.
So you don't know. When he says vacuous...
Maybe ask him to ask it again without that word.
Well, what do you mean by vacuous, Crit?
Yeah,
something
that would be like a truth, but doesn't mean anything. Yeah, the whole it is what it is.
That's a tautology. I didn't do a tautology. I'm just saying, like a tennis ball being a ball, there's properties of a ball that might be interesting to someone. Is it interesting to me? No.
Is there
or it'd be like you've been to space.
Channel in here?
Or you've been to space, and okay, sure, what does that mean? Nothing. Well, you've seen the Earth. What does it look like? Earth.
Would you prefer me to say it's not interesting to me? Like, as in, I don't operate my daily life thinking I'm a glober, or I don't think about the globe. Maybe you do. Maybe it is something that matters to you for some reason or another. But I don't. So it's not that interesting to think about that
If you don't
outside of
think
this
about
debate.
it, what brings you here?
Debate. It's interesting, a debate.
So you just came here to debate and waste people's time. You don't really care about the subject as long as you have somebody to debate with?
Well, I don't think any glober thinks about the globe outside of this room.
Yeah, they mostly spurred out
about
over
because
flat Earth.
it's thought for them.
They're more worried.
I'm not talking about glober or flat earther.
What they do is
I
they
wasn't
care
talking about
about
comparing
the
a
flat
glober
Earth.
to a flat earther. I was just specifically speaking about why you were here.
Well, yeah, debate is fun.
Yui? Okay, so all you want to do is debate. But why don't you go into any of the debate channels that are in here? What brings you to flat earth?
Well, I mean, I just think these arguments are. I think what fascinates me is when someone claims that they're smart and they present a bad argument, and I'll get an abundance of that
I
in this
see
room.
that with you quite often.
Do you?
Yeah, I see that with you quite
Big
often.
time projection.
I've never claimed I'm smart, so I do the opposite usually. But
I've never heard anyone claim they're smart in here.
well, when you say you're a critical thinker, you're basically saying that, aren't you?
So someone who can think for themselves is smarter than you? Is that what you're saying?
Well, if you're thinking, because the premise behind thinking for themselves is that we're not doing that, so we're dumber by proxy, right?
You just confessed to it. I asked you, hey, think about, you've been to space, you saw the Earth, what does it mean? Don't even care to think about it. Not even critically.
What
That's
does it
no
mean
thinking.
for me?
Zero
Though?
thinking.
Yeah, because I have my own interest in certain subjects, but the shape of a planet, not particularly. I don't lose sleep over it, whether it's a ball or flat. But what I do find interesting are bad arguments, right? And if it's a global argument or a flat Earth argument, if it's a bad argument, I enjoy listening to them.
What's a bad globe argument then?
Bad globe
that you've enjoyed
argument.
listening to.
I used to argue against globers very early on. I think a bad globe argument would be something like, so when people talk about why would they lie about some things, like for instance the moon landings, I could come up with a good reason for why someone would lie about the moon landings. So that question in and of itself is not that relevant. It's kind of like secondary to the debate itself of whether it did happen or not. It might make something more or less plausible, but that's about it.
The argument is government cannot lie. And if they did, you'd have to give a reason for why they did. So there'd be some
I don't think that's fair. I don't think
that's the argument.
Governments can't lie.
Yeah, that's the globe argument. The globe argument is government is just a thing. People lie. The government can't lie because it's just a thing. It's like, here's my coffee cup. Why would my coffee cup lie? Well, no, the coffee cup can't lie. It either had a crack in it and leaked or not. I didn't pick it up this morning and be like, hey, coffee cup, are you structurally sound? And it lied to me.
Yeah, but when people say government, a government is made up of people.
Yeah, but the atheist views government as separate from the people inside the government.
Atheists?
Yeah, like the anti-flat earth atheist. Because regular globalists know government lies. Like, they know. And they're not really anti-flat earth. They don't need to be told why they would lie. They know government lies so much, but this topic is outside the purview of government. It really has nothing to do with government, and bringing up government is kind of a red herring. Until you tell them, well, the only people who've been to space is the executive branch under Richard Nixon. And they're like, well, yeah, that's pretty shady as shit. And maybe the Apollo program didn't go down like they said it did. But since then, we've got satellites and whatnot, and private space agencies and space tourism. And then when you break down the reality of those, then they're kind of like, yeah, shit, maybe the Earth's not a globe. I really don't know why I say the Earth is a globe. But on the flip side, the anti-flat Earth globalists, each step of the way, they're fighting you. They're fighting you. No, it's not possible for government to lie. Richard Nixon wasn't really the shot caller. Everything, every single comment. they're like they're just struggling, just flopping like a fish out of the water.
So have you got like a video of a anti-flat earther atheist saying governments never lie? Because I can't imagine anyone saying that.
Maybe at some point. That's been very interesting at Keep, because they'll say it over and over again.
Are you sure they say that I don't think they're lying about this, and then you extrapolate into the government never lies? Because I feel that's
exact direct quote that it's impossible for government to lie, because people lie, not the government. The government's made up of a bunch of people, and one individual in the government could lie, but that doesn't mean the whole government would lie. It's something along their working logic. Or just hang out long enough, you'll get one to come in here.
Well, that's rare, but if that must be the stupidest global argument then. But I don't think that's a very common one. I think it's probably rare. I've been here for a few months and never heard anyone say that.
What, that government can't lie?
I've never heard anyone say...
Is government a person, place, or thing? See, that's what they're doing. They're playing around with words. Inside their epistemology, that is true. Inside their worldview, the government can't lie. Because the government has no agency. There's no personal agency to a thing.
Think about what a government